Chapter 1. Transcendence. Liu gazed at the large photograph in the locker room, momentarily entranced. Before him stood Derrick Rose, his warm and innocent smile exuding a soothing strength. This was indeed his idol. Could it be that I have truly transcended? Liu remained in a daze until he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. He looked up to see a dark-skinned face with bright white teeth and sparkling eyes. "Hey, young Eastern lad, make sure to wash these things for me later." Liu strained to recall the name of this person, finally remembering Snell, the starting forward for the Bulls. "Are you really going to bully the newcomers again? How tiresome," Liu muttered, falling silent. Snell assumed Liu had acquiesced and tossed a bag toward him. Liu glanced inside to find a jersey and a bulging object, presumably a pair of shoes. "I need to take a 2-day leave. When I return, I expect these items cleaned and neatly placed in my spot," Snell stated before departing, leaving those words hanging in the air. Indeed, I have truly transcended. Liu finally regained his composure. To have become an NBA player is quite remarkable. I'm no longer merely dreaming of playing in the NBA when I return home. How many will envy me? To play in the NBA, what a dream it is for countless basketball aficionados. Moreover, what could be better than being an NBA player? Even on a minimum salary, one would earn at least several $100,000. Sun Yu, a second-round draft pick, made $60,000. Surely, Liu, in his new life, could not be inferior to him. Yet despite these thoughts, a wave of melancholy washed over Liu. Am I never to return? This world is indeed cruel. When one gains something, one inevitably loses another. The value of what is gained versus the sorrow of what is lost is a distinction that even the individuals involved may find difficult to articulate. Liu understood that he might never return to that familiar place. It wasn't merely a matter of spatial or temporal disparity, it was the irrevocable separation of two worlds. He would never again see his old friends and family. That moment. The locker room was devoid of others. Overcome with despondency, Liu buried his head in his hands. Just then, someone pushed the door open and stepped inside. With no time to think, Liu hurriedly composed himself, burying his head even deeper. The newcomer clearly sought Liu. He sensed the presence of someone standing before him. It was Coach Van Gundy of the Bulls. Perhaps due to the altered world, the head coach had changed from Thibodeau to Van Gundy. Yet, while the face had changed, the imposing figure remained the same. Liu felt engulfed in shadows, completely shrouded in darkness. Regardless of whether it was Van Gundy or Thibodeau, he no longer cared. Van Gundy observed Liu, who was burying his head, his expression one of profound desolation. The silence stretched on. Surely, this young fellow realizes he is soon to depart. He mused. He was at a loss for how to comfort Liu, for he bore the burden of delivering a cruel message. He halted in his tracks, hesitating to speak. Finally, Van Gundy extended his hand and gently patted Liu's shoulder. He then crouched down, softly ruffling Liu's hair and offering a light embrace. Liu, bewildered, uttered, "What is happening?" "My child, you have done your utmost," came Van Gundy's soft voice. "I have witnessed your efforts over these days, maintain this fervor, and continue to strive for improvement. I believe that one day you shall return to the grand stage of the NBA. I think you may have surmised the management has decided not to renew your contract upon its expiration." Upon hearing this, a wave of memories surged from the depths of his heart. Liu could not help but emit a muffled groan, feeling as though his head were splitting. It turned out that the former owner of this body was also named Liu. Presently, he found himself in the locker room of the Chicago Bulls, bound by a 10-day contract that would expire in 2 days. Just when I thought I had achieved my dream, this happens. In utter disbelief, Liu found himself at a loss for words. After a moment, he finally grasped the entirety of the situation. The Bulls have been plagued by severe injuries this season, and the grueling schedule over the past 10-day 6 games, including 2 back-to-backs, was overwhelming. Even the most resilient players would struggle under such circumstances. Consequently, the team had opted to sign a 10-day contract to bolster their immediate capabilities and fill the playing time, ultimately granting Liu this opportunity. Yet, it seemed that this would be the end of the road. Reflecting on the few games he had played, he summarized his experience. An Eastern player, sporadic minutes on the court, scant opportunities to shoot, and lackluster performances compounded by a subtle sense of isolation from his teammates. Liu's aspirations for a permanent contract in the NBA had essentially been dashed. Tomorrow, the Bulls would host the Cavaliers, marking the final day of his 10-day contract. If all went as expected, Liu would bid farewell to the NBA thereafter. To be unemployed as soon as I cross over, how can this be right? Liu felt utterly speechless. Under the relentless blows of life, he sensed a numbing sensation enveloping him. Shattered dreams, distant family and friends. Alas, I truly am a jinx. Van Gundy watched Liu's anguish with a heavy heart, empathizing with his suffering. After years of coaching, he had witnessed countless similar scenes and had grown numb to them. Yet, in this moment, compassion stirred within him. Over the past 10 days, he had observed Li Yi's relentless hard work, and the thought of such a dedicated player departing was indeed bittersweet. Alas, didn't Snell take a leave of absence? Perhaps tomorrow we should give Li Yu a chance, considering the Bulls are rather shorthanded at the moment. After a moment's hesitation, Van Gundy spoke up. Li Yu, although the entire coaching staff has concluded that we will not be offering you a permanent contract. However, for the game against the Cavaliers tomorrow, due to Snell's injury, we find ourselves lacking in personnel. I have decided to let you start .as for whether you can showcase your talent and secure a contract with another team. That rests solely upon you. With the impending game against the Cavaliers, Van Gundy had made his decision to proceed despite the shortcomings in his lineup. After delivering his words, he gave Li Yu a reassuring pat on the shoulder and exited the locker room without a backward glance. The locker room was left in solitude, with Li Yu as its sole occupant. Sigh. Li Yu found himself at a loss as to whether he should feel elated or disheartened. On one hand, it was evident that even if he were to start, opportunities to touch the ball would be scarce. In truth, Li Yu understood that his inclusion in the starting lineup was simply due to the Bulls' dire situation with him. There were merely 7 players available. On the other hand, he harbored doubts about his own abilities. The reality of his skill level might not even qualify him for a role as a water boy in the NBA. To start in an NBA game? It was laughable he lacked the requisite caliber. While he could bear the embarrassment of failing himself, betraying Van Gundy's trust weighed heavily on his conscience. Sigh. Li Yu sighed deeply within. He took out his phone, seeking some form of entertainment to alleviate his inner turmoil. He had often heard tales of the numerous enchanting women on foreign social media platforms. Now that he found himself abroad, he was eager to experience it firsthand. Lowering his head to grab his phone, he instead encountered the luxurious texture of a jersey. Pulling the jersey into his hands, he gently caressed it. After tomorrow, if he wished to wear it, he would have to purchase it himself. As he laid the jersey flat, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, could it be number 23? This is the Bulls, isn't it? This is the number of the basketball deity, Jordan. Goodness, how audacious of me, Lee, to dare wear the number 23 of the basketball god." Yet wasn't Jordan's number retired? And this is the Bulls. Who would dare with a 23 on their back? Who is worthy of donning the 23 for the Bulls? I, a mere rookie in the NBA, am to wear the number 23 jersey? Would the Bulls management approve? Would the players of the Bulls accept this? Would the fans of the Bulls, the basketball enthusiasts worldwide, condone this? Ali, and the very first to object. Chapter 2. Activating the system. Li Yu strained to recall any information regarding Jordan and the Bulls. Yet, he found himself devoid of knowledge. Is it possible that this world lacks Jordan? Then who reigns supreme in the realm of basketball? Li Yu still found it hard to believe. He opened the most professional basketball forum in his homeland, a mobile app called P, hoping to verify further. What greeted him was a barrage of intrusive advertisements that on February 10th, 2015, the Bulls faced off against the championship-favored Cavaliers at home, where Chinese player Li Yu was set to compete against the basketball deity, LeBron James. Is this real? Li Yu had already grasped the situation. Is James truly the basketball god? In Li Yi's original world, it was abundantly clear that he was not. Before the greatness of Jordan, LeBron was hardly significant. The disparity between the two was glaring that in Li Yi's mind, there existed only one basketball deity. That was Michael Jordan, the god of basketball. In terms of championship titles, Jordan led with 6-4 over James. When considering the finals MVP awards, Jordan also held a 6-4 advantage. Even in the regular season MVP count, he surpassed James 5-4. In several crucial metrics, James consistently fell short. Moreover, the most significant point was that Jordan had 2 dominating three-peat championships. It is worth noting that 2 of James' titles were achieved during shortened seasons. For someone who has only secured 2 consecutive championships, it seems rather implausible to speak of dominance. If Li Yu were still in his original world and encountered such a post, he would undoubtedly have been harsh in his criticism. The notion of LeBron being the basketball god? Nonsense. A blatant attempt to provoke. Undoubtedly, James is a unique figure in the history of the NBA. However, when it comes to performance on the court and the accolades achieved, Jordan remains the benchmark of an era, a towering figure that most players can hardly aspire to surpass. Without a doubt, Jordan embodies the basketball god of Li Yi's original world. Yet perhaps, this world differs from the one before. Why bother? We can't even last in the NBA. Who cares who the GOAT is, or who the basketball deity is? Li Yu dismissed further contemplation. After all, their strength was not his own. The headline, Chinese player Li Yu faces off against basketball deity LeBron James. This title inexplicably filled Li Yu with a sense of shame. With my current abilities, I'd be unworthy even to carry LeBron's shoes. Huh. Embracing this sense of embarrassment, Liu hurriedly clicked on the link. The page had yet to load, yet his heart brimmed with anticipation. Would someone come forth to encourage, tease, or wish him well regarding his performance? Or perhaps offer stern criticism, with a mixture of anxiety? Liu was curious to see how the international fans would comment on him, as well as how domestic fans perceived him. After all, he had been a devoted user of a certain platform in his previous life. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Finally, the page finished loading. It appeared that the foreign signal was not particularly strong. The content he had eagerly awaited unfolded before him. The original poster inquired, "Brothers, how many points do you think Liu will score against the NBA's all-time great, LeBron James?" There was a prize for guessing correctly. Those who did would receive $50 in phone credit. First floor. The host is truly despicable, treating his brothers as fools. I guess 40 points after all. With Liu on the court, the chances of scoring 1 point are about the same as scoring 40. Second floor. Correction. Host, you are indeed wretched. Original response. To speak candidly, although Liu is the N01 in the CBA, when it comes to the NBA, he might only be considered among the lowest ranks. Nevertheless, out of encouragement for my brothers, I wager Liu can score 10 points. Third floor. To be frank, Oli may barely see the court. Let us not harbor excessive expectations. Fourth floor. I concur. It seems tomorrow is the final day. The 10-day contract is almost fulfilled, and given Liu's current performance, I fear. Fifth floor. I never had high hopes for him from the beginning. If Sun Yu cannot secure playing time, Liu's height and physical attributes are likely inferior to Sun Yu's. Although Liu's skills surpass Sun Yu's by several tiers, and his offensive abilities have improved significantly, in the NBA, those deficiencies will always be your limitations. However, I will always support Liu. Pursue your dreams, for that is what it means to be a man. Even if he fails, I shall continue to hold him in high regard. Indeed, the warmth of family is undeniable. Upon seeing this, Liu's spirits lifted somewhat. At the very least, many acknowledge his efforts. Of course, there are a few who remain skeptical, misunderstanding, or even speaking harshly. For instance, the comment on the 17th floor. Liu is nonsense. He lacks the capability to establish himself in the NBA. I see him merely as a publicity stunt, not needing to play yet still earning money from commercial endorsements. What a comfortable life. On the 19th floor, I suspect there is something dubious about Liu's 10-day contract. Look, the Bulls are so short-handed, yet do not utilize him. Then why sign him at all? On the 33rd floor, Liu must recognize the reality. The Bulls signed him solely for the domestic market. With his abilities, he truly cannot compete. He is unworthy of a place in the NBA. Faced with such comments, Liu could only smile and let them pass. They do not understand the sacrifices old Liu has made in pursuit of his dreams. Such unfounded speculations are inevitable. Let it be. Justice resides in the hearts of people. As long as I remain true to myself, that is enough. Exiting a certain platform, Liu remained undeterred. On the Google search page, he attempted to search for Jordan. Soon, results appeared indeed. There are Jordans in this world, such as Jordan Farmar, Jordan Crawford, DeAndre Jordan. He opened another browser. Input Jordan. Click search. Without any suspense, in this world, the true Jordan does not exist. To be precise, the basketball deity Jordan does not exist. No such person can be found. What exists are merely namesakes. Indeed, there are no gods. Liu finally realized that the two worlds are indeed quite different. Yet, the mere thought that this basketball world lacks the presence of Jordan left him with a tinge of regret. In sports, everyone aspires to be stronger, the strongest. Jordan was originally the strongest. Now he is absent, and LeBron has assumed that title. However, it is likely that no matter how strong LeBron becomes, he will find it difficult to surpass the original Jordan of the former world. I compared the two memories in his mind and indeed discovered some discrepancies. For instance, Jordan never existed in this world, and the achievements of others exhibited various notable differences. Wade, for example, lost the championship in 2006, but secured victory in 2011, along with the FMVP award. He also led the Heat to a remarkable 4 consecutive championships, although one could argue that it was LeBron who spearheaded the latter 3 victories, as he was the regular season MVP and the finals FMVP for those titles. This is precisely why LeBron is revered as the god of basketball. Duncan also received the Dunny Award, thereby lending prestige to this accolade. It is no wonder that in this world, James is deemed the god of basketball. His performances certainly warrant such a title. However, in a basketball realm devoid of Jordan, there lingers a sense of incompleteness, an impression that something is amiss. At that moment, a cold and emotionless voice echoed, "Ding dong." Congratulations, host, on traversing to a world without the god of basketball, Jordan. How can a basketball world be complete without him? Activating the basketball god system now. Ding dong, congratulations, host, on successfully binding to the basketball god system. From this moment forth, the system shall strive to assist you in becoming the god of basketball in this world. We hope you achieve this esteemed status at the earliest opportunity. Now, the host should hasten to claim the novice rewards that rightfully belong to you. Opportunities like this are fleeting and may never return. Ding dong, what a resounding sound. Upon hearing this sound, Liu realized that his long-awaited system had finally arrived. Liu's emotions were rather intricate. For anyone who has traversed dimensions, lacking a system would likely render them hesitant to claim the title of a traveler. In a sense, one might say that a system serves as the identification of a dimensional voyager. However, Liu held little interest in such matters. Liu yearned to return home. However, it now seemed a mere fantasy. First, let us observe what peculiarities the system has in store. Ding dong, the host is invited to click to receive the novice gift pack. Liu awakened. Ah, is it my turn to take center stage today? Old Li is merely a marginal player in the NBA. Yet, with this system bearing such an illustrious name, the god of basketball, if given the opportunity, Liu truly wishes to give it a try. Old Li, rest assured, I will help you carve out a name for yourself in the future. With the system, Liu has gained the confidence to leave his mark in the NBA. It seems he heard Liu's inner voice. He sensed that something within him had completely dissipated. Old Li, is that you? You crafty old fox. I thought you had completely departed just now, but it seems you still have a trick up your sleeve. Farewell, my brother. Liu faintly heard a farewell. Alas, he sighed sincerely. Since that is the case, the past need not be revisited. Today, I am a new version of myself. Let the former me drift away with the wind. Ding dong. The system prompted the host to claim the novice gift package. Liu finally managed to calm his emotions. System, what exactly is the basketball god system? Having one's own system should be a cause for joy. However, Liu was acutely aware that some matters lay beyond his anticipation and imagination. It would be prudent to inquire thoroughly. At the very least, he should not be misled or deceived. Even if it were a subpar system that merely assisted others in becoming basketball gods, he would accept it. Host. The basketball god system is formed from all the basketball players that have existed in the host's world. The system generates player character cards and skill cards based on the historical basketball players in the host's world. When the host chooses to use a character card, they can unleash all the skills of that character. However, for various reasons, the host's maximum compatibility will only allow them to perform at 95% of the original player's peak level, while the minimum, for the sake of the host's protection, will not drop below 80%. Nevertheless, using character cards and skill cards will significantly increase the host's physical stamina consumption. Different cards have varying compatibility and stamina depletion rates. Upon hearing this, Liu felt a tinge of regret, realizing that a 100% Jordan would not reemerge in this world. Yet, it was of little concern, for there was still a 100% Liu. He chuckled at his own self-deprecation. When the host chooses to use a skill card, they can replicate a player's specific skill 100%. Individual character cards cannot be combined, while character cards can be paired with skill cards. But the total cannot exceed 2 cards. Oh, if I were to use the skill card of basketball god Jordan along with the 3-point skill card of the 3-point master Curry, wouldn't I be invincible? Accepting the reality, Liu resolved to claim his rewards. Liu was eager to experience it. Chapter 3. Additional practice on the court at this moment. Liu felt a radiant screen materializing in his mind, revealing a plethora of information. System, basketball god system host. Liu height, 198 centimeters weight, 93 kilograms physical fitness, 75 on a scale of 100. The average physical fitness score for NBA players is 80. Ability score, 68. The threshold for NBA players is 72. For reference, the average score for CBA players is 35. With a threshold of 20, no wonder Old Li struggled so much. After all this time, he had yet to secure an NBA contract, as he truly lacked the requisite caliber. Character cards. Michael Jordan character card, compatibility 85. Average level during 6 championship seasons. Stephen Curry character card, 2016. Peak 3-point shooting season. Compatibility 83. LeBron James character card, 2012. Death's Eye version, compatibility 90. Kevin Durant character card, The Reaper emerges. Golden State Warriors version, compatibility 91. Jordan, Curry, and James. An explosive lineup right from the start. One could hardly ask for more. Skill cards. Stephen Curry 3-point card. Duration 15 minutes. Shooting becomes progressively longer and more accurate. Klay Thompson 3-point card. Duration 12 minutes. Explosive and unpredictable. Damian Lillard 3-point card. 1 logo shot per game. Kawhi Leonard steal card. Steals will certainly exceed fouls. DeAndre Jordan rebounding card. A deity of offensive rebounds, increasing the team's offensive rebounding rate by 20 and personal offensive rebounding rate by 50. Chris Paul passing card. Increases teammates' shooting percentage by 20. Gazing at the skill and character cards in his inventory, Liu was rendered speechless. Starting off with Jordan and Curry was truly extraordinary. I, old Lee, have never fought such a prosperous battle. It seems the time has come for the world to experience the shock from the East. Liu was filled with exhilaration, an overwhelming sense of excitement. The melancholy of being far from home was entirely suppressed. After a moment of contemplation, Liu ultimately decided to first try out Curry's character card. That extraordinary 3-point shot. That lethal touch. Those living in this era of basketball yearned to experience it. Liu could hardly contain his excitement. Ding. Congratulations, host. On successfully merging with the Curry character card. As the system's voice faded, Liu felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, a force that far surpassed his original strength. Moreover, that was not all. Liu felt that his physique had become significantly more robust, yet at the same time, he experienced a sense of lightness, as if he could dance at any moment. This sensation was paradoxical, but Liu understood that it was indeed genuine. It was often said that Curry's physical condition was lacking. However, this appeared to be a misconception. Of course, it is also possible that Liu's own physical attributes were rather inadequate. In his view, this latter reason was likely the most pertinent. The physical capabilities of individuals of Eastern descent in basketball are, undeniably, incomparable to those of their Western counterparts. One could even assert that the disparity is remarkably vast. Curry's athleticism, when considered among African Americans and NBA players, is not particularly distinguished. However, this time, he is endowed with Curry's character card. Liu, however, sensed a power and agility far beyond his own capabilities. If Curry's character card was already like this, then what would it be like to choose the character cards of LeBron James or Michael Jordan? Goodness, that would be transcendent. Perhaps it is best to practice a bit first. Lee stood up, intending to practice a bit more on the court. The NBA players, the NBA basketball, the NBA arena. Lee is keen to thoroughly immerse himself in the experience. It is essential to become well acquainted with the character card. Otherwise, failing to perform tomorrow would be unfortunate. It is a rare opportunity to compete, especially as a starter. Lee was determined to seize this opportunity. If he failed to perform well tomorrow, he feared no team would want him. Rising to his feet, he exited the locker room and made his way towards the court. To his surprise, there were still people on the court. As he stepped into the players' tunnel, he heard the sound of basketballs bouncing thud, 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 suggesting there was more than one person present. Liu emerged from the shadows, his pace brisk. He beheld 2 muscular African-American men. One stood approximately 2 meters tall, while the other was just over 190. The latter was none other than Derrick Rose, and the towering figure was, astonishingly, LeBron James. They appeared to be engaged in a free throw contest. Upon noticing Liu approaching with a ball in hand, both men expressed a hint of surprise, taken aback by the unexpected sight of someone else training at such a late hour. "Hey, Liu," Rose greeted him, raising his hand in a friendly gesture. As the sole superstar of the team, Rose quietly observed each of his teammates. Liu has become a new face on the team, naturally drawing the attention of Rose. Especially since Liu hails from that enchanting Eastern nation, which boasts a plethora of devoted fans. Considering the multitude of admirers from Huaxia, Rose genuinely wishes to extend his support to Liu. Unfortunately, Liu's physical attributes still leave much to be desired. His stability and coordination are lacking. Although his skills are commendable and his strength is adequate, they are evidently insufficient for the grand stage of the NBA. Rose feels a sense of regret for Liu. In recent days, Liu has been the first to arrive at the training facility and the last to depart. Regardless of whether there are games, he trains with fervor. Rose has taken note of his relentless dedication. Regrettably, Liu's contract is nearing its conclusion, and the coach has already decided against renewing it. Should I inform him? Sigh. I hope that my recommendation for him to be a starter will be heeded by the coach. Though Liu's offensive abilities may be lacking, his defensive tenacity and positive attitude shine through. Here's hoping he delivers an impressive performance tomorrow. If so, he might attract offers from other teams. After all, Tomorrow's game will be broadcast live across the nation, with the media spotlight firmly fixed on it. Should he excel, teams in need of players are certain to take notice. However, it is a daunting challenge. Liu was unaware of the multitude of thoughts swirling in Rose's mind. Observing that only the two of them were present on the court, Liu took the initiative to approach them. It is worth noting that in his previous life, encountering these two was no easy feat. Thus, being able to see them here was truly a delightful surprise for Liu. LeBron, this is my teammate Liu. Hailing from the eastern nation of Huaxia, where many of your admirers reside. Liu, this is LeBron. I believe he requires no introduction, Rose said with a smile. Hello. Liu, could you convey my admiration for the fans in your country? LeBron James added, also smiling. Certainly, it would be my pleasure. If you are willing, I could teach you a few greetings from our language, Liu responded with a smile. Okay, I will definitely take you up on that when I have some time. As Liu maintained his composed demeanor, Rose felt a twinge of surprise within. Liu's situation within the team was rather precarious. After all, he was merely a bench player, one who could depart at any moment. Few were inclined to forge connections with him. And Liu himself was not particularly adept at socializing, often appearing taciturn and withdrawn. Even when he did speak, his words lacked conviction. However, it seemed that a transformation was underway. This man appeared to be radiating brilliance. Liu, I am practicing free throws with LeBron. Would you care to join us? Certainly. It would be my honor. Rose was taken aback by how effortlessly Liu accepted the invitation. Indeed, he had changed. Rose pondered to himself. He had not anticipated that the once shy and reserved Liu would now possess the audacity to partake in training alongside superstars like LeBron James and himself. Yet, it appeared that the current Liu was far more intriguing. Liu, our rule is simple. As long as you make your free throws, you may continue. The first to score 50 consecutive baskets wins the game. Our highest streak so far is 28. Now that you are joining us, we shall start anew. All right. Who shall go first? Rose inquired. Let Liu take the first turn. It's a perfect opportunity for him to warm up, suggested Rose. Very well, Liu. You may begin, and I shall retrieve the balls for you. Chapter 4. The god of free throws. Liu understood that these two titans were assessing whether he possessed the merit to compete alongside them. He chuckled to himself. Behold, this is the character card of the three-point deity, Curry. Not only could he achieve 50 consecutive free throws, but even his shots from beyond the arc would also see him effortlessly attain 50 in a row. For Curry, shooting three-pointers is as effortless as quenching one's thirst. He boasts a staggering 99 out of 100 success rate, and from the corner, he has made 103 in succession. The three-point god on the basketball court becomes even more formidable in the training arena. If his three-point shooting is this formidable, one can only imagine the prowess he displays at the free throw line. Lee estimates that free throws for Curry are as effortless as breathing. Although he himself possesses only an 83% accuracy, one must remember that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. An 83% Curry remains a formidable force. For Curry, sinking a three-pointer is as simple as quenching one's thirst. Lee estimated that scoring a penalty was far simpler than drinking water. Lee approached the free throw line with a serene expression, while Rose positioned himself at the basket. Meanwhile, LeBron, standing beyond the three-point arc, awaited with his hands on his hips. Are you ready? Rose feigned a passing motion. All right. Lee raised his hand in greeting to Ross. Ross said nothing further and passed the ball. The moment Lee touched the ball, he felt a spark of inspiration flash through his mind, radiating throughout his body. Liu's physique seemed to have undergone countless repetitions, instinctively adjusting to the moment. The ball tightened in his grip, his elbow aligned with the hoop, feet positioned parallel. Knees bent, and then he released the shot. This sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, exuding a sense of rhythm and grace. Swish. The basketball sailed through the net, producing a crisp sound that resonates as the most exquisite melody for those who play the game. Thud, thud, thud. The ball descended to the ground, shattering the tranquility of the court. Rose's gaze grew earnest. Liu's movements may not conform to the standard techniques utilized by NBA players, yet they possess an extraordinary fluidity, evoking a sensation of silkiness that even many superstars struggle to achieve. This enchanting smoothness feels oddly familiar, reminiscent of Stephen Curry's free throw form, albeit with an even greater elegance. An expert can discern the subtle nuances instantly. Derrick Rose recognizes at a glance that Liu's free throw proficiency surpasses his own. The level of fluidity displayed requires minimal adjustment, akin to the simplicity of eating or drinking, a feat he himself cannot replicate. Certainly, LeBron James is equally incapable of such grace. known for his notoriously rigid movements. Inwardly, Rose muses on this observation, then turns to glance at LeBron, only to meet his gaze as the latter shifts his attention. LeBron's expression mirrors that of a discoverer unveiling a new realm, astonished to witness Li Yu's free throw technique, so remarkably smooth and effortless. For a fleeting moment, a tinge of envy washes over him. However, the realization that Li Yu has scarcely any playing time brings him back to a state of acceptance. God may grant you certain gifts, but he will also reclaim others. Perfection is an illusion in this world. As a prodigy, LeBron carries his own burdens. Despite his formidable physique and unparalleled basketball intellect, his shooting form often exudes a stiffness that has been critiqued by countless fans, even by some of his most ardent supporters. Observing Li Yu's fluidity, LeBron's demeanor turns serious. He cannot allow himself to be outdone by a player who rarely graces the court. He refuses to believe that Li Yu could succeed in this challenge, which entails a continuous streak of 50 successful free throws, especially against two titans like himself and Rose. Both MVPs. Surely, Li Yu's mindset must be affected. With a similar resolve, Rose retrieves the ball and continues to pass it to Li Yu, silently counting in his mind. 10 successful shots, such a seamless motion, 10 in a row feels almost trivial. Even LeBron, after warming up, can easily achieve 10 with his rigid form. It is child's play for him. 20 successful shots, still within the realm of expectation. However, the fact that Li Yu has just emerged from the locker room, with little time to familiarize himself with the ball and without a warm-up, to accomplish 20 in a row is indeed impressive. 25, 26, 27, approaching the crucial 28, which would equal LeBron's and Rose's tally. This moment tests Li Yu's mental fortitude. Will he withstand the pressure? Before passing, Rose exchanges a knowing glance with LeBron, both of them pondering the same thought. 28 successful shots, surely, a slip-up must be imminent. If not, where would the two of them save face? As Ross delivered the ball, a slight tension gripped his heart. Li Yu effortlessly received the basketball, instinctively adjusting it to the most comfortable position before releasing it. James watched as the ball glided past Li Yu's fingertips. With the graceful flick of Li Yu's wrist, the basketball arced beautifully through the air, ultimately finding its way into the net. Swish! The sound of the ball passing through the hoop resonated in the hearts of both Ross and James. Thud! With that sound, Li Yu's consecutive free throws leveled the score with James and Ross. The two exchanged glances, nodding in unison. Li Yu's free throw is truly commendable. Picking up the ball, Rose gave Li Yu a thumbs up and remarked, "Li Yu, your free throw technique is impressive. I almost feel inclined to relinquish my qualifications for technical free throws to you. Few in the NBA can execute their shots better than you. Thank you for the compliment. I will strive to earn more opportunities to play, so that you may have the chance to pass that technical free throw privilege to me," Li Yu replied, both of them sharing a knowing smile. Rose then passed the ball with a bit more force, saying, "Let me add some challenge. I'm curious to see if you can still make the shot with this level of intensity." Li Yu seemed oblivious, just as before, receiving the ball, taking the shot, and scoring the 29th point. Everything appeared to unfold as if by natural course. Li suddenly surpassed the consecutive scoring streaks of Ross and James. At this moment, the mentalities of both individuals underwent a subtle transformation. Li Yu, once merely an inconspicuous passerby, has now garnered a modicum of respect from both James and Rose. With the next shot, Rose applied a touch more force and angle. The 30th ball. Li Yu remained utterly unfazed. The 35th shot. The 45th shot. The 49th shot. As Ross delivered the 50th pass, Li Yu also succeeded with his 50th shot. "It is over." Ross and James revealed expressions of relief. "Well done, Li Yu. Let us see how many you can consecutively score." Ross did not relent, continuing to pass to Li Yu. 60 shots. 70 shots. 80 shots. 88 shots. With a resounding clang of the rim, Li Yu's attempt finally failed to find the net, halting at 88. Both James and Ross exhaled simultaneously, a sense of regret washing over them. It felt as though Li Yu ought to have continued his streak indefinitely. Yet, 88, there was something auspicious about that number, as it is said that the people of Huaxia hold a fondness for such figures. Perhaps. With this thought, James and Ross exchanged contemplative glances at Li Yu. Never mind. They resolved they would no longer compete with Li Yu in free throws. It was devoid of excitement. The suspense extinguished in an instant, rendering it utterly meaningless. Li Yu emerged victorious. After receiving ample training, James and Rose departed together. However, Li Yu felt compelled to continue. The upcoming game against the Cavaliers held extraordinary significance for him. marking his inaugural appearance as a starter in the truest sense. It was imperative for him to acclimate further to this opportunity, for such a starting role may not present itself again. The coach had entrusted him with a starting position. Yet if he were to falter repeatedly as the game commenced, no matter how empathetic Van Gundy might be, he would inevitably find himself relegated to the bench for the duration of the match, rendering him a mere spectator. Subsequently, Liu attempted to explore the role cards of both Jordan and James. Liu discovered that James's character card consumed the most stamina, while Curry's was the most economical. In contrast, Jordan's character card was undeniably the most formidable. Ross, I noticed you added some enhancements to Liu's free throws. May I ask why? James expressed his confusion, as Ross was known for his amiable nature, and it seemed unlikely that he would covertly humiliate someone over a mere free throw. With a gentle smile, Ross replied, I was simulating a real game, delivering passes to Liu with the intensity and angles of competition. He received them flawlessly and shot with remarkable precision. I believe I've uncovered a hidden gem. I must speak with the coach and suggest that Liu joins me on the court tomorrow. I have a feeling his potential is being overlooked, and he deserves an opportunity. Perhaps he could assist me in making a breakthrough during the playoffs. Chapter 5. Finally on the court, Liu had a restful slumber and arrived early at the locker room. It seemed that others had already gathered, as he faintly overheard snippets of conversation. As he drew nearer, the voices within the locker room became clear. To his surprise, it was Coach and the star player, Derrick Rose. Rose proclaimed, Coach, I can vouch for Liu. Allow him to join me on the court. I assure you he can make the shots. If he fails to score, you may hold me accountable. What's gotten into you, Rose? Has Liu bribed you to speak on his behalf? Van Gundy's demeanor shifted. Initially, he had intended to let Liu replace Butler as a starter, but now it appeared that Liu had resorted to dubious means to secure his place. This was utterly intolerable. As he observed the coach's expression grow increasingly frosty, Rose sensed his misstep and hastily clarified, I encountered him during last night's extra practice. We had a free throw contest, and he defeated me and LeBron, which is why I wanted to give him a chance. He did not bribe me. Oh, so that's the situation. Upon hearing Rose's explanation, Van Gundy realized his error. After all, he had already promised the starting position to Liu, who had no need to resort to bribery for a final game opportunity. Liu possessed solid fundamentals, yet his physicality in confrontations was lacking. In regular training, free throws were the simplest of tasks. Defeating Rose was hardly surprising. Moreover, LeBron's free throw skills were not exceptional, making Liu's victory quite reasonable. However, during last night's training, I specifically fed him the ball and observed that he handled various tricky passes with remarkable steadiness, and his shooting accuracy was impressive, making him difficult to disrupt. I believe he merely lacks an opportunity. Coach, please grant him this chance. Hearing Rose advocate for him filled Liu with joy. Regardless of his past or present, Derrick Rose remained the Windy City's Rose he had always admired. The champion has emerged, earning the title of Rookie of the Year and clinching the Skills Challenge title during the NBA All-Star Weekend in the same year, followed by an All-Star selection in his second season. It is noteworthy that even prodigies like LeBron James and Luka Doncic were only honored with All-Star selections in their second years. Moreover, Derrick Rose, the youngest MVP in history, ascended like a comet, captivating countless admirers. Alas, he is not only the youngest MVP, but also the one to fall from grace the quickest. Akin to a firework, his fleeting brilliance illuminated the youth of many, albeit briefly. To this day, Liu remains deeply unsettled by Rose's fate. The exuberance of youth followed by the tumult of later career years evokes a profound sense of regret for those who cherish Rose. Perhaps, it would be wise for Rose to reconsider his style of play. Oh, Rose, in my world, your catastrophic injury hindered you, and the pinnacle you reached was merely the Eastern Conference Finals. In this realm, beset by injuries, you may soon find yourself traded to the Knicks. I yearn to rescue you, to see you become my Pippen, my Green and Thompson, as we together forge the glory of a six-time championship dynasty. As the game approached, the head coach of the Bulls announced the starting lineup, surprising many with the inclusion of an Eastern name. Instantly, discussions regarding Liu ignited fervently across major media outlets in China. Little did they know, today marks the final day of Liu's 10-day contract. As the coach has issued an ultimatum, after this game, there will be no renewal of the contract. Liu can only choose to return to the development league or go back to his homeland. Liu paid no mind to these matters. He was earnestly warming up alongside his teammates. Although the decision to start Liu left his teammates, with the exception of Ross, perplexed. They dared not question Van Gundy's authority. They merely cast a few curious glances in Li Yu's direction. Yet, all of this held no significance for him. Li Yu understood that persuading others relies solely on strength and performance. Flattery is the most inadequate choice. When faced with significant matters, one must maintain unwavering focus. When silence is broken, it resonates profoundly. Today promises to be a day of great significance, not only for Li Yu but also for the annals of basketball history. For today it marks the commencement of the basketball deity's inaugural game. As the match is about to begin, all the starting players have taken their positions on the court. Upon witnessing Li Yu's presence, LeBron was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Rose would indeed have Van Gundy start Li Yu. All right, Li Yu. Let me witness your prowess. After last night's revelations, LeBron was convinced that Li Yu merely lacked an opportunity. Had Li Yu joined the Cavaliers, he would undoubtedly showcase to the world just how remarkable Li Yu is. LeBron approached, first embracing Rose in a gesture of camaraderie, before turning to Li Yu. Extending his palm, Li Yu understood the unspoken bond and reciprocated with a clap of hands, followed by an embrace between the two. Li Yu did not anticipate that with merely a clap, LeBron James's hands exuded such formidable strength. It felt as though every finger and palm brimmed with muscle. The physique of this man was truly awe-inspiring. Li Yu was utterly captivated. Although he lacked the enhancement of a character card, his physique was of NBA caliber. Capable of holding its own in the CBA, European leagues, and even in Australia. Yet, to his surprise, he found himself utterly dominated. Such a body, so loyal to marriage, had never been embroiled in scandal. LeBron was the partner that countless dreamt of having. In his past life, Li Yu had admired LeBron's fidelity immensely. Little did he expect to experience the essence of LeBron's physicality in this lifetime. LeBron said little and returned to his team. Li Yu's mood was tranquil. Meanwhile, the forums of Huaxia were ablaze with fervor. The top trending topic on a certain platform read, "After 3 years, Huaxia players have once again graced the NBA stage." The 5th trending topic questioned, "Who is Li Yu?" The 7th trending topic chronicled, Li Yu's journey to pursue his dreams. A headline on a news outlet proclaimed, "With a faint smile, he has garnered the trust of the head coach." In the clash between the Bulls and the Cavaliers, Huaxia's Li Yu takes the starting position. Clicking on the link revealed a photograph of Li Yu, taken at an indeterminate time, where his warm and innocent smile exuded a charming familiarity reminiscent of the boy next door, uplifting the spirits of those who beheld it. Below the image, a flurry of comments erupted. "So handsome. How did I not realize that basketball could be so appealing? He is even more attractive than a model. And that smile, I'm in love." On Li Yu's favorite sports forum, a multitude of threads dedicated to him sprouted like mushrooms after rain. The overwhelming desire of the users to post and reply caused the forum's servers to crash multiple times. At that moment, the leading post had already amassed over 30,000 comments and more than 20,000 likes, with numbers still on the rise, leaving one to wonder just how high they would climb. The post read, "Huaxia player Li Yu represents the Bulls as a starter against LeBron's Cavaliers. After 3 years, a Huaxia player has finally established a foothold in the NBA." Fans of Huaxia had long awaited the next player to enter the NBA, their anticipation palpable. 10 days prior, the news of Li Yu's signing had stirred similar excitement among fans, yet the subsequent stretch of inactivity had left many disheartened. To their astonishment, just 10 days later, Li Yu was granted the opportunity to start, an honor last held by Yi Jianlian 5 years ago. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it appeared Li Yu's contract was secure. Though the situation unfolded differently than many had envisioned, his contract was indeed solidified. As a devoted fan of Li Yu for 30 years, I am elated today and wish to share my joy. Let us celebrate together, on the 6th floor, the 66th floor, the 666th floor, 100 RMB on the 1st floor. Should everyone rally together to elevate this post to 6,000 or 60,000 floors, I shall generously continue to give. Such extravagant displays of wealth are ubiquitous, and apart from distributing money, there seems to be little else to satiate the fervor of the affluent fans. At this moment, both teams are poised and ready to commence the battle. Chapter 6, Taunting LeBron. Driven by an insatiable desire for victory and a deep reverence for the game, Li Yu resolutely chooses the character card of Jordan, unbeknownst to everyone present on the court. They are about to witness a momentous occasion, the first time 2 deities grace the arena. One is LeBron, while the other is Li Yu, a player from Huaxia making his debut on a 10-day contract. From this day forth, the old god steps aside, making way for the new. At this juncture, the starting lineup for the Bulls includes the Windy City Rose, Derrick Rose, the unheralded Huaxia player Li Yu, the veteran Pau Gasol, the brawler Taj Gibson, and the iron-willed Nikola Mirotic. Meanwhile, the Bulls' sole center Joakim Noah and their leading scorer Jimmy Butler are sidelined due to injury. The absence of key players such as Mike Dunleavy and Kirk Hinrich has left the Bulls severely depleted. Otherwise, Van Gundy would not have granted Lee the opportunity to start. The Cavaliers' starting lineup features LeBron James, Kevin Love, Anderson Varejao, Kyrie Irving, and Tristan Thompson. This ensemble can be described as extraordinarily luxurious, boasting 3 All-Stars, 2 of whom were among the top 10 MVP candidates last year, while the other is a prolific scorer. However, the focal point remains LeBron, whose consecutive 4-year finals appearances have showcased his formidable prowess. With such a lineup, the Cavaliers are undoubtedly the frontrunners for this season's championship. Among fans, all 10 would choose the Cavaliers for the title, and 9 out of 10 media representatives would echo this sentiment. The lone dissenting voice does not genuinely believe the Cavaliers cannot win. Rather, it is a necessity for the media to present an opposing viewpoint, leading this individual to feign confusion. Prior to this match, the Cavaliers had achieved an impressive record of 35 wins and 18 losses, securing the second position in the Eastern Conference, while the Raptors led with 37 wins and 15 losses. It is widely acknowledged that while the Raptors are strong in the playoffs, they have historically faltered against LeBron's teams, leaving no discerning fan to assert that the Raptors possess greater strength than the Cavaliers. In contrast, the Bulls have managed only 27 wins against 26 losses, barely maintaining a winning percentage, placing them 7th in the Eastern Conference. Observing such a formidable Cavaliers team and the sparse figures on the Bulls bench, Bulls fans have relinquished hopes for victory, instead wishing for an entertaining contest, hoping merely to avoid a blowout. Naturally, a win would be ideal, but a loss would be acceptable as well. Most fans remain quite rational in their expectations. However, there are also many who have come to support LeBron, finding joy regardless of the outcome. As the game commenced, the tip-off was contested between Pau Gasol and Tristan Thompson. Undoubtedly, the aging Gasol was unable to outjump Thompson, resulting in the Cavaliers securing the initial possession, which was passed to LeBron to orchestrate the offense. Several plays ensued without Lee having an opportunity to score, and the score had already reached 12-6, with the Bulls trailing by 6 points on their home court. Is it possible that the Bulls would concede defeat in the first quarter? The tension among the fans began to rise. Liu's heart began to race. The current circumstances were far from the script he had envisioned. At last, an opportunity presented itself. A figure darted past as Rose deftly evaded Irving and charged towards the basket. Meanwhile, LeBron, tasked with guarding Liu, swiftly collapsed towards the paint, intent on delivering a thunderous block to Rose. As Rose approached, Liu found himself in a complete open space. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist, and the basketball soared into his hands like a cannonball. LeBron glanced back and, upon realizing the ball was in Liu's possession, whether out of instinctive disdain or sheer inability to return in time, he halted his defensive stride, positioning himself beneath the hoop, ready to secure the rebound. Perhaps LeBron doubted that Liu could replicate his previous night's performance in this competitive environment. Those who have played know that practice and actual games are worlds apart. True performance is revealed on the court, and many can seem fierce in training yet falter in real matches. James harbored skepticism regarding Liu's ability to sink his first shot. The pressure on role players during their initial attempt is immense, as it often dictates their continued presence on the court. Typically, they are likely to miss, despite this being a commendable opportunity. Watching Liu prepare to shoot, James felt a twinge of amusement, thinking he could now count on an additional rebound. As Rose passed the ball to Liu, a player from China, many fans in the Bulls' home crowd let out premature sighs. Why pass to this player from China? It would be better for Rose to attempt a layup over LeBron. That player simply cannot make the shot. Rose has a far better chance of scoring. I would wager that this player would miss entirely. I hope he is aware enough not to squander our possession. Why is Rose passing to him? Hurry, pass the ball, player from China, I implore you. In that moment, amidst the multitude of spectators, not a single soul recognized Liu's name. The voices of the fans echoed around him, and a subtle smile graced Liu's face. 3 years had passed, 3 years during which no one knew the trials he had endured or the effort he had invested. After 3 years of relentless effort, I have finally arrived at this moment, seizing the opportunity that has come my way. My intention is not to boast about my own achievements, but rather to proclaim to the world that individuals from the land of Huaxia can excel at the game just as well as anyone else. Foreigners and athletes of color are not inherently superior. The ball arcs gracefully through the air, and with a sharp swish, It passes through the net and lands on the ground, striking the faces of all the boisterous fans. The Bulls score 3 points, and Liu adds 3 more to his tally. The score now stands at 12-9, with the Bulls trailing by 3 points. After his shot, Liu resumes his calm demeanor, leaving everyone present to wonder if the smiling Liu who had just taken the shot had ever existed. LeBron displays a hint of surprise, while Rose wears a smile of validation. In the next possession, Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love attempt a three-pointer for the Cavaliers, but unfortunately, it does not find its mark, and the score remains unchanged. As the Bulls take their turn on offense, Rose brings the ball across half court and halts at the top of the arc, where he is met by a double team from Irving and James. Rose passes the ball to Liu, who is positioned outside the three-point line. However, the pass is slightly low, and as Liu retrieves the ball, Thompson has already rotated over, making it too late for an open shot. Without time to contemplate, Liu instinctively secures the ball with one hand. With a subtle feint of his left shoulder, Tristan Thompson is caught off guard by Liu's deft maneuver, and before he can react, Thompson finds himself lunging to the right. Seeing Thompson momentarily off balance, Liu seizes the opportunity, lunging forward with a dribble and taking a step, gaining a decisive advantage. At this point, Thompson has completely lost his positioning, leaving Liu with only Love in the hoop ahead of him. As Liu approaches, Love instinctively attempts to close the gap. Yet, Liu merely leans forward again, prompting Love to halt in his tracks to prevent Liu from making an easy layup. However, Liu does not advance. Instead, he explosively launches himself into the air, with both body and ball soaring. As Liu prepares to shoot, Love, despite knowing he is too late, rushes forward in an attempt to disrupt the shot. At that moment, something seems amiss with Liu's shot. He hesitates midair. In that fleeting instant, Love arrives, successfully blocking the attack. Though unsure of what went wrong, Love breathes a sigh of relief, thinking he has thwarted the attempt. Yet, Love's premature celebration is short-lived. As he leaps, he's astonished to find he cannot reach Liu's shot. Instead of the ball, he finds himself face-to-face with Liu's armpit. To make matters worse, Love realizes he cannot stop himself in time, colliding with Liu. His face is unceremoniously pressed against Liu's side. Although the game has just begun and there is little sweat, Love finds the experience utterly unpleasant. He lies on the floor, hand on his head, reluctant to rise. As the ball is released, Liu also tumbles to the ground. The moment they hit the floor, the ball swishes through the net. The referee's whistle pierces the air. Liu executed a remarkable 2-on-1 play, bringing the score to 12-11. With the Bulls trailing by a single point, Rose and Gasol approached, joining forces to lift Liu up, both playfully tapping his chest with expressions of astonishment, as if they had unearthed a hidden treasure. Liu, I never anticipated you possessed such skills, Rose mused, taken aback by Liu's unexpected ability to drive to the basket. The shot left the entire arena in awe, Rose included. At the free throw line, Liu focused intently on the hoop, unaware that Irving was watching him from behind, his gaze filled with curiosity and determination. When a true expert takes the stage, their prowess becomes immediately evident. With a single score, 2 feints, and 2 deft maneuvers past defenders, the most impressive aspect was the mid-air pause, which Love had anticipated with every move. Irving realized that even his own exceptional ball-handling skills would struggle to replicate such a feat. Despite possessing some of the finest techniques in the league, this play transcended mere skill. It required extraordinary physical prowess, and that aerial pause was nothing short of extraordinary. Liu exhaled softly and released the ball. With effortless grace, he scored once more, leveling the match at 12-12 as the Bulls drew even. The arena resonated with the fervent cheers of the fans. Liu, Liu, Liu. The home crowd, captivated by Liu's splendid performance, rallied behind him. In moments of obscurity, one may be underestimated, yet upon revealing one's prowess, the support becomes fervent and unwavering. In this world, it is ultimately one's strength that commands respect. The Bulls supporters now recognize that their team boasted not only Rose, but also Liu. As the Bulls seemed poised for a surge, Cavaliers coach Blatt hastily signaled to the referee to request a timeout. Chapter 7. Barclays bit the Bulls' home court was ignited by Liu's exceptional display. Go Bulls! Victory is ours! The fans rallied in unison, their spirits soaring for Liu and Rose. All stood in rapturous acclaim, astonished by the unforeseen brilliance of Liu, the young talent from Huaxia. The spectators waved their colorful banners with wild enthusiasm, and the fervor was palpable. Even Van Gundy found himself swept up in the excitement. He could hardly believe that a daring decision had yielded such remarkable outcomes. Observing Liu's current form, Van Gundy felt a pang of regret for not having started him sooner, lamenting the missed opportunity to harness his formidable skills earlier, which might have spared the Bulls from a predicament of limited options. In merely the first 2 minutes, Liu had accomplished what many stars could not merely scoring 6 points, but showcasing an astonishing level of technical and physical ability. Van Gundy was astounded by the prowess of this young Huaxia talent. As he watched Liu soar and suspend momentarily in the air, Van Gundy's heart raced with exhilaration. Was this human capability? His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he could consume 3 eggs with his gaping mouth. A strong premonition washed over him, suggesting that it was not just Liu's body that was taking flight, but also his value and the Bulls' prospects. Yet, in the next moment, Van Gundy questioned his own sanity for harboring such high expectations for a young man, a Huaxia national, playing in his very first starting game. Although the beginning was promising, the path ahead remained uncertain. Van Gundy chastised himself internally for such audacious thoughts. Merely recalling Liu's remarkable performance, suspended in the air, Van Gundy felt a flicker of possibility. After a moment's contemplation, he sent a message to his assistant, "Prepare a contract for me, a 1-year deal, with the salary left blank for now." In this world, Van Gundy was not only the head coach but also the team's general manager, bestowed with complete authority by the owner, who hoped he could lead the Bulls back to the Eastern Conference Finals. In previous years, with a peak Derrick Rose, the Bulls had reached the Eastern Conference Finals twice. Yet they were thwarted by that formidable man, Liu's counterpart, who had made 8 consecutive finals appearances. Everyone in the East lived under his shadow, even the youngest MVP. The Windy City Rose, Derrick Rose, could not find solace. Now, with Rose's significant injury leaving him merely an edge-of-the-roster all-star, the Bulls' potential was evidently limited. Van Gundy was in search of a solution to restore the Bulls to their former glory, and the possibility of relying on the current Rose was certainly out of the question. He had been considering Butler, but now Liu had entered his field of vision as well. Van Gundy had made the decision to retain Liu until the season's end. Meanwhile, in the broadcast booth, Shaquille O'Neal spread his arms, his entire being seemingly frozen, as if struck by a mystical spell from a distant land pertaining to time. Moments passed. Hey, buddy, stop pretending," Butler remarked, closing his gaping mouth, feigning nonchalance as he patted O'Neal's chest, giving it a slight squeeze. "Jumping that high only nets you 2 points. It's a 2+1. O'Neal shot Butler an annoyed glance. "Bro, have some understanding of the game. Anyone who's played knows how difficult that shot was." He shook his head and continued, "No wonder you've never won a championship. It turns out you're such a novice, relying solely on your talent." All right, you're the champion. Everything you say is right," Butler conceded with a resigned nod. However, this Chinese player, he picked up the game roster to glance at it. "Liu? Yes, that's his name. I dare wager that Liu scored 10 points in this game." O'Neal cradled his head, unable to fathom Butler's words. "Brother, do you even know what you're saying?" O'Neal exclaimed, arms wide open, his expression one of disbelief. He then turned to face the camera, stating, "All right. Butler claims Liu scored 10 points. Let us check Liu's stats now. He has made 2 shots, 2 hits, and 1 of 2 free throws, totaling 6 points. His shooting touch is undeniably scorching, yet Butler insists he reached 10 points. I can hardly believe this is my partner speaking. He clearly lacks understanding of the game. He is merely a glutton who shouldn't be sitting here. Champion, I'm just speaking the truth," he added. "Those who have played the game understand that scoring a mere 18 points in a single quarter does not necessarily signify prowess. One may end the game with the same score. Presently, Lee has accumulated 6 points, and to speak candidly, I doubt he will score again. We have all engaged in the sport and are acutely aware that the dynamics change significantly when faced with a defender. Despite Lee's current tally of 6 points, once his opposing defender intensifies their focus, he will struggle to secure favorable shooting opportunities. LeBron and Irving are not as cumbersome as Tristan Thompson and Kevin Love. I can assure you, Lee's scoring in this match will not exceed 10 points," Barkley stated solemnly. "If that transpires, will you then kiss a donkey's rear?" O'Neal interjected abruptly, interrupting Barkley. Laughter erupted as O'Neal could not contain his amusement, and the others in the live studio joined in merriment. Barkley wore a smile of resignation. Once the laughter subsided, Barkley composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed the camera. "I wager that Lee will not score 10 points in this game. Should I lose, I shall kiss O'Neal." Laughter erupted once more in the studio, as no one anticipated Barkley's bold declaration, clearly a jest. O'Neal appeared bewildered. never expecting to be the subject of such humor, casting a disdainful glance at Barkley. "I refuse," he stated. "Okay, okay," Barkley urged, gesturing for O'Neal to maintain his composure. "If Lee manages to score more than 10 points, I will concede to him a sum of $100,000. The other participants in the live studio were astonished, not expecting Barkley to wager such a significant amount for mere banter. At that moment, the renowned commentator Smith chimed in, expressing, "Personally, I find merit in some of Barkley's assertions. As a role player, Lee may not receive ample opportunities moving forward, making it challenging to assure his scoring. However, the NBA is rife with endless possibilities. Perhaps Lee could surprise us." The international fans in the live studio found the conversation utterly hilarious. Barkley seems to lack his usual boldness. Perhaps the prospect of kissing a donkey's rear is indeed unappealing. Lee's performance has been truly remarkable. He is the second player who gives me the impression of potential stardom, with the first being the undeniable Yao Ming from the Rockets. It is said they hail from the same homeland, yet I wonder if Lee can attain Yao's heights. I find it unlikely. After all, Yao was an All-NBA selection. While for Lee, merely making the All-Star team would be a commendable feat, I share a similar sentiment. The NBA is indeed a formidable arena. If Lee can become an All-Star, then I too would be satisfied. You may think little of it, yet I perceive that Butler has immense potential. His progress this season has been remarkable, and I firmly believe he will excel in the coming 2 or 3 seasons. As for Rose, he has aged, and the future leadership of the Bulls rests between Liu and Butler, a matter that remains to be seen. Chapter 8. The enthusiastic discussions among domestic fans at this moment. Domestic media has spiraled into a frenzy. In a certain NBA live broadcast room, Yang Paul and Wang Ming are astonished. "Goodness, Liu's performance is astonishing, completely beyond my expectations. I truly did not anticipate that he would excel to such a degree." Wang Ming, stroking his bald head, appears incredulous. "This shot should undoubtedly secure a place in today's top 10 plays, not merely because Liu is Chinese, but because this play is genuinely extraordinary," adds Ku Fan, equally exhilarated. In contrast to the excitement of Wang Ming and Ku Fan, the leading host Yang Paul maintains a calm demeanor, at least outwardly. Once Wang Ming and Ku Fan conclude their remarks, Yang Paul shares his perspective. "Liu's performance exemplifies that of a superstar. As long as he is entrusted with the ball, I am confident he can rival any current superstar. Liu undoubtedly possesses superstar caliber." Ku Fan and Wang Ming exchange glances, utterly taken aback by Yang Paul's high regard for Liu. Although they do not vocalize their dissent, Yang Paul perceives their skepticism. Observing Wang Ming and Ku Fan, Yang Paul explains, "Do not underestimate the significance of just 2 shots. They sufficiently demonstrate Liu's formidable technical skills and physical capabilities." He gestures to the director, saying, "Let us review the replay." First, they examine the initial play. A quintessential open shot. Rose drives into the lane, where only Love stands defensively. James, faced with no choice, must relinquish Liu to assist defense. A decision that is entirely justifiable. Even I would have opted for the same defensive strategy. Rose's penetration is too formidable, and everyone is wary, Yang Paul remarks, pausing momentarily before adding with a smile, "Of course, I would not do so now." After encountering a double team, Rose opts not to force a shot but instead passes the ball to Liu, who receives it and releases a shot in one fluid motion. Do not assume that an open 3-point shot is effortless. Observe this play. The pass was slightly deflected by LeBron James, causing Liu to receive the ball at a somewhat elevated position. However, upon jumping to catch it, Liu instinctively adjusted and took the shot, scoring effortlessly. This rhythm in shooting and physical coordination is truly rare. In all my years of watching the NBA, I have scarcely seen players exhibit such remarkable physical harmony and seamless shooting motion. Based solely on this 3-point shot, Liu has already demonstrated shooting prowess sufficient for a place in the NBA. Let us turn our attention to the second play, which hardly requires elaboration. The initial maneuver. Effortlessly sidestepping Thompson is not particularly remarkable. After all, the mobility of a center is inherently slower than that of a guard. However, Liu's deft shoulder feint is a testament to his skill. In my humble opinion, even if Liu were confronted by the likes of LeBron James or Kyrie Irving, the outcome would be no different from his encounter with Thompson. Next, let us observe Liu's subsequent actions. After bypassing Thompson, he does not recklessly charge towards the basket. Instead, he first surveys the situation. This demonstrates Liu's impressive basketball IQ, as he plays with intellect rather than mere instinct. An ordinary role player in the NBA might either storm towards the rim or opt for a pass. Yet Liu distinguishes himself by pausing to analyze before making his decision. What does this indicate? It signifies his high basketball acumen and profound confidence in his abilities. The following sequence is even more exquisite. Upon realizing that Kevin Love stands before him, a player known for his sluggish movement, Liu feigns an aggressive drive to the basket, compelling Love to momentarily halt his defensive approach. In a sudden twist, he combines both hands on the ball and executes a jump shot. Love, in a hurried attempt to close the gap, cannot stop in time and collides with Liu, who not only scores but also earns a chance for an additional free throw. In this moment, Love finds himself outwitted by Liu. Kevin and Wang Ming nod in agreement. Kevin interjects, stating, "I believe many have overlooked a crucial point: the sheer difficulty and technical prowess exhibited in this play. Few in the league can execute a jump shot with such finesse, and Liu's talent is undeniably underestimated." The most challenging aspect of this play lies in Liu's momentary pause mid-air. His body control is truly remarkable. We are all familiar with the iconic scene from Slam Dunk, where Sindhu, in the final moments of the match between Hainan and Lingnan, deliberately hesitates before shooting during a fast break, waiting for Mushi to catch up before releasing the ball. At that point, Lingnan trailed Hainan by 2 points. Had Mushi committed a foul, Sindhu's successful shot would have resulted in a decisive victory. Ultimately, Mushi discerned Sindhu's intentions, refraining from fouling, and Lingnan lost in overtime, which left spectators feeling a sense of regret. Nevertheless, the ability, basketball intelligence, and confidence exhibited by Sindhu left everyone in awe, much like Liu's current play. He anticipated Love's actions, drew the foul mid-air while successfully scoring, showcasing an extraordinary level of skill. I, too, am impressed by Liu. If he can maintain such performance, I firmly believe that the NBA contract awaiting him post-match will be a substantial one. Wang Ming adds, in my opinion, Liu has a significant chance of making it to the All-Star game next year. I hope everyone casts their votes for him. Kufan certainly has his thoughts to share. Let's not digress any further. Let us return to the match and continue to appreciate Liu's splendid performance. Not only in the live stream, but also among the fans watching the game, discussions are fervent. Yang Huahua's chatter remains as absurd as ever, with just 2 goals. He is exaggerating beyond belief. At least wait until the end of this match to make such claims. While Liu's 2 goals are indeed commendable, they hardly warrant the hyperbole of being an all-star level. Such statements are utterly misguided. Setting aside other matters, Liu's performance is truly praiseworthy. I initially thought that if he could score it all in this match, it would be a significant achievement. Yet he surprised me right from the start. Liu is exceptional. Let us maintain some rationality in our praise. Liu is under considerable pressure at the moment. We shouldn't overwhelm him. Goodness, scoring 6 points in 2 minutes. With a 12-minute quarter, he ought to achieve a total of 24 points. Even with a discount, 20 points is impressive. Liu is remarkable. Now, those above should maintain composure and refrain from acting erratically here. Finally, we have a player from Huaxia who has established himself in the NBA, given Liu's performance. He is surely on track to secure a mid-level contract. Oh, Liu is truly exceptional. From this day forth, I shall be a devoted fan of his for 30 years. The external frenzy surrounding Liu is unknown to him. Even if he were aware, he would say little, for his true capabilities extend far beyond this. The audience will eventually grow accustomed to it. The real show is just commencing. Chapter 9. The provocation of Wiggins' Love seems to be still in a daze, sitting on the bench in a state of bewilderment. He never anticipated this. What he thought would be an ordinary match turned into a personal humiliation. Wasn't it said that the physical prowess of Huaxiao individuals was lacking? How is it that Liu can leap so high? I doubt even LeBron could achieve such heights. The Cavaliers' head coach is furious. He could not have imagined that after the Cavaliers gained momentum, they would be retaliated against by an unknown player like Liu. To be scored upon consecutively by an Asian player who has never set foot on an NBA court is a disgrace. Oh dear, I was caught off guard. It won't happen again, coach. Tristan Thompson quickly takes the blame, regardless of whether it's LeBron or Love. Their status in the team is not something he can compare to. Black casts a glance at Love but ultimately chooses to remain silent. He understands that Love has done his best to defend, yet his size hinders his agility. At this moment, Love has not yet begun his weight loss journey. His large physique naturally makes him slower. Of course, even after losing weight, encountering a situation like today's, the outcome might not differ significantly. Observing Love's condition, Blatt decides to substitute him. Kevin, take a breather. I'll have Dion Waiters defend against Liu. He is quicker on his feet and can keep up. Lufu Machinery nodded in contemplation, lost in thought. The brief intermission swiftly came to a close. Coach Van Gundy of the Bulls made no extraordinary arrangements, simply instructing the players to perform as usual. The one with the better opportunity should take the shot. As they returned to the court, the fervor of the spectators had somewhat subsided. Nevertheless, murmurs of discussion about Li Yu, the remarkable individual from Huaxia, could still be heard. As he had indeed delivered a delightful surprise today, Li Yu's emotions surged and his desire to score intensified. As the game resumed, Dion Waiters of the Cavaliers dribbled past half court, subsequently passing the ball to LeBron to orchestrate the offense. After a series of deft movements, Waiters successfully executed a three-point shot, allowing the Cavaliers to regain the lead. In the Bulls' possession, Rose initiated the offensive play. This time, Li Yu found himself without a favorable opportunity. Rose, using Pau Gasol's screen, drove to the basket and scored with a graceful layup. A rose is indeed a rose. The visual splendor was simply enchanting. Witnessing the game live offered a vastly different experience compared to watching on television. For a basketball enthusiast, attending a game in person is the ultimate reward. Returning to the Cavaliers' possession, Rose brought the ball past half court once more. Dion Waiters positioned himself in front of Li Yu, a smirk of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. With a mischievous grin, Waiters taunted Li Yu, declaring, "From now on, I will ensure you score not a single point." Li Yu remained expressionless, seemingly unperturbed by Dion Waiters' words. How could a lion concern itself with the utterances of a mere sheep? Observing Li Yu's indifference, Dion Waiters continued, "LeBron remarked on your impeccable shooting from the free throw line, effortlessly besting him in Rose. However, a game is not merely about free throws. With no defenders and someone solely dedicated to providing you with the ball, allow me to demonstrate what constitutes NBA-level offense. Your prowess in table tennis may be commendable, but basketball? Humph." A peculiar emotion stirred within Li Yu, a fierce flame igniting in his heart. Dion Waiters continued to smirk, oblivious to the impending wrath that would reduce him to ashes. "LeBron, I have an open spot here." Waiters beckoned to LeBron James, signaling for a pass. LeBron paused, perplexed. Was Li Yu positioned well in front of Waiters? However, it soon dawned on him. Waiters intended to humiliate Li Yu. "Li Yu, I concede your shooting skills are commendable, your touch exquisite. Yet, that is solely on the offensive end. On defense, your physique, as a representative of Huaxia, resembles a black hole on the court. Just like those shooters, you two cannot escape the impending destruction." LeBron passed the ball to Waiters, eliciting knowing smiles from the Cavaliers. Everyone understood that Waiters was merely exhausting Li Yu. The stamina of a shooter is finite, and when targeted defensively, offensive prowess inevitably diminishes. The Bulls' teammates felt a twinge of urgency. The Cavaliers were indeed cunning, recognizing Li Yu's limitations as a Huaxia player, choosing to exploit him. In that moment, all players' attentions converged on the confrontation between Li Yu and Waiters. The fans echoed this sentiment, jeering as they witnessed Waiters' attempt to isolate Li Yu. What a cowardly weakling. He only seeks our defensive vulnerabilities. If he has the guts, let him challenge Rose instead. Li Yu found himself in a dire predicament. Just as he began to shine offensively, he was immediately targeted defensively. One could only hope he could withstand the pressure. But could he truly hold his ground? As a Huaxia player, even Rose would struggle against Waiters, a master of isolation plays in the NBA. Fans were already lamenting Li Yu's situation. Those watching from Huaxia felt their hearts race with uncertainty. Would he be able to withstand the onslaught? If he faltered, given Van Gundy's tendencies, Li Yu would likely be pulled from the game after only a few possessions, just as he was beginning to find his rhythm on offense. It would be a travesty if he were swiftly sidelined, rendering those 6 points utterly wasted. Waiters sensed the collective gaze of the crowd, invigorating him further. With a malicious grin directed at Li Yu, he thought, prepare to be obliterated. Yet, Li Yu remained expressionless. Did he not fear me? How naive. Does he not realize who I am? I am Dion Waiters. Humph. If he thinks he can intimidate me, he is sorely mistaken. I shall demonstrate the chasm that lies between us. With both hands gripping the ball, Waiters suddenly elevated. Li Yu, your first basket was a wide-open three-pointer. So I shall return the favor with a pull-up three. To psychologically conquer an adversary, it is most effective to surpass and defeat them in their area of expertise. In a heartbeat, Waiters had already soared into the air, poised to execute his shot. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Rejoice, for this shot is destined to succeed. In that fleeting moment, Dion Waiters had envisioned his celebratory gesture. Wait, hold on. Where's my ball? A look of disbelief washed over Waiters' face. Just as he prepared to release the shot, He realized the ball had inexplicably vanished from his grasp. Lowering his gaze, he was astonished to find that the ball had somehow landed in Liyu's possession. How could this be? In an instant, Waiter's pupils dilated in utter disbelief. As he lunged forward, he had already dashed out, leaving everyone else behind. Chapter 10. Challenging James. It is a well-known fact that losing possession at the top of the arc as a guard is the most perilous scenario, for it allows opposing players to launch a direct assault on the basket, resulting in a remarkably high scoring rate on fast breaks. Hence, when players seize the opportunity for a counterattack, they often opt to take matters into their own hands and drive straight to the rim. However, exceptions do exist. When facing the Cavaliers, the hearts of those embarking on fast breaks beat with heightened intensity, as they fear the man capable of producing highlight reel blocks. Despite having assessed the situation and seemingly having created separation, just as they attempt to score, that individual appears out of nowhere, executing a volleyball-style rejection, leaving them bewildered and questioning their very existence. Everyone knows that this man is none other than James. With immense strength, he can rival centers. His speed is akin to that of a soaring eagle, far surpassing that of guards. His physique is almost superhuman. A person who possesses both speed and strength in perfect harmony is undoubtedly a divine creation, the unequivocal chosen one. Liu had just taken flight when a shadow, dark as night, swiftly followed suit. It was LeBron James, hot on Liu's heels. Alas, Liu was bound to be blocked. Another highlight of James' shot-blocking prowess would soon feature a player from China. One can only hope Liu would exercise wisdom. Challenging LeBron James seldom ends well. I suspect that Rose, currently on the court, understands this sentiment all too well and has likely discussed it with Liu. Rajon Rondo of the Celtics even acknowledged this remark with approval. As he witnessed James trailing behind Liu, Rose felt a shiver traverse his scalp. He quickly urged, "Liu, hold back, steady yourself." Upon hearing Rose's words, Liu hesitated momentarily, but then surged forward once again. In that brief pause, LeBron James had already caught up. The two now separated by mere inches. To everyone's astonishment, Liu chose not to halt and orchestrate an offense. Instead, he barreled towards the basket, intent on scoring. All Bulls fans instinctively placed their hands on their foreheads, bracing for what they anticipated would be a merciless scene, one they could hardly bear to witness. Oh, Liu. What folly. If you must charge, do so without hesitation. Why pause? You're courting disaster. It is hoped that this moment serves as a lesson for Liu, prompting him to exercise greater caution in future counterattacks. Had he truly lost his senses on the court? With LeBron hot on his trail, one would urge the coach to substitute him, allowing him time to regain composure. After scoring just a few points, he seemed to be floating, audaciously challenging LeBron James. The Cavaliers fans were increasingly exhilarated. LeBron's shot-blocking feats had become a staple of their entertainment, a spectacle to be enjoyed every few games. All Cavaliers supporters leapt to their feet, their excitement palpable for anyone to see. The impending scene was all too predictable. Just as Liu believed he had evaded James and was poised to score, James soared from behind, executing a merciless block that sent the basketball flying into the stands. Or perhaps, LeBron would swat the ball against the backboard with force. Undoubtedly, Liu would lose his balance, hurtling to the floor, his incredulous gaze fixed upon LeBron James. This young man from China possesses audacity, but shall it truly unfold this way? At this moment, Li had arrived in the 3-second zone, and he could sense a shadow looming right behind him. Without further ado, it was none other than LeBron James. Excitement coursed through Liu's heart. Under the relentless pursuit of LeBron James, he had successfully scored while drawing a foul, a script he had long envisioned. "LeBron, are you ready? Welcome to my performance." In that fleeting moment, Liu leapt into the air, yet LeBron had already closed in behind him. Extending his large hands like a majestic eagle poised to seize its prey, wings unfurled and ready. In the next instant, his talons were destined to descend upon their target. LeBron's right hand was already reaching for the basketball in Liu's grasp, foreshadowing an imminent clash. Rose had halted his advance. There was no time. Even if he rushed now, he would be unable to secure the rebound. With LeBron chasing Liu, Waiters was prepared to snatch the rebound. He had to guard against Waiters' counterattack. Observing the two figures suspended in the air, Rose began to prepare a silent prayer for Liu. "Liu, may this not cast too great a shadow over you. The success of your counterattack hinges on who follows behind you." Challenging James was, indeed, a most unwise undertaking, as he felt his hand make contact with the ball. A cruel smile of predation appeared on LeBron James' face. Just a fraction away, perhaps mere millimeters from seizing the ball, suddenly, the basketball plummeted, slipping beyond the reach of LeBron's hands. What was happening? LeBron was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that Liu had grasped the ball with one hand, pulling it down just in time to evade James' left-hand grasp. Futile effort. Liu, seeking a layup? I still have my right hand, which is sufficient to obstruct your shooting angle. LeBron quickly spread his right hand to intercept Liu's left. Yet, once again, James had miscalculated. Liu's left hand was utterly empty, while the ball was firmly grasped in his right palm. In that moment, Liu transformed his grip from cradling to clutching, yanking the ball to the right, inadvertently colliding with LeBron James's outstretched hand, which was poised for a block. Alas, this resulted in a foul. However, as long as it disrupted Liu's layup, it could be considered a minor loss. Wait, the ball remained under Liu's control. LeBron James watched in disbelief as Liu's fingers twitched ever so slightly, sending the basketball soaring in a magnificent arc, ultimately cascading through the hoop. Damn, this time he truly suffered a double loss. James cursed silently in his mind. Just then, with the referee's whistle echoing, both players collapsed onto the floor. Liu has once again accomplished a remarkable three-point play, this time against the formidable LeBron James. With a score of 15-12, the Bulls have claimed their first lead. Astonishingly, Liu demonstrated such prowess, effortlessly completing the play despite James' defensive pressure. The Bulls have struck gold with this talent. Who dares to label Liu merely a benchwarmer? It's high time for those skeptics to queue up and offer their apologies. In my view, he is undoubtedly capable of achieving a starting position. Rose could scarcely believe his eyes. Liu paused for just a moment, yet still managed to score against James. After enduring so many blocks from James himself, could it be that he was inferior to Liu? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. Rose promptly dismissed the thought. After all, he is the youngest MVP. It was merely one play, just one play, nothing to fret over. With this, Rose sought to reassure himself. Liu once again stood at the free throw line. Without a doubt, another point was imminent. Hey, Barkley, anything to say? I think you should start preparing your cash. Liu has already scored 9 points, and if he nets another, you're done for. O'Neal and Smith exchanged knowing smiles at Barkley, whose face bore a resigned grin. Liu's prowess is utterly astonishing. How can he be so formidable? Is he intent on outdoing the Cavaliers? Smith remarked. If only Liu played for the Knicks, he added, laughter erupting from everyone, including Barkley. Smith shot a playful glare at the others and said to Barkley, hurry up and get your cash ready. The Knicks are the least of your worries. Barkley replied, all right. Money is no issue. My friend, I have plenty to spare, just a mere 100,000. It's a trivial matter. Observing Barkley's resigned demeanor, O'Neal and Smith couldn't help but chuckle in a teasing manner. While everyone laughed, both O'Neal and Barkley began to regard Liu, this Eastern lad hailing from the same land as Yao, with newfound respect. Liu, how many more surprises can you bestow upon us? The basketball luminaries were increasingly eager to witness Liu's performance. Chapter 11. The blood-blocking vitesse a game can feel interminably long or fleetingly brief. Yet for Liu at this moment, the concept seemed irrelevant. He was wholly immersed in the match, reveling in the joy it brought him. The game continued. Thompson initiated the play, and James received the ball, crossing half-court while dribbling. James cast a deep glance at Liu, realizing that this Chinese player was far more impressive than he had initially presumed. Nevertheless, it was just a single play. It did not signify much in the grand scheme. Liu continued to face off against Waiters, casting a glance at him, which prompted Waiters to adopt a serious demeanor. This fellow possesses remarkable skills. Recalling Liu's ghostly steal moments ago, Waiters remained perplexed about how Liu had managed to snatch the ball from his grasp. I shall not commit the same error again, Liu. Reflecting on the earlier incident, an inexplicable sense of shame welled within Waiters. He had never anticipated that the player he looked down upon, Liu, would impart a lesson upon him. All being NBA players, he realized he must not underestimate others. Positioning himself on the right flank, with his right hand leaning against Liu, Waiters raised his left hand to beckon James for the ball, signaling his intent to go one-on-one. One must rise where they have fallen. A fiercely competitive spirit, Waiters could hardly refrain from seeking retribution. Aware of Waiters' readiness, James understood that the latter sought to reclaim his pride. It was not only Waiters who had suffered embarrassment. James felt he had faltered as well. Initially believing he had Liu in check, he was taken aback when Liu executed a three-point play, leaving James' expression somewhat tarnished. Thus, it was imperative to rectify the situation. James gently tossed the ball, which landed in Waiters' hands. Upon receiving it, Waiters' confidence surged anew as he pivoted. fixing his gaze upon Liu. This time, I shall not allow you to steal the ball again. Waiters expected Liu to avert his gaze, but instead, he was met with Liu's calm, fathomless stare, as if defending against waiters was a commonplace affair, akin to eating or sleeping. The intensity of Liu's gaze stirred an inexplicable irritation within waiters. Who do you think you are? I am waiters. No one can disregard me. You shall pay a price. I will score relentlessly over you, and you will come to know who waiters truly is. As the two players locked their eyes on the court, both players and fans recognized the brewing confrontation. The Cavaliers' supporters vociferously chanted, "Defense! Defense! Defense!" This was not only a show of support for the team and for Liu, but also an attempt to rattle waiters. This phenomenon contributes to the generally higher win rates of NBA teams at home. Under the scrutiny of home fans, many players find their performance affected, unable to showcase their true capabilities. Only a select few, those with ironclad nerves, not only maintain their composure, but also elevate their game, becoming even more invigorated. Without question, waiters belong to the latter category. Relishing the boos from the Bulls' home crowd, waiters wore a smile of enjoyment. Shout all you want, as loud as you may be now. When I dominate Liu and the Cavaliers' triumph over the Bulls, you will have nothing left to say. With the ball firmly grasped in both hands and positioned at his left hip, waiters began to adjust his steps, preparing for a powerful offensive maneuver. Observing the cold smirk on waiters' face, the Cavaliers fans understood that he had entered the zone. This time, he was certain to succeed. Many fans shared in the excitement, chanting fervently for his triumph over the opposing player. Take him down. Obliterate that player from Huaxia. Show him who you are, for you are waiters. The one who even Kyrie respects. How can a player from Huaxia possibly defend against you? They urged waiters to assert dominance, reminding him that this arena was not meant for the likes of him. He should return to his homeland. Waiters was determined to demonstrate that the earlier steal by that Huaxia player was merely a lapse in his focus, revealing his true prowess. Hey, waiters. Enlighten our friend from Huaxia. The NBA is not as easy as it seems. Teach him a lesson. Energized, waiters turned to Liu and proclaimed, Liu, I am going to overpower you. Liu remained remarkably composed, asserting that uttering harsh words was futile and not in his nature. If Vitesse sought to overpower him, so be it. He was eager to witness whether Vitesse possessed the capability. Observing Liu's tranquil demeanor, Vitesse felt genuinely affronted. With a feint and a swift movement, Vitesse propelled himself with extraordinary force, launching off the ground as if he were a human projectile. To the spectators' astonishment, Vitesse had already gained a step on Liu, swiftly advancing towards the basket, poised to score. I had anticipated this. How could that individual from Huaxia possibly defend against Vitesse? The previous interception was merely a result of Vitesse's overconfidence. Indeed, Vitesse effortlessly distanced himself from Liu with just a single step. It appeared almost too easy. Frankly, given the apparent inadequacy of this Huaxia individual's defense, I could do just as well. Goodness, the defensive skills of this Huaxia player are abysmally poor. Surely, even a mere post could not be so easily bypassed by Vitesse. Alas, it seems evident that, despite this Huaxia player's commendable offensive abilities, his defensive skills are woefully lacking. Our interior still relies on the veteran Gasol, and this match is bound to be a disaster. There seems to be no alternative. If this Huaxia individual were indeed as formidable as claimed, capable of both offense and defense, he would not have remained on the bench for so long. Vitesse was slightly surprised to have evaded Liu so effortlessly. It turned out he was nothing more than a paper tiger. I had presumed his defense to be considerably more formidable. Having surpassed Liu, Vitesse glided into the paint, leaping effortlessly past the impending defense of Gasol. The rim lay before him, and with a powerful leap, he prepared to execute a thunderous dunk. A cold intensity graced Vitesse's features as he envisioned his celebratory gesture, intending to mock Liu's stature. What a pretentious display for someone lacking true strength. Do you even deserve it, Liu? I detest those who flaunt themselves in front of me. Recalling Liu's earlier, expressionless visage, a surge of exhilaration coursed through Vitesse. He was determined to unleash all his might upon the rim. The ball was mere inches from the basket, and Vitesse's tongue had already emerged in anticipation of celebration. However, to his astonishment, Vitesse found that the ball could advance no further. An overwhelming force suddenly bore down upon it. Vitesse felt as if he were being crushed. The power was so immense that his body seemed to betray him, collapsing involuntarily. Who could it be that could match my pace with such remarkable strength? A wave of confusion washed over Vitesse. The terrifying force he had just encountered rivaled that of LeBron James. Reluctantly, he cast a sidelong glance, and there, in stark contrast to his own turmoil, was Li Yu's serene countenance. Vitesse watched in disbelief as Li Yu effortlessly grasped the ball with one hand, his head already eclipsing the rim. What in the world is this creature? Vitus lay astounded on the ground, utterly incredulous. Chapter 12. The Mighty Li Yu. It was difficult for Vitus to believe that he had fallen for such a ruse. Had he truly been led into a trap? Had Li Yu intentionally allowed him a momentary advantage only to ensnare him? The realization struck Vitus with a profound sense of dismay. The ease with which he had bypassed Li Yu was, in fact, a deliberate ploy. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of embarrassment flushed over his face. He had intended to humiliate Li Yu with a dunk, yet had instead received a harsh lesson. Observing Li Yu's calm demeanor after blocking the shot, Vitus felt a surge of frustration. How is he so extraordinary? This show-off was infuriating, yet there was no denying his remarkable prowess. Following these two defensive plays, the Cavaliers understood that targeting Li Yu as a weak link was an ineffective strategy. At that moment, Rose approached, and Li Yu passed the ball to him, allowing Rose to orchestrate the offense. The Cavaliers, having learned from their previous error, swiftly returned to defense, denying the Bulls any opportunity for a fast break layup. As Rose received the ball, he gave Li Yu a thumbs up. "Brother, well done." Li Yu smiled and responded with 2 thumbs up. To my surprise, his face did indeed convey emotion. I had thought he was expressionless. Witnessing Li Yu's smile, Waiters, while rising, muttered to himself. As Li Yu soared over Waiters, the audience erupted in applause, many fans involuntarily rising to cheer. Truly, this Chinese player is remarkable. I declare, from this day forth, I shall be his fan for 30 years. Hey, brother in front, what is the name of this extraordinary Chinese player? I actually don't know either. This is my first day knowing him. His name is Li Yu, you faux fan. Why is he so impressive? Why did our coaching staff only allow him to play now? Their judgment is questionable. Unbelievable. Brother, did you see that? When Li Yu blocked Waiters, his head was above the rim, right? I can't be mistaken. That was simply outrageous. Wow, I thought I was seeing things, but it's true. His physical prowess is astonishing. This play, this block, it's reminiscent of Kwame Brown. Nonsense. Does Kwame Brown possess such offensive skills? This chase-down block clearly mirrors LeBron's style. How can you compare? LeBron is imposing, but lacks the grace and lightness that Li Yu possesses. He is far less appealing. I assert that Li Yu is not like anyone else. He is uniquely himself and destined to be a future superstar. Just wait and see. The nearby fans regarded this brother as somewhat mad, though a few supported his sentiments. Many fans felt it was premature to label Li Yu a future star based solely on his current performance, especially given it was merely half a quarter of play, which hardly suffices as evidence. However, what do fans truly understand? At this moment, the players on the court gradually began to recognize Li Yu's formidable presence. As LeBron retreated defensively, he reflected on the misfortune that had befallen Waiters. Li Yu, have we all underestimated you? For some inexplicable reason. As he observed Li Yu, LeBron felt an unsettling sensation, as if something intrinsic was being taken from him. A sense of crisis lingered in LeBron's mind, refusing to dissipate. Li Yu's actions mirrored his own too closely. Li Yu, have you gained such confidence? I rely on years of accumulated experience from competition. I rely on my unparalleled physical attributes in the NBA. I rely on the confidence of a GOAT. But Li Yu, what do you rely on to exude such confidence and composure? Your demeanor even surpasses mine. Are you truly that formidable? As the Bulls advanced into the offensive half, the Cavaliers players were already fully focused. This sense of urgency, typically reserved for the fourth quarter, emerged in the first due to Li Yu's relentless play. The Cavaliers sensed that if they did not intensify their efforts, the Bulls would gain momentum, making victory increasingly elusive. They needed to quell the energy that Li Yu had ignited. The game continued, with Waiters closely shadowing Li Yu, as though he intended to consume him whole. If the offense faltered, they would reclaim their dignity through defense. Li Yu, this time, scoring is out of the question for you. Others may find success, but not you. Waiters seemed to convey through his relentless defense. Observing Waiters' tight coverage on Li Yu, Rose took matters into his own hands, recognizing that he was the cornerstone of the team. This was the confidence expected of a most valuable player. Mirotic positioned himself at the three-point line, ready to receive the ball from Rose while simultaneously setting a screen. The duo executed a pick and roll, allowing Rose to either drive to the basket for a layup or pass to Mirotic, whose three-point shooting was impeccable. Mirotic could serve as a formidable presence, either as a shooting tower or by moving into the paint to receive Rose's pass for a shot or layup when Rose faced double coverage. After the screen, Rose found himself in front of Thompson. With a surge of acceleration, he charged toward the paint. Unfortunately, Irving was right on his heels. Rose, having lost much of his explosive power post-injury, hesitated where he once would have soared for an effortless layup. As he faltered, he noticed James closing in for the double team. Frustration brewed within Rose. He was acutely aware that his former speed and explosiveness had diminished, along with the confidence that accompanied them, just as uncertainty clouded his judgment. Rose caught sight of Liu suddenly breaking free to a position where he could be seen at the arc's peak. Spotting Liu steadied Rose's heart. Before the double team fully materialized, he flung the ball toward Liu, who adeptly caught it. How fast is Liu? Waiters realized too late that Liu had received the pass, prompting him to sprint towards Liu in a desperate attempt to block his shot. Li, with one hand gripping the ball, gently swayed it above his head, sending Vitesse soaring into the air. Paying no heed to the airborne Vitesse, Li leapt and released the ball, securing another 3 points. With a score of 18-12, the Bulls extended their lead to 6 points. Li's personal score reached 12 points. With a gaze fixed on Li as he took his shot, Waiters found himself momentarily stunned as the ball swished through the net. There was no way to defend against it. He felt utterly helpless. Focus, Waiters. Stay with your man, James exclaimed, noticing that Waiters had lost track of Li, allowing him to score effortlessly once more. This made James feel a twinge of displeasure, prompting him to remind Waiters once again. Otherwise, you might as well take on the defense yourself. Waiters nearly let an expletive slip. Damn it, Li is just too formidable. What can I do? Of course, Waiters' rationality prevented him from voicing such frustrations. He could only nod helplessly, acknowledging his understanding. Chapter 13. Overwhelming the Cavaliers. When one's abilities reach their peak, everything else falls into place effortlessly. Li never anticipated that scoring in the NBA would be so effortless, as simple as eating or drinking. In merely half a quarter of play, he had already amassed 12 points, a truly surreal experience. Li distinctly recalls that Yao Ming, the illustrious Chinese first overall pick in the NBA, scored a mere 0 points in his inaugural game and managed only 2 points in his second. It was not until he had played for over half a month that he finally surpassed 10 points in a match against the Pacers. The NBA is an exceedingly challenging arena. Apart from Yao, no other Chinese player has truly made a mark. Yi Jianlian and Wang Zhizhi have only demonstrated a modicum of success, while the likes of Bader, Sun Yu, and Shou Qi can be regarded as mere mascots. However, this does not imply a lack of effort on their part. Sun Yu's dedication is widely acknowledged. The primary issue remains the disparity in innate talent. Liu felt immensely fortunate. The system is formidable, yet the most significant factor remains the unparalleled strength of Jordan. This is Jordan with merely an 85% match value. Were he at a full 100%, he could likely single-handedly dismantle this Cavaliers team. Jordan's prowess on both offense and defense is simply terrifying. Liu now firmly believes that had Jordan been born in this era, the assertion of averaging 40 points per game would hold true. The game continues, and Liu's fervent form remains unabated. In the subsequent possession, Irving sinks a three-pointer, allowing the Cavaliers to claw back 3 points and narrow the deficit to 3. Moments later, Liu executes a mid-range jumper, scoring once more. In yet another sequence, he intercepts Thompson, launching a fast break that culminates in an impressive three-point play. Despite the Cavaliers' relentless offensive efforts, they fail to close the gap, and the margin instead widens. As the clock ticks down to the final 3 minutes, Liu prepares to initiate another offensive maneuver when the referee suddenly signals for an official timeout, prompting all players to gradually return to the bench. At this juncture, the scoreboard reads 38-25, with the Bulls extending their lead to 13 points. As they make their way back to the bench, every player exuberantly collides with Liu, unable to contain their excitement over his astonishing performance. Thus far, Liu has accumulated an impressive 28 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists, single-handedly propelling the Bulls ahead of the Cavaliers. Upon returning to the bench, all eyes are fixed on Liu. Is it possible that a deity has descended among us? Bulls coach Van Gundy pats Liu on the shoulder and inquires with a smile. Liu responded calmly, "I don't know." Ha. The Bulls players erupted in laughter, leading by 13 points, their spirits remarkably elevated. Perhaps, just perhaps, they could triumph over the Cavaliers, a team boasting the talents of James, Irving, and Love. Who would dare claim victory against them? At this juncture, the Cavaliers had gelled impressively, recently achieving a remarkable 12-game winning streak. Should they continue their ascent, they might even challenge the Rockets' record of 21 consecutive wins. Indeed, to be ahead by 13 points was already commendable. If the injury-plagued Bulls were to conquer a team of such formidable strength as the Cavaliers, it would undoubtedly be attributed to Liu's efforts. As the timeout drew to a close, Van Gundy pointed towards the Cavaliers' direction and proclaimed loudly, "Today, we shall thwart the Cavaliers' 13-game winning streak. We cannot allow them to establish glory atop us. Thus far, you have executed flawlessly, and I implore you to maintain this momentum. Let us assess the scoreboard at the conclusion of this match. I hope to see that number grow. Can you achieve this?" "Yes." All the players affirmed with resolute nods and voices. "Very well, children, let us return to the court." Upon returning to the court, the Cavaliers altered their defensive strategy, transitioning from man-to-man coverage to a 3-2 zone defense. This formation significantly heightened the difficulty for players attempting to penetrate, effectively curbing the advances of Rose and Liu. Simultaneously, the defenders maintained a close proximity to the three-point line, poised to disrupt any long-range attempts, thereby amplifying the pressure on offensive players. Indeed, this round concluded with Mirotic's unsuccessful three-point shot. As the Cavaliers regained possession, LeBron James surged into the paint, successfully completing a 2-0 play, signaling the Cavaliers' intent to narrow the score gap. Van Gundy, observing the shifting dynamics on the court, vocally urged Rose to accelerate the pace. However, the Cavaliers players exhibited remarkable mobility, leaving Rose unable to find an opportunity for a counter layup. Recognizing this, Liu understood that he must shoulder greater responsibility. Arriving in his half of the court, Liu positioned himself at the left side of the basket, near the 45-degree free throw line. Leaning forward, he utilized his left hand to shield himself from waiters, seeking an advantageous position. With one hand raised skyward, he signaled Rose to pass the ball. After a moment of hesitation, Rose chose to trust Liu and made the pass. This extraordinary individual had already brought Rose countless surprises that day, warranting further faith in his abilities. Though it seemed absurd, Rose contemplated the possibility of stepping into a secondary role. Perhaps it was inevitable. Additionally, Butler's significant improvement loomed large, as he seemed to be eclipsing Rose's stature. Were it not for Rose being the first MVP in Bulls history, coupled with the deep affection from the organization and its fans, Butler might have already ascended to prominence. Moreover, the likelihood of a trade lingered in the air, as rumors swirled, and Rose was acutely aware of this reality. Thus, he felt a sense of duty to support Liu, enabling him to shine in such a remarkable fashion. Of course, what Liu primarily lacked was an opportunity. With his talent, he could illuminate any court. After passing to Liu, Rose remained ready to receive the ball. With his back to Waiters, Liu prepared for a post-up play. Witnessing Liu's movements, Waiters thought to himself, "Goodness, could it be that Liu can also execute a back-to-the-basket play?" It was no surprise that Waiters was astonished. In today's league, there were few perimeter players adept at such techniques, and those who excelled were typically well-known figures. Lee demonstrated exceptional three-point shooting and driving capabilities in the preceding match. However, when it comes to post-up isolation, Lee, you seem to have become somewhat arrogant, scoring merely 28 points and you've forgotten your place. Still wishing to showcase your post moves. I am curious to see how you intend to isolate me. Oh my, how powerful is Lee's backside? Before Waiters could even establish his stance, Lee had already begun his post play. With a swift thrust of his hips, he effortlessly displaced Waiters, creating ample space for his shot. Lee gathered the ball and leaped, securing another 2 points. In the subsequent possession, Lee repeated his earlier success, effortlessly adding another 2 points to his tally. Goodness, Waiters must be on the verge of exploding. He has been thoroughly dominated by Lee in every conceivable manner today. Waiters, let me take over. Observe how I defend against Lee. How could you allow him to outplay you so woefully? At this rate, he may score 5 consecutive times against you. Witnessing Waiters struggle to contain Lee, James grew increasingly anxious as the score gap widened. Resolving to take matters into his own hands, James decided to shoot. Normally, if subjected to such criticism, one would feel quite irked. However, in this instance, Waiters felt inexplicably relieved. Finally, he would no longer have to defend against that rascal Lee. Waiters was on the brink of a breakdown from Lee's relentless assaults. Even without James's urging, he contemplated requesting a defensive switch. It was primarily the embarrassment of being the one to request the switch after being thoroughly outplayed that held him back, as it would surely turn him into a laughingstock within the league. LeBron, Lee is no easy opponent to defend. Waiters nodded at James, indicating his acceptance of the critique, yet internally he scoffed. If only LeBron were. Hey, then I wonder who would still mention me whenever my name arises. Fans would surely chime in. Waiters was overwhelmed, but didn't LeBron also struggle? Why is that never mentioned? With this thought, Waiters felt a surge of joy. If he could witness LeBron James falter even once, then losing this match wouldn't feel so devastating. Moreover, Waiters was convinced that given Lee's current form, not even the Almighty could contain him. He knew that in the East, there exists a term, zone. At this moment, Waiters sensed that Lee was firmly within that zone. In the next possession, it was James's turn to defend against Lee. With his height and weight advantage, coupled with impressive agility, everyone on the court speculated that Lee would not demand the ball this time. Alas, Lee's prowess had surpassed their expectations, rendering their predictions utterly futile. Liu continued to request the ball, and Rose cooperatively passed it to him. Indeed, James was exceptional. Liu felt as though he was contending against steel. Even if one were to consider Jordan at 85%, or even a full 100, in terms of physical strength, he would still be somewhat inferior to James. However, basketball is not a mere brawl, and there is no necessity for a head-on clash. After 2 confrontations with James, Liu harnessed the energy from their rivalry. With a swift pivot to the right, a clear shooting space materialized before him. Instantly, Liu executed a fadeaway jumper, once again finding success. James, equally formidable, astonishingly closed the gap, nearly able to contest Liu's shot. However, it proved futile. A mere fraction of a distance separated them. A minuscule divergence that rendered their efforts futile, akin to the vast expanse between heaven and earth. Liu effortlessly scored 3 points against James. The distance between them resembling an insurmountable chasm, tantalizing yet unattainable. The spectators were left in awe, unable to fathom how Liu approached James with such ease. Akin to a child playing against an elder. Only Waiters pondered, as expected. Yet, upon further reflection, he found the situation increasingly daunting. If even LeBron James could not contain Liu, then the latter was truly formidable. Witnessing Liu's scoring as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables, Cavaliers coach Black could no longer remain passive. He quickly signaled for his players to double-team Liu the moment he received the ball beyond the three-point line, denying him any opportunity for a one-on-one engagement. As the next play unfolded, as Liu received the ball, 2 defenders swiftly converged upon him, denying him any opportunity to make a play. However, this defensive strategy inadvertently exposed vulnerabilities in the Cavaliers' formation, allowing the Bulls to capitalize with successful attacks, further widening the point gap. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Bulls led the Cavaliers 53-32, having amassed a staggering 21-point advantage that caught everyone by surprise. Chapter 14. Boundless prospects. Upon returning to the bench, the players were filled with elation. A 21-point lead meant that even if the Bulls were to score only single digits in the second quarter, the Cavaliers would struggle to surpass them. Everyone mused how advantageous it would have been had this been the third quarter, for an offense as formidable as the Cavaliers. To borrow the words of a later coach from Huaxia, a 20-point deficit is hardly daunting. With 3 quarters remaining, overcoming such a gap would be well within their capabilities. After all, this 21-point lead was predominantly the result of Liu's extraordinary performance. It was inconceivable for Liu to maintain such a level of intensity throughout the entire game. The remainder would undoubtedly depend on the collective efforts of the team. Nevertheless, with a foundation of a 21-point advantage, the Bulls were brimming with confidence about securing victory. Should they falter, the disgrace would forever mark them, subjected to ridicule and scorn, reminiscent of Paul's 58-point ordeal that haunted him for life. At this moment, numerous fans were already speculating whether the Bulls could triumph by 58 points. Leading by 21 in one quarter, could they not achieve 84 points over 4 quarters? Yet, all were acutely aware that a basketball game is not merely a mathematical equation. While one might lead by 21 points in a single quarter, a turnaround of 28-3 could just as easily equalize the score and even reverse the outcome, a phenomenon not uncommon in the sport. Thus, while the Bulls players reveled in their current advantage, they tempered their excitement with a sense of restraint, acutely aware that victory was imperative. For none wished to be etched upon the pillar of shame. Liu walked at the rear of the line. As he reached the sidelines, he noticed that everyone on the team was standing still, with Coach Van Gundy positioned at the forefront, as if all were awaiting his arrival. This was rather peculiar, indeed. Lee cautiously glanced at Van Gundy, who was smiling warmly, gazing at him with an inviting demeanor. As Lee approached, Van Gundy was the first to break into applause. All the players of the Bulls joined in, smiling and clapping in unison. Lee, congratulations. You have shattered two historic records. The highest points scored in the first quarter and the highest points in a single quarter in NBA history, Van Gundy exclaimed, enveloping Lee in a hearty embrace. After the embrace, noticing Lee's bewildered expression, Van Gundy inquired, Lee, do you have any idea how many points you have scored? How many points? Lee asked, filled with curiosity. Lee truly remained unaware. This was his inaugural match. He had been wholly absorbed in the game and the scores of both teams, never contemplating how many points he might accumulate. It felt as though he had entered a wondrous state, where the movements of everyone around him slowed down, and scoring became remarkably effortless. He simply reveled in the experience. Liu remained oblivious to whether it was the functionality of the Jordan character card, his inherent abilities, or perhaps other features of the system. However, it was likely that most of the credit belonged to the leader. After all, the role he played in this achievement was certainly minimal. Observing Liu's genuine indifference, Van Gundy couldn't help but reflect on the countless players who were fixated on scrutinizing their statistics at every moment. Yet, Liu, with his unwavering passion for the game, truly seemed unaffected by such trivialities. Turning his gaze towards the bench, Van Gundy addressed the players, saying, You should inform Liu of his score. In unison, the entire bench responded, 38 points. None of them anticipated that Liu genuinely did not care. It is worth noting that many players go their entire careers without achieving a noteworthy record. For numerous individuals, leaving a mark in the NBA is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that may never arise. Yet, here was Liu, making his debut as a starter and achieving a staggering 38 points in a single quarter, thereby setting two records for scoring in a quarter and for the first quarter in NBA history, a feat that is undeniably enviable. Ironically, he remained unfazed by it all, which was truly infuriating. Liu finally understood the situation and hurried over, joyfully embracing all the team members and staff. As everyone watched him jog over in such a comical manner, any trace of jealousy dissipated. This fellow is truly entertaining. Meanwhile, the announcer for the Bulls was not idle. To all Bulls fans, congratulations on witnessing the birth of two new records, the highest score in the first quarter and the single quarter scoring record in NBA history. Let us also extend our congratulations to Liu, who, during the first quarter of today's game, achieved an astonishing feat of 4 3-pointers from 4 attempts, 9 2-pointers from 9 attempts, and 8 free throws from 8 attempts, amassing a staggering 38 points. He surpassed the legendary David Thompson's first quarter record of 32 points set during the 1977-1978 season, as well as George Gervin's second quarter record of 33 points during the same season. Liu has now established a new benchmark for first quarter scoring and single quarter scoring in NBA history. Now, let us cheer for Liu, fans. Upon hearing the announcer's words, the Bulls' home arena erupted in cheers. Regardless of whether they supported the Bulls or the Cavaliers, fans spontaneously rose to their feet, applauding Liu's magnificent performance. Whether supporters of the Cavaliers or the Bulls, they were all simply basketball enthusiasts, feeling incredibly fortunate to witness such greatness from Liu today. Hey, did you know? I witnessed the birth of two new NBA historical records live. What new records? Oh, you don't know? It's Liu from the Bulls, who scored 38 points with a perfect shooting percentage of 13 for 13 in a single quarter, setting both the single quarter scoring record and the first quarter scoring record. Who is Liu? What? You don't even know Liu? I think I need to reassess our friendship. Oh, come on, don't be like that. Many male fans began to smile, imagining themselves boasting to their friends. Meanwhile, Cavaliers players sighed deeply, realizing they had become the stepping stones for others. It was a tough pill to swallow. However, under the leadership of LeBron James and Kyrie Irving, the Cavaliers players also began to applaud. Everyone longs for their moment of glory. At this moment, the Cavaliers players felt genuine envy and heartfelt congratulations. All were appreciating greatness. The applause continued for quite some time. The discussions among fans were as fervent as the scorching sun in July and August. Wow, Liu is truly impressive. If only he were on the Cavaliers. I hope he can show some mercy and not let the Cavaliers suffer too badly. If he can't hold back, let us just hope he doesn't exceed 58 points. Or else LeBron might become the new subject of ridicule instead of Paul. It is difficult to predict, but perhaps the Cavaliers can turn the tide. I have faith in their abilities. They possess the talents of James, Irving, and Love. With such a formidable roster, it is not inconceivable for the Cavaliers to stage a comeback. However, in this particular match, the spotlight has already been claimed by Liu, who has emerged as the star of the show. The likes of James, Irving, Love, Rose, and Gasol, all superstars and all-stars, are destined to play supporting roles today. How enviable it is, this Huaxiao individual Li Yu. This Huaxiao player has suddenly become a household name, a highly sought-after figure, and I dare say, his basketball journey is bound to be extraordinary. Indeed, his performance today surpasses that of many all-stars in their prime, and the future holds limitless possibilities. Chapter 15. You Are My God. How witnessing Li Yu's performance, the renowned sports commentator Su Jiu erupted in ecstatic screams during her live broadcast. Li Yu, you are my God. In an instant, this clip went viral online. Her shrill exclamations led many to believe something shocking had occurred. Upon hearing her excited cries, numerous listeners initially thought, how tedious. Are they so idle? This person must be insane, seeking attention. Yet, once they learned that a Huaxiao player had shattered 2 historical records in a single NBA quarter, their perspective shifted. It had been far too long since a Huaxiao athlete made a mark in the NBA. And scoring 38 points, especially against a championship contender like the Cavaliers, was nothing short of remarkable. A Huaxiao player scoring 38 points in a single quarter, leading his team against the championship favorites led by James. Such a feat is almost unimaginable. The boys were filled with exuberance, their ears flushed with excitement, wishing they could rush to the basketball court and experience the thrill of scoring themselves. However, with only their girlfriends by their side, they channeled all their passion into fervent kisses and lifted them into the air, dancing together under the warm embrace of spring sunlight. The girls, flushed with delight, were at a loss for words, ultimately embracing the boys who had long captured their affections as a delightful atmosphere began to blossom. Li Yu has become the matchmaker of love, unknowingly bringing together countless young couples. Su Jiu never anticipated that a mere scream would go viral online, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, from that day forth, the basketball community in China became aware of this enchanting basketball streamer, and Su Jiu stepped onto the official stage. Several official sports broadcasting platforms invited her to host programs, and she quickly became a prominent figure in the basketball media sphere. Su Jiu's destiny was irrevocably altered due to Li Yu and her genuine passion for basketball. Not only Su Jiu, but countless basketball fans in China have also gone completely wild. Since Yao Ming, no other Chinese player has left such a profound mark in the NBA. It can be said that even if Li Yu were to retire immediately after this game, his achievements would surpass those of all others except Yao Ming. At this moment, on a certain social media platform's trending search list, Li Yu's ranking surged rapidly, 20th, 15th, 8th, 3rd, 1st. In just a minute, Li Yu ascended to the top position as if he had parachuted into first place. That individual at the top of the trending list, Li Yu, is merely a small star from nowhere. I had never heard of him before. How did he suddenly leap to the top of the trending list? Surely, I must have miscalculated. I was only away for less than a minute. To reach the top of the trending list is no small feat. It must have cost a fortune. Truly wealthy. However, if so much money was spent on trending, and it flopped, that would be quite a blow. Li Yu, who is he? What have I missed? I merely took a brief nap, and upon waking, the world had transformed. It seems as if a person named Li Yu has suddenly appeared, and everyone is discussing him. Is there any juicy gossip to be had? Why are so many people also posting about Li Yu? Look, there's Yi Jianlian from the Guangdong team, and Guilin from the Liaoning team. My boyfriend often watches their games, and I've come to know them as well. He says they are the 2 best players in China currently. Many other major stars have also posted. Look, it's Wang Haji. Not to mention, there's Wu Keqiuan, the singer of General's Order and Poems for You. And look, even Jay Chou has posted, along with the rain god, Jam Seo. This is astonishing. Li Yu is truly remarkable, receiving congratulations from so many. Yi Jianlian, honored to witness a legend, Li Yu. Congratulations on breaking the NBA single quarter scoring record and the first quarter scoring record. Sincere blessings to you. I hope you continue to strive and achieve even greater accomplishments. Guilin, wow, congratulations to Li Yu. Incredible, 38 points in the first quarter, a new historical record in the NBA. With an astonishing shooting percentage of 13 out of 13. Brother, stay in the NBA? CBA does not welcome you back, so don't return before retirement. Wang Zhilin, dear you, my good brother, I miss you. Hearing that you have set 2 remarkable records in the NBA for first quarter and single quarter scoring today fills me with genuine joy. Congratulations, dear you. With love, Lin. Zhou Qi. I have nothing more to say. Li Yu, my idol. Accompanying the image, in a stunning performance, making 13 out of 13 shots to score 38 points in a single quarter. Congratulations to Huaxia's Liu for establishing new records in the NBA for first-quarter scoring and single-quarter scoring. Liu is the first Huaxia player to hold scoring records in the NBA. Let us extend our congratulations to him and to Huaxia for having such an exceptional player. Yi Jianlian and Guilin have both posted about this. Look, even Wang Zhilin and Shou Qi are in on it. It seems this Liu is quite impressive. I must look him up. Wow, 38 points in a single quarter. This seems to be the scoring record for Huaxia players in the NBA. Liu is truly remarkable. Scoring 38 points is no small feat. It's quite rare for other domestic players to achieve this in the CBA. Yet, Liu accomplished this in just one quarter in the NBA. How extraordinary. I wonder how many points Yi Jianlian and Guilin would score in an NBA game. They are so talented. Surely they wouldn't be outdone by Liu, would they? My dear, you are being overly naive. Yi Jianlian has only managed to score in the 20s at most in the NBA, and as for Guilin, he has never played in the NBA. It's not due to a lack of desire or opportunity, it's simply that he lacks the ability. He dreams of playing in the NBA, yet unfortunately, he does not possess that capability. If you are not familiar with basketball, you may not realize the vast difference between the CBA and the NBA. To put it in perspective, if the NBA is akin to Tsinghua University, the CBA would only be considered a third-tier institution. Now, do you understand? I see. The disparity is indeed substantial. Liu is truly impressive. Although I am not a fan of basketball, I admire him for his remarkable achievements in the NBA. I can only imagine how challenging it must have been for him. Indeed, it has not been easy. Did you know that before making it to the NBA, he spent 3 arduous years in America? During those years, he had no stable home, constantly seeking opportunities, enduring countless hardships and injustices. With his talent, he could have easily earned millions in the CBA, yet he chose to pursue his dreams, leaving his homeland behind and relinquishing readily available high salaries to strive in the NBA. He truly deserves all that he has today. When I first heard this news, I was somewhat incredulous. However, upon reflection, I realized that he deserves every bit of recognition. His efforts warrant such achievements, and I feel genuinely delighted for him. Is that so? I had no idea Liu's journey was so inspiring. He truly deserves it. From now on, I will also become a fan of Liu. Welcome aboard. Hiki. Liu was unaware that within a mere span of minutes, he had garnered countless fans across all of China. Yet, he certainly deserved it. Based solely on his performance in that quarter, Liu had already become a dream and idol in the hearts of innumerable young basketball enthusiasts. Had Liu been aware? He would undoubtedly have been elated. There is something incredibly motivating about receiving admiration and support from one's own countrymen, and this serves as one of his driving forces. Chapter 16. The bold claims of Yang Baoluo. It was simply astonishing. Liu's performance was nothing short of perfection. His strength was so remarkable that I believe I was not the only one taken by surprise. None of the viewers in the live stream could have anticipated such a feat, scoring 38 points in a single quarter. Was this even humanly possible? It was truly terrifying. On the leading NBA broadcasting platform in China, certain video hosts were brimming with excitement, nearly leaping out of their seats to pay homage to Liu. Wang Meng continued. I know everyone is a bit fatigued, but even if you are, I must reiterate, Liu's performance was nothing short of celestial. I regret not having studied more diligently in the past. For now, I find myself at a loss for words to express my feelings. I hope you can forgive me. Wang Ming bowed towards the camera. Oh, please do not blame old Wang. Upon witnessing Liu's performance, I too am rendered speechless. Ku Fan interjected. Liu's opening was akin to a bomb, igniting the passion of everyone in attendance. I believe many fans in the live stream are aware that even the great Yao Ming's highest scoring record stands at just 41 points. Yet Liu achieved an astounding 38 points in the first quarter alone. Perhaps many newcomers to the game may not grasp the significance of this score. So let me rephrase. 38 points in the first quarter is now the highest score ever recorded in NBA history for a first quarter. We can assert that what Liu has accomplished is something that no NBA legends have managed to achieve, including names like LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, Shaquille O'Neal, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and Tim Duncan. These illustrious figures of NBA history have not reached the heights Liu has now attained. As is well known, the record for first-quarter scoring in the NBA was previously held by the Skywalker, David Thompson, who scored 32 points during a game in the 1977-1978 season against the Detroit Pistons. In that match, Thompson, striving to compete for the season's scoring title, unleashed a barrage of shots from the outset, ultimately amassing 32 points in the first quarter, thereby shattering the existing record. In the end, he concluded that game with an astonishing total of 73 points. The record for points scored in a single quarter is significantly associated with David Thompson. Currently, we know that the scoring record was established by Anthony during the third quarter of the game between the Nuggets and the Timberwolves, where he amassed 33 points, thereby matching the single quarter scoring record. In truth, Anthony did not break the record. He merely equaled the achievement of George Gervin. Both David Thompson and George Gervin set their scoring records in the same season, effectively pushing each other to reach their utmost potential. Regrettably, the outcome of that season was somewhat disappointing for David Thompson, as he ultimately failed to surpass George Gervin and claim the title of scoring champion. Witnessing Thompson's extraordinary performance, George Gervin, in a subsequent match leading the Spurs against the Utah Jazz, delivered an equally remarkable display, exerting himself to the fullest. Thompson scored 32 points in the first quarter, while Gervin, in the second quarter, scored 33 points, surpassing Thompson's record for that quarter and establishing a new milestone in single-quarter scoring. Both players showcased their prowess, each exceeding 20 points in their respective quarters, rendering their performances remarkably competitive. By the conclusion of the game, Gervin had tallied 63 points, which enabled him to reclaim the scoring champion title from David Thompson. Let us not delve into the significance of the matches, as the scoring records of these two legends were achieved in the final game of the regular season. While we might not label their efforts as mere stat padding, it is fair to assert that neither team faced significant pressure regarding their standings. Meanwhile, the Bulls, with Liu, currently occupy the 7th position in the Eastern Conference. A misstep could see them fall out of playoff contention, especially against the championship-favored Cavaliers led by LeBron James, which certainly adds weight to the contest. It is no exaggeration to assert that Liu's performance in this game has eclipsed that of many historical NBA legends. I largely concur with the views of Professor Kufan. Professors Ku and Yang, what are your thoughts? How many points do you believe Liu can score in this match? Is it possible for him to surpass Kobe's record of 81 points? I find it unlikely. The Bulls currently lead by 21 points. Perhaps by the end of the second half, the score may widen, making it exceedingly difficult for Liu. Even if the game remains competitive, maintaining Liu's rhythm from this quarter will be quite challenging. What does Professor Yang think? Are you optimistic about Liu breaking the record? Wang Ming turned his head towards Yang Paul, eager to hear his perspective. Among the three individuals in the live stream, it was widely acknowledged that Yang Paul was the pivotal figure, the preeminent personality in the realm of basketball broadcasting. Thus, Kufan also directed his gaze towards Yang Paul, curious about his differing insights. In the professional sphere, one must understand the importance of respecting leadership. Yang Paul, not one to shy away, twirled the pen in his hand before gently placing it on the broadcaster's desk. Since everyone wishes to hear my thoughts, I shall share a few words. However, let us not be confined by the historical records of a single game, as such statistics are often laden with chance and reveal little of significance. Everyone is familiar with Crawford of the Clippers, correct? He has achieved 2 games with over 50 points, yet when we mention him, what comes to mind? Teacher Wang. What is your initial impression of him? Wang Ming stroked his chin, pondering briefly before responding. Well, I suppose he is considered a commendable scorer. One of the candidates for the NBA's 6th Man of the Year, perhaps. And you, Kufan? What is your first impression of Crawford? Yang Paul inquired, turning towards Kufan. My impression of Crawford aligns closely with that of Teacher Wang, Kufan replied. However, what stands out to me most is his playing style. Crawford's game is exceptionally graceful, especially his signature behind-the-back dribble, which I can never seem to master. Do you believe Crawford is an all-star? Yang Paul continued his questioning. Are you jesting, Yang? How could Crawford possibly be an all-star? He certainly does not qualify, Wang Ming retorted promptly, a hint of disapproval evident on his face. I concur with Teacher Wang's assessment. Crawford is commendable, yet he has not reached the level of an all-star, Kufan added. Upon hearing Wang Ming and Kufan's responses and observing their reactions, Yang Paul displayed a smile that was entirely expected. Chapter 17. Yang Paul's bold assertion to in truth. My opinion aligns with that of teachers Kufan and Wang Ming. The player Jordan Crawford may have scored over 50 points on multiple occasions, yet he is not an all-star, let alone a superstar. The significance of single-game scoring records is minimal at best. Are you suggesting, Yang, that these scoring records are unimportant and lack significance? Kufan's voice lowered considerably, perplexed by Yang Paul's statement. Is it appropriate to express such sentiments at this moment? Does Teacher Yang harbor doubts regarding Liu? Wang Ming tentatively inquired. Is it possible that Teacher Yang believes Li Yu's performance is merely a fleeting phenomenon, lacking in sustainability? Wang Ming subtly conveyed his dissent. Observing the reactions of Wang Ming and Ku Fan, Yang Paul chuckled softly and continued, in your esteemed opinions, what is the ceiling for Li Yu's potential? Well, Ku Fan hesitated for a moment, stroking the little mustache on his chin, and spoke. Personally, I believe that Li Yu has the potential to become a superstar. However, whether he can achieve that is uncertain. Nonetheless, making it to the All-Star game should not pose much of a challenge. Currently, he plays as a shooting guard in the Eastern Conference, where I perceive the competition to be relatively less intense. Therefore, I have no doubt he will excel. However, this season, he will not have the opportunity, as the All-Star voting has already closed. As for Teacher Wang Ming, what does he think about Li Yu's potential? Yang Paul turned to Wang Ming and continued to inquire. Since you have asked me, I shall share my thoughts. Wang Ming rubbed his bald head and began. Let's first review the players that Li Yu has surpassed. First and foremost, we have the well-known superstar and prolific scorer, Carmelo Anthony. To this day, Anthony has secured a scoring title, been selected for 6 All-NBA teams, and has made 10 All-Star appearances. He has led his team to the Western Conference Finals, where they narrowly lost to the Lakers, undoubtedly a true superstar. Next, let us discuss 2 legendary figures of the NBA, the Skywalker, David Thompson, and the Iceman, George Gervin. Glancing at his notes, Wang Ming continued, David Thompson, nicknamed Skywalker, was the first overall pick in the NBA draft and a Hall of Fame player. He has been named to the All-NBA First Team twice, selected as an All-Star 4 times, and was once the All-Star MVP. His induction into the Hall of Fame speaks volumes of his accomplishments, marking him at the very least as a superstar. Wang Ming cast a quick glance at his notes and continued, now let us turn our attention to George Gervin, whose career achievements are even more illustrious. George Gervin, known as the Iceman, is a Hall of Fame member with 7 All-NBA selections, 5 of which are first-team honors, and has been an All-Star 9 times, earning the All-Star MVP once and claiming the scoring title 4 times. Gervin's accolades are formidable, surpassing those of both Anthony and Thompson combined. However, given the different eras, we shall refrain from comparing Gervin with Anthony. But there is no doubt that Gervin's career surpasses that of Thompson. I believe it is well-deserved to label him as a superstar. Setting down his notes, Wang Ming continued, in my opinion, Li Yu has a significant chance of reaching the level of a superstar, with ample opportunities to ascend to the ranks of all-stars and superstars. What do you think, Teacher Yang? After speaking, Wang Ming turned to Yang Paul, as did Ku Fan, both eager to hear Yang Paul's insights. Yang Paul smiled slightly and began, allow me to share my perspective on Li Yu's potential. I believe that Teacher Ku Fan's viewpoint is overly conservative, while Teacher Wang Ming's perspective lacks depth. It merely schemes the surface without delving into the intrinsic qualities. Upon hearing Paul Yang's remarks, both Ku Fan and Wang Ming chuckled, initially believing they had offered the highest praise for Li Yu, only to discover that Yang held an even loftier opinion. Are you suggesting that both Ku Fan and I have underestimated Li Yu? Wang Ming promptly inquired. What is your perspective, Teacher Yang? Please share it, so that Ku Fan and I can also benefit from your esteemed insights. Do you truly believe that Li Yu has the potential to be among the top 20 players in NBA history? Certainly not, Yang Paul responded. Wang Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. I knew it. Ku Fan and I have already rated Li Yu highly enough. There was no way Yang Paul could offer an even higher assessment. Ignoring Wang Ming's thoughts, Yang Paul continued, in my personal opinion, if Li Yu can maintain his health for the majority of his career, by the time he retires, I believe his historical standing will be no lower than the top 10. And there is a significant possibility he could surpass LeBron James to become the greatest of all time. Upon hearing this, Ku Fan and Wang Ming exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to believe that such words had come from Yang Paul. Teacher Yang, please tell me we did not mishear you. What did you just say? Ku Fan questioned, disregarding the gratitude he owed Yang for his mentorship. Yang's assertion was simply too outrageous, almost absurd, after only 1 game. He was declaring that Li Yu could potentially become a top 10 player in NBA history. Who could fathom such a notion? It seemed utterly illogical. Teacher Yang, I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? Wang Ming chimed in. Yang Paul smirked slightly, revealing a characteristic smile. With a sweeping glance at Ku Fan and Wang Ming, he turned to face the camera and continued. I believe Li Yu has the potential to be among the top 10 NBA players, and he might even surpass LeBron James to become the GOAT, the greatest player in history. That is my stance, and I welcome differing opinions, but I stand firm in my belief. But Teacher Yang, your assessment lacks foundation and logic. I find it exceedingly difficult to concur with your viewpoint, Wang Ming vehemently opposed, donning an expression that clearly conveyed, "Are you out of your mind?" Though Kafan remained silent, his expression unequivocally indicated his alignment with Wang Ming, as he opted to express his dissent through silence. Teacher Yang, do you have any basis for this assertion? I truly do not comprehend. Wang Ming continued to voice his disagreement with Yang Paul's opinion. I understand that you are skeptical. So allow me to elucidate what I have perceived in this brief segment of the game. Chapter 18. Paul Yang's bold claims Wang Ming. Do you recall why the Heat nearly lost the championship in the 2011 season? Indeed, there was a time when LeBron James was specifically targeted by the Maverick strategy, which effectively obstructed the paint and intensified the challenge of penetrating for James. At that time, his shooting prowess could be described as rather unrefined, particularly beyond the arc, where he achieved merely over 20% accuracy. The Mavericks, having recognized this, left him unguarded, yet he still failed to convert. Consequently, he significantly diminished his shot attempts thereafter. Do you recall the mountain from Puerto Rico? Paul appeared exceptionally composed. Are you referring to Beria from the Mavericks? Wang Ming still struggled to grasp Paul's point. Do you remember how the mountain from Puerto Rico came into play? Paul continued to maintain the rhythm. I recall it being a particular play where James faced off against the Puerto Rican Beria. James attempted to back down Beria, but ultimately faltered. Standing at 6 feet 6 inches and weighing over 200 pounds, James could not overpower Beria, who was nearly 30 inches shorter, at under 5 feet 9. Hence, fans jokingly dubbed Beria the mountain from Puerto Rico, and that moment has led to James being mocked to this day. So, Teacher Yang, are you alluding to the incident where Li Yu, upon the official timeout resuming, executed back-to-the-basket moves against the Cavaliers 5 times? Precisely. Did you notice Li Yu's back-to-the-basket technique? It is indeed impressive, but it remains merely an offensive skill. Many players in the NBA can perform back-to-the-basket moves. Wang Ming continued to express his confusion. But consider this. While Li Yu initially faced waiters, who he had a height advantage over, who guarded him afterward. It was James. Wang Ming instantly exclaimed. Oh, James. Wang Ming quickly comprehended. James possesses superior physical attributes across the board compared to Li Yu, including height and weight. And his speed and agility are certainly not inferior. Yet, Li Yu managed to score 3 consecutive times against him, showcasing his exceptional back-to-the-basket technique. Subsequently, the Cavaliers had no choice but to double-team Li Yu, inadvertently providing opportunities for other Bulls players, which ultimately widened the point differential to 21. However, Teacher Yang, although Li Yu's back-to-the-basket technique is superb, arguably the best in the NBA, it remains just a singular skill, inherently limited. It is implausible that he could rely solely on this technique to secure a position among the top 10 players, correct? Teacher Wang Ming, you do not observe the game closely enough. Paul gently shook his head. He then turned to Ku Fan and inquired, do you recall how many offensive strategies Li Yu employed in this game? Ku Fan was taken aback, not expecting Paul to direct this question at him. To be honest, Teacher Yang, I haven't meticulously tracked that, but it's not an issue. We can review it together with the fans in the live broadcast. Let us first examine Li Yu's initial basket. He received a pass from Rose and successfully netted an open three-pointer. This first offensive strategy, naturally, was an open shot. Teacher Kafan assessed Li Yu's shooting technique. Yang Paul inquired, well, in my observation, it is exceedingly refined. His shooting technique is quite solid. The movements are exceptionally standard. And his execution is fluid and aesthetically pleasing, exhibiting a remarkable grace and impressive vertical leap. If you were to assign a score, how many points would you give Li Yu for his open shots? Perhaps 90. Although the sample size is still relatively small, many aspects are immediately apparent. Personally, I would rate Li Yu's open shooting technique at 90 points. What about Teacher Wang Ming? What is your opinion? Wang Ming responded without hesitation. I too would assign Li Yu 90 points. In truth, I contemplated giving him 95, for I have never witnessed such an elegant shooting form. However, as Teacher Ku Fan mentioned, the sample size is too limited, so to err on the side of caution, I will assign him 90 points for his open shooting technique. It seems there is no contention on this matter. I concur with the views of Teachers Wang Ming and Ku Fan. Yang Paul nodded and remarked, now, let us proceed. Li Yu indeed possesses a considerable array of skills, and it will take a substantial amount of time to catalog them all, so let us hasten. Ku Fan continued. If I recall correctly, Li Yu's second shot was a step-through drive after receiving the ball, penetrating just inside the free throw line to score with a jump shot over Love, which also resulted in an and one. This moment left a profound impression on me. Liu's penetration appeared effortless, and the height of his shot was astonishing. I observed Love leap, only managing to reach Liu's underarm. This play was truly remarkable. One wonders if Love will bear any psychological scars from it. Although he approached the play himself, such earnest defense resulting in that outcome is disheartening. Had it been me, I would certainly feel quite vexed. How many points would you assign to this play, Teacher Kufan? Young Paul pressed for a score. Indeed, I must confess a personal bias. I am quite enamored with this play, thus I would grant it a perfect score of 100. I wonder what score Teacher Wang Ming would assign. Kufan turned to Wang Ming for his evaluation. Well, it was a bit dazzling. I shall defer to Yang for this. I too found this play exceptionally impressive, and I would give it 95 points. The seamless transition from drive to shot is commendable. I firmly believe that Teacher Liu has dedicated substantial time and effort to rigorous training. Success has no shortcuts. It is precisely through his unwavering commitment, year after year, day after day, that he showcases such formidable skill on the court today. I wish to pay my respects to Teacher Liu. Yang, what is your perspective on this play? How many points would you assign? Wang Ming turned the discussion towards Yang Paul. Yang Paul, composed, replied, regarding this play. I have previously analyzed it, so I shall refrain from reiterating. I too would assign it a perfect score of 100. Naturally, my assessment aligns with Teacher Kufan's. However, should anyone hold differing opinions, I welcome such discourse from our esteemed audience. Now, let us allow Teacher Kufan to continue our evaluation. I am quite astonished that the score assigned by Teacher Yang aligns perfectly with mine. It fills me with a sense of honor. Let us proceed to the next play. As for this particular maneuver, I must say that Liu truly possesses remarkable audacity, executing a 2+1 amidst James's relentless pursuit. It would not be an exaggeration to liken this feat to extracting a tooth from a tiger's mouth. Seasoned fans are well aware that James is an elite shot-blocking specialist, and his ability to chase down opponents has become a hallmark of his skill set. If one were to randomly inquire among fans about the foremost shot blocker in the NBA today, the overwhelming majority would likely name James. Wang Ming expressed his agreement with Kufan, stating, "There is no denying that LeBron James's shot-blocking prowess is unparalleled. There's a saying that a master does not strike down an unnamed ghost. When it comes to James's blocks, the list of victims is extensive. Notable casualties include Rajon Rondo, the championship point guard for the Celtics and the league's assist leader, as well as two of the most explosive guards in the league, Russell Westbrook, the second star for the Thunder, and Derrick Rose, the youngest MVP in history and the Bulls star player. These individuals are among the most distinguished in their positions. Indeed, James's shot-blocking ability is historically exceptional, a fact recognized worldwide." Yang Paul concurred with Kufan's sentiments. Observing Yang Paul and Wang Ming's agreement, Kufan continued, "I firmly believe that Liu, being fully aware of this, nonetheless faced the challenge head-on without fear. This spirit of daring to confront the formidable is truly commendable. Of course, the most significant aspect is that Liu succeeded. He challenged James, scored, and simultaneously drew a foul, achieving a 2+1. At least in this exchange, Liu emerged as the victor in the duel against James. Teacher Yang, to be candid, what were your thoughts when you saw James attempting to block Liu from behind?" Wang Ming inquired teasingly, directing his gaze at Yang Paul. To be honest, I shared the perspective of most fans at that moment. I thought, isn't Liu essentially inviting a block? This is quite irrational. He should have remained composed and protected the ball first. There was absolutely no need for such a challenge against James, especially from such a close distance, where the probability of being blocked is exceedingly high. However, Liu's technical skills and physical attributes clearly surpassed our expectations. He anticipated James's actions and, while executing his shot amidst James's interference, not only scored but also drew a foul. I dare say that in terms of coordination demonstrated during that play, no one in the country can rival him. Even in the NBA, when compared to James, I do not believe Liu falls short. Aside from a difference in physical strength, I would argue that there is little to no disparity between them physically." Kufan and Wang Ming exchanged a knowing smile, acknowledging that Teacher Yang Baluo had become quite engrossed. Yang Baluo then calmly stated, "Teachers Wang Ming and Kufan, what score do you both believe this play deserves?" Allow me to share my perspective first. I bestow a perfect score of 100 upon this play, particularly for Liu's mindset. In the NBA, there are numerous individuals with formidable physiques and exceptional skills, yet many fail to fully exhibit their prowess due to a lack of a champion's mentality. They often cower in the face of stronger opponents, leading to subpar performances. However, Li Yu is certainly not one of those individuals. He shows no fear even towards LeBron James. I cannot imagine he would be intimidated by anyone. No one can succeed perpetually, and I believe Li Yu has encountered setbacks. Yet I am confident he possesses the ability to rebound from them. I concur with Teacher Yang's assessment, Wang Ming interjected. Indeed, Li Yu's composure in this play is remarkable, demonstrating an awareness that belies his status as a newcomer to the NBA. I would assign it a score of 90. While it is commendable, it pales slightly in comparison to the second play, which I believe reaches closer to perfection. Thus, I rated it 90. Wang Ming continued, echoing the sentiments expressed by the two teachers. My view aligns closely with yours. I too would score this play at 90. Now, let us proceed to the next play. It was now Ku Fan's turn to speak. In comparison to the second and third plays, I find this particular play rather unremarkable. Li Yu effortlessly evaded the defender waiters and made a clean jump shot from beyond the arc. I would rate it at 85. I am curious to hear what teachers Yang and Wang Ming think. I share Ku Fan's sentiments. Wang Ming succinctly articulated his opinion. Now, it was Yang Bao's turn. Let me clarify. I do not concur with the views expressed by teachers Wang Ming and Ku Fan regarding this play. I would also assign it a perfect score. Teacher Yang, what is the reasoning behind that? I found this play rather lackluster. Wang Ming replied, puzzled. You are focused on the aesthetics of the shot. And from that perspective, it may indeed seem unremarkable. However, my interpretation diverges from yours. I perceive Li Yu's exceptional ability to read the game prior to the successful shot. Initially, Li Yu was closely guarded by waiters, with others poised to assist. In that moment, he wisely chose to relinquish the ball, allowing Rose to orchestrate the offense. Although Li Yu remained stationary in the far corner of the court, he maintained vigilant observation, continuously scanning for opportunities. When he noticed that Rose's path was being obstructed, with Irving and James closing in, he suddenly sprang into action. Having previously remained inconspicuous, waiters inadvertently shifted his focus towards the ball handler Rose. In that fleeting moment of stillness and motion, Li Yu deftly evaded waiters. This play vividly illustrates Li Yu's remarkable ability to read the game. When observing a match, one often experiences a sensation of astonishment at how effortlessly certain players accumulate points, seemingly amassing scores in the range of 10 to 20 without breaking a sweat. This phenomenon can be attributed to their exceptional ability to read the game, or what one might call game intuition. During the execution of tactics on the court, there are frequently deviations, necessitating that players independently decipher the defense and make tactical adjustments on the fly. They must locate the most advantageous positions, whether to receive a pass, set a screen for teammates, or initiate an offensive play. This capacity for game reading, judgment, and spatial awareness is something many players, including those in the NBA, often lack. A player endowed with a profound ability to read the game typically discovers more and superior opportunities than their peers. Such a unique perspective on the game allows them to navigate it with greater ease, whether in individual scoring or facilitating team offense. While watching a recent match, I was convinced that Rose was bound to make a mistake as the double team approached. However, the position he passed to was devoid of any teammate's presence, and none had noticed that location. Yet, just as I was pondering this, Li Yu suddenly appeared, catching the seemingly errant ball that Rose had flung. In retrospect, I realized that was indeed the only position from which Rose could have made that pass, and Li Yu materialized there. This moment prompted me to contemplate the potential ceiling of Li Yu's abilities. Now, reflecting on the entirety of the game, including the earlier plays we graded, as well as other unscored possessions, let us examine the diverse offensive techniques displayed by Li Yu. He demonstrated open shooting, ball handling drives, pull-up jump shots, and post-up maneuvers, presenting himself as an offensive kaleidoscope. I trust my remarks will not draw dissent from esteemed teachers Ku Fan and Wang Ming. Wang Ming nodded in agreement. Frankly, I perceive Li Yu's offensive repertoire as being even more comprehensive than that of the widely acknowledged Anthony. Does teacher Wang Ming share this sentiment? I find myself in close accord. To my surprise, Wang Ming echoed my thoughts, eliciting a spark of excitement from Ku Fan. Ku Fan continued, in truth, I feel Li Yu resembles a singular figure, the Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant. In unison, Ku Fan and Wang Ming exchanged knowing smiles. After a moment, Wang Ming remarked, I genuinely see the young Kobe in Li Yu. Observing Ku Fan and Wang Ming, Yang Paul pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. He stated, my perspective diverges slightly from that of teacher Ku Fan. I believe Li Yu's current level of technical maturity far surpasses that of a young Kobe. perhaps even rivaling the peak of Kobe's prowess. Typically, such skills require time and practice to hone. Yet Li Yu, at such a tender age, wields them with remarkable proficiency, almost like a prodigy. Cough, cough, cough. Teacher Yang, such statements should be avoided if certain fans were to hear them. They might take your words out of context, and that would be most unjust for you. Wang Ming hastily interrupted Yang Paul. He chuckled nonchalantly. In summary, Li Yu's offensive skills are undoubtedly among the finest in the league. Now, let us evaluate Li Yu's defense. After observing a quarter of the game, what are your thoughts on Li Yu's defensive capabilities, Teacher Wang Ming? His positioning is precise, he refrains from reckless actions, can anticipate his opponent's moves, executes swiftly, possesses remarkable stealing abilities, is exceptionally fast, jumps high, and demonstrates great explosive power. At times, I feel he embodies an athleticism reminiscent of an African-American rather than that of a typical Huaxia individual. Overall, his defensive prowess is undoubtedly elite. And what about you, Teacher Kafan? My perspective aligns closely with that of Teacher Wang Ming. Today, Waiters was thoroughly thwarted by Li Yu's steals. His defensive abilities might even place him among the historical elite. So, considering Li Yu's comprehensive and refined offensive skills, coupled with his exceptional defense, if he maintains good health, is his potential not unfathomable? Teacher Yang, I find myself somewhat agreeing with you now. However, I believe Li Yu requires more games to substantiate his abilities, as the current sample is still too limited. Observing Wang Ming and Kufan, Yang Paul smiled easily. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall put this forth. If Li Yu fails to become a player ranked within the top 10 in history, no, within the top 3, all of you in the live stream may come to find me. At that time, I shall provide proof with a screenshot and treat everyone to a meal. Is Teacher Yang serious? Wang Ming leaned slightly forward, tilting his head inquisitively. Absolutely serious, Yang Paul replied without hesitation. Chapter 20. The Cavaliers counterattack. Goodness. Yang Paul can certainly spin a tale. He has analyzed an entire game to great lengths. A single stone can cause 1,000 ripples. And viewers of the live stream are convinced that Yang Paul is merely seeking attention. Everyone is aware that this is not the first time Yang Paul has made such outrageous claims. It is noteworthy that his grandfather in San Paulo has yet to reach the Western Conference Finals. His lofty praise for Li Yu seems almost like a curse. Top 10 in history? The GOAT? If Li Yu even makes it to the All-Star game once, I shall eat Oreos during the live stream. Must such a grand wager be placed? If so, I shall go to great lengths next year to cast multiple votes for Li Yu. I have no other hobbies than to witness someone indulge in Oreos. Remember this ID, everyone. Next year, let us all watch this fellow consume his just desserts. Yang Paul truly does not shy away from bold statements. Should Li Yu indeed ascend to the historical top 10, I solemnly vow to honor Yang with reverence. Kneeling thrice and bowing 9 times daily, I shall keep my word and not renege. You may hold me accountable. While Yang Paul's assertions are preposterous, Li Yu's performance was indeed explosive. 38 points in a single quarter. Such a phenomenal start surely warrants the status of a superstar. I recall this seems to be Li Yu's first debut, as he had no opportunities in the previous matches. Indeed, I followed Li Yu in the last 2 games. One time he sat on the bench for the entire match, and in another, he was substituted within a minute of entering the game. He had no chances at all. I couldn't have imagined his true prowess was so astonishing. It's hard to believe that I would witness a player from China making a name for himself in the NBA. Li Yu is destined to become a legend. I foresee that the future Chinese national team will not be as easily outmatched by European and American teams as it once was. Since Yao Ming's retirement, securing a victory on the international stage has proven exceedingly difficult. Now, with Li Yu, Yi Jianlian, Hua Ailuan, and Zhou Qi, our chances of winning should significantly improve. With Li Yu's current abilities, he may have already surpassed Yao Ming, marking a potential shift in the core of the Chinese men's basketball team. Yi Jianlian can no longer compete with Li Yu. Having Li Yu is indeed a stroke of fortune for the Chinese men's basketball team. As the dominant force in Asia, coupled with Li Yu, I believe even the formidable European teams may find it challenging to defeat us. Aside from the American national team, even top-tier teams like Spain, France, Germany, and Argentina can't confidently claim they could easily overcome us. It remains to be seen how the American national team would fare against us in the future. While I may not necessarily outperform them, I certainly refuse to concede. What do you think? How many points will Li Yu score in this match? 38 points in a single quarter, or perhaps 38 for the entire game? Just kidding. I believe he could score around 50 points in this match. It's unlikely he can maintain such an impressive performance throughout, as the Cavaliers will surely tighten their defense on him and deny him any easy shots. I noticed that in the latter half of the quarter, Liu also had few opportunities to shoot freely, yet he still managed to score. He must have entered a zone of excellence. It's improbable for Liu to sustain such a high level of play for an entire game unless he possesses divine qualities. His performance will likely diminish in subsequent matches. As for how many points he will score, opinions may vary. The fans are abuzz with discussions. Yet the game must go on. Returning to the match, the second quarter has commenced. Every member of the Bulls is acutely aware that the Cavaliers will not surrender easily. Indeed, the Cavaliers opened the game with an explosive offensive. Irving initiated the onslaught with a counterattack three-pointer. Wiggins swiftly intercepted the substitute Brooks, converting a layup into a three-point play. Following this, they successfully defended against Gasol's interior attack. LeBron surged into the lane before passing to Love, who, positioned perfectly on the perimeter, unleashed a decisive three-pointer. In less than a minute, the Bulls found themselves trailing 0-9. The players on the court were momentarily stunned. They anticipated a Cavaliers counter, but the intensity of this resurgence left the Bulls disoriented and flustered, as the Cavaliers surged forward like an overwhelming tide. The once joyful Bulls fans felt their hearts sink. The 21-point lead evaporated in an instant. This Cavaliers team is indeed formidable. I had predicted that the Bulls would struggle to maintain such a stellar performance. A decline was inevitable. As the Bulls faltered, the Cavaliers seized the opportunity to strike. With the first half nearing its conclusion, one could only hope the Bulls could hold on to their lead. The situation appeared grim. LeBron had yet to unleash his full potential, and the Bulls were on the brink of being overwhelmed. The Cavaliers began to dominate on both ends of the court, and it seemed the momentum had shifted irrevocably in their favor. Alas, the Bulls were crumbling under the pressure. The disparity in their rosters was too significant. Were it not for Lee's sudden outburst, the Bulls might have had no chance of leading at all. Yet, to squander a 21-point advantage is a bitter pill to swallow. So what is Van Gundy doing? He needs to call a timeout. Can't he see the Cavaliers are gaining momentum? Van Gundy, where are Rose and Lee? The cries of Bulls fans echoed loudly, clearly agitating Van Gundy. Goodness, don't Rose and Lee need a break? It's 4 quarters in a game. These two played the entirety of the first quarter. What more do they expect from me? This erratic rotation is infuriating. Lee is on fire. Let him play more. Substituting him would only cool him off, and the game might slip away. The fans remained oblivious to Van Gundy's thoughts, their clamor unwavering. It was evident that a substitution was now imperative. Van Gundy beckoned Rose, intending to bring him back into the game. At this juncture, it was crucial to introduce someone capable of regaining control. In the Bulls lineup, Rose was undoubtedly that individual. As for Lee, Van Gundy decided it would be best to let him rest a while longer. Liu has exhausted himself in the first quarter and undoubtedly requires a respite. As Rose awaited a dead ball opportunity on the sidelines, LeBron James of the Cavaliers sank another three-pointer. In just a minute and a half, the Cavaliers unleashed a staggering 12-0 run against the Bulls, bringing the score to 53-44, narrowing the deficit to 9 points. In that brief span, the Cavaliers transformed a 21-point deficit into a single-digit margin. Their scoring explosiveness was nothing short of terrifying. Everyone watching the game sensed the impending doom for the Bulls, as it appeared they were on the verge of being overturned by the Cavaliers. Not only the fans in the arena, but even Rose on the sidelines grew anxious, yearning to leap onto the court. Unfortunately, without a dead ball, the game could not be halted for substitutions. As James netted a three-pointer, the referee signaled for substitutions, prompting Rose to swiftly enter the game, replacing Brooks. Upon his entry, Rose immediately penetrated and scored 2 points. In crucial moments, one must unleash their lethal weapon. However, the Cavaliers' determination to retaliate was no jest. Their offense surged like a tidal wave. In the ensuing minute and a half, James executed 3 consecutive fast-break layups, while Irving launched a three-pointer, and Waiters, unwilling to be outdone, scored a pull-up jumper over Brooks, culminating in an 11-2 surge for the Cavaliers. The score then stood at 55-55, as the Cavaliers orchestrated a 23-2 run within a mere 3 minutes of the second quarter, swiftly leveling the score. The Cavaliers were formidable indeed. At this juncture, the momentum shifted. Liu. Initially, the calls were sparse and scattered, but soon, an increasing number of fans joined in, culminating in a deafening chorus from the Bulls' home crowd that reverberated towards the heavens. Van Gundy glanced at the stands and then at the scoreboard, feeling a sense of urgency. It seemed imperative to bring Li Yu into the game. Hoping this young talent could help reverse the team's fortunes, he gestured for Li Yu to prepare for his entrance. Li Yu had long been waiting to take the court. Upon noticing Van Gundy's gaze upon him, he promptly stepped out. As the cheers of the fans enveloped him, an exhilarating impulse surged within Li Yu. How delightful it would be to remain here forever. These fans were truly endearing. As he positioned himself at the sidelines, the raucous cheers from the Bulls stands gradually subsided. The moment had arrived to see if this extraordinary young man from the East could once again perform wonders and rescue the Bulls. Chapter 21. The dread of Li Yu. Just as James was preparing to shoot a three-pointer, his peripheral vision caught sight of Li Yu, poised to enter the game. Good grief, this jinx is back, he thought, recalling the humiliation of being repeatedly outmaneuvered by Li Yu. An unease stirred within him, a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time. Suddenly, his heart sank, causing his hand to tremble slightly. This tremor sent the ball crashing against the rim, ricocheting off and soaring above the backboard to strike the equipment behind it. The referee signaled that the Cavaliers had stepped out of bounds, resulting in a change of possession to the Bulls. He also indicated that the Bulls could make a substitution. Van Gundy beckoned Mike Dunleavy to exit the game, allowing Li Yu to take his place. As Li Yu entered the court, the atmosphere shifted palpably. The cheers from the Cavaliers fans diminished, and the expressions of his teammates turned grave, clearly haunted by Li Yu's earlier performance. If he were to replicate his first quarter display, the Cavaliers might very well surrender. On the Bulls' side, a sense of relief washed over them. The players seemed to have found their anchor, their initial disquiet gradually subsiding into a calm demeanor. Conversely, the Cavaliers were visibly subdued. The joy of recently equalizing the score evaporated, particularly for Waiters, whose expression darkened considerably. Great, I have to defend that rascal Li Yu again. I'd rather be sitting on the bench, Waiters lamented internally. Perhaps fate had taken heed of Waiters and voiced prayers, for just as the Bulls were about to inbound the ball, the fans witnessed Blatt signaling to Waiters to come off the court, making way for the relatively unknown Delhi. Under normal circumstances, Waiters would have sulked off the court. But now he felt an involuntary sigh of relief escaping him, almost breaking into a smile. Good luck, kid. You'll need it. Li Yu won't go easy on you, he thought, clapping his hands sharply with Delhi as he returned to his seat. Finally, Waiters exhaled, offering a silent prayer for Delhi. Best of luck, Mad Dog. At this moment, Dellavedova had yet to gain much recognition, and many fans found it rather peculiar to see him on the court. However, Li Yu understood that the Cavaliers coach Blatt had deployed this wild dog with the intent to inflict damage upon his opponents. While others may have been unaware of Dellavedova, Li Yu certainly was not. After all, he had traversed dimensions. In the original world, during the Cavaliers' first encounter with the Warriors in the finals, it was Vedova who emerged as a formidable obstacle for Curry, ultimately becoming the catalyst for Curry's loss of the FMVP title. At that time, with Irving sidelined, Cavaliers fans were engulfed in despair, yet Vedova rose to the occasion. From the second game of the finals onward, he relentlessly sprinted across the court, unwavering in his commitment to shadow Curry, employing every ounce of effort to disrupt each of Curry's shots. Vedova's tenacity proved fruitful, as he managed to confine Curry's scoring to below 20 points in games 2 and 3, during which Curry even suffered multiple airballs. The Cavaliers subsequently rallied to win 2 consecutive games, establishing a 2-1 lead in the series. Although the Cavaliers ultimately lost, the Seven Samurai earned the respect of many, and Vedova's performance did not go unnoticed, securing him a lucrative contract for the years to come. However, I am not Curry, nor am I the Curry of 2015. It is likely that Curry's decision to gain weight was influenced by his experience from that year. Nonetheless, Li Yu's current prototype is divine. If one were to consider physical strength alone, LeBron might hold his own. However, when it comes to identifying the perfect physique for basketball, there is no doubt that it belongs to Jordan. Li Yu felt that as he enhanced his character card, his body was undergoing continuous optimization. He chuckled to himself, realizing that the substitution of Delhi for Vitesse indicated a strategic shift to bolster his defense at the expense of offensive power. In Li Yu's eyes, the Cavaliers coach was clearly targeting him, a testament to the respect he commanded. Delhi, let us see what you're made of. Facing this challenge, Li Yu found an unexpected calmness within. As Delhi entered the game, the Cavaliers players understood the coach's intentions. It was one thing for outsiders to be unaware of Delhi's capabilities, but not for them. After training together for so long, they were well acquainted with each other's strengths and weaknesses. Even Irving often found himself troubled by Delhi's tenacious defense, and the Cavaliers players were confident that Delhi would pose significant challenges for Liu. LeBron approached Delhi, offering a supportive pat on the back. Locking eyes with him, he instructed, "Delhi, let the fans in this arena witness your defensive prowess. You have but one task: stay glued to Liu." Unbeknownst to him, there was an undercurrent of anger in his tone. It seemed that LeBron was quite riled up regarding Liu. Otherwise, he would not have been so expressive. Delhi nodded submissively, keen to avoid incurring LeBron's wrath. "Channel the intensity you exhibited while defending Irving in practice. Liu is no easy opponent. Give it everything you've got. Do not fear fouls or mistakes. I will provide support from behind." Perhaps James had also noticed that his tone was excessively harsh, as it softened in his final remark. Upon hearing James's words, Dellavedova felt a significant alleviation of the tension that had gripped him. James's defensive prowess is undeniably of an elite caliber. With his support, Dellavedova was confident that the game would be considerably easier for him. The memory of Lee's explosive performance lingered in Dellavedova's mind, leaving him somewhat apprehensive as he had witnessed Lee score an astonishing 38 points in a single quarter, utterly overwhelming the entire Cavaliers team. When the coach called upon Dellavedova to take the court, the shock within him had yet to fully subside. However, there was no alternative. He had to muster the courage to step up. Moreover, he had waited far too long for this opportunity. He could not afford to let it slip away. As a fringe player, if presented with a chance, one must be prepared. Otherwise, what purpose does remaining here serve? Home is a far more comfortable place. All teams in Australia are eager to sign him. Yet, Dellavedova understood that such thoughts were futile. When the coach calls your name, one must rise to the occasion, regardless of doubts. At the very least, one would not be left with regrets. Once the instructions were conveyed, James returned to his defensive position. Was it worth substituting Varejao, an offensive asset, for Dellavedova to defend Lee? Was such a tactical shift truly necessary? Lee could not maintain such a remarkable shooting rhythm indefinitely. Furthermore, having already narrowed the gap, there was no pressing need to deploy a specific defender against Lee. What was the coach thinking? James felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with Blatt's decision. As the game commenced, Gasol initiated the play, with Rose and Lee signaling to move forward for the ball. However, Dellavedova clung tenaciously to Lee, with Kyrie even joining the double team, leaving Lee with no opportunity to receive the pass. "Damn, this is excessive," thought Rose, brimming with frustration at witnessing the Cavaliers' defensive strategy against Lee. Left with no choice, Rose had to bring the ball up himself. The Cavaliers made a half-hearted attempt to pursue, allowing Rose to successfully receive the ball, and with the aid of Pau Gasol's screen, he advanced past half-court. Liu attempted to maneuver and receive the pass. However, the Cavaliers' current strategy was clear. Anyone else could catch the ball, but not Liu. Anyone else could score, but not him. Aside from Dellavedova, who was tightly marking him, the other players were also obstructing his path, encircling him with relentless pursuit. Observing this predicament, Liu realized that he needed to adapt his strategy. While Dellavedova's individual defense was manageable, now the entire team was focused on him. It was no wonder that some players could score 38 points in a single quarter, yet only tally 40 in the entire game. With such intensity of defense, anyone would struggle. Liu was unable to obtain the ball, leaving him to silently lament within. In truth, there was a solution. If Liu could seize the ball, the issue would be resolved. However, this team belongs to Ross. At this moment, no one possesses the right to usurp ball control from Ross. Liu also cannot. He understands that if he takes the initiative, Ross will likely oblige, but it would undoubtedly sow seeds of resentment. In a team, unity is of paramount importance. Liu holds a deep respect for Ross. Liu decided to allow Ross to make this decision. Although Liu rarely received the ball, he did not cease his movement. "Since you are defending me so intensely, I shall run towards the openings and disrupt your defense." Liu had long harbored a secret plan in his heart. Liu must fully leverage his deterrent power to alter the Cavaliers' defense and disrupt their formation, striving to create opportunities for his teammates to execute effortless offensive plays. Indeed, this approach proved remarkably effective. The two teams found themselves in a state of equilibrium, with the score oscillating. As the first half concluded, the Bulls led 78-73, reclaiming a 5-point advantage. Notably, Liu scored merely 5 points during this quarter. Chapter 22. Energy Elixir. As the halftime intermission arrived, the fervent fans, reluctant to take their seats, finally had the opportunity to catch their breath and rest. This match was exhilarating. I found myself sweating merely from watching. Indeed, this contest has been nothing short of spectacular, truly worth the price of admission. Who could have anticipated that Li Yu, this remarkable son of Huaxia, would score an astounding 38 points in a single quarter? Furthermore, who would have thought that the Cavaliers, despite amassing 32 points in the first quarter, would find themselves trailing by 21? Even more thrilling, during the second quarter, the Cavaliers unleashed a breathtaking surge of 23-2 within a mere 3 minutes, erasing the 21-point deficit in an instant. The Cavaliers' offensive prowess seems unparalleled in the league. It feels as though no opponent can contend with them. What bravado! Just glance at the scoreboard. The Bulls still maintain a 5-point lead. Moreover, your Cavaliers aren't even the top team in the East. Do you truly believe you possess the right to make such assertions? Never mind. I tire of this discussion. Brother, what is your take on Li Yu's performance in the second quarter? What else is there to say? One need only observe. Li Yu managed only 5 points, suggesting perhaps he has hit a wall. Upon hearing this, Bulls fans grew indignant. How do you watch the game? Did you not notice the Cavaliers specifically assigning a player to mark him, scoring 5 points on just 3 attempts? The remainder of his efforts were directed towards creating opportunities for his teammates. Indeed, once Li Yu entered the game, the Bulls' precarious situation stabilized immediately. I initially feared the Cavaliers would turn the tide, but upon Li Yu's arrival, he once again subdued their momentum. Li Yu is indispensable to the Bulls, more so than any other player on the team, including Derrick Rose. All right, you all have your points. Li Yu is the MVP, a future legend. The GOAT of the NBA. Is that satisfactory? This is utterly unreasonable. We have nothing more to discuss, regardless of the fans' opinions outside. Li Yu had retreated to the locker room. At that moment, he was drenched in sweat and had fallen into a state of physical exhaustion. Li Yu, are you all right? Upon noticing Li Yu struggling in his seat, Van Gundy promptly inquired, Coach, I'm fine. I just need a moment to rest. Li Yu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no concern. The relentless exertion had drained his energy significantly, and he felt as though he was nearing his physical limits. Everything comes at a cost. With a physical fitness score of merely 75 and a compatibility rating of only 85 for the Michael Jordan character card, utilizing Jordan's abilities would require an even greater expenditure of stamina. Coupled with the Cavaliers' intense defensive pressure on Li Yu, anyone in his position would have struggled equally. Seizing the opportunity during halftime, Li Yu intended to recuperate his energy. Upon summoning the attributes panel, he noticed some alterations in his statistics. System, basketball god system host, Li Yu age, 23 height, 198 centimeters weight, 93 kilograms physical fitness, 80, on a scale of 100. The average physical fitness score for NBA players is 80, ability value, 78. The threshold for NBA players is 72. Note, the average for CBA players is 35. With a threshold of 20 character cards, Michael Jordan character card compatibility 88, average level during 6 championship seasons, Stephen Curry character card 2016-17 season, peak 3-point shooter, compatibility 83. LeBron James character card 2012 the decision version, compatibility 90. Kevin Durant character card, the Reaper, Golden State Warriors version, compatibility 91. Skill cards, Stephen Curry 3-point card, duration, 15 minutes, increasingly accurate with distance, Klay Thompson 3-point card, duration, 12 minutes, explosive and unpredictable. Damian Lillard 3-point card, 1 logo shot per game. Kawhi Leonard steal card, steals will significantly exceed fouls. Aquaman Adams rebound card, a master of offensive rebounds. Increases team's offensive rebound rate by 20, personal offensive rebound rate by 50. Chris Paul passing card, increases teammate shooting accuracy by 20. His physical fitness had risen from 75 to 80, and the compatibility of the Jordan character card had improved from 85 to 88. More importantly, Li Yu's ability value surged from 68 to 78, surpassing the NBA player threshold of 72. This meant that even if he left the Bulls, he would possess the capability to compete with other teams. Could it be that my abilities and overall attributes are also enhancing through the use of character cards? This revelation filled Li Yu with excitement. Instead of merely providing a fish, it is better to teach one to fish. This change indicates that as long as Li Yu continues to utilize character cards, his ability values could continue to rise. Perhaps one day, he would possess the prowess to match Jordan on his own. Li took a deep breath. Now, even if the system were to leave him one day, as long as he seizes this opportunity to diligently improve himself, the absence of the system would be of no consequence. Host, the system will not abandon its host. And furthermore, it possesses additional functionalities. Lee felt a sudden jolt in his heart, astonished that the system could read his thoughts. It was rather embarrassing, akin to being caught in the act of wrongdoing. At this moment, Lee felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Alas, how could the system so casually eavesdrop on my innermost thoughts? Something feels amiss. The system assures that it shall no longer indiscriminately invade the host's private musings. Well, that's commendable. Acknowledging one's mistakes and striving for improvement is indeed the mark of a good child. Liu felt as though he had inadvertently compromised the system, yet he lacked any tangible evidence. Congratulations to the host for breaking 2 historical scoring records. As a reward, 2 grand gift packs await. Please click to claim them. The system, having eavesdropped on the host's thoughts without permission, offers a bottle of stamina potion as compensation. Please click to receive it. Upon hearing this, Liu mused that it was as if a pillow had been handed to him just when he desired to take a nap. The grand gift pack was inconsequential. With character cards and skill cards, having those of Jordan, Curry, and LeBron was more than sufficient. However, the stamina potion was of paramount importance to him. Otherwise, the second half would be challenging. System, what is the function of the stamina potion? Liu resolved to seek verification, for if it turned out to be a mere fade, he would find himself in dire straits. Such occurrences were all too common in this world, and Liu had already fallen for numerous traps in his previous life. The stamina potion could swiftly restore physical energy upon consuming it. The host would maintain peak stamina throughout the entire match, regardless of how intensely he exerted himself, thus avoiding any physical crisis. Excellent, this settles it. Li Yujing is concerned about the possibility of lacking stamina in the second half. However, this issue has been resolved. Based on Li Yu's performance in the first quarter, securing an official NBA contract is undoubtedly within reach. Even if the Bulls do not offer him a contract, other teams will surely extend an invitation. Nevertheless, Li Yu's aspiration is to attain a maximum salary contract, and given his current performance, he still has a considerable distance to cover. Furthermore, Li Yu is equally reluctant to concede defeat. Should he fail to deliver a commendable performance, it is likely that the Bulls will face another loss in the second half. In his debut game, where he is finally in the spotlight, Li Yu must undoubtedly secure a victory. Li Yu, no longer hesitating, decisively clicked to claim it. As for the large gift package, it can be set aside for now. After all, it is of no immediate use. Li Yu casually sought out an uninhabited spot and retrieved the stamina potion. It appeared rather unremarkable, a small glass vial containing a verdant liquid. He took a tentative sip, and the taste awakened his senses. To his surprise, it was quite palatable. After downing the entire contents, Li Yu felt rejuvenated, brimming with vitality. Clenching his fists, he sensed an inexhaustible energy coursing through him. Yet, an unsettling feeling crept over him. It seemed as though someone was watching. Could it be that a fan had been captivated by his performance? How delightful. Li did not think much of it and casually tossed the glass bottle into the trash bin. Little did he know that trouble would soon come knocking at his door. Chapter 23. The flames of war rekindled. Time flew swiftly, and the fans had hardly recovered from the intensity of the first half when the second half of the match was about to commence. Emerging from the locker room, the entire Cavaliers team bore a serious demeanor, evidently having faced a stern reprimand from their coach during halftime. Allowing an opponent to score 50 points in a single quarter and exhibiting a defense as flimsy as paper was simply intolerable. To make matters worse, a rookie had set 2 historical records against the Cavaliers, an affront that could not be overlooked. In such situations, teams typically rally to thwart any player poised to break records, determined not to become mere footnotes in someone else's narrative. Regrettably for the Cavaliers today, despite their best efforts, Li Yu's performance proved insurmountable. On the court, LeBron James took a deep breath, aware that the third quarter would be pivotal in determining the outcome of the game. With an opponent like Li Yu, the Cavaliers found themselves in a particularly arduous battle. Furthermore, the Bulls boasted Derrick Rose, the youngest MVP in NBA history. Although Rose was not the player he once was following his injuries, the old adage held true: a withered camel is larger than a horse. No one dared to underestimate Rose, for his potential for a sudden resurgence loomed large. In James's eyes, Rose posed an even greater threat than Li Yu. As the game resumed, the Bulls maintained their starting lineup from the first half. In contrast, the Cavaliers opted for Matthew Dellavedova to replace Tristan Thompson in the starting 5. After all, during the second quarter, Dellavedova's tenacious defense had limited Li Yu to a mere 6 points, allowing the Cavaliers to narrow the gap from a 21-point deficit to just 5. The third quarter was now upon them. a time when the stakes were raised. And containing Liu became of utmost importance. If Liu were to erupt once more as he did in the first quarter, the Cavaliers would undoubtedly face defeat. The pressure of trailing by 20 points in the first quarter is entirely different from that in the fourth quarter. Many formidable teams have found themselves down by over 20 points in the first half, yet they have managed to stage remarkable comebacks in numerous matches. However, beginning the fourth quarter with a deficit of 21 points or more significantly diminishes the chances of victory, with only a few instances of successful turnarounds. Both coaches are acutely aware that the third quarter demands utmost attention. Falling behind in this period complicates matters for the fourth. Thus, the Cavaliers coach promptly summoned Delhi at the start of the third quarter, intending to contain Liu from the outset. Liu currently feels quite relaxed, unburdened by the constraints of physical limitations, and as a result, Liu is poised to become even more formidable. Furthermore, if character cards can enhance one's abilities, might it also be possible for skill cards to do the same? Liu decided to give it a try. During the first half, due to concerns about potential risks, he opted to utilize only the character card. Liu now feels immensely fortunate. Had he hastily utilized both his character card and skill card, he would likely have exhausted his resources within merely half a match. However, having consumed a stamina potion, he is now free from such concerns. Skill card, Stephen Curry 3-point card, duration, 15 minutes. The farther he shoots, the more accurate he becomes. It is now loading. Seizing the moment before the game begins, Liu quickly touches the ball to find his rhythm. It is quite extraordinary. His sense of spatial awareness and anticipation has significantly heightened. Liu held the ball and gazed at the hoop when suddenly a number popped into his mind. 37 feet, approximately 11.3 meters. Remarkably, he effortlessly tossed the ball with one hand towards the basket. Swish. The basketball sailed cleanly through the net. The crowd erupted in astonishment as Liu casually sank an extraordinary three-pointer from beyond the arc. Everyone sensed that the formidable Liu from the first quarter was making a comeback, and this time, he might be even more terrifying. His shooting touch seemed almost supernatural. With such ease, he nailed a shot from over 3 meters beyond the three-point line. I can't help but suspect that Liu possesses undisclosed talents yet to be revealed. As we enter the third quarter, we are likely to witness something unprecedented. Let us mourn for the Cavaliers, my friends. Goodness, his shooting accuracy is remarkable, grumbled a Cavaliers fan on the sidelines, unable to contain his disdain. Even before the game has commenced, he's already showing off. Liu is truly insufferable. Yet, despite his frustration, he acknowledged the futility of his team's efforts. Come on, be magnanimous. If you could shoot like him, you'd be even more insufferable, trust me. At that moment, both teams had assumed their formations and were poised for action. Due to Gasol's inability to outjump Love during the opening tip-off, the Bulls retained possession at the start of the third quarter. Ultimately, Gasol executed a successful play against Thompson. Once criticized for his softness in the early stages of his career, Paul Gasol, now in the twilight of his journey, exhibited remarkable toughness. Much of the Bulls' current success can be attributed to his contributions. The Cavaliers, however, were not to be outdone. Love quickly initiated a long pass to the ever-dominant LeBron James, who executed a layup with precision. At this juncture, both teams were fiercely contesting, each unleashing their full strength in an effort to decisively overcome the other. As the first half drew to a close, the score stood at 93-93, bringing both teams back to the same starting point. During this half of the quarter, Liu managed to touch the ball several times but failed to score. Witnessing Liu being effectively restrained by Dellavedova, the Bulls fans were filled with disappointment. They had anticipated a resurgence from Liu in this quarter, not necessarily a repeat of his phenomenal first quarter performance, but at least a third of that would have assured the Bulls a commanding lead. Alas, have we placed our hopes on Liu too high? After all, he is merely a rookie. Indeed, while Liu scored 38 points in the first quarter, he only managed 5 in the second, indicating a noticeable decline in his stamina. It was hoped that he would recover his energy in the third quarter, yet it appears his endurance is rapidly depleting. Unfortunately, the physical resilience of players from Huaxia does seem somewhat lacking. Liu's performance, however, remains commendable as he continues to contribute to the team in various ways. Remarkably, he has already scored 43 points in this game with just 18 attempts, a performance that is truly commendable. Should the team lose this match, the blame would rest solely on those who failed to step up. Particularly concerning is Rose, whose performance over the past 2 years has been rather disappointing. One cannot fault Rose too much, considering the 2 significant injuries he has endured. His current performance is commendable under the circumstances. Alas, It seems fate is unkind to the gifted. In stark contrast to the Bulls fans, those supporting the Cavaliers were elated to see Liu falter. I had predicted that Liu would struggle to maintain his performance throughout 3 quarters. His stamina was evidently lacking, and he was hesitant to take shots. In this quarter, it seemed he would be fortunate to even make contact with the ball, as Dellavedova had completely locked him down. Dellavedova's defensive prowess is remarkable today. As Liu gained notoriety with his first shot, Dellavedova also made his mark. I have never witnessed such an intense defensive effort, relentlessly pressuring his opponent, denying any chance for an easy shot. After this game, both players' market values are bound to soar. The middle-tier players will surely be left behind. It appears Liu is running out of options, and I foresee the Cavaliers poised to seal the game. In the latter half of the third quarter, the Cavaliers are likely to unleash a significant surge, overwhelming the Bulls. Seeing Liu appear calm and collected, Dellavedova is on the brink of insanity. What kind of monster is this? He has been running the entire game without even breaking a sweat. My goodness, let this end soon. I feel like I might collapse. Dellavedova gasped for breath, veins bulging, his face flushed. Noticing Dellavedova's labored breathing, Liu realized the moment to shoot had arrived. Chapter 24. I'm sorry, but I must dominate you in the next play. James of the Cavaliers once again broke through to score, putting the Cavaliers 2 points ahead of the Bulls. This basket signifies that the Cavaliers are gearing up for an offensive push. Coincidentally, I too am ready to exert my strength. Liu silently thought to himself. Upon witnessing James score, he promptly advanced to his offensive half, with Dellavedova, his ever-present companion, trailing closely behind. Observing Dellavedova, Liu inwardly sighed. Forgive me, but I must overwhelm you. As Rose dribbled past the half-court line, Liu suddenly accelerated, leaving Dellavedova, whose stamina was critically low, in his wake. Noticing Liu's movement, Rose unhesitatingly passed the ball. Although Liu had yet to score in this quarter, Rose harbored an inexplicable yet intense conviction that Liu was capable of far more. Perhaps, this was the instinct of a true superstar. Without reason or necessity for one, Rose firmly placed his trust in Liu. Liu did not disappoint Ross's expectations. Positioned just beyond the 3-point line, Liu received the ball, soared into the air, and with a fluid motion, released the shot, successfully sinking it in one seamless action. Liu has finally broken the scoring drought that lasted for half a quarter. Dellavedova was a heartbeat too late. In that fleeting moment, Liu had ample time to conjure a multitude of miraculous feats. Observing Dellavedova, who had rushed to catch up only to evade him, Liu sighed inwardly. What a pity it was that he could not convert it into a 3-point play. Upon witnessing Liu's successful 3-pointer, the Bulls fans erupted in joyous cheers. Liu addressed all the doubts raised by the fans. Observing Liu's utterly composed demeanor following his shot, those present felt an instinctive premonition that this 3-pointer was merely an appetizer. The Cavaliers players suddenly sensed an unsettling yet intense feeling of standing at the precipice. James and Irving exchanged a glance, both recognizing the weightiness in each other's eyes. As the game progressed, Irving, upon receiving the ball past half-court, refrained from passing it to LeBron James for the offensive organization. Instead, he surged forward, and as he reached the right side of the 3-point line at a 45-degree angle, executed a sudden right step back to create space, launching a decisive pull-up 3-pointer. Irving's resolve was unwavering, and the ball swished through the net with remarkable clarity. The Cavaliers regained the lead. Watching Irving, Liu's eyes sparkled with a dangerous glint. How intriguing, utterly fascinating. Liu once again arrived at the same position. This time, Dellavedova was more focused, his entire being firmly glued to Liu. This time, don't even think about shaking me off as easily as you did before. Dellavedova's gaze conveyed such a message, and Liu clearly understood his resolve. This is what competition truly is: mutual rivalry, a contest of wills, a face-off. Such a match is exhilarating. Out of respect for you, I shall grant you a mere 3-point play this time, Liu mused inwardly. Rose continued to dribble past half-court. He first glanced in Liu's direction, noting his disinterest in the ball, and intended to let Gasol come up for a screen, planning to take the shot himself. Just as Gasol began to move, Liu sprang into action. Although Dellavedova was fully concentrated, he was still a beat too slow. Hey, Rose. Hearing Liu's call, Rose immediately turned, simultaneously tossing the ball towards Liu. Liu received the ball. In the same position, he leaped once more. I can reach it. Dellavedova felt a surge of joy within, instinctively leaping towards the ascending Liu. This time, I shall surely interfere, Dellavedova silently mused. Alas, it was too high. He could not touch the ball. Darn, it struck his hand, Foul on the three-point attempt. Dellavedova sensed impending doom. Please, may it not be a three-point play. He could only pray in his heart. Desperately, Dellavedova turned to gaze at the hoop. With a swoosh, the ball passed through the net. The worst-case scenario had indeed unfolded. The more one fears something, the more it materializes. Today, Dellavedova finally grasped the essence of this saying. As the referee's whistle sounded, the three-point play was conclusively affirmed. A sense of grievance welled up within Dellavedova. Despite my fervent defense, why did it yield no effect? Furthermore, I sensed something amiss earlier. Could it be that this was a scheme devised by Liu? Gazing at Liu's stoic visage, Dellavedova felt as though he were confronting a demon. Approaching the free throw line, Liu seized the ball tossed by the referee and shot without hesitation. No issue here, he scored again, maintaining a perfect free throw percentage thus far. If this continues, it will mark a new record. The Bulls reclaimed the lead once more. This game has witnessed countless shifts and dominance. Let it end here, Cavaliers. Do not surpass us again, Liu silently urged himself. This is a decree, not a suggestion. Kyrie Irving continued to receive the ball as he crossed half-court. But this time, it was Liu who marked him. Observing Liu's calm and refined countenance, Irving felt a heightened exhilaration. A strong adversary challenges another strong adversary. That is where the thrill lies. Liu, I shall defeat you. Though Irving did not vocalize this, his gaze conveyed his intent, and Liu discerned Irving's determination. Indeed. Irving accelerated, dribbling at a pace at least 50% faster than before. Soon, he reached the 35-degree mark beyond the three-point line. The same location, the same motions. Irving launched his shot. Unfortunately, it was not the same opponent. This time, his adversary was Liu. Liu closely adhered to Irving, who had just leaped into the air. As Liu followed suit, a flicker of anxiety surged within Irving. In a moment of instinct, he resolved to act. Without allowing his motion to fully develop, he flicked the ball away. Although the likelihood of scoring diminished, the risk of being blocked was significantly reduced. As he released the ball from his grasp, a sigh of relief escaped Irving. At least he had taken the shot, missing was inconsequential. For James and Thompson would vie for the offensive rebound. However, before he could fully exhale, an enormous hand loomed before him, seizing the ball with ferocity. What manner of creature is this? Irving's eyes widened in shock, accompanied by a profound sense of humiliation. Observing Liu begin dribbling in a counterattack. A fierce determination ignited within Irving. He could not allow Liu to succeed in his advance. Driven by this thought, Irving sprinted desperately towards the Bulls' front court. This possession must be defended resolutely. As he drew closer, a wave of relief washed over him. He had caught up. There was no way Liu could succeed now. James had established position in the paint, and Irving had followed suit, leaving Liu with no space. Damn! Irving couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 25. A flurry of three-pointers. Irving saw Liu take his shot from 2 meters beyond the three-point line, executing a pull-up without hesitation. What an audacious choice. This was hardly a wise decision, Irving mused inwardly. Following the trajectory of the ball, his heart plummeted alongside it. Suddenly, a wave of intense frustration surged within him. Am I truly inferior to Liu? I am an all-star MVP, a member of the All-NBA team, and on Douyin, many refer to me as the king of Douyin. Oh God, grant me an answer. I am sincerely devoted to your cause. Gazing at Liu, seemingly suspended in midair, Irving felt as though Liu towered 3 stories high. Now it was the Cavaliers' turn to attack. This time, Irving passed the ball to James. If even James could not vanquish Liu, then surely no one else in the world could hope to defeat him. In his heart, Irving mused. Observing the bewildered Kyrie Irving, LeBron James recognized that the young man required his assistance. James swiftly dashed across the court, launching himself towards the Bulls' paint. Once inside, James was an unstoppable force. Mirotic had no choice but to commit a foul. At this juncture, both teams had reached their foul limits, leading to James' free throw opportunity. As anticipated, James missed his first shot, his formidable physique occasionally rendering him somewhat rigid, an asset at times, but certainly not when it came to free throws. A resigned smile crossed his face as he gently shook his head. For his second attempt, James took a moment to compose himself. This time, he scored. Nonetheless, the Bulls maintained their lead. As the Bulls prepared for the inbound, Rose gestured to Liu, signaling him to receive the ball. Rose had discerned that Liu was ready to take command of the game. Liu, this match rests on your shoulders. Watching Liu excel on the court, Rose could not deny a twinge of envy, yet his heart was more filled with nostalgia for the days when he was the young, dynamic player. Alas, I have aged. It is now the era of the youth, and I must yield. Observing Liu's impressive scoring spree and fervent performance, Rose felt a pang of wistfulness for the heroics of his own past. However, while being the supporting player was exhilarating, there was also a certain pleasure in playing the supportive role. Rose contemplated. Hey, Liu, this is now your team. Go forth with confidence. Liu sensed this intention from Ross. Very well, Rose, allow me to lead you to victory in this competition. Liu smiled gently at Ross. Since you have made your stance clear, I must also strive with even greater fervor. Liu, residing in La Vida, effortlessly received the ball. Without waiting for the Cavaliers players to converge, he surged past the half-court like a whirlwind in fifth gear. Observing Liu's swift advance, LeBron hastened to catch up, determined not to allow Liu another opportunity to score a three-pointer. If Liu were to take another shot, the Cavaliers would indeed be forced to concede. At this moment, Liu was still 2 meters away from the three-point line, while LeBron James had positioned himself at the arc. This time, it should be manageable. From such a distance, even Ray Allen would find it challenging to maintain his shooting accuracy. LeBron anchored himself at the three-point line, confident that even if Liu attempted a shot from a meter beyond the arc, he would still be able to contest it effectively. Observing LeBron, Liu halted 2 meters outside the three-point line, fully aware of LeBron's undeniable prowess in one-on-one defense. He had no interest in taking on the challenge, for there was simply no necessity. LeBron, my shooting range extends far beyond that last shot. Skill card, Stephen Curry 3-point card, duration, 15 minutes. The farther I shoot, the more accurate I become. This time, I shall shoot from 2 meters beyond the three-point line. Without the slightest hesitation, Liu leaped and released the ball. To his astonishment, he had indeed taken a shot from 2 meters beyond the three-point line. James was engulfed by an absurd sensation. Was this truly a random attempt? Questions flooded his mind. No, please don't. Witnessing Liu's audacious shot from beyond the arc, Van Gundy's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape, as if he could swallow 2 eggs. Could this truly be the range of a human? The players on the court were utterly astounded. James, momentarily lost in thought, glanced back. This shot couldn't possibly go in. It was too outrageous. Unfortunately, reality defied his expectations as he watched the basketball trace a beautiful arc and sink into the net. Damn! A sense of helplessness washed over James. Suddenly, the referee's whistle pierced the air. James turned once more to look at Liu, who had fallen to the ground, his body leaning forward. While Dellavedova helplessly cradled his head, James could no longer bring himself to blame him. Liu has once again made a three-pointer, marking his 4th consecutive three-point shot. Should he successfully convert the free throw, he would have accumulated a remarkable total of 14 points. Liu, with his solitary efforts, gradually widened the gap in the score between the Bulls and the Cavaliers, bringing the tally to 106-99. The Cavaliers began to sense the looming danger. As they observed Liu launching a shot from a distance of 2 meters beyond the three-point line, many Bulls fans rose in astonishment. Goodness, that shot was excessive. To attempt a shot from such a distance defies the very principles of basketball. The Bulls fans were beginning to lose confidence. Oh my, it actually went in, exclaimed a Bulls supporter seated at the sidelines, covering his mouth in disbelief, a reflection of the sentiment shared by many of his fellow fans. At that moment, numerous Bulls fans in the stands leapt up in exhilaration, with some even bowing in reverence. Heavens above, Liu is on fire. Wang Ming touched his bald head, his face a mask of excitement. Beside him, Kufan's face was flushed, while Yang Paul, despite his outward calm, betrayed his unease with a trembling leg. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Liu's potential has yet to be fully realized, Yang Paul declared with a hint of pride. Wang Ming and Kufan exchanged glances before speaking in unison. Liu truly deserves the praise. It seems that Teacher Yang has met his match, and I humbly concede. Without a doubt, Liu is destined to be a transformative player. I am firmly convinced of it. In the NBA official broadcast room, Smith strained to regain composure, his eyes wide as he spoke emphatically. Meanwhile, 2 hefty commentators beside him remained slack-jawed and wide-eyed, still reeling from the shock. Liu's future is limitless. I dare say he is even stronger now than I was at my peak. Am I losing my mind? Shaquille O'Neal finally regained his composure. This year, James faces even greater challenges in his quest for a championship, Barkley lamented as he shook off his astonishment. How could I have thought Liu wouldn't score 10 points in this game? I must be out of my mind. Chapter 26, Van Gundy's Fury. Hey, Liu. You've just hit 4 consecutive three-pointers. Rose approached with an exuberant demeanor, pulling Liu up. Now be honest with me. How many skills do you still have left in your arsenal? Rose playfully punched Liu's chest, feigning curiosity. How many skills remain undisclosed? Liu pondered, looking down. Thompson's explosive three-pointer, Lillard's logo shot, Paul's passing, Leonard's defense and steals. Observing Liu deep in thought, Rose fell silent. Well, it seems Liu indeed has a plethora of new skills yet to be revealed. I've become the supporting act. Liu had not completed his inventory when the referee's whistle sounded, indicating that he could proceed to take his free throws. About 7 or 8 types. Liu replied to Ross before stepping up to the line. 7 or 8. Ross felt as though his mind was numbed. Standing at the free throw line, Liu effortlessly sank the shot, securing his 14th point of the quarter and his 57th overall. With 4 minutes remaining in the third quarter, an unshakable sense lingered in the air. Liu's performance was far from over, and the events of the first quarter were poised to repeat themselves. As Liu made his free throw, the score gap between the Bulls and the Cavaliers officially widened to 8 points. Bulls 107, Cavaliers 99. At this juncture, the Cavaliers players began to lose focus, each ensnared in a haze of confusion. Observing this predicament, James recognized it was imperative for him to step up. As the unequivocal leader of the team, he knew that if he did not take charge, the game might slip away from them. The game continued, and the Cavaliers lineup shifted. The Cavaliers coach substituted Dellavedova for Dion Waiters, having realized that Dellavedova's stamina was nearly depleted, rendering him ineffective in defending against Liu. Rather than attempting to contain him, the strategy shifted to an offensive approach. With the Cavaliers roster, an aggressive play style had always been a viable option. Seeing Waiters enter the game, Liu understood that Dellavedova would not return. The Cavaliers were intent on engaging in a shootout with the Bulls. Excellent, just as I prefer, Liu mused quietly to himself. The Cavaliers executed their plays with great patience, with James holding the ball at the waist while his teammates continuously repositioned. Unfortunately, the Bulls appeared invigorated, thwarting the Cavaliers' attempts to establish a strategy for over 10 seconds. Observing the situation, James turned to initiate a personal offensive with a series of crossovers. He created space with a sudden step back to the right. James was preparing to shoot. The fans in the arena thought so. He jumped, ready to release the ball. Oh, wait, he passed it instead, delivering the ball to Waiters beyond the arc. But no, Liu anticipated James' pass, intercepting the ball with deft precision. Let us witness how Liu handles this opportunity. He launched a counterattack. Liu surged ahead, having already eluded the Cavaliers' defenders. It seemed he could easily score with a layup. But wait, what was he doing? He abruptly halted, positioned 2 meters beyond the three-point line. No, perhaps even further. With no Cavaliers defender in sight, he astonishingly opted against the layup. What on earth was Liu contemplating? My goodness, Liu took a shot. He had a clear opportunity for an easy layup on the fast break, yet he opted for a three-pointer. This decision is utterly audacious, leaving me at a loss for words. How exasperating. Witnessing Liu's choice, Van Gundy was consumed by rage, smashing the tactical board forcefully onto the floor. Li's shooting choices had reached the limits of Van Gundy's patience. Now, with an easy opportunity to score 2 points, Li unexpectedly attempted a three-pointer from beyond the arc. Van Gundy felt his authority was being severely challenged. He glanced at the referee, ready to call a timeout if the shot failed, unwilling to allow Li's reckless and disorganized shooting to continue. Oh my heavens, the ball went in. Li has made his 5th consecutive three-pointer, and with this shot, the Bulls' lead over the Cavaliers has expanded to 11 points, marking the second time in this game that the Bulls have achieved a double-digit lead. Li's performance is simply beyond words. If one must articulate it, it can only be said that it is as though God himself is donning the number 23 jersey. Congratulations to the fans in attendance and those watching from home. You are witnessing a remarkable display, as the ball cascaded into the hoop amidst the cheers of the crowd. It seemed to Li as if the hoop had widened to the vastness of the ocean. Observing Li's calm demeanor after each successful shot only served to highlight the stark contrast with his own fallen tactical board. Van Gundy felt humiliated. He considered substituting Li, but the memory of how the Cavaliers had swiftly equalized the score after Li's removal in the second quarter lingered vividly in his mind. Let it be. As long as victory is within reach, so be it. A sense of despondency settled over Van Gundy. For the first time, he recognized that a player could be more vital to the team than himself. It was absurd, for even the youngest MVP in NBA history, Derrick Rose, had never evoked such a sentiment in him. Yet now, Li, a mere newcomer, making his debut as a starter in the NBA, was the one. This opportunity was a reward he had bestowed upon him, or perhaps merely a concession. Van Gundy glanced at the scoreboard, 110-99. The glaring red numbers were almost blinding. As the point differential reached 11, he suddenly felt a sense of release. Lee is a remarkable player. I should support him, not restrain him. With a talent like Lee. Alongside Rose, Butler, and Gasol, the Bulls certainly have hope for a championship. Lee, we must converse after the game. For now, do as you please. As long as you continue to score, I can tolerate your infuriatingly audacious style of play. Lee's shot was indeed quite audacious. Yet it was far from a mere whim or a lapse in judgment. When Lee found himself in that position, a surge of inspiration washed over him, and he instinctively released the ball. Many athletes understand that at times, players can enter a remarkable state where their bodies make instinctive choices, resulting in successful shots and prolific scoring. This enchanting state is often referred to as being in the zone. Lee felt that he was in such a state, and thus chose to heed the command of his body, taking the shot from beyond the arc. In that moment, when the heavens and earth seemed to conspire in harmony, Liu's three-pointer found its mark. Lee made 5 consecutive three-pointers, scoring 17 points in a single quarter, bringing his total to 60 points. Chapter 27, The MVP Chance. The Bulls players were left in awe. Lee's performance was truly unprecedented, an experience never before witnessed. The Bulls players felt an immense sense of fortune to witness such a historic display in NBA history. In stark contrast to the Bulls' exhilaration, the Cavaliers stood in stunned silence upon seeing Lee sink that shot, as if their souls had been momentarily lost. It was only when the referee urged the Cavaliers to inbound the ball that they regained their senses. Everyone understood that the Cavaliers' prospects had dwindled. Indeed, in the subsequent play, James of the Cavaliers attempted a long three-pointer, which missed its mark, and the rebound was secured by Pau Gasol, causing the Cavaliers to squander yet another opportunity to close the gap. Liu approached Gasol's side, effortlessly receiving the ball, as the Cavaliers had abandoned their double team on him, with only waiters trailing closely beside him. As Liu dribbled past the half-court, the Cavaliers expanded their defensive line once more. LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, and Dion Waiters advanced to approximately 1 meter beyond the three-point line. This strategic positioning not only aimed to disrupt Liu's shooting, but also ensured that the spacing did not become excessively stretched. Lee did not choose to take action directly this time. Instead, he passed the ball to Ross. However, Ross promptly returned it and then darted away. It seemed that Ross still wanted Lee to handle it himself. Ross was also quite curious. Lee, just how far can you go? Do not hesitate. Lead us to victory. Liu clearly understood Ross's intention. In light of this, he decided to seize the opportunity boldly. At that moment, Liu stood in front of the logo, while Vitesse positioned himself a meter ahead of Liu. In this stance, Vitesse truly doubted that Liu would dare to take a shot. If he did, it would undoubtedly result in a miss. Vitesse raised his chin towards Liu, straightened up, pointed at the hoop with his right hand, spread his arms wide, and declared, Liu, if you have the ability, shoot from here. I'll allow you to try. Damn it, Liu, don't fall for his taunts. Ross thought to himself. The expressions of the other Bulls players mirrored his concern. At that moment, Gasol, positioned in the key, noticed the situation and hurried forward, eager to set a screen for Liu. Liu observed the provocative demeanor of Waiters and couldn't help but chuckle. With the ball in his right hand and his left hand gesturing to Gasol, he signaled for him not to set a screen. Gasol was momentarily taken aback, caught in a moment of hesitation. In that fleeting instant of distraction, Gasol saw Liu soaring through the air, the ball already released from his grasp. Cursing under his breath, Gasol swiftly turned to position himself against Love, determined to seize the offensive rebound. This rebound was his. He firmly locked onto the rim, intent on claiming the ball the moment it strayed within his reach. Liu smirked, thinking to himself, no need for a screen, yet here I am, covering for you. However, considering your exceptional performance today, I shall let this slide. Ah, the youthful arrogance, blissfully ignorant. Dear brother, do not get carried away. There is no player in the NBA who shoots like you. Waiters was equally bewildered. How could Liu dare to shoot from such a position? Was it within his range? Impossible. No player in NBA history could achieve such a feat. Liu could not possibly do it. With a heart full of confusion, Waiters quickly turned his gaze towards the hoop. Just because others cannot or do not attempt such feats, does that mean Liu is incapable? Not necessarily. As the ball arced through the air, all eyes followed its trajectory, collectively focused on the basket. With a resounding swish, the basketball descended into the net, and the tension among the players dissipated. The dust settled as Liu sank another three-pointer. Could he have truly accomplished this? Damn it, he actually did it. Waiters was on the verge of losing his mind. The fans erupted into a frenzy. MBN, MBN, MBN. It started as a scattered murmur, quickly escalating to engulf the entire arena. The decibel level surged to its peak at the United Center, as for the first time. Cheers for someone other than Rose echoed through the venue. Listening to the roars of the fans, Liu's previously calm heart began to flutter. Mbien? It certainly will be. Just wait for me. Mbien? It is destined to be more than that. James whispered softly to himself, although it was merely a single game. Liu's unprecedented performance made James feel a sense of threat to his own status. This formidable young man, silent until now, had made an astonishing impact. With the prowess Liu displayed in this game, James believed that no one could match him, not even himself. Ah, Liu, the future is yours. Yet for now, this is still my era, and I welcome your challenge. James's fighting spirit was ignited by Liu. Although James harbored such thoughts, he could not deny that. Under the current circumstances, the Cavaliers stood little chance. In Liu's present form, he seemed unstoppable. Even if he were to perform at only half his capacity for the remainder of the game, the Cavaliers would still falter. Upon hearing the call for MVP, Rose felt a tumult of emotions. In the United Center, that chant had once belonged solely to him, but now it had been shared. Rose began to reminisce about his MVP season, a time when he was full of vigor and led his team to the top of the Eastern Conference. Reaching the Eastern Finals, what he had believed to be the starting point had turned out to be his end point. With this thought, he cast a complex glance at James. I have consecutively fallen to this man. After years of competition, Rose understood better than anyone the magnitude of James's prowess. A man who had dominated the East and the league. Liu, I have lost my chance. Can you lead me, lead the Bulls, to scale this great mountain? Surpass the Eastern Conference Finals, and enter the NBA Finals to secure the championship I have long desired? Though the Bulls held a significant lead over the Cavaliers. It was merely one game, a regular season match. Rose had long recognized that a playoff James would be even more formidable. At that juncture, Liu would face greater challenges. For a moment, Rose found the situation absurd, placing such lofty hopes on Liu, a rookie. What had come over him? Why had he become so blind and irrational? Moreover, shouldering the burden of the team was the responsibility of veterans like himself. How could he shift it entirely onto the young player? Yet, Liu was undeniably different. He seemed capable of achieving anything. Rose glanced at James and then at Liu, a smile gracing his face. LeBron, you finally have a worthy opponent. Chapter 28. The game concludes, 81-113, the Bulls' lead expands once more. In the subsequent possession, Love's three-point attempt goes awry, and the Cavaliers find themselves struggling once again. Ever since Liu ignited his performance, the Cavaliers' momentum appears to wane gradually. In a series of 5 possessions, the Cavaliers managed to score only a solitary point. Their basket seemed as if it were sealed shut, and the players could not find the mark. It was now the Bulls' turn. This time, the Cavaliers became utterly frantic, pushing their defense up to the logo. The players were acutely aware that they could not allow Liu to continue his unrestrained assault. With the defense pressed to the logo, they doubted his ability to sink another three-pointer. Waiters took the lead in defending, while James swept in from behind. The Cavaliers were convinced that this time, Liu would not effortlessly score. Seeing Liu linger at the logo, even further back than before, Gasol tapped his head and resolved to step up for a screen. This time, Liu did not decline Gasol's pick. A team must not always prioritize personal sentiments. Moreover, Gasol could genuinely assist Liu. Despite his age, his screening skills had become increasingly refined. As Gasol positioned himself, he effectively shielded Waiters from behind. With space created, Liu immediately sprang into action, taking a significant step to the right. At this moment, James had also arrived. Facing James' defense, Liu remained undaunted, leaping into the air for a pull-up jumper from the logo. Can he really make that? James thought, his face a canvas of disbelief. He could not recall how many times he had felt speechless that night. As James turned back to glance, he sprinted past Liu towards the Cavaliers' half of the court. Regardless of whether the shot succeeded or failed, the Cavaliers would have an opportunity for a fast break. With a swish, Liu successfully landed another three-pointer. This time from the logo. Liu has already made 7 three-pointers in a single quarter. Lo and behold, he has scored again. LeBron James finds himself at a loss for expression in the face of this onslaught. The spectators in the arena, witnessing Liu's astonishing performance, have begun to grow numb. Many fans have shouted themselves hoarse and are now seated, taking a moment to sip water and recover. The players, too, are becoming accustomed to this spectacle. Upon seeing Liu score, Kevin Love shows no signs of hesitation, swiftly grabbing the basketball and rushing to the baseline to execute a quick inbound pass. Love briefly scans the court, and the ball is launched, finding its way to LeBron, who is already sprinting to the free throw line. After receiving the pass, LeBron takes off from the free throw line, taking 2 strides into the paint and soaring high for a one-handed slam dunk. This game has been incredibly frustrating for him. He has never felt such a sense of helplessness. LeBron unleashes all his pin-up fury into that shot, wishing to shatter the rim before him. The hoop at the United Center reverberates with the force of his dunk. Regardless of LeBron's rage, Liu shows no mercy. The game continues, and Liu remains determined to maintain his relentless performance. This time, however, he refrains from shooting from the logo. Having noticed that Van Gundy's face has turned a shade of green, perhaps it is best not to challenge the coach's fragile heart, as a shot from anywhere on the court would yield the same result. With the assistance of Gasol's screen, Liu executed a behind-the-back dribble, weaving through like a dancer amidst blooming flowers, effortlessly leaving both Waiters and James behind. Approaching the three-point line, Liu launched a jump shot, once again finding the net. The spectators, whether Bulls fans or Cavaliers supporters, had come to a unanimous realization. Liu was indeed unstoppable. How extraordinary is Liu's prowess. Indeed, amidst a gathering of such stars as James, Irving, Rose, and Love, they all appeared as mere backdrops to his brilliance. This marked Liu's 8th three-pointer, as he had shattered the Cavaliers' defense with a flurry of shots. Not to mention, he had already gone 4 for 4 in the first quarter, totaling 12 three-pointers thus far. His three-point shooting ability is nothing short of terrifying. One might argue that even Ray Allen would pale in comparison, based on Liu's performance in this match. It seems he may indeed surpass Allen in terms of sheer menace from beyond the arc. Just observe the locations of his shots. The first was 2 meters beyond the three-point line, and with each subsequent attempt, he ventured further, with the fourth reaching the logo. It is fair to say that the entire half-court is within his shooting range, which is astonishing and unprecedented. I once believed no one could eclipse Ray Allen's three-point record of 2,973, a daunting figure. Yet, with Liu's inaugural game yielding 12 three-pointers, should he eventually surpass Allen's tally, I would not be the least bit surprised. There is no comparison from this game. It is clear that Liu's potential is that of a true superstar. Even at his peak, Ray Allen never reached the level of a superstar. And even if Liu's three-point shooting were to fall short of Allen's, it would matter little. Bulls fans are fortunate indeed to witness a superstar of Liu's caliber. Even during Rose's prime, it is likely that he could not match Liu's current abilities. What is even more frightening is Liu's youth and potential for further development. It is truly unimaginable to consider how far he may ascend. The anticipation is palpable. Liu has achieved fame with a single remarkable performance. After today, it is likely that the number of people who recognize Liu will be counted in the millions. The Cavaliers on the court did not relent in their resistance, however. Under Liu's relentless offensive onslaught, the score continued to widen. At the conclusion of the third quarter, the scoreboard displayed a stark 128-105 in favor of the Bulls, with the gap exceeding 20 points once more. The script of the first quarter was repeating itself. It was apparent to all that the outcome was devoid of suspense. With a 23-point deficit and Liu in such explosive form, the Cavaliers were left with little hope. Moreover, trailing by 21 points at the end of the first quarter is a vastly different pressure compared to starting the fourth quarter down by 23. In this quarter, Liu made an astonishing 10 three-pointers, amassing 32 points and bringing his personal total to 75. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Cavaliers substituted all their bench players, signaling their resignation from the contest. The Cavaliers' substitutions contrasted sharply with the Bulls, who made only minimal changes, swapping out the veterans Rose and Gasol while Liu remained on the court. As the game concluded, the Bulls triumphed with a staggering score of 151-118, delivering a delightful surprise to the attending Bulls fans. Liu significantly reduced his shooting attempts in the fourth quarter, ultimately taking 5 shots and scoring 6 points, bringing his total to an impressive 81 points. Chapter 29. Congratulations from teammates as the final whistle blew. Liu experienced the unprecedented joy of remaining on the court until the very end. After the players exchanged pleasantries, the contrast between the jubilant Bulls and the subdued Cavaliers was palpable. Once the players dispersed, Liu was approached by a charming young woman. She was Wang Yuan, an NBA correspondent for a major domestic media outlet, and she had a slight acquaintance with Liu. "Hi, Liu. Could you share your thoughts on your performance? How do you feel about your game today?" Wang Yuan greeted him with a playful smile. They had known each other for a few years, but this was their first post-game interview. Of course, the lack of prior opportunities stemmed from Liu's earlier struggles to even make it to the NBA. In the presence of a familiar face, Liu felt at ease. I think I performed reasonably well. Reasonably well? That is an understatement. It was nothing short of explosive. Do you realize you scored 81 points? A full 81 points. Upon hearing Liu's response, Wang Yuan nearly leaped with excitement. What he achieved today was unprecedented. No player in the NBA has ever delivered such a remarkable performance. With such an astonishing score, coupled with unparalleled efficiency, it would not be an exaggeration to place this single-game performance at the pinnacle of history. When Wang Yuan expressed this, Liu smiled shyly. I suppose it was just one of those days when my shooting was on point and fortune favored me, allowing me to make some shots that typically wouldn't have gone in. Of course, the credit for my performance today primarily belongs to my coach, Van Gundy, for his trust and the opportunity he provided me. Before today, I had never played more than 2 minutes at a time, so I am truly grateful for this chance. Moreover, I must extend my gratitude to my teammates, who offered tremendous support, particularly our superstar, Rose, who selflessly sacrificed his own shot opportunities to let me shine. Without their sacrifices and contributions, this game would not have unfolded as smoothly. What are your thoughts on the current Cavaliers team, Liu? Wang Yuan continued her inquiry, turning the microphone towards him. After a moment of contemplation, Liu spoke. We all recognize that the Cavaliers are formidable contenders for the championship, boasting exceptional players like James, Irving, and Love, alongside many other talented individuals who may not yet have garnered significant fame. Our victory over the Cavaliers today was indeed a stroke of luck. Should we encounter them again, we must adopt a more humble stance. Wade interjected, am I not worthy of being named? When asked about his expectations or goals for the season, Liu replied, in my view, every team in the NBA shares a common aspiration, the championship title. Our team certainly harbors the same ambition. Whether we can achieve it remains uncertain, but we will undoubtedly strive with all our might. Thank you, Liu, for granting us this interview. We hope you continue to excel and lead the Bulls to achieve your goals this season. To our friends in the live stream, we will see you at the next match. Wang Yuan understood that with Liu's performance, he was likely to attract the attention of a domestic sports journalist, presenting a significant opportunity for herself. Wang Yuan was already planning to invite Liu for a meal, recognizing this as a chance to ascend rapidly in her career. Fans still tuned into post-match interviews were amused by Liu's audacious remarks. Did you hear that? Liu just claimed their goal is to win the championship. It's simply hilarious. Liu seemed to be getting carried away after just one victory over the Cavaliers. His demeanor had shifted dramatically. Do you think the next time they meet, the Cavaliers won't make you regret it? Liu, while I wish to support you, that statement is utterly preposterous. Just keep pushing forward. On his way back to the locker room, Liu felt an unsettling curiosity about the absence of his teammates. Upon entering the locker room, he was immediately surrounded by a crowd, and an ominous premonition washed over him, as Liu's hand was just lifted. And before he could even shield his head, bottles of icy water cascaded down upon him, drenching him thoroughly from his hair to his clothing and trousers. Liu never anticipated that he would be caught off guard. However, there was little he could do. After all, his performance had been exceptionally vibrant. This was a familiar routine. Having watched the NBA for many years, he understood the process. Yet, he never thought he would find himself in such a position. The jubilant cheers of his teammates filled him with joy. After the celebrations, everyone dispersed. Rose handed Liu a towel, and he quickly took it to wipe the beads of sweat from his brow. At that moment, Van Gundy signaled for silence, as he had something to convey. Congratulations, everyone. You have decisively triumphed over the heavily favored Cavaliers. This match demonstrates that our team can compete with any other. And this success is solely attributed to your relentless efforts in both offense and defense, culminating in such a splendid victory today. Now, let us extend our congratulations to Liu, who has set 5 records today. The NBA's first quarter scoring record, the single quarter scoring record, the record for consecutive points in NBA history, the Bulls franchise record for points in a single game, and the NBA's single-game three-point shooting record. What an extraordinary performance. It is precisely due to Liu's remarkable display that we could overcome the formidable Cavaliers. If I declare Liu to be the key contributor to our victory today, do any of you dissent? All the players promptly shook their heads in agreement. Van Gundy surveyed the room and continued, it appears there are no objections. Thus I have decided to present the game ball to Liu. Upon finishing, he retrieved a basketball from behind him and placed it in Liu's hands. Liu, congratulations. After handing over the ball, Van Gundy firmly grasped Liu's hand and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Well done. Keep up the great work. I will. Coach. Good. After the embrace, Rose approached. Brother, you are truly a beast. Keep pushing us toward victory. Liu smiled gently and, with earnestness, nodded at Ross. Indeed, idol. You have chosen me, and I shall bring you victory, and perhaps a championship. It may not be this year, but it will surely not be far off. Liu quietly reassured himself. After embracing Ross, his other teammates gathered around. By the time Liu finished embracing everyone, 3 minutes had elapsed. Many teammates had already gone to shower, while Van Gundy remained, seemingly waiting to convey something to Liu. Liu swiftly approached, feeling it imperative to express his respect for his mentor. As he neared, Van Gundy smiled and said, Liu, join me for the post-game press conference. Certainly, coach. I shall take a shower first. All right, make haste, but there's no need to rush. We have ample time. Understood, coach. As he stood beneath the cold water, Liu reflected on the day's match, experiencing an almost surreal sensation as if a dream had materialized into reality. Who would have thought that I would one day play in the NBA? This is the opportunity my former self longed for, the very dream of my youth. Fate is indeed extraordinary. Opportunities can arise unexpectedly, and I feel overwhelmingly fortunate. Yet, as memories of my parents from before my journey flooded back, Liu suddenly felt that perhaps it was not as meaningful as it seemed. Ultimately, it appeared there had been no choice in the matter at all. Liu can only indulge in all of this. Chapter 30. The drug test turmoil after finishing his shower. Liu returned to the changing room and noticed 2 individuals standing at the entrance, occasionally glancing around, seemingly waiting for someone. It was evident that they were official personnel, dressed in the official NBA uniforms. At that moment, the person on the right spotted Liu first and alerted his companion, prompting both of them to approach him. Hello. Liu, they greeted. We are the official drug testers from the NBA. Liu Jing, taken aback, was approached first by the individual on his right. The person displayed their official credentials to Liu Jing. After a careful examination, Liu Jing found no discrepancies. Is there anything you require my cooperation with? Liu Jing, already aware of the intentions of the 2 NBA officials, sought confirmation nonetheless. Indeed, you have been selected for a drug test today, and we are here to collect samples. Liu was acutely aware that his performance today would undoubtedly lead to a post-match drug test. It was not just he who would be subjected to this scrutiny. After each match, certain individuals were invariably selected for testing. Naturally, those who exhibited an unexpected surge in performance were prioritized. Liu was psychologically prepared for this. All right. No problem. You come and tell me how to proceed, and I will cooperate with you. He nodded in agreement. The process of the drug test was quite straightforward. 2 drug testing officials drew a vial of blood from Liu, sealed the sample, and took it away. And then it was over. As he watched the 2 official NBA drug testers depart, Liu felt quite satisfied with their demeanor. Liu suddenly noticed an unfamiliar individual with fair skin, holding a mobile phone, seemingly capturing or recording something about him. Upon meeting Liu's gaze, the stranger hastily concealed the device and fled in a state of panic. It was utterly perplexing. Liu found the entire encounter quite odd. After changing his attire, he made his way to the press conference, uncertain whether it had commenced. When Liu arrived, Van Gundy was already in position. He pulled Liu to the center, signaling that the press conference could commence. Before them, a throng of media representatives was eagerly awaiting. Liu discovered the individual holding a mobile phone amidst the crowd. At this moment, he had regained his composure. Meeting Liu's gaze, the man maintained a stoic expression, as if he had committed no wrongdoing. The press conference commenced. The individual, who appeared to be of Caucasian descent, was the first to rise and pose a question. Mr. Lee, I have a query that has long perplexed me. Would you be so kind as to assist me in resolving this inner uncertainty? May I inquire your name? Liu could already sense the hostility in his tone. Tony Smith from the Sun Journal. To be frank, I am unfamiliar with that publication, but since you are here, feel free to ask your question, and I shall respond to what I can. And what if your response is not forthcoming? What do you mean by that, Mr. Smith? Liu replied, his demeanor unyielding. Ladies and gentlemen, I must declare that this Mr. Tony Smith covertly recorded me with his mobile phone while I was undergoing a drug test. I am at a loss as to his intentions. Upon hearing Liu's mention of the drug test, an inscrutable expression appeared on Tony Smith's face. Mr. Lee, to my knowledge, you are of pure Han descent, correct? Mr. Smith, you hardly appear to be of pure lineage yourself. One might consider you a hybrid. Liu retorted coldly. Please show me some respect. Is it customary for you Han people to be so impolite? We Han people only extend respect to those who merit it. I shall not bestow it upon a hybrid, Mr. Tony Smith. You scoundrel. Please moderate your language. If you cannot converse respectfully, I will have to ask you to leave. Witnessing Tony Smith's audacity in insulting Liu, Van Gundy promptly intervened. "All right, sir." Gazing at Van Gundy, Tony Smith refrained from further disrespect. "Mr. Lee, it is my understanding that you are a Han individual, and thus far, only Yao Ming has achieved all-star status among your people. This suggests that Han individuals are ill-suited for basketball. I have also learned that you, Mr. Lee, are 23 years old and have previously languished in lower-tier NBA leagues, having only just made your debut with an NBA team 10 days ago. Furthermore, prior to this match, you had not scored a single point in your previous games, with a cumulative playing time of less than 5 minutes. So may I ask how it is that you were granted a starting position?" Upon hearing this, Van Gundy's expression hardened, casting a cold glare at Tony Smith. Feeling the weight of Van Gundy's icy stare, Smith trembled internally. Van Gundy was not to be trifled with. Provoking him could jeopardize one's standing in the NBA media realm, where Van Gundy was a figure of considerable repute, surrounded by friends and protégés. Tony Smith hastily shifted the subject, stating, "Mr. Lee, how did you undergo such a transformation overnight to dominate today's game and overwhelm the Cavaliers? I would like you to elucidate how this remarkable change transpired." Upon hearing Tony Smith's remarks, the other media personnel began to contemplate the situation. Indeed, Liu's sudden outburst seemed quite irrational. Noticing the murmurs among the gathered reporters, Tony Smith arrogantly lifted his chin, tilted his head, and glared at Liu, declaring with disdain, "If Mr. Lee cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I have every reason to believe that he has resorted to some unfair and unscrupulous tactics." Liu was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a rabid attack, having merely exhibited a slight display of emotion. Was this enough to provoke some individuals? "Mr. Lee," they echoed, "we too are perplexed. We kindly ask you for an explanation. Should you fail to convince us, we shall have no choice but to side with Mr. Smith." Several media outlets stood in solidarity with Smith. Observing this coalition, Liu pursed his lips slightly, a faint smile gracing his face. "Mr. Smith, is your baseless accusation not rather excessive? I have already undergone the league's drug test. Do you not trust the NBA's officials? I believe the official results will be available shortly." A fleeting smirk crossed Tony Smith's face upon hearing Liu's response. "Mr. Lee, I already possess conclusive evidence against you. I suggest you confess voluntarily, lest you be held in contempt. Mr. Smith, kindly take your seat. I am more aware of whether I have used performance-enhancing drugs than you are. The official results will soon be released, so do take the time to scrutinize them." Liu retorted without reservation. Aside from a few dissenting voices, the majority of those present nodded in agreement. Observing the shift in sentiment, Tony Smith grew anxious as he realized that many were poised to voice their inquiries. He shouted, "Liu, let me make this clear. I have evidence of your drug use. Why wait for the league's announcement? I shall reveal it to everyone here, to the world, exposing the true nature of you and your compatriots. You do not deserve even a moment more of applause." Tony Smith displayed a facade of righteous indignation. Chapter 31. Baseless accusations. Upon hearing Tony Smith's words, Liu felt a surge of anger. "Insulting me, and by extension my homeland, is absolutely unacceptable." Moreover, the media personnel present appeared to share the sentiment, as if they had always believed such notions deep down. Their current demeanor suggested a tacit agreement with Tony Smith. With no evidence whatsoever, they presumed that because he was from Huaxia, he was incapable of achieving what their own kind could not. A pack of arrogant fools, indeed. Liu silently scoffed to himself. "Ha, you bunch of ignorant fools, I can hardly be bothered to slap your faces, yet here you are, presenting them to me willingly." He cast a sweeping glance over the journalists present before ultimately fixing his gaze upon Tony Smith, his eyes locked onto him with unwavering intensity. Liu retorted vehemently, "Tony Smith, neither my homeland nor my person is within your purview to criticize. Do not the denizens of your beautiful nation espouse the principle of equality for all? Why should I, Liu, be incapable of achieving what other NBA players accomplish on the court? Present any evidence you possess, or I shall have reason to believe that your words are steeped in racial discrimination. I must inquire of the esteemed journalist present in your magnificent country. Is racial discrimination so brazenly tolerated? Does such a person merit the privilege of collaborating with you?" Upon meeting Liu's piercing gaze, Tony Smith felt as if he were being scrutinized by a fearsome beast, a wave of trepidation washing over him. His legs trembled, nearly causing him to stumble. Hearing Liu's words, Tony Smith's complexion drained of color, cold sweat breaking out upon his brow. In contemporary America, racial discrimination is utterly intolerable. Should such an accusation be substantiated, he would lose his job, and moreover, He would be ostracized by the entire industry, making future employment in this field exceedingly difficult. Two NBA team owners had already forfeited their teams due to racial discrimination. The disparity between his standing and theirs was monumental. The thought of such dire consequences sent Tony Smith into a frenzy. He hastily interjected, "Liu, do not slander me without basis. Everyone knows that the label of racial discrimination is far too weighty. No one present can bear such a burden." Yet, in the next moment, an idea seemed to dawn upon Tony Smith, and he regained his composure. He lifted his chin, casting a scornful glance at Liu, and arrogantly declared, "Liu, are you truly unaware of your own actions? Let me assure you, I have you cornered." With thoughts of his backup plan in mind, Tony Smith's confidence surged once more. Liu found Tony Smith's sudden shift in demeanor perplexing. The audacity of Tony Smith was laughable. Did he truly believe that Liu was oblivious to the question of whether he had consumed performance-enhancing drugs? "Tony Smith, what will you say if the test results reveal that I have not taken any substances?" "Liu, if no performance-enhancing drugs are detected, I shall officially withdraw from the media industry and never set foot in it again," Tony Smith replied. "Not nearly enough," Liu countered immediately, fixing his gaze on Tony Smith with unwavering resolve. "I demand that you kneel towards the east and apologize to my homeland and the millions of people of the Huaxia heritage." Tony Smith, avoiding Liu's intense stare, retorted without a moment's hesitation, "Humph, fine, Liu, I accept your challenge. But let me ask you, what shall you do if the test confirms that you have indeed used performance-enhancing drugs? Should I consume stimulants, I leave my fate in your hands, even if it means relinquishing all my possessions." "Very well, Liu. Since that is the case, I shall ensure you comprehend the gravity of your situation." With that, Tony Smith solemnly retrieved a glass vial from his bag, meticulously wrapped, indicating its immense significance to him. As others caught sight of the vial in Tony's hand, a collective thought emerged spontaneously. Could this be the very container that Liu used for the stimulants? Several faces broke into uncontrollable smiles, while the others were suddenly filled with excitement. This was indeed monumental news. Among those familiar with one another, glances exchanged conveyed mutual understanding. This individual from Huaxia was evidently up to something dubious. It was clear now how such an explosive performance could originate from Huaxia. Stimulants were the secret behind it. All eyes in the room turned toward Liu with a mixture of intrigue and amusement. Notably, the moment Tony unveiled the vial, a flicker of recognition flashed across Liu's expression. It was evident that he was acquainted with this vessel. A chuckle escaped someone's lips, and collectively, thoughts echoed. "Ah, Liu, how naive you are, revealing yourself so swiftly. Yet, if it were not for the stimulant incident, today's match would have been truly spectacular. Henceforth, the Huaxia individual shall bear the mark of disgrace, subject to ridicule by the global basketball and sports community." Thank you, Liu. We were at a loss for material to tarnish the reputation of Huaxia sports. Oh, no, this is no longer mere defamation. It is now an undeniable truth. In an instant, except for the two individuals on stage, the mood of everyone else brightened. Van Gundy's emotions were quite complex. He was acutely aware of Liu's shifting demeanor, being so close. Alas, it is truly unnecessary. Basketball is not everything. Being a good person is far more important. "Young man, you have strayed onto a misguided path." Initially, he believed he had discovered a promising talent, one who could contend for the championship in this season and the seasons to come. Now, it appears he had been overly optimistic. Van Gundy felt a surge of despondency, the thought of retirement creeping into his mind, unable to be suppressed any longer. Rose had once instilled hope in him. When Rose achieved the title of the youngest MVP in NBA history, Van Gundy contemplated that it was time to embark on a significant endeavor. Alas, how unfortunate it is. Derrick Rose, having endured 2 grievous injuries, has struggled to reclaim his former glory upon his return. Particularly after his second recovery, he grappled significantly on the court. Stan Van Gundy nearly lost his beloved protege in the process. Fortunately, the youngest MVP is far from undeserving of his accolades. Rose gradually reacquainted himself with the game, dedicating half a season to rediscovering his rhythm. Presently, he has nearly regained the stature of a borderline all-star. However, due to an exceedingly lackluster performance earlier in the season, Rose has officially been deemed ineligible for this year's All-Star game. To rely on Rose for a championship run would be nothing short of a fanciful delusion. Van Gundy has come to terms with this reality. As long as he can continue to guide his disciples in their relentless pursuit, whether or not they secure a championship, Simply reaching the playoffs would suffice for Van Gundy's contentment. Yet, despite accepting the situation, a lingering dissatisfaction has tormented him for quite some time. It seems, however, that fate has recognized Van Gundy's hidden discontent and sent him Liu. Observing Liu's performance on the court, Van Gundy felt as though he was witnessing a miracle. The once-dimmed spark in Van Gundy's heart was reignited. He sensed that the hope and opportunity for a championship had returned. As long as the Bulls retained Liu within 3 seasons, they would undoubtedly seize that elusive championship title. Yet, fate can be cruel. The revelation that Liu's exceptional performance stemmed from the use of performance-enhancing substances was utterly shocking. Van Gundy found it hard to believe. In his extensive basketball career, he had never encountered a substance capable of elevating a player to such heights. However, when Tony Smith produced the glass vial, the fleeting change in Liu's expression was unmistakable to Van Gundy. That look seemed to confirm Liu's acknowledgement of the truth. Van Gundy could only feel an overwhelming sense of bitterness. Liu was oblivious to the transformation occurring beside him with Van Gundy. As his attention was indeed captivated by the glass bottle held by Tony Smith, Liu was genuinely intrigued. How did Tony Smith come into possession of this bottle? Chapter 32, Concealed Malice. Liu suddenly recalled that during the halftime break, as he stepped out of the locker room, several gazes seemed to rest upon him. At that moment, he had assumed that these individuals were paying attention to him due to his performance. However, in retrospect, it appears there were other motives at play. Furthermore, while searching for a place to consume his stamina potion, he noticed a few individuals stealthily following him. As he partook of the potion, an unsettling sensation washed over him, as if someone were covertly observing his actions. Initially, he thought he was merely overthinking. Now, it seems that it was no mere illusion. It is evident that this individual harbored malicious intent all along. Those people must have been hired by him. Alas, it is destined to be a futile endeavor. Lee secretly chuckled to himself. How could I possibly be so foolish? These foolish dogs. Who among the people of Earth is unaware of the notorious conduct of these beautiful Americans and Europeans? In our own country, the athletes are nothing but a collection of drug users, and Bolt undergoes more drug tests in a year than there are days in the year. How could Liu be so foolish as to grant these double-standard individuals the means to control him? System, will this stamina potion be detected as a performance-enhancing drug? Upon acquiring the stamina potion, Liu immediately inquired with the system. The system promptly responded, of course not. This is advanced technology from the future. It cannot be compared to performance-enhancing drugs. While the use of such substances poses significant health risks, leading to the early demise of long-term users, my stamina potion contains not a trace of any banned ingredients. Long-term use not only poses no harm, but actually enhances the host's physical strength and resilience. Consume freely and sleep soundly, the host may use it with complete confidence. A smirk of derision crossed Liu's mind as he contemplated the system's capabilities. Noticing Liu's silence, seemingly lost in thought, Tony Smith let out a mocking laugh and continued, Liu, do not harbor any false hopes. I have already sent this bottle to the Chicago Performance-Enhancing Drug Testing Center for sampling at halftime. My friend, Dr. Biden at the testing center, assured me that within 2 hours, he will be able to analyze the complete composition of whatever is contained in that bottle. As he spoke, Tony turned to the other reporters. I trust you are all familiar with Dr. Biden. While Tony Smith wore a proud expression, the other reporters felt no aversion. Instead, they acknowledged the credibility of his claim. Tony Smith had encountered Biden by chance, and upon learning that his seemingly ordinary neighbor was the illustrious Dr. Biden, he was eager to forge a connection. Thus, the moment he obtained the glass vial, thoughts of Dr. Biden sprang to mind. Indeed, Biden did not refuse his request, agreeing to conduct the analysis and promising to inform him of the results as soon as they were available. If it were Dr. Biden, then there should be no cause for concern. Others nodded in agreement, though Liu found himself bewildered. Who was this Biden? What was his significance? Why was everyone so confident? Seeing the confusion etched on Liu's face, Van Gundy felt compelled to clarify, dispelling any illusions Liu might have. Dr. Biden is undeniably the foremost authority in the field of performance-enhancing drug testing. If he claims there is no one better, then no one dares to contest that. Van Gundy gazed intently into Liu's eyes and solemnly stated, if a performance-enhancing drug has ever existed in this world, there is nothing Dr. Biden cannot detect. Liu smiled faintly and replied, I understand, Coach. Liu comprehended the implications of Van Gundy's words. However, he remained unperturbed. Liu, do you acknowledge that this bottle belongs to you? Before Liu could respond, Tony Smith diverted his gaze towards the assembled journalists. Ladies and gentlemen, why is it that Liu scored an impressive 38 points only to falter with a mere 5 in the second quarter? At that moment, I began to harbor suspicions, pondering whether there was some foul play at hand. Consequently, during halftime, I took it upon myself to enlist a few individuals to keep a watchful eye on Liu. As fortune would have it, they soon uncovered something intriguing. Liu, under the veil of secrecy, took this bottle to the restroom, and my associates promptly followed him. Indeed, after Liu departed, they discovered this item in the trash bin at his previous location. It seems, Mr. Liu, that you were not cautious enough, leaving such a significant oversight. Upon obtaining this evidence, I sought out Dr. Biden. Through a sports forum application on my phone, I learned, as I had anticipated, that Liu once again erupted in the third quarter. Ultimately, Mr. Liu amassed an astounding 81 points, vanquishing the favored Cavaliers. What a magnificent performance, Mr. Liu. Tony Smith then turned his gaze back to Liu. What words do you have left to say now? The peculiar expression on Liu's face was unmistakable. Humph. Liu, even at this moment, do you still wish to stubbornly resist? Acknowledge it now, and I might still regard you as a man. No, Tony Smith. I do not require the validation of a bastard and a racist. It was unexpected that Liu would be so audacious at this juncture, daring even to insult himself. Tony Smith was momentarily rendered speechless with anger. However, this bottle indeed belongs to me. He gently tapped the table and surveyed the entire room. Liu solemnly stated, if Tony Smith presents the verification from Dr. Biden, clearly indicating that the contents of this bottle are stimulants, then from this moment forth, Liu, will submit to Tony Smith's discretion. Now, Tony Smith, produce your evidence. Liu wore a cold smile. If you can produce an IB, then perhaps you should pursue a career in systems rather than struggling in this world, resorting to despicable means to survive. Why not aspire to be like Jesus instead? Without further ado, Liu fixed his gaze directly on Tony Smith. The intensity of Liu's stare caused an inexplicable sense of panic to wash over Tony Smith. Mr. Smith, if you possess the testing certificate, please present it at once. We are all on your side. Do not harbor any reservations. The individual standing alongside Tony Smith now appeared somewhat anxious. Surely, he must have the testing certificate, right? It couldn't be that someone would accuse another of doping solely based on conjecture. Ahem. Tony Smith's gaze darted around nervously. At this moment, those around him felt a growing sense of dread. Mr. Smith, you truly do have a testing report, don't you? Although he did not have it at present, he assured them it will arrive shortly. Dr. Biden stated that it would be completed within 2 hours, and if we calculate the time, it should be available soon. Upon hearing Tony Smith's words, the others felt a flicker of hope. They had initially believed that Tony Smith must have concrete evidence to be so decisive in challenging Liu right at the start of the press conference, especially with only a few standing by his side. They never anticipated this outcome. One individual, still clinging to hope, tentatively inquired, Mr. Smith, you must have other evidence, right? Tony Smith hesitated for a moment before reluctantly replying, for the time being, no. This revelation extinguished any remaining hopes among the others, with some even slumping down into their seats. Racial discrimination, this could spell disaster. At this moment, Tony Smith felt a strange unease himself. Upon reflection, the 2-hour mark had long since passed. Why had Dr. Biden's test results not yet emerged? He contemplated urging for an update but hesitated, fearing that his interference might delay the results even further. Sigh. Tony Smith felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. However, he remained unperturbed regarding the test results. Humph. How could a person of Huaxia descent possibly deliver such an extraordinary performance on the NBA court? Chapter 33. The farce comes to an end at this moment. Biden felt utterly powerless. This was his first encounter with something entirely undetectable. Or rather, given the current technological advancements and the limitations of mechanical observation, it was impossible to ascertain the composition of this entity. He had employed several of the most sophisticated methods and utilized the highest precision instruments. Yet Biden was at a loss with this trivial object. The only certainty was that it was by no means a stimulant. Stimulants are detrimental to health. Based on Biden's observations, this substance appeared to be entirely beneficial and harmless to the body. If only its components could be identified. And if mass production were feasible, it could potentially alleviate countless chronic ailments afflicting many individuals around the globe. As this thought crossed his mind, Biden's heart ignited with fervor. If he could obtain the formula for this substance and establish a health supplement brand under his own name, he would strike gold. Not only that, But his renown would no longer be confined to the modest field of testing. He would be acknowledged by far greater figures. This substance they would undoubtedly crave. These old scoundrels, each more extravagant than the last, all increasingly frail in health. Perhaps, in due time, he could even aspire to become the mayor of Chicago, leaving behind the burdensome life of a mere tester, which offered little more than empty notoriety without any substantial reward. Biden was exhilarated, so much so that he lost track of time. When he finally glanced at the clock, he was startled to realize 2 hours had elapsed. Has it really been so long? He mused, astonished at the swift passage of time. I haven't detected anything yet. Well, if I cannot figure this out, then surely no one else in the world can elucidate its nature. That being said, it might be prudent to inquire with that young fellow, Tony Smith, regarding the origin of this remarkable substance. If I could acquire the formula, I would truly thrive. With this thought in mind, Biden pulled out his phone and hastily dialed Tony Smith. Meanwhile, Tony Smith was already drenched in sweat from anticipation, although he had confidence in the test results. The throng awaiting his report cast an immense, palpable pressure upon him. The weight of their collective gaze was suffocating. Anxiously glancing at his phone, Tony Smith silently prayed, "Dr. Biden, please hurry, just a little faster. I'm about to crack." It seemed as though the heavens heard Tony Smith's plea. Suddenly, his phone illuminated, and he quickly snatched it up. It was a call from Dr. Biden. Thank heavens. Upon receiving a call from Dr. Biden, Tony Smith finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. Liu, your reckoning is at hand. He thought to himself with a fierce determination. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a call from Dr. Biden. The test results should be forthcoming. Come, let us gather and listen together, Tony Smith announced with a beaming smile to the reporters beside him. Hearing his words, others quickly gathered around. The results are finally about to be revealed. I've been waiting so long that I can hardly bear it, was the shared sentiment among the crowd. Liu Tsai, indifferent to the situation, remained seated with his eyes closed, seeking tranquility. Observing Liu's calm demeanor, Van Gundy felt his own anxiety begin to dissipate. At this juncture, Van Gundy had come to a realization. Tony Smith possessed no concrete evidence. All that existed was mere conjecture. The question of whether Liu has indeed consumed performance-enhancing substances remains shrouded in uncertainty. However, given that it is a call from Dr. Biden, it is prudent to make an appearance. As a renowned coach in the NBA, Van Gundy is undoubtedly acquainted with Biden, and they share a certain rapport. In a city as compact as Chicago, considering the stature of both individuals in their respective fields and the interconnectedness of their professions, it would be quite improbable for them not to know each other. It also provides an opportunity to observe what Tony Smith might say next. I am quite eager to witness who dares to act recklessly in my presence. As Van Gundy approached, Tony Smith acknowledged him with a nod. However, Van Gundy dismissed him with indifference. Hurry up and answer, stop dawdling. Let us see what Biden has to say, Van Gundy stated bluntly to Tony Smith. Although Smith harbored dissatisfaction towards Van Gundy's demeanor, he understood that the coach was not someone he could provoke. Consequently, Smith redirected his frustration towards Liu, casting a venomous glance in his direction. Liu, your time is up, he thought, before decisively pressing the answer button on the screen. At last, the call from Dr. Biden connected, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the room. The moment of revelation was at hand. Curiosity filled the hearts of all present regarding what Biden would reveal, the nature of the test results, and whether Liu had indeed ingested any stimulants. Hello, doctor. Have the test results come in? Tony Smith inquired eagerly as soon as the call was established. Ah, Tony, that is not what is important. I have a pressing matter to discuss with you, Biden replied. Smith felt increasingly perplexed. At such a critical moment, why was Biden beating around the bush? What significant inquiry could he possibly have for Smith? Doctor, what is your question? Despite his urgency, Smith was determined not to offend Biden. After all, he had finally established a connection with the esteemed doctor and was anticipating a major scoop. To irritate Biden at this juncture would be an irreparable blunder for Smith. I must ask you, where did you acquire this substance? Smith sensed an urgency in Biden's tone, leaving him further bewildered. Doctor, the substance I provided you was obtained from a player in the NBA from Huaxia. It must be a performance-enhancing drug. Upon hearing Dr. Biden's mention of the contents within that bottle, Tony Smith was instantly invigorated, impulsively posing a question. To Tony Smith, it was evident that it must be a potent stimulant. The only plausible explanation for Lee's extraordinary feat of scoring 81 points in a single game. However, Dr. Biden paused noticeably, inquiring, "Who informed you it was a stimulant?" His tone carried a distinct note of skepticism. Upon hearing Biden's response, an ominous premonition washed over Tony Smith, akin to a cascade of dry ice pouring over him. Could it not be so? He disregarded decorum and pressed on with urgency. "It is not," Dr. Biden replied with unwavering conviction. "Whoever suggested that it is a stimulant is mistaken. I, old Biden, can assure you it is not." Tony Smith staggered back slightly, nearly dropping his phone. He understood. All those present were acutely aware. His fate was sealed. Lee will not be overlooked by him. The Bulls and Van Gundy will not let him off the hook either. Henceforth, in Chicago, Tony Smith can forget about enjoying a good life. No. Biden thought that Tony Smith had not heard him clearly and replied again. "Hey, old Biden, how have you been lately? This is Van Gundy." He nearly dropped the phone from Tony Smith's hands. Van Gundy naturally took the phone. "Thanks to you, my brother, I'm doing quite well." Hearing Van Gundy's voice, Biden was somewhat surprised. "Is there something you need, my friend?" "Well, the substance you tested belongs to one of our players, and Tony Smith suspects it to be a performance-enhancing drug." Upon hearing this, Biden understood the gravity of the situation. This was a matter of the Bulls' reputation and a player's career. No wonder Van Gundy was on the other end. That wretched Tony Smith had really caused a mess. Offending the Bulls and Van Gundy, even for himself, he would likely face dire consequences. This is not a performance-enhancing drug. Absolutely not. I guarantee it based on my many years of reputation. Is that so? Then there's no issue. Until we meet again, let's grab a coffee sometime. Sure, my friend. No problem. Biden hesitated for a moment and then said, "Brother, do I know this player of yours? The substance Tony Smith provided me is quite intriguing. I would like to acquire more for further study." "Oh, really?" Van Gundy was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Biden to show interest in Liu's matter. "My player is exceptional. His name is Liu." "Liu? I don't think I've heard of him." "Haha, from today onward, you will have heard of him. He is truly remarkable. If you need anything, just reach out to him, but he might not be available, so remember to make an appointment in advance." Upon hearing that it was not a performance-enhancing drug, Van Gundy's mood noticeably improved. "Retirement? Nonsense. I'm still in my prime. I still want to lead these kids to a championship." Liu? After hanging up, Dr. Biden quickly searched online. My heavens, 2 historical records in a single quarter. 81 points in total. This is utterly outrageous. Such a figure would likely not be interested in my proposition. Biden gradually suppressed his thoughts. He understood that with Liu's caliber, securing a top salary in the NBA was well within reach. At Liu's level of status and wealth, he had nothing that could truly entice him. Moreover, if he inadvertently offended Liu, life in Chicago would become exceedingly difficult. Liu. Whispering. Biden has completely relinquished his aspirations. Chapter 34, Viciously Striking a Drowning Dog. Van Gundy hung up the phone. Turning around, he noticed that Tony Smith had somehow sunk to the ground. At that moment, Tony Smith appeared to have been drained of all vitality. His hands drooping and his eyes vacant and lifeless, exuding an aura of numbness. The journalist who had previously stood beside him to denounce Liu had quietly slipped away, vanishing without a trace, like phantoms departing this realm of discord. "Hey, Liu," Van Gundy called out. Hearing his name, Liu slowly opened his eyes. Upon realizing it was Coach Van Gundy beckoning him, Liu quickly rose, stretching languidly as he made his way over. "Oh dear. I dozed off during the press conference, and now I feel a bit drowsy." Liu yawned as he greeted Coach Van Gundy. "Coach, any updates?" His carefree demeanor, devoid of any concern, left Van Gundy speechless. The notion that such a child could resort to performance-enhancing drugs was unfathomable. "Yes, Dr. Biden just called. Your innocence has been confirmed. The contents of that glass vial were not illicit substances, but rather something else he found intriguing. The fact that it piqued his interest was irrelevant to Liu. He was resolute in not allowing others to tamper with his belongings again. Next time, I will ensure proper handling of such items," he mused silently. "Hey, can that item be recycled?" he inquired. "Absolutely, if the system requires it. The container for the stamina potion can be discreetly recycled right now, without anyone being the wiser. In that case, let's proceed with the recycling." At this moment, no one paid attention to the glass vial. Tony Smith sat vacantly on the ground, lost in thought, as the vial vanished, seamlessly reclaimed by the system. Seeing Liu's indifference, Van Gundy was taken aback. This child was shrouded in mystery. Yet, it was not a performance-enhancing drug, so the nature of the other substance mattered little. "Coach, what about Tony Smith? I still have scores to settle with him." Liu smiled. Yet a fleeting glint of coldness in his eyes revealed his true feelings. It was time to settle accounts. Grievances must be addressed, and vendettas avenged. This was a principle as old as time. Coach, I hope you want to dissuade me. Otherwise, I might as well leave the Bulls. Van Gundy had intended to counsel Liu, but his keen observation over the years did not let the cold glimmer in Liu's eyes escape him. Reflecting on his own initial reluctance to defend Liu, he now feared that the young man harbored resentment. If he attempted to intervene now, the Bulls would likely lose him for good. Well, Tony Smith brought this upon himself. He is reaping the consequences of his own actions. Van Gundy sighed internally. Maintaining his composure, Van Gundy extended his hand and gestured to the right. Nodding towards Liu, he said, "He is over there." Following Van Gundy's direction, Liu quickly spotted Tony Smith, who appeared pallid, his eyes vacant, slouched against the back of a chair, his hands dangling limply. Van Gundy approached and pressed Smith's phone into his hands, covering it with his own. Seeing Tony Smith in such a dismal state brought Liu immense satisfaction. "Tony Smith, you have brought this upon yourself. Now you must face the consequences of your actions. However, do you truly believe that I would let you off the hook so easily? How naive." Confucius once wisely stated, "Repay kindness with kindness, and grievances with integrity." But if one repays grievances with kindness, how then does one repay kindness? Liu was nearly destroyed by him. The use of performance-enhancing drugs is an indelible stain for an athlete, a mark that will haunt them throughout their life. At that moment, the reporters who had not yet departed were intently observing Liu, eager to discern how he would address Tony Smith. Upon seeing Tony Smith in such a state, Liu let out a cold laugh and returned to the podium. Just as everyone was curious about Liu's intentions, he casually seized 2 bottles of mineral water from the stage and swiftly turned back. Confusion filled the eyes of the onlookers. What was Liu planning to do with the water? Was he going to offer it to Tony Smith? Everyone wore expressions of bewilderment, except for Van Gundy, who understood Liu's intentions. Ah, this boy is indeed too impetuous. Liu had just approached Tony Smith when, before he could take any action, Van Gundy stepped forward and abruptly seized the item from Liu's hand. Everyone was bewildered. What was the intention behind this? The dynamic between the mentor and his disciple truly left one perplexed. "Coach, you." Liu's face was equally filled with confusion. Before Liu could finish his words, Van Gundy gently twisted the cap of the water bottle open and poured its contents over Tony Smith's face. As he did so, he remarked, "Liu, this good child is too kind-hearted. He even wanted to offer you water. Do you truly deserve it? You nearly ruined this child's future." With that, he snatched the other bottle of water from Liu's hand, unscrewed the cap, and doused it over Tony Smith's body. "Coach, you." Liu was taken aback, having presumed that his plump coach would be amiable, but he was surprised to find such a fierce side. "Liu, do not worry. You are a member of our Bulls team. We shall not allow anyone to bully you unjustly, nor will we permit anyone to slander you without evidence," Van Gundy asserted firmly. Simultaneously, Van Gundy surveyed the reporters still present at the scene. All the journalists understood that Van Gundy's words were directed at them. The sound of hissing filled the air. Perhaps the water was too cold for Tony Smith's body to bear, or perhaps he comprehended Van Gundy's message. Today, there was no escape. In any case, Tony Smith regained his senses. "Apologize." Without waiting for Tony Smith to rise, Van Gundy's sharp command rang out. At the sound of his stern voice, the last remnants of confusion in Tony Smith's eyes vanished entirely. "I'm sorry," Tony Smith murmured. Liu paid no heed. "Coach, I believe I can hear a mosquito buzzing. Do you hear it?" "I apologize, Mr. Liu. I sincerely apologize." This time, Tony Smith's voice was somewhat elevated. Liu remained silent. "Louder," Van Gundy admonished with a sharp tone. This time, Tony Smith finally shouted out, "Mr. Liu, I apologize." His voice resonated throughout the entire press hall. Liu turned around, and Tony Smith promptly donned a smile, kneeling down, just as Tony was about to rise. Liu's icy voice resonated once more, shattering the fragile peace that had settled in Tony's heart. Mr. Lee, grant me mercy." Tony Smith's face was adorned with a facade of obsequiousness. "I shall reiterate, kneel down, facing the east, and apologize to all of us, the Chinese people, whom you have insulted with your words." "Mr. Lee, isn't this a bit excessive? Just a bow should suffice." Someone nearby could no longer bear to witness the scene. Lee let out a derisive laugh. "Mr. Journalist, do you share the same racial prejudices as Mr. Tony Smith?" "No, certainly not. Tony Smith deserves it. He truly does." "Kneel and apologize. I shall reiterate." Tony Smith lifted his head, staring intently at Lee. Liu exhibited no hint of trepidation, gazing intently in the direction of Tony Smith. Humph. Ultimately, Tony Smith capitulated. He knelt without hesitation, choosing a random direction. However, as he stood up, he turned to leave without a backward glance. Halt. Liyu's voice rang out once more. Liyu, do not overstep, Tony retorted. You knelt in the wrong direction. Without a moment's thought, Liyu pointed eastward, declaring, that way is east. How could he possibly forget the direction of home? Reluctantly, Tony Smith knelt in the direction Liu indicated. Yet, as he rose again, he attempted to flee. Stop. Liu's chilling tone echoed again. To Tony Smith's ears, Liu's voice was more terrifying than hell itself. What do you want now? Liu? Tony Smith nearly lost his mind, shouting in desperation. You have yet to apologize. Kneel and apologize to me. Ignoring Tony's fury, Liu maintained his cold demeanor. Listen to him, Mr. Smith. Just one last kneel, you can do it. The surrounding reporters urged him on. I, Tony Smith, sincerely apologize to Mr. Liu and to all those from the Huaxia community whom I have offended. Tony Smith resigned himself completely. Mr. Li, may I rise now? He asked numbly. Looking at Liu. Go ahead. Although Liu's words remained frosty, they transformed into an undeniable melody to Tony Smith. Upon hearing Liu's words, Tony felt akin to a pardoned prisoner and hastily scrambled away from the scene. Chapter 35. Liu's ambition. After patting Liu on the shoulder, Van Gundy departed, leaving behind a parting remark. Rest well. Come see me tomorrow morning to discuss the new contract. Sure, coach. Liu's voice was considerably lighter than before. Despite his impressive performance today, he would not lack offers from other teams. However, if he could continue to stay with the Bulls, Liu believes that it is indeed a commendable choice. Coach, I too am reluctant to depart, yet my ability to remain hinges not upon my own desires, but rather upon your decision. With Derrick Rose, Butler, Gasol, Taj Gibson, and Brooks alongside Liu, I perceive a formidable lineup that is well suited for championship contention. Lee smiled lightly. On the way home, a gentle breeze blew. A solitary figure walked alone. Lee suddenly felt a profound sense of loneliness in his heart. Lee is feeling a bit homesick. Father, mother, await my return. Your son has achieved success. Alas, if only I had possessed such prowess in my previous life. Li Yujing was in a state of melancholy when, all of a sudden, his phone in his pocket vibrated. Liu was aware that someone had sent a message. Upon picking up his phone, he saw a text that read, Are you free today, Liu? Shall we have a meal together? It was a message from Wang Yuan. Liu comprehended Wang Yuan's sentiments. However, he had pressing matters to attend to and was not inclined to indulge in romantic entanglements at the moment. Wang Yuan was indeed a commendable young woman, and he felt it unnecessary to hinder her path. Moreover, he was a wanderer without a home. He was uncertain if he could ever return to where he once belonged. It could be an eternity or merely a fleeting moment away. This uncertainty was truly daunting. He responded to her message with a casual reply. Liu called out to the system in his mind. Hey system. Can you tell me if I can return to my original place? Do you miss home, host? Indeed, who wouldn't long for home? The parents, the home-cooked meals, the beloved cats and dogs. I yearn for everything about home. Apologies, host, but the system is uncertain. Perhaps when the host achieves unprecedented success in basketball, a return might be possible. Unprecedented? A three-peat? That might not suffice. A four-peat seems necessary. After all, the big three of the Heat have already accomplished that in this world. If I were to achieve a four-peat with the current Bulls, could it not be deemed unprecedented? That remains debatable. The ancient Celtics once managed an eight-peat. Who can truly define what is unprecedented? Keep in mind, Jordan's Bulls achieved only 2 three-peats. Yet Jordan remains undeniably the GOAT in the hearts of many. Host, the system cannot ascertain that. It appears that at the very least, one must secure a four-peat, followed by 4 consecutive MVN and FMVN titles. Host, the system cannot determine that. Loudly, if all else fails, then an attempt at an eight-peat must be made. That presents quite a challenge. We are no longer in the era of the Lord of the Rings. Back then, there were only 7 or 8 teams. But now there are 30, multiplying the difficulty. It seems I must find an opportunity to train Butler, Jordan's secret son, Butler, along with the youngest MVN in NBA history. Rose, together with me, Lee, we might just have a chance at success. Indeed, it can be done. Host, the system cannot determine that. Very loudly, all right. It's settled then. The goal is a four-peat. Let us push forward. The system remained speechless, returning to his rented apartment. It was already 1 a.m. After a refreshing shower, Liu lay sprawled on the bed. How delightful. My body feels so rejuvenated after the bath. However, At the same time, he sensed an ache in his back and waist. Liu recognized that he had overexerted himself in today's competition. Although he had stamina potions, his physical condition remained unchanged, and under such intensity, the consumption was too great. Sigh, I thought it couldn't be that simple. Li originally believed that possessing character and skill cards would render him invincible. However, it now appears that he still has a considerable distance to cover. The next step is to enhance his physical strength. Liu comprehended that the most significant difference between now and the past, aside from the system, was the complete dissolution of his limitations. In other words, Liu had transcended the physical constraints that once hindered his basketball prowess. As long as he persevered in his training and consistently utilized his skill and three-point cards, his various attributes would continuously improve, transforming him into the epitome of basketball excellence. The future that awaited him promised to be extraordinarily formidable, surpassing the imagination of everyone in this world, including Liu himself. Upon opening the attributes panel, Liu discovered that after merely half a game, his panel had undergone a transformation. System: Basketball God System Host. Liu age: 23 height, 198 centimeters weight, 95 kilograms physical qualities, 82, on a scale of 100. The average physical quality score for NBA players is 80, skill level, 81. The threshold for NBA players is 72. For reference, the average score for CBA players is 35. With a minimum threshold of 20, his physical qualities had risen from 80 at halftime to 82, while his skill level had increased from 78 to 81. This progression within a single match could be deemed monumental. Lee discovered that his weight had increased from 93 kilograms to 95 kilograms. Could it be that, due to an enhancement in his physical fitness, the density and strength of his body have also improved, resulting in an increase in weight? Liu felt that he had probably made a fairly accurate guess. Even if there were discrepancies, they should not be too far off. Liu continued to gaze onward. Character card: Michael Jordan, match rate 90, average level during 6 championship seasons. Stephen Curry, 2016-73 win season, peak three-point shooter, match rate 83. LeBron James, 2012 deity version, match rate 90. Kevin Durant, the arrival of the Grim Reaper, Golden State Warriors version, match rate 91. Skill cards: Stephen Curry three-point card, effective for 15 minutes. The further the shot, the more accurate it becomes. Klay Thompson three-point card, effective for 12 minutes, explosive and unpredictable. Damian Lillard three-point card, 1 logo shot per game. Kawhi Leonard steal card, steals will invariably exceed fouls. Steven Adams rebounding card, a master of offensive rebounds, increasing the team's offensive rebound rate by 20 and his personal offensive rebound rate by 50. Chris Paul passing card, enhances teammates' shooting accuracy by 20. In the following, I will refrain from excessive elaboration and merely describe the changes. The character and skill cards have remained largely unchanged, with only Jordan's character card's match rate rising from 88 to 90. To travel 100 miles, one must first cover 90. This adjustment in the match rate of Jordan's character card signifies a substantial transformation. An ascent from 80 to 90 can be regarded as a qualitative leap. Perhaps this is tied to my determination. A strong individual must possess a strong mindset. One should hold oneself to higher standards and aspire to greater goals. And now, Liu has attained such enlightenment. Liu comprehended that the transformation of the Jordan character card should be intrinsically linked to his aspiration for a 4-time championship. In a previous life, Jordan had to abandon his basketball career to pursue baseball, thus failing to achieve this feat. One wonders if the old rogue harbored any regrets in his heart. Had he not retired, perhaps he would have secured a 4-time, 5-time, or even 6-time championship. Would the subsequent young contender dare to challenge him? Undoubtedly, he would. Yet, it is unlikely anyone would continue to idolize him as before. In reflection, Liu felt a profound sense of satisfaction regarding his own progress. Although he recognized that future advancements would become increasingly arduous, he now glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Did he not? One must learn to be content. Nonetheless, Liu would not cease his pursuit of improvement. As a fervent basketball aficionado, he understood all too well the formidable challenge of achieving a 4-time championship. It is, without a doubt, an excruciatingly difficult endeavor. Liu had already prepared himself mentally. With the ambition of a 4-time champion, he sank into a deep slumber. Chapter 36, Subduing Ross upon awakening. Liu discovered that the fatigue in his body had entirely dissipated. Moreover, he realized that not only had his energy been restored, but his physical form had undergone a comprehensive rejuvenation. The soreness from yesterday's match had vanished completely after just one night's rest. This was undeniably perplexing. Li rose from his slumber, stretching languidly, devoid of any discomfort. He gently touched his thighs and back, which had been sore before he retired for the night. Li finally felt a sense of relief. This was likely the result of the system's influence. The rapid recovery of his body was evidently beyond the realm of normalcy. As someone who regularly engaged in physical activities, Li recalled a time when he played basketball from dawn until dusk. That evening, he felt as if he were on the brink of death, much like he did the previous night. After pushing himself to the limit, all he desired was to collapse onto his bed. However, it now appeared that Liu's physical recovery abilities have significantly enhanced, reaching an extraordinary level. This is advantageous, as it allows me to train to my heart's content without the fear of overexerting myself and failing to recuperate. Liu's mood has become increasingly delightful. In the past, his training was arduous and he was exceptionally diligent. However, compared to the elite NBA superstars, his training regimen fell considerably short due to physical limitations. Recovery was a challenge. Exceeding a certain threshold could yield counterproductive results. Ultimately, a player's potential is forever dictated by their innate talent. Now, Liu is relieved of such concerns. Arriving at the gym at 9 in the morning, the arena remains remarkably tranquil. Thanks to their recent victory, Coach Van Gundy granted the players a day off, leaving the entire court devoid of anyone but Liu. Liu meticulously organized his belongings before setting out to seek out Van Gundy. Uncertain of the coach's presence, he hoped fervently not to be disappointed. For his earnest desire was to continue playing for the Bulls. With a heart tinged with trepidation, Liu arrived at Van Gundy's office. "Hello, Liu," greeted a kindly, elderly gentleman who emerged from the office, though he was not Van Gundy, but rather Old John, the diligent custodian responsible for maintaining the coach's workspace. "Good morning, Old John," Liu replied with a smile. "You must be here to see Coach Van Gundy. Unfortunately, he is not in at the moment. He typically arrives at the office around 11. You might as well attend to other matters and return later." "All right." Liu nodded respectfully at Old John and turned to head towards the locker room. With the realization that Coach Van Gundy had yet to arrive, he resolved to engage in training, for actions must align with aspirations and ideals. Liu was aware that his aspirations were somewhat absurd. Achieving a 4-time championship title could be likened to an insurmountable challenge. Nevertheless, one must endeavor to try. There is no reason why what LeBron has accomplished and what Jordan has achieved should be beyond my reach. After all, I am the protagonist endowed with a system. Such thoughts lingered in his mind. Liu resolved not to squander a single moment in his quest for self-improvement. With his physical recovery now in full swing, it was imperative that his training intensity match this resurgence. Clad in his training attire, Liu strode onto the court, clutching the ball. The instant he set foot on the court, he felt an overwhelming surge of desire coursing through him, a yearning for victory, an aspiration for championship glory. There was no need for haste. Everything would come in due time. Victory would be his, and so too would the championship, as long as he remained committed to his training and continued to progress. Liu believes that everything will fall into place naturally. So, let us begin with 20 laps to warm up. Liu immersed himself in training. After nearly an hour, a voice interrupted. "Hey, Liu, so early. Why not take a little more rest? The competition yesterday was so intense. You must be exhausted. Remember to balance work and rest." It was Ross, who had also arrived. Li raised his head to glance at the time. It was just past 10:05. "You're pointing fingers at me. Yet aren't you also here for extra practice?" They both chuckled at each other. Soon, Ross had donned his jersey and made his way to the court with a basketball in hand. Observing Li's performance ignited a sense of urgency within Ross. "Though a new generation may rise to take the place of the old, I shall not concede so easily. Li, even if you surpass me, I remain the Windy City Rose, the pride of the city." Ross's pride would not permit him to merely hand over the team to the younger players. "Li, let the competition begin." Yet with each training session, Ross felt increasingly alarmed. Li's shooting prowess was utterly formidable. 99 out of 100 free throws, and 14 out of 15 three-pointers within a minute, and this was after a grueling sprint. With such intensity in training, I doubt even I could endure it for an hour. When did this kid Li arrive? Watching Li train, Ross was plunged into reflection. He recognized the chasm between himself and Li. This disparity wasn't merely in stamina or technique. It was a comprehensive gap. Ross felt a pang of melancholy. If only I were the man I once was, my physique and speed would have certainly matched Li's. A sense of fading heroism washed over Ross. The more he interacted with Lee, the heavier the blows to his spirit became. Oh, what is the point of competing? I no longer qualify. Let LeBron take the reins. Ross finally resigned himself to his fate. However, his dedication to training remained undiminished, though he may no longer vie for the title of team leader. The pursuit of the NBA championship was still paramount. Ross thought to himself, with Lee on our side, the Bulls should emerge as formidable contenders for the championship. He had an inkling that in the days to come, Lee would lead the Bulls to more than one championship title. I must cling to this kid's coattails. He chuckled to himself. Just watching Lee sweat profusely on the court, Ross unknowingly felt invigorated. Hey, Lee. Lee turned around and saw old John. Coach Van Gundy had arrived. Do you wish to seek him out now? Lee looked up and realized it was already 11 o'clock. Unbeknownst to him, he had been training for 2 hours. All right, thank you, old John. I will finish this set of training and then seek out Coach Van Gundy. Lee understood that the time for the game had arrived. This was not merely a personal affair between him and Van Gundy. It was a matter of great significance for the entire Bulls team and the financial well-being of the team's owner. Lee has already mentally prepared himself. This negotiation will not be as straightforward as he hopes. He must refrain from taking the initiative too eagerly. Excessive assertiveness would be detrimental to the negotiation process and counterproductive to Liu's objectives. While he aspires for a substantial contract, he also seeks to command respect. If he appears overly eager, Coach Van Gundy might perceive him as easy to manipulate, leading to a potential underestimation of his capabilities. Thus, he remains cautious. Liu, at this moment, felt no urgency whatsoever. The power of choice resided firmly in his hands. After a considerable pause, he finally concluded his training. Rose, nearly finished with his own duties, was eager to partake in the negotiations regarding Liu's contract, determined to retain him. Following their showers, the two made their way to Van Gundy's office. Regardless of the circumstances, I must persuade Coach Van Gundy to keep Liu. He is our beacon of hope for the championship. Observing Liu's silhouette, Rose's gaze was resolute. Upon seeing Rose and Liu enter the office together, a smile instantly graced Van Gundy's face. Hey, Rose, make yourself comfortable. Hi, Liu, please take a seat across from me. Van Gundy gestured towards the chair opposite him. As Liu settled into his seat, Van Gundy casually picked up the coffee pot and poured a cup for him. Witnessing this, Ross felt a pang of jealousy, his heart tightening. The coach had never poured coffee for me, yet here was Liu, enjoying such preferential treatment. How ridiculous. He used to call her sweetie, but now, with a new affection, he refers to her as Lady No. That old rascal is incorrigible. Liu, have you given any thought to staying with the Bulls? Van Gundy inquired with a gentle demeanor. Coach, I certainly wish to remain, but I have yet to see the contract. I'm uncertain about what kind of offer the team might extend to me. Hence, it's difficult for me to make any declarations at this moment. Liu smiled in response. Ah, you rascal, no hawk is released until the rabbit is seen. Van Gundy jested. As he spoke, Van Gundy retrieved 2 documents from his drawer. Pointing to the first document, he began, this is the official NBA Center's report on drug testing, which clearly states that there are no performance-enhancing substances present in your blood sample, meaning you are entirely exonerated. I have already instructed our legal team to file a lawsuit against the Suns and Tony Smith, accusing them of racial discrimination and defamation against our Eastern representatives. The Huaxia team. Many witnesses have seen this incident, and the evidence is irrefutable. I believe a resolution will come swiftly. Thank you, Coach. And I am immensely grateful to the team. Liu's face remained calm, yet within, he felt a considerable sense of relief. Many matters, when shared among comrades, were readily undertaken by him. At the very least, in this situation, Liu genuinely perceived the sincerity of Van Gundy. Chapter 37, The Bet Subsequently. Van Gundy produced the document and handed it to Liu. With a composed demeanor, he remarked, this is a contract I personally drafted. Please review it and let me know if there is anything you wish to amend. Upon gazing at the new contract, Liu's previously tranquil heart began to stir with anticipation. At last, the new contract had arrived. Coach, whether I can remain hinges upon the team's sincerity. He glanced once more at Van Gundy, who appeared confident and assured, exuding an air of certainty. Lee was taken aback by the astonishing contents of the contract, which, at first glance, appeared to possess rather favorable conditions. Lee was taken aback by Van Gundy's decisiveness in offering him a maximum contract. Is this appropriate for a coach? The contract outlines that Liu will sign with the Bulls for 3.5 years, with a fully guaranteed deal. The starting salary is set at $17,000 $5 million, exclusive of bonuses and allowances, with an annual increment of 10.5%. Additionally, there are special incentives for achieving All-NBA team selections, MVP, FMVP, Eastern Conference Championships, and the overall championship. The contract will take effect from this season, meaning that upon its conclusion, Liu is obligated to remain with the Bulls for at least 3 more seasons. Liu was rather astonished by this contract, as he did not expect the Bulls to offer such a top-tier deal directly. Even Derrick Rose would have found it challenging to secure better contractual terms than these. The contract that Liu currently holds is the most favorable agreement he could possibly secure. This season, the NBA's salary cap stands at $70 million. According to NBA regulations, the maximum salary for players signing contracts in their first year is determined by their years of experience. Players with 0 to 6 years of service can earn 25 of the salary cap. Those with 7 to 9 years can earn 30, and players with 10 years or more can earn 35. Thus, Liu's $17.5 million represents the highest starting salary he can attain, and the 10.5 wage increase adheres to the stipulated maximum increment. Liu was genuinely taken aback. Initially, he had braced himself for a vigorous discussion with Van Gundy. However, given the current circumstances, he found himself feeling somewhat bashful. Through this contract, Liu sensed the genuine intent of the Bulls organization. "You must be pleased. I fought tooth and nail with the owner to secure this," Van Gundy remarked, lifting his triple-chin jaw with a hint of pride. "Thank you, coach. I am truly satisfied with this contract." Liu felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility at this moment. Liu never anticipated that the events would unfold so smoothly. Liu was eagerly anticipating a grand endeavor. However, it would be prudent not to celebrate prematurely. This contract is conditional. Your signature alone is insufficient. It must also bear the boss's approval. As soon as Van Gundy spoke, he unexpectedly doused Liu with a bucket of cold water. Liu was perplexed. What on earth was Van Gundy up to? Observing the bewildered expression on Liu's face, Van Gundy broke into a grin. "Don't be so tense. The issue isn't as grave as it seems. I made a wager with the team owner, and that's how this contract came to be. Now, the crux of the matter lies with you." "Oh." Liu cast a meaningful glance at Van Gundy. "Coach, I suspect the owner has some conditions regarding this contract, doesn't he?" Conversing with an astute individual is indeed straightforward. Van Gundy replied swiftly. "The owner stated that during tomorrow's intra-squad scrimmage, he expects to witness an impressive performance from you." "What constitutes an impressive performance?" "After the regular training session concludes tomorrow, you will be placed in a group of complete substitutes. And you and your teammates will face the starters in a competitive match to 25 points, with a best-of-4 series determining the ultimate victor. In other words, the first team to reach 25 points wins the match, and the side that accumulates 4 victories will claim true victory in the series. And you, Liu, must lead your teammates to secure at least 2 match wins for the owner to affix his signature to this contract. So, what do you say? Do you have confidence?" At this moment, Van Gundy's smile faded, and he regarded Liu with utmost seriousness. "Not a problem, coach. I eagerly anticipate the clash with the starters tomorrow." Liu exhibited no hesitation whatsoever, and there was an unmistakable excitement in his voice. Indeed, nothing ever proceeds without obstacles. This contract must ultimately be substantiated by one's own performance. Liu had long been mentally prepared. After navigating through society for such an extended period, he had lost his innocence. Observing Liu's face brimming with excitement and eagerness, Van Gundy could only manage a wry smile in his heart. This young lad. How wonderful it is to be young, with boundless potential. In truth, the owner intended that as long as Liu could keep the game competitive with the substitutes against the starters specifically. If the point differential remained within 3 points for 3 games, or if he managed to win one, he would approve the contract. However, to spur Liu on, Van Gundy raised the stakes. He chuckled to himself, thinking that should Liu fail to meet these expectations tomorrow, he would still present him with the contract, compelling the lad to heed his advice in the future. Watching Rose and Liu depart, Van Gundy's face was lit with a mischievous grin. The matchup between Rose and Liu, the youngest MVP in NBA history facing off against the player renowned for the most explosive debut performance in the league's chronicles, was bound to be exhilarating. After discussing the contract, Rose and Liu exited Van Gundy's office together. "Hey, Liu, are you ready to face defeat tomorrow?" Rose inquired, his mood buoyant upon seeing Liu sign the contract, and he jokingly ribbed him. Yet, Liu was not one to concede easily. With a smile, he replied, "Rose, I will not back down. We shall see who prevails on the court tomorrow." Liu had long harbored a desire to test Rose's prowess. Both were eagerly anticipating their first direct confrontation, which also signified a subtle struggle for team dominance, the transition of leadership within the team. The victor would emerge as the future leader, a situation that seemed somewhat inequitable, yet fairness is a rare commodity in this world. Rose had been with the team for 7 to 8 years. Unless Liu exhibited a clear superiority in skill, the fans would not readily accept him. What kind of performance will you deliver tomorrow, Liu? Rose pondered, curious about what Liu would showcase. Would it be as frenzied as his display against the Cavaliers? However, he was confident that victory was unattainable for Liu. Basketball is not a solitary endeavor, and no one can triumph single-handedly against 5 opponents. Rose was not particularly concerned about the outcome of the match, but rather intrigued by how Liu would respond to defeat. It promised to be entertaining. Though he hesitated, should he play it easy, considering Liu's contract was at stake? For a moment, Rose was torn. Ultimately, he decided to wait until tomorrow. He sensed that Liu would not surrender easily. Moreover, reflecting on Liu's performance from the previous day, Rose's confidence began to wane. How intriguing. As Liu contemplated the match scheduled for tomorrow, an involuntary thrill surged through him. Winning 2 games? Insufficient, utterly inadequate. I aspire to triumph in 4. As for how many they can win or wish to win, that remains their own affair. It is unreasonable for Jordan's illegitimate son to achieve what I, Liu, cannot. My compatibility with the Jordan character card has reached a commendable 90. Were it a regular season match with its lengthy duration, Liu might harbor some concerns regarding his stamina. However, given that this competition allocates points based on a mere 25 per quarter, it suits Liu perfectly. After a 2-hour midday respite, he resumed his training. Time waits for no one, and with uncertainty surrounding when he might return home, he resolutely refused to slacken his efforts. A 4-time championship awaits, and he is determined to fight for it. Upon completing his training and returning home, the hour had grown quite late. Suddenly, his phone rang. The screen illuminating "Dear Mom." It was a call from his parents. Alas, one must always confront such matters, having taken possession of this body. One ought to fulfill the responsibilities it entails. "Sorry, Mom, are you still awake?" Liu reminisced about the moments of communication with his parents, naturally acquiring the skill. Perhaps it was because he was essentially the same person, or perhaps due to his commendable learning, neither his father nor his mother detected anything amiss. After the phone call, Liu was enveloped in an indescribable feeling. Alas, the hearts of parents are indeed pitiable. They must miss their son dearly. Yet, Liu found himself powerless. As this was beyond his control. I too long for my parents. I yearned to return home. With a sense of nostalgia weighing on him, Liu drifted into slumber. Chapter 38. Controversial groupings. The following morning, before 7 o'clock, Liu arrived at the Bulls training center. Today, the Bulls would train here before engaging in an intra-squad scrimmage. Undoubtedly, he was the first Bulls player to arrive. The second to arrive was Van Gundy, whose eyes gleamed upon seeing Liu, a player so talented and dedicated. He vowed silently to retain him on the team. The third to arrive was, of course, Derrick Rose. There were reasons behind Rose's rise to superstardom in the league. He was always the first to arrive for training. However, today, he was not the earliest, as Liu had arrived before him. This kid Liu is truly ambitious. I, an elder, must yield. Rose now held a profound respect for Liu. Snell entered the locker room, feeling somewhat anxious. He recalled having asked Liu to do his laundry. Given Liu's current standing within the team, if Coach Van Gundy and owner Reinsdorf were to discover that he had once slighted him, it would spell trouble for him. He opened the door and took his place. The bag of items remained untouched in his spot. Shoo! Snell could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. He should have been infuriated, perhaps even seeking a trivial reason to bully this novice. Yet, now he dared not do so. In the eyes of the owner and the coach, Liu was far more appealing than himself. Soon, the clock struck 9. Everyone who could attend had arrived. Joakim Noah was still recuperating, and it remained uncertain when he would make his return. According to the team physician's assessment, it seemed he would not be back until the playoffs commenced. Butler's injury was less severe, yet, as a precaution, he would need to rest for a week or 2. On the court, the other members of the Bulls were already in position. The players were divided into 2 teams, with the starting lineup led by Derrick Rose, comprising Rose, the stoic Pau Gasol, Taj Gibson, Nikola Mirotic, and Snell. This lineup was essentially the Bulls' starting team, with Taj Gibson substituting for Butler. Additionally, the bench for the starting group included Brooks. One could say this was the strongest 6 players on the court, excluding Liu. Ha ha ha, upon seeing this lineup, Snell could hardly contain his internal laughter. Li Yu, no matter how formidable you are, it's impossible to take on 5 opponents single-handedly, right? He pondered, however. Was this arrangement somewhat absurd? Was Coach Van Gundy attempting to undermine Li Yu? Snell glanced at Van Gundy with confusion, only to be struck by a sense of trepidation upon seeing his expression, prompting him to swiftly avert his gaze. Regardless, they were certain to win. The bench team was led by Li Yu, comprising Li Yu, Dunleavy, Hinrich, Mike Dunleavy, and 2 unfamiliar faces hastily promoted from the developmental league, a center named Damian Jackson and a forward named Steve Brownie. If a third party were to evaluate this roster, they would undoubtedly deem it a team of the elderly, the weak, and the infirm. Li Yu can be considered somewhat of a novice, while Damian Jackson and Steve Brownie are entirely new to the team, marking their first experience in first-team training. Conversely, Dunleavy and Hinrich are true veterans, akin to flickering candles nearing the end of their NBA careers. If one were to inquire who might emerge as the most formidable player within this lineup, many would likely select Mike Dunleavy. After all, he ranks as the primary rotation player, aside from Li Yu, boasting the longest playing time and the highest scoring. Upon witnessing this grouping, the spectators were left bewildered. Was the coaching staff jesting? The disparity between the 2 lineups was staggering. In 100 matches, the bench team might only manage to secure victory once or twice. At that moment, aside from Li Yu, Rose, and Van Gundy, the others on the court exchanged glances, uncertain if the game should even proceed. The players, excluding Li Yu and Rose, turned to Coach Van Gundy, hoping to discern whether he would reconsider his decision. As preparations for the game commenced, after 5 minutes, both teams took to the court. Van Gundy, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny, calmly addressed the players. Upon realizing that Van Gundy had no intention of altering his stance, Gasol stepped forward, eager to persuade him. Gasol, the game time has arrived. Let us discuss this on the court, Rose interjected, firmly grasping Gasol. He was acutely aware that this could not possibly be Van Gundy's intention. Today's lineup was utterly absurd, undoubtedly reflecting the owner's wishes. Reinsdorf and Krause, what exactly are you aiming to achieve? Krause, the Bulls' general manager, was indeed the one pushing for Rose's trade, an effort thwarted by Van Gundy. Otherwise, Rose would be entirely uncertain about which team's jersey he now wore. Yet there were no buts. It was time to play. Observing Rose's reaction, Gasol began to comprehend that some matters remained unknown to him. Gasol, are you so confident in defeating Li Yu? I cannot share such certainty. Rose feigned nonchalance as he spoke. Come, let us give Li Yu a thorough lesson. Rose wore a mischievous grin. Indeed, that young lad Li Yu has the audacity to disregard my screens during the last game. He truly lacks vision. Let us teach him a lesson together, Gasol replied eagerly, sharing in Rose's jest. Meanwhile, the bench players convened to strategize their upcoming tactics. Once we take the court, let us have Mike Dunleavy initiate the offense. Li Yu, be sure to distribute the ball. Do not resort to isolation plays as you did in the last game, Dunleavy suggested. However, Dunleavy, Li Yu scored 81 points in the previous match and led us to victory against LeBron James Cavaliers. Shouldn't we allow him more opportunities? Damian Jackson inquired, perplexed. Indeed, Steve Brownie also chimed in. Dunleavy shot a glance at Damian Jackson and sarcastically remarked, do I have more games under my belt? Or do you? Do you truly believe you possess a greater understanding of the game than I do? No, that's not what I meant. Damian Jackson's voice diminished. Even Coach Van Gundy would not dare assert that he knows more about the game than I do. As for this team, I am in charge of arranging the lineup. Li Yu, you will start on the bench. Once we've exhausted Rose, you will enter the game and unleash your energy against him. Dunleavy turned to Li Yu and feigned nonchalance. Are you joking? Do you really think I am so easily manipulated, attempting to dominate me right in front of my face? Li Yu was taken aback by Deng Liwei's audacity in unilaterally deciding to pin him down on the bench, igniting a surge of indignation within him. Although he was perplexed as to why Deng had chosen to target him, Li Yu had no desire to engage in this antiquated game of seniority with the old man. In a match lasting merely 25 minutes, what sort of physical crisis could possibly arise? After all, Rose was not one to exhibit the same folly as someone of Deng's age. Li Yu let out a cold laugh and said, Deng Liwei, I advise you to consult Coach Van Gundy. I believe he would not appreciate your presumptuousness. Are you questioning me? Deng Liwei's face was filled with dissatisfaction. Yes. Li Yu replied bluntly, uninterested in engaging in further argument. I am here to fight tooth and nail for the championship, and you, old man, are not worthy to obstruct my path. Hearing Li Yu's unwavering stance, Deng Liwei became truly enraged. Very well, Li Yu. I shall concede this match to you young ones. Let us see what you can achieve. Humph, I am eager to witness how you will perform. The disparity in our lineups leaves you with no chance of victory. Do you think scoring a few more points makes you a superstar? You are merely dreaming. A player of your heritage cannot excel in basketball. Your performance on the court is merely a fleeting moment of divine favor. Wrath and indignation surged within Deng Liwei as he directly exited the team and took a seat on the sidelines. Hey, Deng Liwei, are you all right? Van Gundy called out to him. Coach, I am feeling a bit unwell. Let these young players take the stage. It's fine. They can perform well without me. Listening to Deng Liwei's somewhat sarcastic tone, Van Gundy smiled knowingly. It seems we have a rift here. Liu, how do you plan to address this match? All right. With age comes the need to rest. Health is paramount. With that, Van Gundy turned away. Coach, Deng Liwei wanted to say more, but Van Gundy had already walked off. Why did Coach Van Gundy's reaction differ so greatly from what I expected? Deng Liwei was left utterly perplexed. Chapter 39. Provoke Liu. The match was about to commence, and both teams had taken their positions on the court. The jump ball ensued, and unexpectedly, Damian Jackson triumphed over Pau Gasol. However, upon reflection, this was somewhat anticipated. Gasol had aged considerably, and many players at his stage of life had transitioned into commentary roles. It was only natural for him to be outjumped by the younger talent. Moreover, Damian Jackson was merely in his early 20s, while Gasol was significantly his senior. At this moment, the ball found its way into the hands of Mike DeMort. Liu contemplated for a moment but refrained from directly requesting the ball from Mike DeMort. He decided to let them attempt it first. If he were to unleash his prowess immediately, it would diminish the essence of the game. Moreover, if he monopolized the ball, how would his teammates develop? It is essential to recognize that basketball is a collective endeavor. One cannot secure a championship relying solely on individual talent. Notably, Jordan's 37-point season, Kobe's 35-point season, and Harden's 36-point season all culminated without a trip to the finals. Basketball is fundamentally a testament to teamwork. Sometimes, it is unnecessary for one to bear the brunt of the responsibilities. By delegating appropriately, one allows others to rise and support during critical moments. As Mike DeMotte received the ball, he moved towards Liu. Dunleavy was absent and unaware of Liu's prowess, yet Mike DeMotte had witnessed the game firsthand. After observing that match, Mike DeMotte had recalibrated his understanding of his role. With a talent like Liu, it was wise to embrace the opportunity. Others were yet to find their chance to shine. Liu received the ball, and to his surprise, Mike DeMotte was not as dismissive of him as Deng Liwei had been. In fact, he seemed rather amiable. Upon noticing Liu with the ball, Rose and Snell swiftly converged upon him, determined to prevent any easy scoring opportunity. The exchanged glances between the two revealed a shared intent. Consequently, Liu, positioned 2 meters beyond the three-point line, found himself double-teamed, while Mike DeMort enjoyed a commendable open shot. If only Liu could deliver the ball to him. Given DeMort's shooting prowess, it was highly probable that a three-pointer would ensue. Liu naturally recognized this opportunity. With a deft strike, the ball soared between the legs of the encroaching Snell and landed in the hands of McDermott. McDermott did not disappoint Liu's pass. With a swift motion, he executed a flawless three-pointer. The bench team opened the scoring, netting the very first point of the match. With a score of 3-0, the bench team embarked on a promising start. However, in the subsequent play, Rose effortlessly breached the interior defense of the bench team, penetrating the lane to secure 2 points. The starting team was undeniably resolute. In the next possession, Rose and Snell disregarded conventional play. As they crossed the halfway line, they immediately converged on Liu, denying him any opportunity to receive the ball. Observing this, the other members of the bench team realized that the starting team had effectively sacrificed one player, granting them a 3-on-4 advantage. Without hesitation, the 4 players from the bench team launched an aggressive offensive. The 3 members of the starting team clustered near the free throw line, obstructing the bench team's attempts to penetrate the paint for an easy basket. Beyond the three-point arc, intermittent distractions were employed, betting that the bench team's long-range shots would not prove fatal to the match. Regrettably, this possession concluded with Steve Brownie's mid-range attempt clanging off the rim. The bench team failed to capitalize on this 3-on-4 opportunity. The scene shifted to the starting team's offensive possession. This time, Rose opted not to pursue a personal score, but rather audaciously passed to Pau Gasol on the left flank. Confronted by the youthful Damian Jackson, Pau Gasol imparted a lesson. With a deceptive feint, he left Jackson momentarily bewildered, effortlessly driving into the lane to secure another 2 points. The starting team seized the lead, maintaining and steadily extending their advantage. After 8 minutes, the score had escalated to 20-10, with the starting team enjoying a substantial 10-point lead. Just 5 more points would secure their victory in the first match. What transpired next astonished everyone. Liu appeared to be completely stifled by the dual defense of the starting team, failing to score a single point in 8 minutes, seemingly vanishing from the court. Once again, the starting team possessed the ball, and a single basket would virtually seal the fate of the game. "Hey, Liu, we're on the verge of victory," Sneal exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the substantial lead displayed on the scoreboard. Anyone witnessing such a score would be thrilled, both the victors and the spectators. Save for the members of the substitute team, who were destined to lose. If the starters faced the substitutes and still managed to squander a 10-point lead, would the substitutes remain substitutes and the starters retain their status? Unable to contain himself any longer, Sneal turned to Liu and began taunting him. "Why can't you score? Liu, you're quite formidable. This surely isn't your true capability," he jeered, leaning closely to Liu, a mischievous grin adorning his face, his eyes brimming with provocation. "Oh." A playful smile danced upon Liu's face. "Do you truly believe you have triumphed?" Upon hearing Liu's words, Snell was utterly vexed, his mind in turmoil. "Have you lost your senses, Liu? You are on the brink of defeat. Just glance at the scoreboard. You have only secured 10 points while we have amassed 20. Victory is imminent for us." Liu remained remarkably composed. Dreaming of a turnaround? Such aspirations are futile. There is no chance. You are not LeBron James. It is beyond your capabilities. Snell's frustration escalated to a near hysteria. Liu turned his head, gazing silently at Snell. Was it necessary to be so agitated? Locking eyes with Snell, Liu softly declared, "From this round onward, you shall not score again. Remember my words. Our team will emerge victorious, I assure you." "Is that so?" Snell scoffed dismissively. Yet, beneath his facade of disdain, a tempest brewed within him. An ominous premonition began to take hold. "No, what am I thinking? Liu is merely a rookie on a 10-day contract. There is nothing to fear." In an instant, anger surged within Snell. How could he allow himself to be intimidated by a newcomer like Liu? This was unacceptable. "Liu, I shall defeat you with my own hands." Snell stared at Liu, ultimately too afraid to voice his thoughts, silently vowing retribution in his heart. "Hey, Rose, pass me the ball," Snell signaled to Rose. Intent on taking Liu one-on-one. Rose hesitated for a moment, glanced at the scoreboard, and then passed the ball. With a 10-point deficit, it mattered little if this shot failed. Lee did not prevent Sneal from taking the ball, for he believed it to be an intriguing affair. The players competing against one another on the field is never a negative occurrence. Indeed, the spectators would greatly relish it. Liu is undoubtedly reveling in it. In a previous life, Lee had often mused about the prospect of a one-on-one segment in the NBA All-Star Game, lamenting that contemporary players exhibited an excess of cordiality on the court. A touch of fervor was indeed necessary. Thus, when Snell issued his challenge, Lee accepted it with alacrity. As soon as Snell secured the ball, Lee advanced upon him, denying him any opportunity for an easy play. Snell felt as though he had collided with a stone, struggling to regain his balance. Gazing at Lee's outstretched arms, Snell likened himself to a moth drawn towards a spider's web on the brink of his own demise. He had not anticipated the formidable pressure of Lee's defense, and anxiety began to creep into his mind. "Snell, you can do this. You got this. You can do it." He encouraged himself, preparing to launch an aggressive attack. He decided to charge forward, irrespective of the outcome. After all, pride demanded that he not yield. As Snell shifted slightly to the right, intending to drive toward Lee's left side, he suddenly felt a pair of fiery hands forcefully intrude between his own. Before he could react, an overwhelming strength transmitted through the ball, rendering him utterly defenseless as Lee snatched it away. Snell was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Had his ball truly been taken from him in such a manner? He found it hard to accept the reality of the situation. Liu, indifferent to Sneal's thoughts, felt no interest in them either. Leading the charge, he swiftly outpaced everyone. Rose had long anticipated that Sneal would miss, and as Liu launched his counterattack, Rose immediately followed suit. As he sprinted, Rose pondered, "Xie Baoqing, why provoke that rascal Li Yunlong? Couldn't you have let someone else handle it? Do you think Liu's defense is so easily countered? It's evident you weren't watching the game during the break. Weathers is nearly rendered ineffective." Yet, regardless of his inner grievances, Rose could not allow Liu an unchallenged layup. "Liu, how will you choose to conclude this offensive play? A direct layup for points? Or perhaps another three-pointer in retaliation?" To be honest, even though Rose had caught up, he harbored little confidence in thwarting Liu's advance. After all, Liu's counterattacks could even elude LeBron. Chapter 40. The owner's thoughts as he reached the three-point line alongside Liu. Rose found himself in a quandary. Would Liu attempt an open three-pointer in this counterattack? It was truly hard to say. That rascal Liu's offensive maneuvers were indeed unpredictable. Liu not only possesses a diverse array of offensive strategies, but he is also exceedingly audacious. Even Rose finds it challenging to anticipate whether Liu might suddenly unleash a flurry of three-point strikes. Li, this fellow, dares to counter with a three-pointer even in a match. In this trivial training game, such an act would indeed be utterly unremarkable. Without making Ross wait too long, Li promptly provided an answer. This time, Li opted against a counter three-pointer. Instead, he decisively drove into the paint for a successful layup. Executing a counter three-pointer requires a certain feel and rhythm to be effective. At present, Li chose to adopt a more cautious approach. Indulging recklessly could jeopardize the game. In moments like this, not only would Li himself disapprove of such recklessness, but his teammates would also not tolerate it. Liu skillfully scored 2 points and immediately chose to retreat on defense. At this moment, on the second floor of the training facility, two astute gentlemen observed the scene. "Klaus, what do you think of Liu's performance?" inquired Mr. Reinsdorf, the expressionless owner of the Bulls, his voice cold and detached. Klaus hesitated for a moment before responding. "I initially agreed to the contract brought by Van Gundy, but upon further reflection, it warrants a re-evaluation." Klaus understood the owner's intentions. He sought a scapegoat. As Van Gundy held considerable standing in the league, making it unwise to outright reject him, it was imperative for Klaus to assume the role of the bad cop in this scenario. Observing Liu's retreat, Klaus resolved to grant him a bit more time. However, in the presence of the owner, it was essential to align with his sentiments. After all, regardless of the circumstances, the blame would ultimately rest on his own shoulders, while the owner remained the paragon of wisdom and virtue. Mr. Reinsdorf, in my estimation, barring any unforeseen developments, the bench team is on the brink of defeat, and given their current displayed capabilities, it will be over in no more than 3 rounds. As for this playoff series, it appears devoid of suspense. Regarding Liu, let us defer that discussion until after the game. I believe Van Gundy will concur with your sagacious judgment. I will make it clear to him that the retraction of the contract is my decision. Klaus spoke with utmost deference, though most would adopt a similar demeanor when addressing the owner. Indeed, Mr. Reinsdorf replied flatly, taking a gentle sip from his wine glass, his seemingly tranquil eyes betraying an inscrutable depth. If only this Chinese player possessed genuine prowess. If he had the caliber of Yao Ming from the Rockets, I would gladly present him with a maximum contract. Alas, it appears that Liu still has a considerable distance to cover. Moreover, securing funds from China has become increasingly challenging. The primary reliance remains on domestic consumption in America. Furthermore, if we cannot clinch a championship, what purpose does this team serve? Perhaps it would be prudent to seek an opportunity to sell. Unbeknownst to many, Mr. Reinsdorf harbored a disinterest in basketball and had long contemplated stepping away from the sport. However, he realized that this team might appreciate in value, and selling would result in a significant loss. He knew that if word got out, a swarm of eager individuals would come seeking him out. Yet, a part of him was reluctant to part with the team, having been involved for decades. Liu, do not take offense. It is not my fault you lack the requisite talent. Regarding Liu's contract renewal, Reinsdorf had already made his decision. If Liu were to sign this lucrative contract, by next year, the Bulls' salary cap might exceed the luxury tax threshold established by the NBA. At that point, in addition to the increased salary, there would be a substantial luxury tax to pay. Such a situation was something Reinsdorf would be reluctant to entertain. He had watched the previous game, and while Liu exhibited remarkable prowess, the reality was that Rose had aged, Gasol was no longer in his prime, and Butler was not even an all-star. With such a roster, the prospect of winning a championship seemed utterly fanciful. Moreover, the notion of even advancing past the Eastern Conference appeared bleak, as LeBron James and his Cavaliers loomed like an insurmountable mountain before everyone. Faced with this formidable obstacle in its prime, Reinsdorf struggled to see any glimmer of hope. Reinsdorf was not oblivious to the intricacies of the game. He had observed it over the years and recognized Liu's vast potential, particularly when he noted Liu's height of 198 centimeters, which intensified this sentiment. It was a peculiar feeling, so peculiar that Reinsdorf had initially acquiesced to Van Gundy's decision to offer a lucrative contract to Liu after just 1 game. Yet, following Van Gundy's departure, he quickly regretted that choice. However, he could not simply retract his decision and thus proposed a condition instead. He found it exceedingly difficult to believe that this 23-year-old could help the Bulls surmount the towering presence of LeBron James. For this franchise, profitability was paramount. It was essential to make money and equally crucial to avoid losses. This was Reinsdorf's unwavering principle. Observing Liu's performance, he felt a profound sense of disappointment. In the moments leading up to the game, Reinsdorf was engulfed in conflict. On one hand, he hoped Liu would falter, allowing the starting team to secure a decisive victory, thereby saving him a considerable sum of money. On the other hand, he yearned to witness Liu excel against the starting team. If only he could see a glimmer of hope in overcoming the Cavaliers, he would extend that lucrative contract. Alas, the youth still had much to learn, Reinsdorf mused, accompanied by a sense of regret. You are not the individual I had envisioned in my heart. Despite Liu having recently scored 2 points, Reinsdorf understood that the bench team had little chance of winning, given the significant point differential and the disparity in team strength. A miracle seemed unlikely, unless, of course, divine intervention occurred. Superstars cannot be contained. Liu, what are your true intentions? Watching Liu finally begin to score, Van Gundy too felt perplexed. It was already too late. The outcome of the match had lost its suspense. Liu extended his hand, summoning his teammates. Listen closely, Damien. You must stand firm against Gasol in the paint. Do not jump, nor fear. I will provide assistance. Steve, yes, you. I need you to guard Rose, block him in the lane, and force him to take shots, understood? Senrich and McDermott, make sure to stay tightly glued to your assignments. Do not allow them an easy opportunity to shoot. Furthermore, when you obtain the ball, pass it to me immediately, and I shall lead you in our counterattack. Remember, we are destined to prevail. Liu's gaze was unwavering, a resolve that resonated with every member of the substitute team. As they beheld the captivating light emanating from Liu's eyes, a sense of trepidation washed over them. Yet, simultaneously, an inner voice echoed, there is still a chance to triumph. Clinging to this belief, the substitute team re-engaged in the match. Though this sentiment seemed absurd, they resolved to place their faith in him. No athlete desires defeat. As long as they had not lost, hope remained. Now it was the starting team's turn to launch their offensive. The players quickly discerned a palpable difference in the demeanor of the substitute team, now brimming with spirited determination and aspirations for advancement. Their belief in victory was almost comical. Gibson spoke loudly with Gasol, ensuring that everyone, including the substitute players, could hear him. This was a tactic aimed at undermining their resolve. The substitutes were acutely aware of this, yet felt a surge of indignation rising within them. Their expressions shifted, transforming into fierce determination. Gibson took note of this change. Hey there, you substitute kids, he taunted. I'm going to thoroughly kick your butts. You won win a single match. Remember, not one match. We'll defeat you 4-0. And you won surpass us by more than 10 points in any game. At that moment, the substitute team's anger ignited. Such condescension was nothing short of an affront. Their previously tenuous belief in victory solidified into something formidable. All eyes turned to Liu, the man who had instilled this faith within them. Meeting their hopeful gazes, Liu nodded and declared, we can win. Though Liu's voice was not particularly loud, it resonated throughout the venue, instilling a sense of calm among the substitute team members, akin to a soothing balm. Observing Gibson, Liu gently shook his head, remarking that taunting only when ahead was truly an unwise display. His words elicited laughter from the coaching staff and the Bulls personnel, who found amusement in Liu's bravado, questioning how someone so boastful could find themselves trailing by such a margin. The entire assembly shook their heads in unison, clearly expressing their disbelief in Liu's audacious claims. However, the starting team could not share in the laughter, particularly the players who had participated in the previous match, their hearts now filled with trepidation. A mere glance exchanged between them revealed the weight of concern etched across their faces. They could not afford to relax any further. A comeback by the opposing team would render them the subject of ridicule. Even if they ultimately triumphed in this training match, losing would forever shroud them in embarrassment before their adversaries. In an instant, the atmosphere in the arena grew tense and foreboding. Chapter 41. The counterattack commences. Gibson established his position in the paint, guarded by McDermott. Casting a quick glance behind him, Gibson raised his hand, eager for the ball. It was a prime opportunity. Realizing he was up against a guard brought an almost manic joy to Gibson. Just as he was about to relax, he was jolted back to focus, recognizing that his bravado must be matched by action. Rose, too, recognized Gibson's advantageous matchup. As soon as Gibson's eyes flickered in his direction, Rose swiftly passed him the ball, McDermott took a deep breath, uncertain if he could withstand the impending challenge. Observing his own slight frame juxtaposed against Gibson's barrel-like torso, he admitted to feeling somewhat daunted. "MD, it's time to give it my all. If I must go down, I shall do so with courage," he thought. Bracing himself as he lowered his center of gravity, Gibson initiated his backing down maneuver. With the first thrust, McDermott felt as though he had been struck by a vehicle, nearly crumbling under the force. Yet, recalling Gibson's earlier taunt, a surge of determination surged through him. "I will hold my ground. I will endure. I will endure against you, you rotund adversary," he exclaimed internally. "Oh dear, I can't hold on much longer. Someone, come lend a hand." Gibson, having fought through 3 attempts, finally managed to push McDermott aside. "Huh, with your slight frame, how do you expect to match my strength?" With a secretive smile, Gibson seized this opportunity and swiftly drove towards the basket. However, he was suddenly confronted by an unremarkable face. The owner of this visage, of course, was Liu. Liu's expression was a mask of indifference, yet an inexplicable sense of panic surged within Gibson. How on earth did Liu appear beside me? Gibson's heart raced in astonishment. Before he could muster a response, he felt an abrupt emptiness in his hand. When had my ball fallen? Gibson quickly cast a glance at Liu's hand. Suddenly, an unknown ball appeared in Liu's hand. When did my ball slip into his possession? Gibson was utterly bewildered. There had been no indication whatsoever. He hadn't even realized when Liu had made his entrance before the ball was snatched away. Observing Liu's expressionless demeanor following the steal, Gibson felt his face flush with embarrassment. Having just boasted with bravado, he was now faced with a humiliating defeat. Gibson felt as though his face had been trampled upon, enduring a profound humiliation at the hands of Liu. After receiving the ball, Liu meticulously surveyed the court. The starting team's players had already positioned themselves strategically. Unlike the previous round, a direct fast break layup was no longer feasible. Rose clapped his hands and shouted loudly, "Defend, defend." He understood that Liu was about to unleash his prowess. The earlier double team had proven ineffective. Liu was previously without the ball, but now, with it in hand, there was no way to impede his shot. The focus now rested on whether they could successfully defend against Liu's impending offensive maneuver. Truth be told, Rose felt uncertain. Yet, he still held faith in the starting team's victory. If they could sink a 3-pointer and follow it up with a 2-point layup, the game would conclude in their favor. Rose believed in his ability to achieve this. The starting team employed a 3-2 zone defense strategy. This formation allowed for rapid contraction. When an opponent attempted to break through, they could swiftly double-team, thereby gaining a numerical advantage. Additionally, the defenders positioned themselves near the free-throw line, effectively disrupting the offensive players' 3-point attempts. The bench team had 2 shooters, yet they lacked the initiative to create their own shots, leaving them bewildered when positioned beyond the arc. As long as the bench team didn't go on a shooting spree from 3-point range, the starting team was unlikely to falter. Seeing the starting team setup, a subtle smile crept across Liu's face. "Perfect, just as I hoped." He stepped up to the 3-point line, facing the defender Snell, and executed a smooth pull-up 3-pointer. Snell hurriedly halted his forward momentum to avoid committing a foul. He turned his head towards the basket, thinking, "This can't go in. It's a bit too far." Although he had watched highlights of Liu's first game and was aware of his formidable 3-point shooting ability, witnessing Liu launch a shot from 1 meter beyond the arc while under his defense left him momentarily dumbfounded. With a swish, the ball sailed through the air and cleanly into the basket, right before Snell's eyes. Indeed, Liu possessed remarkable skills. Nevertheless, Snell reassured himself that their starting team would prevail, bolstered by Derrick Rose, who would lead them to victory. With this conviction, Snell approached Rose, fixing his gaze on him intently. "Hey, Rose, it's time. Lead us to decisively defeat the bench team. This is your moment. You are Derrick Rose, the youngest MVP in NBA history." Snell patted Rose on the chest and continued, "Don't overthink it. Whatever you wish to do, however you choose to execute it, we will unconditionally follow your lead. Now, please guide us to conquer Liu and the bench team." Rose remained silent, merely nodding solemnly. Those who are acquainted with him understand that he does not favor harsh words. Rather, he excels in fierce competition. Observing Derrick Rose's tranquil demeanor, Snell departed with satisfaction, confident that Rose had absorbed his message. The intensity in Rose's eyes resembled that of a famished wolf poised to strike at its prey. Snell did not whisper covertly, and naturally, Lee also heard the words he directed towards Rose. Liu understood that Ross was about to enter attack mode. However, that is precisely what makes it interesting. Liu smiled with anticipation as he approached McDermott and said, "Let us switch our defense." Without a moment's hesitation, McDermott readily agreed. Defending against Rose is undoubtedly a challenging task for anyone, and the matchup between these two should prove to be quite thrilling. As the starting team prepared for the tip-off, Rose received the ball, and Liu immediately followed suit. Upon noticing that Liu had taken over as his defender, a spark ignited in Rose's eyes. And to everyone's surprise, a smile appeared on his face. It was well known that Rose relished this confrontation. Those familiar with Rose understood that when he smiled, it signified his utmost excitement. Anticipation hung in the air as everyone wondered what kind of performance Rose would deliver in this matchup. How would he respond to Liu's three-point attempts? When Van Gundy witnessed Liu proactively engaging with Rose, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The clash between Rose and Liu, the veteran and the rising star of the Bulls, raised the question, who would emerge victorious? Would Rose triumph over Liu, defending his honor as king? Or would Liu conquer Rose, declaring his ascension as the new monarch? Ah, Rose, I knew you would not relinquish your hold easily. You would ensure that Liu comprehends the challenges of ascending to greatness. To reign supreme, one must surpass all others, particularly if one aspires to be the king of an NBA team, a feat that demands universal recognition. However, even if you succeed against Rose, it is likely that others will soon rise to challenge you. He has awaited this opportunity for quite some time, and upon his return from injury, he will not yield to you. The moment approaches, perhaps within a week or two. Liu, what strategy will you employ to win him over? Van Gundy mused in anticipation. It promised to be a most intriguing spectacle. Chapter 42. The new captain Rose accelerated, swift as the wind. Liu felt a chill on his face, realizing that Ross had already gained a lead of a full body length over him. Liu was taken aback. He had initially thought he had given sufficient attention to Ross, but he realized he had underestimated him. Only those who faced Ross directly could truly comprehend the terrifying extent of his speed. There could be no room for complacency. Liu silently cautioned himself, reminding that he was facing the youngest MVP in the annals of NBA history. Although Rose had endured 2 significant injuries, there remained no doubt that, in certain moments and plays, he could still perform at the level of a true superstar. Liu finally focused. However, he was no longer confined to his former frail physique. The current Liu possessed the athletic prowess of a deity. In the blink of an eye, Rose surpassed 3 players from the opposing bench. The speed was utterly terrifying. Yet, the moment Rose crossed the three-point line, he felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from behind him. Liu had swiftly closed in. What, so soon? Yu Guangzhong caught sight of Liu's figure, and a jolt of surprise coursed through Ross. His body involuntarily hesitated for a moment. It was precisely this pause that afforded Liu the opportunity to seize the moment. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Ross, obstructing his path to the basket. Upon realizing that his chance for an effortless layup had vanished, Ross slowed his pace, dribbling the ball back to the three-point line in search of an offensive opportunity. Alas, Liu clung to Rose like a piece of taffy, his massive hands unfurling like a wall, obstructing Rose's path. Observing this predicament, Gasol hastily emerged from the paint to set a screen for Rose. There was a glimmer of opportunity. Gasol's screen was notably effective, successfully blocking Liu and granting Rose a momentary opening to penetrate. However, Rose soon realized that his speed had yet to fully escalate, and he could already sense a looming shadow encroaching upon him from behind. In that fleeting instant, memories of being relentlessly pursued and blocked by LeBron James flooded his mind. Almost losing his footing, he abruptly halted. No, he could not advance any further. If he did, Liu would undoubtedly catch up, and with Liu's formidable athleticism, he risked being blocked. Not only could he not penetrate, but he also refused to be denied. Such a setback would be too demoralizing. Unable to drive, it seemed he had no choice but to take a shot. Seizing the scant space remaining, Rose resolved to leap and attempt to score. Just as he prepared to release the ball, Liu had fully manifested before him, his outstretched arms resembling a celestial canopy, overshadowing every angle from which Ross might attempt to shoot. Reluctantly, before he could complete his motion, Ross released the ball. Quick! Grab the rebound, he shouted as soon as he had released it, even before his feet touched the ground. Unfortunately, Gasol and Gibson had already been positioned by Damian Jackson and Steve Brown, rendering them ineffective. Ultimately, the rebound was easily secured by Steve Brown, and possession was claimed by the bench team. As the bench team commenced their offensive round once again, the score stood at 15-20, with the bench team trailing by 5 points. To conclude the game successfully, they needed to secure another 10 points. 10 points. 2 3-pointers and 2 2-pointers should suffice, shouldn't they? Lee casually pondered in his mind and observed Brownie securing the rebound. Lee hurried over to grasp the ball in his hands. It is undeniable that Brownie possesses remarkable athleticism, effortlessly leaping to secure the rebound. One wonders about the identity of his father. Moreover, Brownie's skills are commendable, clearly the result of meticulous training from several seasoned mentors. His only shortcoming lies in his limited experience in competition. Given time, he is destined to achieve greatness. Liu pointed forward, signaling the substitutes to push forward with all their might. Upon seeing Liu gain possession of the ball, Snyder swiftly approached him. Li swiftly advanced, and within merely 2 or 3 strides, Snell found himself ensnared behind. Li did not hesitate this time. He surged directly towards the paint. The starting team had not anticipated that Li would opt to attack the basket, as they had expected him to continue his long-range shooting. Everyone positioned themselves near the 3-point line, only to be swiftly outmaneuvered by Li, who tore through their defense. At this moment, the interior of the starting team lay exposed. Upon reaching the free-throw line, Liu observed that there were no starting players from the opposing team in front of him. Witnessing this scenario, Liu, unfettered by any sense of formality, seized the ball directly. With a single decisive step, he forcefully thrust the ball into the hoop. At that moment, the defender Gibson, unable to halt his momentum, collided directly into Liu. Liu was suddenly sent flying upon impact. The focus of the crowd, however, was not on the incident itself, but rather on the sight of Liu hurtling through the air. There was a palpable concern regarding his potential injuries. If he were to sustain any harm, it would spell disaster for him, especially since his contract had not yet been officially signed. Recuperation would pose a significant issue. No one anticipated that Gibson would strike so fiercely. In that fleeting moment of collision, Gibson himself was taken aback, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. He truly did not intend for this to happen. Without delay, Gibson rushed over to assess Liu's condition, followed closely by others who gathered around. Li lay on the ground, experiencing a sensation of pain radiating from both his back and posterior. He attempted to move slowly, relieved to find that he could still maneuver. It seemed to be nothing serious. However, after the match, he would need to consult the team physician for a thorough examination. All the while observing the crowd that had gathered around him, Liu waved his hand, indicating that everything was fine. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, he executed a swift roll and stood up. Shaking his head, he moved directly to the free-throw line. However, he missed the shot, the impact from being knocked down still lingering. Yet, Steve Brown seized the opportunity while Gibson was still recovering from the previous play, capitalizing on it with a rebound score. At this moment, the score stood at 19-20. The substantial lead that the starting team had built up dissipated within just 2 or 3 plays. Both teams were nearly at a level playing field, with the bench players even gaining the upper hand. Although the bench team trailed by a single point, their momentum soared, making it increasingly difficult for the starters to contain them. Everyone in attendance sensed the impending danger for the starting team, and the players themselves were acutely aware of it. However, they were at a loss for effective strategies, helplessly watching their lead erode step by step. The edifice was crumbling, and no one could intervene. The morale of the starting team had been utterly shattered. When even Rose could not rescue the team, hope dwindled for the others. Indeed, in the final moments of the round, starter Snell's long-range 3-point attempt clanged off the rim, marking a missed opportunity for victory. Meanwhile, the bench team, led by Liu, struck 2 consecutive 3-pointers, racking up 6 points. The bench team was the first to reach 25 points, clinching victory in the match. Of those 25 points, Liu contributed 12, including 12 points in the final 15 seconds. Liu was quite satisfied with the outcome. Lost? Ross felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Leading by 10 points, just 5 more would have sealed the victory, yet they were struck by a 15-0 run and swept away. Anyone in his position would feel disheartened. A new captain had arrived on the ship. It was time for him to step aside. Ross keenly recognized the gap between himself and Liu, and momentarily felt a sense of relief. This burden should be entrusted to someone more capable. Liu, lead us to victory. You have performed admirably. Do not dwell too much on this setback. Van Gundy approached, gently patting Ross on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort. As for that fellow Liu, I sensed he is a natural-born winner. This guy, not engaging until the last moments when the game was slipping away, is determined to impress his teammates. He certainly possesses remarkable skills. Indeed, coach, this lad is destined to be a victor. I can already envision the Bulls striving for the championship under his leadership. This young man has truly become the new captain. I respect him. Chapter 43, a decisive victory. Winning over the owner after a brief respite, the game resumed. They had only completed the first match. At least 3 more awaited to determine the ultimate victor. The starting lineup returned with noticeably revitalized spirits. It seemed the coach had successfully instilled a sense of purpose in them. Meanwhile, the bench players were brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the match. With Liu in their midst, everyone on the bench was filled with confidence in their pursuit of victory. Liu did not disappoint the expectations of his teammates. From the very onset of the match, Liu took command of the game. Li first executed a mid-range jumper from the left free throw line. He promptly intercepted a pass from Snell, powering through Gibson to complete a 3-point play. This time, Li did not miss his free throw. In the next possession, the bench squad successfully thwarted Gasol's aggressive drive to the basket, and during the ensuing fast break, Li assisted McDermott, who was positioned beyond the arc, resulting in another successful 3-pointer. At this moment, Rose emerged to break the scoring drought of the starting team with a decisive drive. However, Li quickly responded with another mid-range shot, matching his prowess. In less than 5 minutes, the bench team amassed an impressive 25 points, securing yet another victory in the second game. The final score between the two teams was 25-8, marking a resounding defeat for the starters. This margin could be described as the starting team being thoroughly bested by the bench squad. The third game mirrored the second in many respects. With the same outcome, bench team 25, starters 7, once again overwhelming the starting lineup. At this juncture, the entire starting team felt utterly frustrated. Yet, faced with such dominance, there was little they could do. Gibson even contemplated withdrawing from the game, while Snell wore an expression darker than coal. Among the starters, only Brooks on the bench maintained a semblance of calm, as the blame naturally fell upon the more prominent players. Distinctively, in this instance, a greater number of bench players contributed to the scoring, with nearly all participants registering points. Li has invigorated the teammates on the substitute team. Liu, utilizing his formidable influence, created numerous effortless scoring opportunities for the other members of the bench team. Consequently, as the game progressed, excitement surged among the players. And despite Liu's minimal contribution, the bench team effortlessly triumphed over the starting team once again. Following their victory in the third match, the overall score soared to 3-0, a figure that could only be described as devoid of miracles. Everyone understood that this match would officially conclude with the next game. Rienstoffel felt his understanding of the game completely upended. How could this be? These were all starting players from the NBA. Yet the bench team included 2 young talents specifically elevated for this training match. The fact that they could win was nothing short of extraordinary, and Rienstoffel was thoroughly convinced. Klaus, what is your opinion on Liu's performance? Rienstoffel inquired, failing to notice the hint of delight in his tone. Klaus understood the implication all too well. Mr. Rienstoffel, Liu's performance is nothing short of impeccable. It is my oversight for not recognizing such an exceptional player. As for Liu's contract, I sincerely apologize for opposing the new contract proposed by Van Gundy. I misled the owner. I now realize my mistake and will personally apologize to Liu, ensuring he understands the team's support and trust in him. Very well, let us proceed in that manner, Rienstoffel said, patting Klaus on the shoulder and nodding with ease. I feel a bit inspired now. It is time I put pen to paper. Klaus comprehended Rienstoffel's intent and exited, returning shortly with Liu's contract in hand. Rienstoffel signed his name with remarkable ease and decisiveness. This would undoubtedly prove to be an astute decision. Reinsdorf began to envision the Chicago Bulls, under the leadership of Liu, clinching the Eastern Conference Championship and subsequently the NBA title, leading to a swift appreciation of the team's value and a significant rise in his own worth. The professionals present were acutely aware of the reasons behind the starting team's defeat. While the starting lineup certainly boasted superior average capabilities compared to the bench, they lacked a pivotal force like Liu. The strengths of their opponents became their own vulnerabilities. With Liu's formidable performance, the starting team's defense faltered, and their offense plummeted in quality, ultimately resulting in a bitter defeat. This exemplifies the impact of a superstar transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. A lineup composed entirely of reserves triumphed over a team of starters who were defeated by a playoff-caliber squad, thanks to Liu's influence. With his presence, everything changed. The burden of pressure lifted from the other players, allowing them to showcase their true potential. It could even be said that, with Liu's assistance, the bench players exhibited performances at 120, even 200% of their capabilities. Under such circumstances, the starting team's loss was hardly surprising. Indeed, in the subsequent match, The bench once again secured victory with a score of 25-7, officially declaring their triumph in this round of the series. All members of the starting team hung their heads in shame, wishing they could find a hole to hide in or bury their faces in the sand. The embarrassment was palpable. The entire starting lineup had succumbed to a team of reserves. This incident would undoubtedly become a perpetual source of ridicule within the team. If the media were to catch wind of this debacle, it would likely transform everyone involved into a public spectacle. Such occurrences are impossible to conceal. The media's capacity for sensationalism is well known, capable of amplifying a mere whisper into a resounding uproar. This highly topical incident would surely spread throughout Chicago, across the nation, and even around the globe. If time could be reversed, it is likely that everyone would oppose this arrangement, including Rose. Although Rose had acknowledged Liu's new leadership role, such a defeat was utterly humiliating. Even a solitary victory would have been a welcome relief, he mused. Then Gundy clapped his hands, gathering everyone around. At that moment, the starting and bench teams naturally formed two distinct groups. Following today's game, allegiances had been firmly established. Observing the stark division before him, Van Gundy understood that this incident would cast a long shadow over the starting players for the rest of their lives. However, perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. Competition breeds progress, and the starters had remained stagnant for too long. It was time for a change, and he hoped these veterans would learn from this experience and rise to the occasion. The owner of the Bulls, Reinsdorf, descended with a clapping of hands, a smile gracing his face. Behind him followed the general manager, Klaus. What an exhilarating match. I am grateful to each of you for delivering such a splendid performance. Upon hearing this, the players of the starting team felt their faces flush with shame. In the final 3 quarters, the starting team failed to secure even a score of 10 points. If there was brilliance on display, it surely belonged to the substitute team, particularly to Liu. Reinsdorf unabashedly expressed his favoritism towards Liu, striding directly to him and extending his hands, firmly grasping Liu's. Liu, you are my deity. From now on, the Bulls will rely on you to lead us. I have faith that under your guidance, this team will achieve results far surpassing those of the past. Let us strive to claim our first NBA championship. I believe you can do it. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to contact me. As he spoke, Reinsdorf handed his business card to Liu. Witnessing Reinsdorf clasping Liu's hand, Klaus was taken aback. Only he understood the extent of Reinsdorf's obsessive cleanliness. Even the slightest speck of dust could provoke his ire. Yet now, he held the sweat-drenched hands of Liu, fresh from the game. Indeed, anything in this world is possible, provided one holds sufficient significance. Chapter 44. An invitation from the All-Stars. As the match concluded, the Bulls players departed. Hey, Liu, come to my office for a moment. Van Gundy timely called out to Liu, who was heading home after a shower. Is there something you need, coach? Liu inquired, puzzled. Follow me, and you shall find out. Upon reaching the office, Van Gundy casually retrieved an envelope from his drawer. Coach, what is this? Open it and see for yourself. It's all written there, Van Gundy replied with a smile, resembling a kind elder. Liu opened it to find an invitation from the NBA. It read, "You are hereby invited to participate in the three-point contest at this year's All-Star Game. If you wish to attend, please respond to the NBA All-Star Organizing Committee by the 14th. An All-Star Game? A three-point contest? Lee was suddenly intrigued. He wondered if Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson would participate in this three-point contest. Competing alongside them would undoubtedly be an exhilarating experience. These two are indeed synonymous with the art of the three-pointer. One possesses an unparalleled explosive shooting ability, while the other is undeniably the deity of three-point shooting. Lee did not ponder for long before deciding to participate in this year's All-Star three-point contest. He hopes to witness the remarkable performances of Curry and Thompson during the All-Star weekend. Liu has quite a fondness for them. If you are interested, do go and have some fun. There will be numerous superstars present, and both Ross and I will accompany you to introduce you to them. Van Gundy's face radiated affection. All right, thank you, coach. How should I respond? No need to reply. I have already given my consent on your behalf. I have long known that you cannot resist the allure of the All-Star Game. For today, just partake in the skills competition, as next year you may find yourself too occupied. I foresee you being quite busy during the next All-Star event. Hee, is that so? Lee smiled apologetically. Liu comprehended the implications of Van Gundy's words. Given Liu's current prowess, securing a place in next year's All-Star Game was a foregone conclusion. By that time, he would likely harbor no interest in the individual competitions. Coach, shall I take my leave? Liu inquired. as he grasped the invitation and prepared to return home for some much-needed rest after a taxing day. "Have you forgotten something?" Van Gundy remarked, producing a contract from his possession. With a smile, he extended the document towards Liu. "Here, your contract, in duplicate. Keep your copy safe." After perusing the contract, Liu found no discrepancies and, waving it in acknowledgement, intended to depart. "Hey, Liu, hold on. I have something else for you," Van Gundy called out, his expression shrouded in mystery. "Coach, what else could there be?" "I believe I have nothing left with you," Liu replied, genuinely intrigued as he pondered what more could possibly exist. Van Gundy chuckled and guided Liu towards the underground parking garage. "Coach, I don't have a car," Liu tentatively remarked. "I am aware," Van Gundy replied, his pace unwavering. "Coach, our paths home diverge," Liu protested. "I know. Spare me the chatter," Van Gundy retorted, his plump figure surprisingly swift in movement. Liu was about to be pulled down by him. Soon, Van Gundy led Liu to the first level of the parking lot, walking to a location near the roadside that was both safe and discreet. Upon a mere glance, Liu discerned that this location was no ordinary one. The accessibility for vehicles was exceptionally convenient, with little risk of scratches or dents. Van Gundy led Liu to a magnificent Rolls-Royce, retrieving a key from his pocket and waving it before Liu. With a cheerful tone, Van Gundy proclaimed, "Liu, did you not mention you were without a car? Well, now you possess one. This vehicle is yours." "Coach, what is the meaning of this?" "Such a gesture is unnecessary," Liu exclaimed as Bien snatched the keys away. "Heh, you rascal." Van Gundy remained unfazed, allowing Liu to effortlessly claim the keys. "Coach, are you truly gifting me this car?" Liu shook the keys lightly and inquired effortlessly. "It was not a gift from me, but from Mr. Reynoldsdorf." Van Gundy, not one to keep secrets, revealed the truth directly. "Oh, boss, he possesses remarkable taste. This car is exquisite, and I am quite fond of it. Please extend my gratitude to him." With that, Liu slipped into the car. There is hardly a man who would not be enamored by a fine automobile. In the past, Liu was not so well off and lacked the means to drive such an exquisite car. Now that he owns one, it feels quite novel. Sitting in the driver's seat, he teased Coach Van Gundy. "Coach, where's your home? Shall I give you a ride?" "You little rascal, quite thoughtful of you. But my car is not shabby either. You can head home on your own. By the way, I have unfortunate news to share with you." "Coach, what is it?" "Please don't scare me. I'm quite timid." "Ha ha ha, you little trickster." Pointing at Liu, Van Gundy exclaimed excitedly, "Unfortunately, you need to move." "Move?" Liu was genuinely bewildered. "Move where? If I were to move, I would know about it." Seeing Liu's confused expression, Van Gundy decided to stop teasing him. He pulled out a set of keys from his pocket and handed them to Liu. "This is the key to the villa in the Xingyue community, numbered 18. The owner is gifting it to you. As long as you remain a part of the Bulls, you can stay as long as you wish. If you retire from the Bulls, the owner said this villa, worth $30 million, will be yours. The owner is quite generous, truly deserving of the title of owner. I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the owner and contribute every ounce of my strength and spirit to the Bulls." Watching Liu joke around so freely, Van Gundy couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, I look forward to seeing how you will devote yourself to the owner. How you will contribute every bit of your strength and spirit to the Bulls. Let me tell you, if you don't lead the Bulls to 2 championships, I want to be the only one holding you accountable. The owner will too. Rest assured, coach, and you as well, I will strive diligently and work hard." Liu clenched his fist and spoke in a teasing tone. However, his gaze was earnest and solemn. Van Gundy perceived this and understood Liu's sentiment. Regardless of the circumstances, Liu was determined to strive for the championship. It was unrelated to Rolls-Royce or the villas in Xingyue community. This was the ambition of an NBA player, a lifelong aspiration, and the ultimate pursuit of an athlete. Numerous NBA legends, who retired without a championship, are often haunted by a sense of regret. Some even return from retirement in search of a title, aligning themselves with formidable teams. Many veterans, still lacking a championship in the twilight of their careers, would willingly accept substantial pay cuts for a shot at glory. Yet, regrettably, the world is not without imperfections. There remain many who, throughout their entire careers, fail to secure an NBA championship. In truth, becoming a winner is a formidable challenge. Liu understands, and so does Van Gundy. Securing a championship is an endeavor fraught with challenges. However, there is no turning back for anyone. They must strive relentlessly for the fulfillment of their championship aspirations. Liu harbored no desire for his NBA career to be marred by such regrets. Chapter 45. the list of three-point contestants. Upon receiving the invitation to the All-Star three-point contest, Liu felt a surge of excitement within him. Now, he was to compete against the elite cadre of three-point shooters in the NBA. He could only wonder if victory would be within his grasp. Frankly, Liu lacked any semblance of confidence. As he sat in the car, Liu began to peruse the roster for the three-point contest. To his astonishment, the lineup was indeed impressive. The participants were a veritable assembly of talent, featuring several of the top 10 sharpshooters from the three-point leaderboard. Among them were the likes of Marco Bellinelli, Kyrie Irving, J.J. Redick, James Harden, Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Wesley Matthews, and Kyle Korver. This was the original list of competitors. However, the NBA has now added an additional special invite, extending an invitation to Liu to partake in this year's All-Star three-point contest. Liu speculated quietly that the NBA officials must have been inspired by his astonishing performance against the Cavaliers, leading them to whimsically decide to introduce such a special invitation spot. It is worth noting that the NBA's roster had already been announced long before, and at that time, he had yet to sign a 10-day contract with the Bulls. As it turned out, reality aligned closely with Liu's conjecture. Everyone understood that the moment Liu participated in this year's NBA All-Star Game, the excitement surrounding the event would swiftly escalate and fervently resonate across the globe. Liu's astonishing performance has ignited fervent discussions across the globe, catapulting him into the realm of international fame. In an extraordinary turn of events, an Eastern player, whose 10-day contract is nearing its conclusion, astonishingly scored 81 points in a nationally televised NBA showdown. This game set multiple historical scoring records, leading the Chicago Bulls to a resounding victory over the Cavaliers, who were spearheaded by LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, and Kevin Love. The suspense of the match dissipated by the end of the third quarter as the Cavaliers surrendered, opting to replace their entire starting lineup with a purely substitute team in the fourth quarter. Such a spectacle was not only surreal but also profoundly inspirational, transcending the bounds of imagination. This narrative is a dream come true for countless basketball enthusiasts, now unfolding in the life of Liu. It is indeed a vivid portrayal of reality reflecting the dreams of many, particularly in Liu's homeland, the eastern powerhouse of Huaxia. A fervor for NBA discussions has surged. Countless individuals are engaged in conversations about Liu and the NBA. After a period of tranquility, the NBA has once again captured public attention. Should Liu's games be aired now, the viewership would be unimaginable. Adam Silver, the newly appointed NBA president who has held the position for just over a year, finds himself troubled by a lack of substantial achievements since taking office. Despite his myriad reforms and initiatives, none have made a significant impact on the NBA's influence. The interest in the NBA has waned, particularly in the great nation of Huaxia, due to the recent decline of Chinese players. Yet, amidst this backdrop, Liu has emerged triumphantly. In private, Adam Silver's grin has widened as he realizes that the opportunity he has long sought has finally arrived. Thus, despite the unconventionality of the situation, he promptly issued a directive to the All-Star Organizing Committee, requesting the addition of a special invitee, designating it for Liu of the Bulls. Upon receiving the notification, the committee swiftly extended an invitation to Liu. Just as the committee was about to abandon hope after a day of waiting, Van Gundy, representing Liu, responded, confirming Liu's acceptance to participate in this year's All-Star Game. A collective sigh of relief swept through everyone, as they felt reassured that they could finally deliver good news to Adam Silver. Liu remained unaware of the myriad stories intertwined with his special invitation. Yet, whether he knew or not was of little consequence. Everyone has their own desires, and no one owes anything to anyone. As he gazed upon the list of participants for the three-point contest, a swell of emotion surged within him. Just look at the individuals on that roster. Each one is a luminary within the league. Even the least renowned among them, Bellinelli, would find himself inundated with lucrative offers from numerous teams should he part ways with the Spurs. In this league, exceptional shooters are perpetually coveted assets. As for a top-tier 3 and D player like Matthews, the competition for his talents would indeed be fierce. Then there are J.J. Redick and Kyle Korver, both of whom not only hold prominence in the current NBA landscape but also stand tall in the annals of its history as remarkable three-point shooters. Korver, in particular, undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 shooters in NBA history. With his exceptional long-range shooting, he earned a place as an all-star in the subsequent seasons with the Hawks. As a role player, Korver has undeniably reached the pinnacle of his craft. Regarding Thompson, Harden, and Curry, these three epitomize the essence of stardom in the NBA. This season, the Warriors have soared to unparalleled heights, with Curry and Thompson emerging as the league's most sought-after figures. In this season's All-Star game, all three were selected, and each secured a starting position. Liu is aware that in the coming years, this group of players will instigate a revolution in NBA offense. Under Harden's leadership, the Rockets' small ball strategy became exceedingly popular. This approach emphasizes three-point shooting and drives to the basket, significantly reducing mid-range attempts, resulting in an astonishing level of offensive efficiency. Brother, have you seen? Your beloved Pistons scored 120 points in this game. With such a stagnant offense, if the Pistons managed to score 120 points, they must have won. Right? Not at all. They lost. Lost? By 20 points. Oh, I see now. They must have faced the Rockets. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Anyone could have predicted that. The Rockets' offensive prowess is indeed formidable. Meanwhile, Curry is even more terrifying, embodying an entire era. The small ball era can be attributed to Curry's influence, as his exceptional three-point shooting has dramatically expanded the offensive space on the court, posing a disaster for many traditional centers confined to a defensive role. Having witnessed the prowess of the Warriors, led by Curry and Thompson, an increasing number of teams have transformed into three-point shooting squads. This era has indeed become synonymous with three-point offense. Beginning this season, the three-pointer has gradually become an essential weapon for every team and position. Even most centers in the NBA now require three-point shooting abilities to secure playing time. Curry's future, moreover, surpasses all expectations. In the U.S. original world, this year, Curry would claim the MVP, make the All-NBA first team, and win a championship. In the future, he would amass a total of 4 championship titles. It is noteworthy that the current LeBron James also possesses 4 championships, yet he is heralded as the basketball deity. Curry is also poised to break Ray Allen's all-time three-point record. Although this world diverges from the previous one, it remains uncertain whether Curry can replicate the feats achieved in another realm. However, it is undeniable that he has already ascended to the status of a superstar. For others, the miraculous achievement of sinking over 200 three-pointers in a single NBA season is a daunting task. Yet, even before the season concludes, Curry has surpassed this mark. He is now on the verge of challenging the threshold of 300 three-pointers in a single season. Not only that, but the Warriors currently hold the top record in the league. Unsurprisingly, Curry is set to be the MVP of this season. Liu believes that in the future, Curry will undoubtedly become the greatest of all time in the realm of three-pointers. This is not mere self-praise, but rather a consensus among all NBA players and fans who recognize him as the ultimate three-point shooter. In the previous world, the proud and ambitious cousin Lillard acknowledged only Curry as his superior in the art of the three-point shot. Lee holds a deep admiration for Curry. Liu contemplated the three-point competition, and his excitement grew with each passing thought. Liu decided to venture out for a game of street basketball. Chapter 46, The Basketball Court. However, before heading out to play, he needed to rearrange a few things. Liu possesses only a few belongings, merely some daily necessities. It is a straightforward task to load them onto the vehicle. As for the matter of vacating the residence, there are only a few days left on the lease. Liu had long since reached an agreement with the landlord not to renew the lease after this month. He simply needed to gather his belongings and offer a casual farewell. Given Liu's current status, he believed the landlord would not dare to create any trouble. Arriving in a Rolls-Royce, Liu reached the villa number 18 in the Xingyue community. This villa, perched atop a mountain, was enveloped by lush greenery and dense woods, exuding an extraordinary tranquility. Each villa was generously spaced apart, ensuring that even a raucous gathering would not disturb the neighbors. Furthermore, Liu discovered within the villa a private tennis court, 2 swimming pools, and several bathrooms. Indeed, these affluent individuals truly knew how to indulge in life's pleasures. Liu has now become such a scoundrel, he never anticipated that he would end up berating himself, carelessly placing his belongings in the storage room. He eagerly set off to play basketball. On his way, the thought of locating the basketball court occupied his mind. It must be said, the sports facilities in America are indeed quite impressive. Driving along, he took a leisurely tour around. Liu discovered no fewer than a dozen basketball courts enclosed by wire mesh. Li's destination this time is not far to the east of the Xingyue community. There lies a street-side baseball field. However, before engaging in the game, one must replenish their energy. Liu's training, however, consumes an immense amount of physical energy. Without replenishing his strength, he would have to play on an empty stomach. Liu was not very engaged. He found a Chinese restaurant and indulged in a sumptuous meal. To be frank, it did not quite suit his palate. One could only say it was somewhat satisfactory. Li, hailing from the regions of Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan, possesses an innate fondness for spicy cuisine. However, the Chinese dishes available here have been westernized. To someone like Li, the local offerings seem devoid of any chili pepper at all. Nevertheless, the joy of savoring the flavors of home in a foreign land is truly unparalleled. After finishing the meal, he took a few steps to aid digestion. Li arrived at the baseball field. It was around 6 o'clock, and the sky had begun to darken. Despite it being just past 6 in the afternoon, the baseball field was already bustling with activity. Several teams were engaged in spirited matches on the field. Additionally, Li noticed more people making their way towards the field, which stirred memories of his former self. In his previous life, during his student days, he often played basketball at the nearby court after school. However, after entering the workforce, he frequently found himself working late, leaving little time for the sport. Li was not alone in this regard. Many of his friends hadn't touched a basketball in years. It is undeniable that life takes precedence over basketball. Yet, reminiscing about those days inevitably brings a tinge of regret. Li Yu is aware that there are individuals here who possess a fervent passion for basketball. However, they lack the extraordinary talent that might elevate them to professional heights, and are thus compelled to seek employment to sustain themselves. Yet, whenever they find a moment of respite, they eagerly flock to the courts to pour their sweat into the game they cherish. Li was also such a person in his previous life. He cherished the ambience of this place immensely. Although everyone's skill levels vary, the passion for basketball remains strikingly similar. Li Yu holds a deep respect for those who possess a passion for basketball. Thus, he resolved to impart a valuable lesson to these individuals. As he stepped onto the court, 3 or 4 companions approached him eagerly. "Brother, let us form a team." Li was taken aback. Suddenly, he recalled that with his current height of nearly 2 meters, he would be an excellent center on the basketball court. These fellows must be hoping for him to seize the rebounds for them. Before entering, Li glanced around the entire baseball field, noticing that most of the attendees stood around 1.8 meters tall. At his towering height of 2 meters, he truly appeared as a crane amidst a flock of chickens. Many were clad in jerseys of James and Curry, with Curry's performance this season resembling a blazing comet, captivating countless fans with his unprecedented style of play. On various basketball courts, one could easily spot numerous individuals donning Curry's jersey. Of course, there were also jerseys of Rose, the pride of the city. Observing the throng that gathered around, Li Yu understood that each of these fellows yearned to attempt three-pointers, yet they harbored a fear of failure. Hence, they sought a towering center. If a shot was missed but the rebound was secured, was it not akin to having never attempted the shot at all? In that case, why not take another shot? Li Yu pondered for a moment. Never mind, he thought. I'll just join any team. After all, with my presence, victory is assured. Ultimately, Li Yu chose a team that included 2 members approximately 1.75 meters tall and one around 1.80 meters. Upon witnessing Li Yu's selection, the others immediately dispersed in a flurry. He chuckled softly to himself. Li Yu chuckled. These fellows are quite the reality. Arriving behind the basketball hoop, the 4 of them squatted in a row. It would take 2 teams before it was their turn. Now, they could only wait in anticipation. "Hey, brother. You look somewhat familiar," hesitated the young black man squatting to Li Yu's right. "Brother, perhaps you're mistaken. To you, don't all Asians look alike?" Li Yu replied with a teasing smile. Li Yu was certainly aware that his recent surge in fame was the reason this young man found him familiar, as his videos proliferated across social media. However, Li Yu would never admit it openly, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Moreover, it was far more entertaining this way. Being surrounded by a crowd would strip away the thrill. He was there to play basketball, not to partake in a fan meet and greet. Upon hearing Li Yu's response, the young man was left perplexed. Indeed, it felt as though something was amiss. The other 2 individuals, however, remained oblivious to the exchange between Li Yu and the young man. The small figure clad in black, seated to the right of Li, occupies the outermost position and is currently fixated on the beautiful women by the roadside. Li turned his gaze in the direction he was observing, where a young black girl in a short skirt stood at the entrance of the barbershop, intently watching the baseball game. The black girl held no interest for Li. The last player of the opposing team was a Caucasian man, seated to Li's left, fixated on the players on the field. Li vaguely heard him counting something. 3-2, 4-2, 4-3, 5-3, 6-3. Next team. Li Yu heard an excited voice coming from the left. "It's almost here. It's almost here." Once these two teams finish, we will be next. Li Yuzheng pondered over which position he would play when he took the stage. But he was abruptly interrupted by a voice that shattered his train of thought. Never mind, at the baseball field, standing at 2 meters tall, he would dutifully take on the role of center. After all, playing center would also allow him to shine, so it mattered little. With this resolution in mind, Li Yu's spirits lifted considerably. There couldn't be many minutes left, right? Do you need to warm up before taking the field? It can commence now. Li Yu responded to the white man with the score. The other two young men also shifted their attention back. Chapter 47. The Ride and the Commotion in the Arena. Soon, within 4 or 5 minutes, the previous group that had just taken the stage was brought down. Observing the situation, Li Yu realized the considerable disparity in strength between the two sides. Nevertheless, it was of no concern. Allow me to avenge you, haha. Li stood up abruptly, brushing off the dust from his trousers before hastily making his way onto the field. In the realm of street baseball, seizing the opportunity to play is of utmost importance. If your turn arrives and you hesitate, there's a chance you may be overshadowed by another eager player. Consequently, one may find themselves waiting for an excruciatingly long time, sometimes enduring a wait of half an hour to an hour amidst a succession of 5 or 6 groups. Patience is a luxury one cannot afford. Thus, as soon as the previous team vacated the field, Li dashed forward with determination. Once I step in, I won't be leaving this field today, he declared, ready to embrace the challenges ahead, whether from the swift black or white players. Li Yu waited for a moment, his blood surging with excitement, unable to contain his desire for a fierce contest. Other teams were also eager to push forward. 2 young men, both of African descent, immediately shouted, "Hey, it's our turn now. You all can wait for the next round." Upon hearing the exchange, the group realized it was not yet their turn and promptly stepped aside. "Hey, brother, how come your team has a big center? That's cheating." Among the 4 members of the reigning team, 2 were Caucasian and 2 were African American. Spotting Li Yu, one of the young men exclaimed, "No worries, he's just an Asian. Asians typically aren't good at basketball. You needn't be concerned. I'll handle the interior." This remark came from a Caucasian member of the reigning team, whose name was unknown to Li Yu, who merely rolled his eyes in annoyance. This Caucasian fellow, named Foster, stood at around 6 feet tall, a muscular figure. Judging solely by his physique, his athletic prowess was not necessarily inferior to that of Li Yu. Li Yu observed the performance of the players on the court from the sidelines. This individual indeed possesses considerable skill. The reigning team has been holding their ground for quite some time, and this is largely due to him. His finishing ability in the paint is remarkably steady. He is tall, possesses excellent jumping ability, and has secured numerous offensive rebounds. Just moments ago, he executed 3 consecutive putbacks, swiftly dismantling the previous group. Li Yu feels grateful to him. Without his contributions, Li Yu would not have had the opportunity to take the court so soon. "Bro, I am from Huaxia. Even though I hail from Asia." Li Yu maintained his politeness. Upon hearing Li Yu identify himself as Huaxia, Foster stifled a chuckle. He patted his companion on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Don't worry, brothers, this round is secure. Besides Yoming, Huaxia people aren't known for their basketball prowess." He quickly amended, "Oh, wait, there's also Li Yu. He is quite adept at basketball too. I've heard that Li Yu scored 81 points to triumph over LeBron's Cavaliers. Absolutely astounding." After expressing his admiration, Foster pointed at Li Yu. "All right, it's about to begin. As for this guy, leave him to me. You all can shoot. I'll handle the rebounds." Unbeknownst to him, Li Yu stood directly across from him, on the receiving end of his jests. As night deepened, under the dim glow of the street lamps, Foster failed to discern Li Yu's face. Had he done so, he would have been unaware of the emotions brewing within him. "Damn it," he muttered. Li is utterly exasperated. This individual, embodying his race, truly lives up to the arrogance that is infuriating. Li Yu's resolved to show this fellow a thing or two. The competition begins. Li is newly assigned to this group, possessing the initial possession of the ball. Li calmed his mind. The night was still young, and there was ample time to impart lessons to this insufferable fool. Li Yushuan, adhering to his teammates' suggestions, ventured into the paint. Today, he assumed the role of a center, tasked with securing rebounds while leaving the offensive duties to his 3 companions. It was unavoidable. They had already indulged in their refreshments, leaving him with little choice. After all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Moreover, there was no need for Li Yu to handle the ball against this pale adversary. Instead, he effortlessly dominated him in his area of expertise, delivering the most fitting retort. The Caucasian lad in Li Yu's team was responsible for serving the ball. The initial pass was directed to the little black player. He assessed his opponent, executed a crossover, and dashed into the three-point line with remarkable explosiveness. It must be said that his agility was impressive, though his stature was somewhat lacking. As he penetrated the paint, an opponent swiftly closed in. The older black player, unhurried, took a jump shot. Simultaneously, he called out, "Bro, grab the rebound." It was surprising to see the little black player exuding such confidence. Liu initially believed him to be quite formidable and composed. However, he soon realized that the shout for a rebound indicated a reckless shot, emboldened by the presence of a towering teammate in the paint. Liu was rendered speechless. Nevertheless, he was right. Upon hearing Xiaohei's loud shout, many people in the arena erupted in laughter. However, Foster was certainly not among them. He had just made a bold statement, and now was the moment to substantiate his bravado. With a swift turn, Foster positioned himself behind Liu. "Oh, this fellow possesses some skill. His blocking technique is far more refined than mine." Liu had to concede that Foster's experience as a center was indeed superior to his own, and his technical skills were quite commendable. If it were someone else around 2 meters tall, they might not be able to contain him. However, who are we? This is where I deliver a dimensional strike. The rebound is mine. Foster felt he had firmly positioned himself against Liu and confidently shouted. At that moment, the shot taken by the player known as Little Black struck the rim with a resounding clang. Little Black was indeed a straightforward person. He called for the rebound, delivering no surprises to Liu. As he observed the ball descending, Foster had already anticipated where it would land. He leaped into the air, and upon feeling his fingertips brush against the basketball, a smile spread across his face as he exclaimed, "The rebound is mine." Prior to his jump, Foster had harbored some apprehension. Earlier, when he and Liu had been testing their positions, he realized he could not budge Liu in the slightest. Fortunately, he successfully secured the rebound. The strength of this Huaxia individual was impressive, but his technical skills were undeniably lacking, exhibiting no awareness or technique in positioning. Had this Huaxia player possessed a better understanding of positioning, it would not have been so effortless for Foster to claim that rebound. "Liu, you are indeed correct. As a defender, I lack this awareness. I noticed the ball had already descended halfway into my grasp." Foster breathed a sigh of relief, feeling secure. Or so he thought. In the next instant, an unsettling emptiness overtook him. "What? I can't believe this." Before Foster could react, he felt a hand suddenly emerge above him, intruding between his own hands, and his body was engulfed in a shadow. A chilling sensation akin to being preyed upon by a wild beast washed over him. Then, to his dismay, he witnessed a scene he wished to avoid. Liu forcefully snatched the ball he had believed to be his. A profound sense of helplessness surged from the depths of his mind. Foster realized he was up against a formidable opponent and regretted his earlier words, which now seemed excessive. However, the ordeal was far from over. Foster discovered that those hands were ascending higher, as if striving to breach the very heavens. In the next moment, an overwhelming force propelled him forward. Goodness! Foster was taken aback. He saw the ball being emphatically thrust into the hoop by those enormous hands, while he himself was sent soaring away. "Am I being dunked on?" His expression was one of disbelief. This was utterly surreal. As one of the strongest individuals on this court, it had always been Foster who dominated others. Now, someone had audaciously snatched victory from him in such a fashion. It is essential to note that this was a streetball court. Those capable of dunking were already considered exceptional talents. To be dunked on, however, was an entirely different caliber. One could only describe it as devilish. What kind of monstrous challenge had I provoked? Foster lamented internally, realizing he had crossed paths with the wrong adversary. Unbeknownst to him, Liu had exerted merely 20% of his strength for that play. It was all in good fun. There was no need to cause injury. Though Foster stumbled slightly under Liu's control, he remained relatively unscathed despite the chaotic nature of the encounter. If Liu were to unleash his full potential, Foster would likely find himself hospitalized. My goodness. The moment Liu executed a slam dunk over Foster, the entire arena erupted in chaos. As Liu completed his shot, the young man, wide-eyed and in disbelief, clutched his head in sheer astonishment, his mouth agape in utter shock. Good heavens. This is a move one would scarcely expect on a street basketball court. It must be beyond extraordinary. My word, even today's NBA top plays cannot compare. I cannot fathom that I am not dreaming. I have witnessed a dunk on a street court. The young man could hardly believe his eyes, pinching his friend beside him, who was still in a state of shock. Suddenly, a sharp pain radiated from his friend's thigh, causing him to cry out involuntarily. Ouch! He glared at the instigator beside him and exclaimed in exasperation, "What on earth are you doing, pinching me? Does it hurt?" "Of course it does. I did that to see if you could feel anything." His friend, still bewildered, was infuriated by the curiosity displayed on the face of the young man across the court. "I can hardly believe this is real," he muttered in disbelief as he watched Liu, who had just descended from the hoop, standing there in a daze. "Brother, we have encountered a monster," exclaimed the young man. "As if I needed you to tell me that. I already knew." Chapter 48. Becoming the champion. The young man, still in shock, gazed at Liu with a look of utter disbelief. Although they were in America, witnessing such a dunk was an exceedingly rare event on the street ball scene. After a moment, he finally regained his composure and dashed towards Liu, greeting him with an enthusiastic chest bump. Liu's spirits soared after he dunked over Foster. However, he didn't fully control his strength, causing the smaller player to be flung away. Fortunately, the smaller player managed to regain his balance after stumbling a couple of steps, avoiding a fall. At that moment, Foster had regained his composure, his face fluctuating between shades of green and white, reflecting a tumultuous mix of embarrassment, anger, resentment, and a hint of fear. He realized that provoking this young man from the East would come at such a steep cost, something he would never dare to do again. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world, and Foster was left to swallow the bitter brew of his own making. As he gazed upon Liu's face, marked by the distinctive hue of the East, a surge of inexplicable fury ignited within him, compelling him to charge at Liu. Thankfully, his teammates had already sensed his agitation and quickly restrained him, averting an escalation that could have spiraled out of control. Observing the fierce expression on Foster's face, Liu chuckled softly, his laughter laced with mockery. The sight of Liu's smile sent a chill coursing through Foster, instinctively halting his struggle. Suddenly, Foster recalled that during their earlier tussle, he had been unable to budge Liu at all. He had merely occupied the optimal position thanks to his experience and technique. In comparison, his strength paled insignificantly against Liu's. Not to mention Liu's impressive stature. Standing at 2 meters tall, he was remarkably robust, with long arms that far exceeded Foster's reach. In a real confrontation, Foster realized, he would likely be overwhelmed. This realization brought a wave of calm over him. After all, what was the big deal about being dunked on? Everyone has faced their share of humiliation. Even LeBron James had once been outplayed by Tim Duncan in the finals. With this thought, Foster shrugged off his teammates' attempts to console him and approached Liu, locking eyes with him as he spoke. "You won that play, but the match isn't over yet." Liu regarded Foster with a playful glint in his eye. The harsh words Foster had intended to unleash vanished under the sharpness of Liu's gaze. As the atmosphere settled, the game resumed, with everyone fixated on Liu, eager to see what he would do next. "Hey, brother, how should we play next? Should we set you up for some inside passes?" Observing Liu's performance, the smaller players realized they had latched onto a powerful ally and quickly sought his guidance. "No need to pass me the ball specifically. Let's play our game normally. I'll focus on grabbing the rebounds," Liu replied. Liu also found no joy in the competition. He restrained his offensive desires, allowing his teammates to take the lead. The match continued. Liu proactively approached the perimeter to set a screen for Xiaohe. Having just collided fiercely with him moments ago, it was time to make amends. With Liu's imposing physique, Xiaohe's defender felt as though confronted by an insurmountable mountain, unable to encroach even slightly. Forced to watch as Xiaohe surged into the paint. As Xiaohe penetrated the key, Liu followed suit. Upon seeing Liu enter the lane, 2 defenders rushed in, intent on obstructing his advance. Caught off guard by the abrupt departure of his own defender, Xiaohe momentarily hesitated. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and, with exuberance, charged into the restricted area to score with a layup. 2 o'clock. Liu's team has claimed yet another victory. Those who watched the match are well aware that the outcome was virtually predetermined. The reigning champions were utterly dismantled. It was truly unreasonable for them to neglect the threat posed by the nimble player and instead focus solely on obstructing Liu. Li secretly chuckled to himself. Could it be that we too possess an irresistible attraction? Haha. Liu had only heard of gravity, but now it has transformed into Li's gravity. The competition continues. The reigning champion team is utterly helpless against Liu. Liu scored 2 crucial putbacks, followed by Xiaohe's mid-range jumper and Xiao Bai's impressive drive to the basket. They triumphed over the reigning champions with a score of 6-0, thus becoming the new champions. In the subsequent rounds, Li elucidated the renowned phrase of the famed Japanese center, Akiji Jiken, "Whoever controls the rebounds controls the game." Due to Li's overwhelming dominance in the paint, The match was devoid of suspense. While Xiaohe and Xiaobai exuberantly unleashed their shots from the perimeter, Li seized every rebound within the key. Li Yu also strives to regulate his attempts, ensuring that the match does not become an eyesore. Li Yu must exert himself offensively, aiming for an average score of 6-0. For the basketball game is as merciless as a football match. Thus, after securing a rebound, he refrains from attempting a layup himself and instead passes the ball to the perimeter players, Xiaohe and Xiaobai, allowing them to orchestrate the attack. Nevertheless, the scores seldom exceed 6-3. After 5 rounds, all teams have had their turn, yet none have posed a genuine threat to Li Yu's squad. Oh, how lonely it is to be invincible, and how profoundly solitary. Listening to Xiaohe's clumsy Chinese as he sings Mandarin songs, Li was utterly bewildered. Has this song been released already? Has Stephen Chow produced The Mermaid so early? One must admit, although Little Black's rendition bears little resemblance to the original, it possesses a remarkable sense of rhythm. This is talent, an undeniable gift. Li Yu harbored a tinge of envy. In truth, his childhood aspiration was to become a singer. Regrettably, it was even more disheartening than his dream of playing basketball. The songs sung by Li Yu possess a captivating intensity, making one reluctant to sing them too frequently. Otherwise, Li Yu fears that he might face repercussions. Hey, if you have the courage, come to the outer line. This time, I shall defeat you there. Li Yu turned his head. The speaker was Foster, who, after half an hour of reflection, had regained his composure. It was now their turn to take the stage once more. He vowed to redeem himself from previous humiliation. The people here believed he was solely adept at playing inside. In truth, his proficiency in three-point shooting was equally formidable. Previously, he had deemed it unnecessary to showcase this skill. On the street court, relying solely on his interior techniques had sufficed. However, now he found himself facing Li Yu, whose mastery of the paint had rendered Foster's usual tactics ineffective. Coupled with the unexpected humiliation of being dunked on at the outset, he realized he had yet another weapon at his disposal. At this moment, he resolved to draw Li Yu to the perimeter, intending to vanquish him with his exceptional three-point shooting. Li Yu shook his head. This fellow was truly naive. Why are you afraid? Seeing Li Yu's refusal, Foster's tone grew urgent. After waiting for so long, he had hoped to regain some dignity. But Li Yu's shake of the head thwarted him. Deep down, he understood that if Li Yu continued to dominate in the paint, their team was bound to lose. His three-point shots, while guarded, were difficult to execute flawlessly. A single miss would inevitably lead to a swift counter by Li Yu. Therefore, Foster resolved to employ a strategy of provocation, luring Li Yu beyond the three-point line, thus granting his team an advantage in the paint. After observing from the sidelines for an extended period, Foster was left in disbelief. While the other players were drenched in sweat, Li Yu remained composed. Not even slightly out of breath. The stamina displayed was utterly astounding. In that moment, Foster was struck by the resemblance between this individual and Li Yu from the Bulls. Yet, how could someone of that caliber possibly be present here? Moreover, Foster had learned through social media. Li Yu was specially invited to participate in the All-Star three-point contest. At this moment, there was no time for leisure. He needed to practice his shooting diligently to vie for the championship. It is essential to note that this year's three-point contest featured only the most skilled players. I have no issue with that, Li Yu replied, somewhat irked, as he observed Foster. With the competition approaching, it was indeed time for him to hone his three-point shooting. As the contest commenced, Foster's teammate passed him the ball, creating space for him to challenge Li Yu one-on-one. Chapter 49, The Distant Three-Point Shot. Foster positioned himself quite far from the three-point line, approximately 2 meters beyond it. Spectators gasped at Foster's distance, murmuring amongst themselves, surely he isn't going to shoot from there. Such a range seemed almost surreal, akin to that astonishing dunk by the Huaxia player moments ago, far exceeding expectations. Foster mused. I have a thought that I'm unsure whether to voice. Should I refrain from mentioning it? Only a handful of individuals in the crowd maintained a calm demeanor. Those who frequently played on this court had, on rare occasions, witnessed Foster's extraordinary shooting range. It was rumored that Foster played for a professional basketball team backed by a certain corporation, earning hundreds of thousands of dollars annually solely from basketball. A situation that elicited envy. He was not merely adept in the paint. In fact, his three-point shooting was his most lethal weapon during games. Due to his height exceeding 190 centimeters, he was often expected to play inside in casual games. However, with the competition at hand, he was determined to showcase all his skills. Observing Foster's stance, the anticipation in the air intensified. Li's eyes sparkled with interest. This young man possesses remarkable courage to make such a shot from this position. He must have some skills. Liu did not press forward, but remained steadfast at the three-point line. Liu was eager to ascertain whether Foster could truly bring about his demise. If he were to perish by Foster's hand, then he would. Absurdity. How could it be conceivable for this young man to orchestrate his own death? Liu has made a decision. If this fellow manages to score 5 consecutive shots, then Liu must intensify his defensive efforts on the perimeter. Liu straightened up and gestured towards the hoop, signaling Foster to take the shot. Upon witnessing Liu's gesture, Foster was infuriated. Underestimating me, are you? I shall demonstrate my three-point prowess. Humph, I am no brutish man like you. With a heart full of indignation, Foster launched the ball. The sound of the ball striking the rim resonated in the air. Foster was utterly exasperated. Normally, in this position, I am almost guaranteed to score. Why am I faltering today? It is utterly humiliating. Damn it, it must be this guy in front of me. He is employing psychological tactics to distract me. That cunning rascal. Liu gazed at Foster, shaking his head with an expression that conveyed a sense of wasted opportunity. Foster, infuriated, felt an overwhelming urge to charge at Liu and deliver a punch. Yet, he quickly suppressed the impulse, reminding himself that he was no match for this individual. He forced himself to calm down, realizing that there still lingered some shadows of doubt regarding Liu in his heart. It dawned on him that Liu was employing a strategy of provocation. The players on the sidelines raised their thumbs in approval of Liu's cleverness. Understanding that compelling Foster to shoot from 2 meters beyond the three-point line was a tactic that would likely fail. Just moments ago, those who had appeared calm and confident in Foster's abilities now wore expressions of embarrassment. This individual clearly should not have instilled such confidence in them. However, if given another chance, Foster believed he could succeed. Coincidentally, with Liu absent from the paint, none of Liu's teammates stood taller than 6 feet. Foster's teammate easily secured the rebound. Upon witnessing his teammate's success, Foster cast aside his frustrations and shouted, "Hey, over here," as he moved toward the arc. Yet, it remained unclear whether it was intentional, for Foster consistently maintained a distance of approximately 2 meters from the three-point line. This guy is quite the show-off. Liu chuckled inwardly, following Foster's movements along the arc. The player who had just grabbed the rebound, Xiaobai, initially intended to exploit his height advantage for a personal attack. However, upon hearing Foster's call, he hesitated before passing the ball. Xiaobai understood that their previous victories were largely attributed to Foster's contributions. Let us trust him. If this shot doesn't go in, it's not my fault, he thought. Observing that Foster was still positioned 2 meters beyond the three-point line, those watching from the sidelines were left speechless. Brother, why do you enjoy showing off so much? Wouldn't it be wiser to shoot from closer? A slightly older spectator could no longer contain his discontent. Foster, however, pretended not to hear. After receiving the ball, he executed a graceful left side step back. How could he pull off such a maneuver from 2 meters beyond the three-point line? Why not just shoot from half court? While Foster's actions and shot were undeniably elegant, the belief that he could make the basket had all but vanished. Even those who knew him well shared the same skepticism. With a step back from 2 meters beyond the arc, one might as well aim for the heavens. In a swift motion, the silence of the court enveloped the crowd. Brothers, don't hold your breath. Leave some air for me. A brother, struggling to catch his breath, voiced his dissatisfaction. Damn, this guy has some audacity to shoot, and he really knows how to make it, he exclaimed. This fellow is undoubtedly a professional player. No wonder I keep losing. It's hardly unjustifiable, is it? To his comrade, he remarked, you, on the other hand, attempt a barrage of three-point shots that barely graze the rim. How do you expect to win with that? Coughing slightly, he redirected his focus to the game. Foster successfully made the shot, and the murmurs from the sidelines filled the air. Finally, he felt a sense of satisfaction. With a triumphant glance at Liu, he conveyed a clear message. Do you possess such three-point prowess? You, the rough-and-tumble player in the paint. Liu gazed at Foster's haughty demeanor, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. This fellow truly relishes in showing off. It's merely a three-pointer. What's the big deal? Foster's eyes swept over Liu, puzzled by his calmness. Wasn't he this lad supposed to be astonished, rendered speechless? The absence of the expected reaction left Foster feeling quite displeased. He resolved to attempt another three-pointer, this time from an even greater distance. With that thought, he stepped back once more. Seriously, my friend, are you addicted to showboating? If you enjoy it so much, perhaps you should consider being a woman in your next life. The teammate passing the ball to Foster observed his retreat, and a lyric surged to mind. Is your step back a serious move? despite the inner musings. He passed the ball to Foster, eager to see just how far he could go. At this moment, everyone on the court recognized the rivalry brewing between Foster and Liu. Foster launched an incredibly distant three-pointer, yet Liu remained utterly unfazed. Liu stood steadfastly at the three-point line, observing Foster with the ball, his position unwaveringly on the arc. As Foster noticed Liu approaching, he promptly retreated a step. Intriguing. I relish this challenge. The competition had intensified, irrespective of the opinions of those on the sidelines. At that moment, Foster was consumed by anger. On the basketball court, if your opponent chooses to neglect your defense, it signifies a profound disdain for your capabilities. Foster was nearly beside himself with frustration. The 2-meter distance had been his confident limit, yet surrender was not an option. Thus, Foster stepped back once more, casting a glance at Liu, who was crouched at the three-point line. Humph. A cold snort escaped Foster's mind. He took another shot. Chapter 50. Losing both the lady and the soldier to the astonishment of all present, Foster scored again. A collective intake of breath echoed throughout the court. This young man indeed possesses remarkable skill. Everyone in attendance was left in awe. There was no room for dissent. Should anyone continue to challenge his prowess, Foster might very well retreat to the half-court to shoot. Witnessing the ball soar through the air and swish cleanly through the net left an indelible impression. Lee nodded in appreciation. Foster, though somewhat pretentious, undeniably possessed genuine skill. He was not merely a superficial figure. Observing Lee's reaction, Foster felt elated. Now, he thought, you must be convinced. You can challenge me, but I can retaliate in kind. It is merely a matter of equal footing. However, the thought that Lee had not yet pressured him defensively left Foster feeling somewhat unsettled. Humph, on the next play, I will still take my shot and see if you allow me to do so. Foster soon realized that Lee continued to regard him with indifference. Once again, he received the ball over 2 meters beyond the three-point line. Yet Lee remained steadfast, as if his feet were nailed to the court, refusing to budge even a centimeter. Damn it! Witnessing Lee's unwavering defense, Foster felt his frustration boiling over. This guy refuses to come out to challenge me. Does he truly look down on me? As Foster let the ball bounce, the crowd was left perplexed, unsure of his intentions. He took a step back, positioning himself nearly 3 meters beyond the three-point line. This again, it seemed endless. The spectators had grown numb to the situation, observing Lee's complete lack of movement. With a heart full of indignation, Foster launched another long-range three-pointer. The crowd, in a state of stupor, turned their gazes toward the hoop. Sure enough, he scored once more, though this time it grazed the front rim slightly. Good heavens, we merely wear Curry jerseys, yet this fellow plays like a street ball version of Curry. At that moment, those in the arena who donned Curry jerseys but struggled to make their shots felt a deep sense of shame. The burden of their gear weighed heavily upon them. Seeing Foster make that shot, Lee recognized that Foster had reached his limit. Not bad. However, he chuckled, you are still far from Curry's caliber. The game continued, with the score now standing at 3 o'clock and Lee trailing significantly. Spectators speculated whether Foster's team would achieve a decisive 6 o'clock victory. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. What a thrill. Foster once again found himself in the same spot where he had just made his three-pointer. Liu remained steadfast at the three-point line, refusing to advance even a single step forward. Liu's teammate was a bit anxious. Hey, brother, do we need to switch defense? If you're feeling weighed down and worried about keeping up, just come back to the paint, and I'll take over for you. Xiaohei softly called out to Liu. Normally, Xiaohei would have been more abrasive, but today, their substantial lead was largely due to Liu's efforts. Liu selflessly contributed by securing rebounds without demanding ball control. Xiaohei's harsh words lacked conviction. He certainly did not want to suffer the same fate as Foster, who had been subjected to a humiliating dunk. Lee waved his hand, signaling others to follow their own lead, indicating that they need not concern themselves with his actions. In my opinion, this young man from Huaxia is far too self-possessed. Have you not noticed that the fair-skinned fellow has already scored 3 consecutive points? Why does he remain stationary beyond the three-point line, posturing instead of defending? If it were me, I would have initiated my defense after the second shot, resolutely preventing the opponent from shooting so effortlessly. Come on, young man, step up your defense. Amidst the murmurs from the sidelines, Foster felt a surge of satisfaction within. Now, you must come up to guard me, right? At that moment, with a mere feint, I shall effortlessly evade you. I would then penetrate the paint for a thunderous dunk, eager to see if your team's diminutive players can thwart my advance. Once again, disappointment washed over Foster. Liu remained indifferent to the suggestions of those outside the court. Facing Foster, he gestured towards the hoop with his right hand, signaling him to continue shooting. Foster was frustrated, yet he dared not retreat any further. To do so would eliminate any semblance of confidence he had left. His previous attempt had already been exceedingly forced. However, there was no need for him to step back now, for his current position was already sufficiently distant, beyond the imagination of everyone present, except for Liu. Liu maintained an expressionless demeanor, devoid of any signs of panic or admiration. He merely nodded, seemingly indicating his acknowledgement. Observing Liu, Foster transformed his rage into strength and struck again. This time, he made contact once more, though it was still not a clean shot, evidently hitting the rim. It appeared that neither team had broken a sweat throughout the match, with rebounds rendered unnecessary. As the game resumed, Liu continued to watch Foster with his impassive gaze. He glanced at the hoop, then back at Liu. Foster felt an unsettling emptiness, as if the meaning had dissipated. Moreover, the hoop seemed to have receded slightly. Steeling himself, he made another attempt. It went in. The spectators were left in a state of disbelief. At that moment, the atmosphere on the court was eerily silent. A silence both profound and unsettling. Indeed, the score had reached 5 o'clock, yet Liu smiled. There is a saying in Huaxia, once is chance, twice is coincidence. But thrice is a certainty. Liu understood that with the next shot, he would be unable to score. As he observed Foster receiving the ball in his familiar position, Liu leisurely made his way towards the paint. Foster felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. He needed to release this pent-up energy. The sensation of being underestimated was utterly unbearable. This scoundrel has belittled me. Anger surged within Foster. Despite feeling slightly off, he seized the ball and took a direct shot. This shot must go in, he resolved with determination. However, as the ball soared towards the hoop, a sense of foreboding crept over him. Oh no, I have a bad feeling about this. The moment he released the ball, Foster sensed something was amiss. As someone who had shot countless times, he instinctively knew that the shot was destined to fail. Realizing this, Foster hurriedly dashed towards the paint, hoping to grab the long rebound. They were just one shot away from victory. He desperately wished to avoid any complications, wanting nothing more than a straightforward win. He understood that he could not afford to give Liu a single opportunity. Otherwise, events could unfold in ways he would rather avoid. Unfortunately, just as Foster reached the three-point line, he witnessed Liu soaring majestically, securing the rebound with one hand. Upon seeing Liu claim the rebound, Xiaohei quickly sprinted to the perimeter. However, this time, Liu had a different strategy in mind. Liu, with the ball in hand, advanced directly to the three-point line. Upon noticing his dribbling, Foster contemplated making a steal. It was evident that such a feat was beyond his reach. He could only shadow Liu as he moved outside the arc, casting a glance at Foster. Liu continued his retreat. What was he planning? Foster hesitated, uncertain whether to pursue further. As he watched Liu distance himself, the spectators along the sidelines began to awaken to the unfolding scenario. Could it be that this individual was preparing to attempt an extraordinarily long-range three-pointer? In no time, Liu came to a halt, positioning himself precisely at the spot where Foster would typically launch a three-point shot. At that moment, Foster stood just a meter beyond the three-point line, his face betraying indecision as he grappled with whether to advance for defense. Liu was remarkably decisive. He positioned himself, received the ball, took his shot, and scored, all in one fluid motion. The atmosphere in the court became palpably tense. Someone even coughed audibly. No one could have anticipated this. Li, a player known for his prowess in the paint, surprisingly possesses such exquisite shooting skills from beyond the arc. Liu, inside line? I play as a guard. You are the one in the paint. Your entire family belongs there. Moreover, observing Liu's movements, there is not the slightest hint of distortion. He evidently has yet to reach his limit. Xiaohei gazes at Liu as if he has stumbled upon a new world. He had not anticipated this, nor had anyone else. Liu Qiang is being quite exaggerated. Xiaohei, holding the ball, stepped beyond the three-point line, willingly assuming the role of the dealer. A captivating croupier is dealing cards online. Ahem, not quite relevant, not quite relevant. Li took a step back, received the pass from Xiaohei, and with a swift and effortless motion, released the ball once more. Without a doubt, it found its mark again. Li took a step back, creating a sound akin to rustling leaves. Liu has successfully scored 5 consecutive goals, bringing the score to an equal 5-5. Liu received the ball once more, stepping back a pace until his heel grazed the midline. Glancing down at his feet, Liu took his shot. As Liu took a step back, Foster found himself instinctively following suit. Unbeknownst to him, Foster soon realized that Li Yu's physique was now in close proximity to his own. Foster, oh Foster, how could you succumb to such depravity? When given the chance to shoot, why do you find yourself drawing ever closer to him? Ah, he has taken his shot. Is it within reach? Young man, brace yourself. Foster heeded the call of his inner self, casting aside the complexities of propriety and honor, revealing only his primal nature. Witnessing Foster leap into action, Li Yu smiled, and his form once again soared. Take this, fool. At that moment, from the baseline, Foster's mouth approached Li Yu's lower body. Goodness, what a bold display. The audience erupted in cheers. Foster felt an enormous presence near his mouth. His mind went blank. In an instant, he comprehended the situation. A mixture of shock and fury washed over him, his face flushed. Upon landing, he disregarded everything else and fled. This venue would never see him again. As he reached the exit, he heard a voice from Xiaohei. 6 o'clock, next team. Damn it, that shot went in. A complete loss. Foster was filled with regret. Chapter 51. New York. The All-Star three-point contest was scheduled for February 15th, and Li Yu needed to report there by the 14th. Perhaps due to the shifting tides of the world, the timing had seen some slight alterations. Li Yu distinctly remembers that in the original world, the All-Star game was entirely concluded by the 14th. However, in this realm, the three-point contest only commenced on the 15th. Indeed, this world and the other follow their own distinct trajectories. On the afternoon of the 13th, Li Yu finally boarded a flight to the magnificent metropolis of New York City. After 2.5 hours, he arrived in New York for the very first time. If one were to draw a comparison between New York and Chicago, it would undoubtedly pertain to the traffic. New York's congestion is notorious. A journey that typically takes 2 hours saw Li Yu arriving at the NBA's designated 5-star accommodation only at 8 in the evening. Li Yu suddenly lost all desire to venture out. Prior to arriving, he had gathered information from various media sources, learning that New York City is the largest metropolis in the United States, as well as the epicenter of its economy, finance, commerce, trade, culture, and media. It is globally recognized as one of the 3 foremost financial hubs in the world. Li casually consumed a morsel of food and took a refreshing bath. As he gazed out the window, the dazzling neon lights illuminated the night, creating an illusion of paradise. Yet, in this world, where can one find true heaven? In this opulent metropolis, how many souls languish in the shadows, living beneath the surface, ensnared in darkness? Li Yu also heard that the renowned Wall Street is located in this city, often referred to as the barometer of the American economy. Li Yu pondered. How splendid it would be if he could bring Wall Street to its knees. Only then would the veracity of this sentiment be revealed. Should he succeed, he would embrace the truth of that statement. If not, so be it. New York, a bastion of economic prosperity, is equally rich in culture, housing 120 esteemed institutions of higher learning, including Columbia University and New York University, akin to the prestigious Tsinghua and Peking universities of China. Moreover, New York boasts over 2,000 art and cultural organizations, firmly establishing itself as a global epicenter for television, advertising, music, newspapers, and book publishing, while also being the largest media market in North America. The city is served by 3 international airports, including John F. Kennedy International Airport, and its port is the busiest in the continent. All these elements underscore the city's remarkable advancement and formidable presence. Not to mention, iconic landmarks such as Times Square, the Statue of Liberty, Central Park, and the Metropolitan Museum of Art are renowned worldwide. Li Yu has always held a deep fascination for the Statue of Liberty. She often wonders whether the statue would succumb to corrosion if one were to urinate upon it. In her past life, Li Yu was an avid reader of fantasy novels, frequently immersing herself in tales of cultivation. She has often envisioned that if she were to attain the path of cultivation, she would undoubtedly obliterate this emblem of a nation that epitomizes double standards, represented by the statue. Li Yu is deeply curious to observe how the grotesque faces of politicians and the media in the beautiful country would dare to confront the immortals. These scoundrels, who have ravaged nations and caused countless families to be torn apart, what will their reaction be when faced with the bullying from others? Will they express regret? Or will they merely lament their own impotence? These despicable wretches truly deserve to descend into hell. Li Yu merely contemplated. Despite possessing a system, he remained an ordinary mortal. However, the thought of dominating this country in basketball brought him considerable delight. Opportunities would surely arise, he murmured softly. Hey, Li Yu, are you free tomorrow? Let us grab a cup of coffee. It was Wang Yuan. As an external correspondent for such a grand event as the All-Star Game, Wang Yuan could not afford to be absent. Liu hesitated for a moment. In truth, forming a friendship is not a matter of great consequence. It is merely sharing a cup of coffee. Alone in a foreign land, Liu felt a twinge of loneliness. In this world, the relationship between men and women is not solely defined by romantic affection. It can also encompass friendship. However, one must maintain a sense of propriety and draw a line within oneself. When someone crosses that boundary and one is unwilling to deepen the relationship, it is essential to promptly express one's feelings and establish clear limits. Liu now prefers to have more friends rather than multiple girlfriends. He is indifferent to having several male friends. With so many prominent platforms such as Sun and Lang, it is improbable that all female reporters could be assigned. Naturally, men enjoy spending time with other men. However, in the United States, Liu has yet to find such companions. Nonetheless, when one is engrossed in their pursuits, the need for friends diminishes. Liu felt that he was merely stealing moments of leisure amidst his busyness. Hey, are you there? Are you there? Wang Yuan. Noticing Liu's lack of response, sent another message. Girls are truly the finest creations of heaven, particularly young women. As Liu gazed at Wang Yuan's message, he imagined her lovely face, smiling and playfully pouting, which brought a smile to his lips. I apologize. I was lost in thought just now. My sincerest apologies. Liu politely responded. Wang Yuan soon sent a third message. How inconsiderate, my friend, that you didn't even inform me about participating in the All-Star event. The words, while playful, subtly bridged the distance between them. It's merely a three-point contest, not the main event. I felt embarrassed to mention it. No worries, with your talent. You will undoubtedly make it to the main event next year, and you must be a starter. Otherwise, the millions of basketball fans from Huaxia will never accept it. Haha. Then I shall trouble you to help me gather votes. Of course, no problem, my friend. Tomorrow during the day, I plan to familiarize myself with the venue. How about we switch our coffee meeting to dinner? My treat. All right, let's South meet outside Madison Square Garden tomorrow. I will introduce you to a few friends. They are reporters from Huaxia, and we can say we are all compatriots. Thank you in advance. Goodbye. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After putting down his phone, Liu felt a twinge of curiosity. Who would be attending tomorrow? Would Wei Ping Bryant make an appearance? It was rumored that the veteran had settled in Los Angeles, and he surely wouldn't miss such a grand basketball celebration. How many of the seasoned Huaxia NBA reporters, like Jordan and you, would actually show up? Never mind. What will be. Tomorrow will unveil the answers, and speculating now serves no purpose. Would he perhaps encounter Curry, the diminutive powerhouse destined to dominate the NBA? This resilient man, Liu Yuzhen, holds a profound admiration for Curry, as he exemplifies a leader who fearlessly confronts challenges at the forefront of his team. Such qualities are indeed rare and distinctly masculine. Men naturally appreciate the valor of their peers. Chapter 52. Encountering Curry at 7 in the morning. Liu sprang out of bed with alacrity. The chaos of life has a way of eroding one's ambitions. As a citizen of Huaxia, Liu understands that one must never relent until their aspirations are realized. After all, his goal is nothing short of achieving a 4-time NBA championship. Moreover, his teammates do not include legendary figures like Dwayne Wade, future Hall of Famers. Indeed, among his current companions, such as Rose, Butler, and Pau Gasol, none can measure up to the prowess of the 2011 champion, Chris Bosh. With limited resources, he must redouble his efforts. Securing a championship is already a formidable challenge, let alone the pursuit of a 4th consecutive title. Liu understands. This journey is arduous and long. To achieve success, there must be no allowance for even the slightest complacency from Liu. Liu's 5-star hotel is in close proximity to Madison Square Garden, and in less than half an hour, he arrived at the venue's entrance. Standing at the entrance, Liu felt a sense of novelty. He had long heard of the illustrious Madison Square Garden, and today, he finally had the opportunity to behold it. If one has not conquered this place and its audience, they can hardly be deemed a universally recognized star. Liu was also in a state of anticipation, eagerly awaiting the upcoming away game against the Knicks. How many points would he be able to score then? It remained an enigma. However, the moment was approaching, and soon the truth would be revealed. He attempted to exit, but the venue was not open to the public today. As Liu made his way forward, 2 burly security guards, robust and imposing, approached him wielding electric batons. Judging by their demeanor, any slightest misstep on Liu's part would surely provoke a swift response. Liu found it perplexing that security personnel, who are also part of the service industry, could exhibit such arrogance and a poor demeanor? It seemed to be the same both domestically and internationally. Have you discerned my identity, and yet you still dare to expel me? Liu expressed his dissatisfaction. Upon hearing his words, the two Caucasian security guards exchanged glances and erupted into hearty laughter. Their demeanor clearly conveyed their disdain for Liu. However, in Liu's eyes, they were merely old, pale-skinned swine. After a moment of mirth, the two finally regained their composure. Who do you think you are? Aside from Yao Ming, none of you Huaxiao people are welcome here. Ah, so it was indeed discrimination. These pale-skinned individuals had mastered the art of remembering their ancestral lineage. Hey, don't you recognize him? He is Liu of the Bulls. Li Yujing was on the verge of erupting when a sudden voice emerged from behind him. Upon catching sight of him, Liu was instantly taken aback. It was none other than the charming Stephen Curry. At this time, the delightful Curry appeared youthful, lacking the prominent beard he would later sport. From Li Yu's perspective, Curry was not particularly tall, yet his eyes sparkled with a deep blue reminiscent of the vast ocean. His features were strikingly handsome, his allure nearly on par with Li Yu's own. Encountering the player he had long admired brought immense joy to Li Yu, rendering him indifferent to any further troubles with the two security guards. Upon recognizing Curry, the guards eagerly approached, hoping for a photograph. However, when they learned that Li Yu was indeed the renowned figure from the Bulls, a cold sweat broke out from their foreheads. He was, after all, one of the most sought-after personalities in the league, having achieved a career-high score that surpassed Kobe's in a single game. Countless individuals around the globe longed for a mere glimpse of Li Yu, and the thought of having offended him weighed heavily on the guards. In an instant, their enthusiasm for a photo dissipated. Hello, Stephen. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, they stammered. Li Yu smiled as he greeted Curry. Who in the world does not recognize you? He exclaimed. Li Yu, you may not yet realize how popular you have become. My wife specifically instructed me to obtain your autograph and a photograph with you. It was evident that Curry felt a twinge of jealousy. Haha, I appreciate it, sister-in-law. As for the photo she desires, I must regretfully decline, as I currently do not have any. Li Yuka hesitated to provide a photograph, fearing that if Sister Ku gazed upon it too often, she might lose her composure and fall in love with him. As for the autographs, he readily agreed to sign as many as she desired. It was a trivial matter, a mere formality, and he paid no heed to the two white security guards. Li Yu and Curry strolled together towards Madison Square Garden. Upon witnessing their entrance, the two security guards finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their racing hearts gradually settled down. Just moments ago, they had been filled with apprehension. Had Li Yu chosen to stir up trouble, their jobs would have been at stake. Fortunately, since Li Yu noticed Curry in high spirits, the guards were spared from a potential confrontation. Hey, Stephen, I'm a huge fan of yours. Could I please have your autograph? Although Li Yu was not typically one to idolize celebrities, encountering a beloved star elicited a familiar thrill. Really? Curry felt a surge of joy upon hearing Li Yu's declaration of fandom. Yet, he felt compelled to probe further. If Li Yu were jesting, it would be rather embarrassing for him to take it seriously. Stephen, you are an exceptional golfer. Li Yu spoke calmly. Upon hearing his words, Stephen Curry was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Haha, Li Yu, you are absolutely right. Curry began to find Li Yu increasingly likable. Hey, my friend. Let us exchange contact information so we can stay in touch. With that, Curry took out his phone and they exchanged their details, following each other on Instagram and Facebook. Hey, brother, are you not interested in playing golf? I would be delighted to teach you, Curry said earnestly. Unfortunately, Li Yu had little interest and politely declined. Hey, look. Stephen Curry has just followed someone new. Li Yu? That name rings a bell. You fool. Isn't he the Li Yu from the Bulls? Who else could attract Stephen Curry's attention? Indeed, there's only this Li Yu recently who merits such attention from Stephen. Not only that, look. Li Yu has also followed Stephen Curry. At this point, it's unclear who followed whom first. It seems these two have crossed paths. Perhaps so. I know Curry visited Madison Square Garden today to warm up for the game. Wait, wasn't Li Yu specially invited to participate in the All-Star three-point contest? It's likely they met at Madison Square Garden. Who would have thought that two of my favorite individuals share mutual admiration? It brings great comfort to my heart. Damn. You cheeky little rascal really know how to take advantage of every opportunity. You've got some guts. Li and Curry may be unaware of the tremendous stir their encounter has caused, nor the significant headlines it has generated. They simply perceive that the individual before them appears remarkably pleasing to the eye. Chapter 53. The three-point duel, standing upon the court. Li Yu stood alongside Stephen Curry. And while Curry appeared somewhat diminutive, Liu was acutely aware of the truth. Despite Curry's youthful visage, reminiscent of an elementary school student, to judge him solely based on his appearance as a weak and easily overpowered individual would be a grave miscalculation. Liu's admiration for Curry stems not only from his extraordinary three-point skills, but primarily from his indomitable spirit. Curry exhibits a remarkable toughness that surprises everyone. If mere aesthetic appeal in basketball were sufficient, it would hold little significance for Liu. When it comes to playing beautifully, in Liu's eyes, no one surpasses Kyrie Irving. Each time he watches Irving play, he experiences a sense of exquisite delight. If Curry's playing style is akin to a dazzling sprite, then Irving's performance resembles a meticulously choreographed dance, with each move imbued with beauty, both agile and enchanting, evoking genuine admiration. To Liu, the aesthetic quality of Irving's game is unparalleled in the world. In comparison, he ranks Curry behind Irving. While Curry is undeniably strong, he has yet to reach the level of dominance exhibited by Jordan, and even LeBron requires a slight upward glance in respect. However, it is Curry's resilient and unyielding heart that renders him truly captivating. Lee's admiration for Curry began with a singular video. Amusingly, it was a fight video, where Stephen Curry found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, the qualities he demonstrated evoked genuine respect. During the 2012 to 2013 season, the Warriors faced the formidable Eastern Conference team, the Pacers, leading to a confrontation on the court. Curry was the first to intervene, attempting to separate his teammates, only to be unceremoniously knocked to the ground by the Pacers' towering center, Roy Hibbert. Undeterred, Curry immediately confronted Hibbert, resulting in a shoving match between the two. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches, Curry, as a point guard, was dwarfed by his opponent, who stood 7 feet 2 inches tall. The stark contrast in their heights was alarming. What could possibly possess Curry to charge forward? The difference was nearly a foot, compounded by a considerable weight disparity. However, Lee did not discern a trace of retreat in Curry's demeanor. He charged forward, fully aware he could not overpower Hibbert, and was toppled multiple times. Yet, he displayed no signs of surrender or fear, resolutely returning to the fray. Though he found himself on the ground again, he managed to bring Hibbert down with him. It was only when a throng of players intervened to separate them that Curry finally ceased his advance. While he may not proclaim himself a tough individual, his actions spoke volumes of his resolve. From that moment forward, Lee was utterly captivated by this little student. The strength of one's spirit cannot be feigned. Liu believes that he and Curry are kindred spirits. During his time at school, Liu often engaged in friendly sparring with his male classmates. Liu fears no adversary, even if the opponent stands nearly 20 centimeters taller. A man ought to embody such fearless resolve. Thus, it is difficult for Liu not to admire the strikingly contrasting image and demeanor of the formidable Stephen Curry. Hey, Stephen, let us engage in a friendly competition and see whose three-point shooting prowess reigns supreme. Lee directly challenged Stephen Curry, possessing an 80% confidence in his victory. Lee is blessed with the pinnacle version of Curry. This season's Curry is far from his complete form. It is next season's Curry, with 400 three-pointers, and the bulked-up Curry from the 2022 season that will truly represent his full potential. The upcoming season will showcase the utmost mastery of the three-point shot. While the 2022 season epitomized his peak competitive prowess, Liu is confident in his victory. In recent competitions and training sessions, he has blended the skills of Jordan and Curry. Possessing an exceptional touch, Liu also boasts remarkable physical stability and coordination. Liu is confident that his physical strength and athleticism surpass that of Curry. "Brother, I welcome your challenge," he said. Without hesitation, Curry accepted Liu's challenge. A true champion does not shy away from competition. Rather, they relish and thrive in it. Observing Curry's spirited demeanor, Liu understood that Curry must be eagerly anticipating a showdown in three-point shooting. It is worth noting that Liu once scored an astonishing 14 three-pointers in a single game, a record he now holds. As the future GOAT of three-point shooting, Curry is assured that he is unmatched in this domain. "How shall we compete?" Curry inquired, confidently relinquishing control of the contest to Liu. Yet, little did he know that Liu's three-point prowess exceeded his wildest expectations. The rules were set. They would shoot three-pointers, and the one who reaches 100 attempts with fewer misses would emerge victorious. However, a player must make 50 consecutive shots to continue shooting, and a failure to land 5 shots would result in a turnover. "What do you think?" Liu glanced at Curry and inquired. "Very well, I concur." Curry responded with palpable excitement. He was taken aback by the formidable challenge posed by Liu. Even Curry himself would not dare to claim assurance in accomplishing it. He was quite satisfied with the nature of the test. Such a level of difficulty made it intriguing, worthy of both Liu and himself. Come on, Liu. Let us commence. You go first. Curry proactively approached the baseline, assuming the role of a ball boy, observing Curry's decisiveness. Liu shed any pretense and took his position just beyond the three-point line. Liu understands that Curry's pride does not permit him to take advantage of others. This is a widely held belief. The weak always take the first step. Hey, Steven, our shooting directly counters yours. Losing to one's peak self is nothing to be ashamed of. Lee effortlessly received Curry's pass and made the shot without a hint of doubt. 15, 30, 50. Liu has successfully made 53-point shots. Observing Liu's shooting form, Curry increasingly feels astonished. How is Liu's shooting rhythm so remarkably similar to his own? Liu's three-point shooting ability is undeniably remarkable, rivaling even his own prowess. While initially watching his footage presented a slight sense of awkwardness, he now appears effortlessly natural. For the first time, Curry feels a twinge of uncertainty regarding his own three-point shots. The current style of competition places a premium on the shooter's consistency and stamina. Typically, as the game progresses, physical exertion intensifies. In the latter stages, beyond mere shooting skill, physical condition becomes crucial. Witnessing Liu effortlessly sink 50 shots without so much as a flush or a gasp, Curry realizes he has encountered a formidable adversary. Yet, this challenge only adds to the excitement. With a delighted smile, Curry contemplates his limits under Liu's pressure. There is no doubt that Liu has successfully met the challenge, achieving a remarkable feat of scoring 100 points while only missing 2 shots, paying homage to the legendary A Pow by making his first 58 consecutive baskets. Before missing again on the subsequent 42 attempts, Liu understood that his physical abilities were still insufficient. Otherwise, he would not have lost 2 points. Changing his position, Liu moved to the service area. Liu also yearned to witness the formidable prowess of Curry's three-point shooting. Perhaps it was Liu's initial exuberance that left a lasting impression on Curry. After sinking 30 consecutive three-pointers, Curry missed his 31st attempt. Expressing his frustration with a despondent pat on his head, Liu emerged victorious in this round. Chapter 54, Reunion. The exchange between two formidable opponents is always tense and exhilarating. Unbeknownst to them, Liu and Curry have been shooting for 2 hours. In this contest, the two were nearly evenly matched, with Liu holding a slight edge. However, a warmed-up Curry was also quite formidable, displaying an astonishing streak of 4 consecutive perfect shots. There is indeed a reason why Curry can make so many three-pointers during matches. Liu could only describe such training prowess with one phrase: breathtakingly extraordinary. Of course, Liu is no less impressive. Liu's performance also astonished Curry. Liu has surpassed even Curry in achieving a remarkable feat of hitting 100 three-pointers consecutively on 3 occasions. What an extraordinary talent he is. His shooting consistency is astonishing, perhaps even surpassing my own. I once believed that no one could replicate my accomplishments during training, yet this NBA rookie, Liu, has achieved what even the likes of Thompson could not. How did he go undrafted in the NBA selection process? Curry is filled with questions. Truly, he's an incredible individual. Following this round of competition, Curry's perception of Liu has undergone a profound transformation. Initially, he regarded him merely as a promising newcomer. It now appears that his journey towards challenging historical records in three-point shooting will no longer be a solitary endeavor. Liu, just wait. I shall reclaim the record for the most three-pointers made in a single NBA game. Liu achieved a remarkable feat by sinking 14 three-pointers in a contest against the Cavaliers, thereby establishing a new historical record for the most three-point shots made in a single NBA game. Now, sharpshooters across the league are eyeing this record with keen interest, and Stephen Curry is certainly no exception. Regardless of Curry's thoughts on the matter, the challenge looms large. Liu witnessed the formidable prowess of Curry during this competition. His explosive three-point shooting was truly astonishing. With such remarkable stability in his shots, it is no surprise that he would later be recognized as the greatest of all time beyond the arc. Indeed, Curry is Curry. His mastery of the three-point shot is nothing short of extraordinary. Liu gazed in awe. Some individuals possess unparalleled physical gifts, effortlessly executing feats such as soaring to the basket with 2 defenders, reminiscent of LeBron's extraordinary performance in the 2018 Eastern Conference Finals Game 7. In a swift counterattack, James boldly converted an and one against the formidable Morris. Ultimately, he guided the Cavaliers to the NBA Finals for 4 consecutive years. marking his 8th personal appearance in the finals, a truly unmatched achievement. In terms of physical prowess, LeBron can be regarded as the foremost athlete in NBA history. However, it is not solely his physical attributes that set him apart. His discipline is equally pivotal. At the age of 38, he continues to average nearly 30 points per game during the regular season, leading his team through adversity to the Eastern Conference Finals. James's remarkable performance commands admiration. Some individuals possess an innate basketball intelligence, such as Chris Paul and Rajon Rondo, with James also fitting into this category. These players possess a basketball IQ that far exceeds ordinary comprehension, making them natural game orchestrators. They can identify opportunities on the court and effortlessly locate their teammates in the most advantageous positions. Playing alongside such individuals, even role players find themselves with numerous easy scoring opportunities. One merely needs to position themselves correctly. If they can run, James can undoubtedly deliver the ball. There are rumors that LeBron remembers every tactic employed by his opponents. In a game between the Raptors and the Cavaliers, a Raptors player momentarily forgot his positioning, only to be reminded by James. Furthermore, in this season's matchup between the Lakers and the Warriors, LeBron accurately anticipated several of the Warriors' last-second plays. This brings to mind a memorable moment involving Rondo in a crucial game between the Pelicans and the Hawks. With the Pelicans in the lead but the Hawks possessing the ball, Rondo directed Cousins to guard an empty corner. Cousins appeared somewhat skeptical, yet Rondo's foresight proved correct. The Hawks' strategy hinged on that corner, and once anticipated, the players were thrown into disarray, leading to the failure of their tactic. The Pelicans emerged victorious. The prowess of these individuals is indeed remarkable. Some possess extraordinary skills, like Kyrie Irving, while his overall ability may not yet elevate him to the realm of superstars. In terms of aesthetic appeal on the court, Irving undoubtedly reigns supreme. Even the legendary Allen Iverson has expressed admiration for Irving's ball handling skills, placing him at the pinnacle of his list. Similarly, Stephen Curry possesses a unique talent, widely recognized as his shooting ability. Curry is the first superscorer to specialize in three-point shooting, with his attempts surpassing half of all his shots. This statistic is truly astonishing. No player has ever had such a significant proportion of their scoring come from beyond the arc. He achieved something unprecedented. Most importantly, he emerged victorious. Many have claimed that one cannot win a championship solely through shooting, including NBA legends, various commentators, and countless fans. None believed in him. Yet, he succeeded, leading his team to an NBA championship. Through his performance, he shattered preconceived notions and heralded the dawn of a new era. Some argue that the small ball era arose due to the absence of centers like Shaquille O'Neal. Conversely, it is precisely because of Curry's greatness that he could forge an era, leaving his indelible mark upon it. Stephen, you are indeed remarkable. I believe you will one day surpass Ray Allen's record for the most three-pointers made in NBA history. Is that truly possible? Though Curry possesses the confidence to achieve this remarkable feat, he currently finds himself considerably distant from the required number of successful shots. Thus, he refrains from making audacious claims. Furthermore, he holds a profound respect for Ray Allen, which is why he seldom mentions this matter in the presence of the media. However, what Curry did not anticipate was, Lee unexpectedly possesses such confidence in himself. In that fleeting moment, Curry felt an overwhelming sense of encountering a kindred spirit. Without a doubt, Stephen, I hold unwavering faith in you. You are undoubtedly capable of achieving this. Lee, you spoke with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing such self-assurance from him, a smile crept across Curry's face. I must put in the effort. I cannot allow your words to become mere fabrications. This is all for you, Liu. With a buoyant spirit, Curry even ventured a jest. Ha ha. The two exchanged smiles. The match did not declare a victor or a vanquished. They parted ways, both in good spirits. Let us convene directly at Yao's restaurant. At 6 in the evening, Liu emerged from a street-side gym and sent a message to Wang Yuan. The Madison Square Garden staff needed to rehearse, and it was not in Liu's nature to monopolize the space. All right, we'll arrive by 8. A friend of mine insists on waiting for me to join him. All right, no problem. Liu replied succinctly. Do I know your friend? Are they one of us? From Huaxia? After a moment's hesitation, Liu finally inquired. Liu harbors a distinct aversion to engaging with outsiders. In this world, rife with gossip and intrigue, he finds little interest in conversing with anyone beyond the Chinese. Rest assured, these are all old acquaintances. Otherwise, I would not have brought him along. Very well. Until we meet again. Before long, the clock struck 7:30. Li arrived early at Yao restaurant. The receptionist was a handsome young man of Chinese descent. Hello. I have a reservation here. Could you kindly assist me in checking it? Li walked directly over. The young man raised his head slightly. Oh. He seemed a bit surprised and let out a soft sigh. Li was aware, once again, of someone who truly knew himself. However, the young man appeared somewhat uncertain, speaking with a hint of hesitation. Excuse me, may I inquire your surname? Liu. I have a reservation for 6 o'clock. Upon hearing Liu's name, the young man's pupils noticeably contracted. Yes, Mr. Liu, I have located your record. Are you here to dine now? The young man swiftly consulted the computer and promptly provided an answer. Mr. Liu, there happens to be a table available at this moment. Allow me to escort you to your private room. He then proceeded to lead the way directly in front of Liu. Liu's private room is situated at the back of the restaurant. As the young attendant traversed the short distance of several meters, he glanced back 7 or 8 times, covertly stealing glances at Liu. Ultimately, he could no longer contain his curiosity. After guiding Liu into the private room and preparing to exit, he finally inquired, Mr. Liu, are you the Huaxia player from the Bulls? I thought to myself, if there is no other Liu on the Bulls, then it must indeed be me. Liu wore a radiant smile. The sensation of fame was quite agreeable. He still reveled in the novelty of being recognized. Hello, pleased to meet you. I am Liu from Huaxia. Liu rose to his feet and extended his hand, greeting the young man with a clear and articulate Mandarin. Upon hearing the Mandarin, the young man visibly relaxed, appearing somewhat exhilarated. Hello, Liu. I am your fan, he exclaimed, hastily stepping forward to grasp Liu's outstretched hand. It was evident that the young man's emotions were far from tranquil. Liu felt a slight tremor transmitted through the hand of his companion. Brother, are you accustomed to the left side? Almost. After all, it's all about making money. It doesn't matter where, he replied. Indeed, as long as one can earn a living. What difference does it make? Exactly. You go ahead. I will inform our manager. Everyone holds you in high regard. If I don't mention your presence, they might just flame me alive once they find out. That's rather exaggerated, Liu chuckled. With no other options, Liu settled back down, perusing the menu. It was indeed a showcase of Chinese culinary delights: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, twice-cooked pork, pork belly with pickled vegetables, Westlake vinegar fish, kung pao chicken, Peking duck. The mere sight of these dishes made Liu's mouth water uncontrollably. Should we wait? I'm still unsure how many people are coming, he pondered. After a moment's hesitation, Liu decided to send a message. Wang Yuan, do you and your friends have any preferred dishes? I have arrived at your restaurant and will order some dishes so that when everyone arrives, we can dive right in. With that, Liu snapped a picture of the menu and sent it to Wang Yuan. Moments later, after a brief discussion on her end, Wang Yuan replied with a message. Liu directly placed the order by scanning the code. A few minutes later, I arrived at your private room. Upon seeing the message from Wang Yuan, Liu hurriedly stepped outside. From a distance of several meters, Liu noticed 4 or 5 individuals approaching, with Wang Yuan leading the way. He took a moment to appraise the scene. Li recognized that among them were 2 journalists from Tencent Sports, Wang Zixuan and Duan Ran. These 2 often covered matches, and Li was quite familiar with them. As for the others, he had little impression. They likely had not broadcasted many games and were probably just on the sidelines. Chapter 55. Probing. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, everyone made their way to the private box. Upon seeing Li, a wave of excitement washed over the group. Their joy evident and impossible to conceal. They had not anticipated such an effortless encounter with the star. Presently, Li was a top-tier athlete, and journalists typically lined up for interviews, stretching all the way to Paris. Securing exclusive news from him would be a remarkable achievement. Hey, Li, congratulations. I heard you signed with the Bulls for 3 years. How are the terms? As soon as they were seated, Wang Zixuan could not contain his curiosity and asked. Liu had never paid much attention to social networks, which is why he was unaware that the Bulls had yet to disclose their contract details. Perhaps it was a concern that the players within the team might feel discontented, given that he had only performed well in a single game before securing such a substantial contract. Nonetheless, he chuckled to himself, for it was a performance that 90% of NBA players would struggle to replicate. Liu Yunan spoke assertively about the contract. As soon as he opened his mouth, Wang Zixuan realized he had broken his promise. They had only just met, yet he was so eager to pose such a question. Liu Wei's self-perception is a matter of intrigue. He is ready to remedy the situation immediately. My curiosity is piqued. If confidentiality is required, feel free to withhold your words for now. No need to be concerned. The excitement I felt upon hearing this news was overwhelming. It has been quite some time since anyone from our homeland has graced the NBA, and your sudden emergence is nothing short of exhilarating. It's perfectly all right. There is nothing inappropriate to discuss. However, I hope that if the information is to be made public, it can wait for another fortnight, as that would be more suitable. Upon hearing Li Yu's straightforward response, Wang Zixuan and Duan Ran's eyes gleamed with interest, gazing at him like wolves eyeing their prey. Witnessing the expressions on their faces was quite telling. Li Yu hesitated slightly. The gaze of these two individuals was rather unsettling. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Some journalists, lacking significant news, resort to fabricating it. These two could directly obtain a major story, which was an exhilarating prospect. Furthermore, if Li Yu were to share this information with them, would it not imply that they had become his favored journalists? In the future, whenever news concerning Li Yu emerged, it was certain that they would be the first ones sought by the media. Given Li Yu's current standing and future prospects, their prominence in the industry would undoubtedly rise as well. This was an unparalleled opportunity, one no media professional could afford to decline. We assure you, brotherly, that the information you provide us this time will remain confidential until we receive your explicit consent. Not a whisper of it will escape our lips. Observing Li Yu's hesitance, Wang Zixuan quickly affirmed, indeed, brotherly, both Wang Zixuan and I can guarantee its confidentiality. Duan Ran, eager to join in, chimed in without delay, all right. This isn't exactly monumental news, but I shall share it with you. Li glanced at the others present. The news I just shared can be disseminated, but I hope it can wait for 10 days. Upon hearing Li's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Satisfied with their response, Li decided to reveal more. The Bulls displayed remarkable sincerity and respect towards me, offering a fully guaranteed 3-year maximum salary contract as their initial proposal. Wang Zixuan and Duan Ran exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by the Bulls' generous offer. Brotherly, does this mean you will be earning 10 million this year? Li Yu nodded in agreement. That makes sense. However, considering that we are already well into the year, there shouldn't be too many games left, right? The NBA typically disperses salaries over a 6-month period, with payments made at the beginning and middle of each month. As of now, the NBA season is more than halfway through, and Li Yu won't be able to earn the entirety of his salary for the remaining games. Brotherly, is it really that good with the Bulls? I've heard that the team owner, Jerry Reinsdorf, and the general manager, Gar Forman, are quite frugal. Wang Zixuan inquired with a hint of curiosity in his tone. Li Yu chuckled lightly. The content of this contract is indeed as stated, yet the process is rather troublesome. My ability to sign this contract is conditional. Our coach informed me that I must lead the substitutes to victory over the starters in a training match before the boss will sign. This poses quite a challenge. Considering the prowess of the Bulls starting lineup, one cannot overlook the near all-star caliber of both Rose and Gasol. Isn't this a bit excessive on the coach's part? Wang Zixuan expressed his indignation, while Duan Ran and others shared a similar sentiment of frustration. Such conditions seem like an unfair burden. The combined salaries of the entire bench likely do not surpass that of Rose alone. Well, to secure a substantial contract, one must possess the requisite skill. I understand this is the brainchild of Lu Ying's duo and Klaus, and our coach has been quite protective of me. Please do not blame him. Brotherly certainly possesses that capability. Wang Zixuan asserted without hesitation. In his first start, he scored 81 points, a feat unmatched in NBA history. It is worth noting that even the widely acknowledged top 10 player, the Black Mamba Kobe, recorded a career high of only 81 points. The amount Brotherly earns is dictated by the NBA's salary cap. Otherwise, given his talent, he is deserving of any sum. Wang Zixuan stated bluntly, with Duan Ran nodding in agreement. Had Brotherly started earlier, the Bulls might very well be on a 5 or 6 game winning streak. Positioning themselves in the upper tier of the standings, Duan Ran added. Li Yujing had something to express, and Wang Zixuan continued to inquire, Brotherly, you must have emerged victorious, right? Otherwise, it seems unlikely you would secure that substantial contract now. Li Yu smiled at Wang Zixuan, nodding in approval. Seeing Li Yu's expression, Wang Zixuan felt a surge of excitement. It is quite normal to triumph over substitutes, but to conquer starters, especially those from playoff-caliber teams, is an extraordinary feat. Contemplating this, Wang Zixuan turned to Li Yu and, with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Li Gu, please enlighten us about the circumstances. We are utterly intrigued by how you managed to defeat the starting team. Well, since everyone is so curious, I shall recount the events in detail, Li Yu replied, feeling no need to conceal the truth. Rumors were already circulating in Chicago, and he knew that, even if he remained silent, those present would soon be informed, as they were all well-versed in the industry. Clearing his throat, Liu began to narrate the entire sequence of events. After we were divided into groups, we nearly lost the first quarter. After a considerable time, Liu finally finished recounting the entire story. Upon hearing it, everyone was left in stunned silence. Unbelievable! Wang Zixuan was the first to voice his outrage. Indeed, the actions of Rains and Klaus were utterly reprehensible. Duan Ran echoed the sentiment, unable to contain his frustration. To ask Li Gu to lead an entire bench is one thing, but if there aren't enough players, why not simply play a 4 versus 4? Instead, they went out of their way to recruit newcomers from the development league. This incompetent owner and manager deserve condemnation. Fortunately, Damian Jackson is quite spirited, and Stephen Brown's skill set is commendable. During the game, they both stepped up. Without their contributions, I wouldn't have been able to win against the starting team, nor fulfill the wager with the coach and owner, ultimately securing this substantial contract. Wang Zixuan nodded in understanding. Li Gu, I grasp your sentiment. I am not implying that Damian Jackson and Stephen Brown lack ability. It is simply that Rains and Klaus are excessively despicable. I've even heard whispers that they wish to part ways with Derrick Rose. Rose, who has diligently played as the first MVP in Bulls history, has led the team to multiple Eastern Conference finals. Had it not been for LeBron's exceptional prowess, along with his formidable teammates, he might have advanced further to the finals and even claimed a championship. Yet, after his injury, the Bulls management considers trading him? Do they not fear disheartening the fans? Indeed. How can such a team retain its players? If Rose departs, no superstar will ever join the Bulls again. The organization lacks compassion. The owner and management are devoid of humanity, driven solely by profit. Let us not dwell on it, such is the nature of a commercial league. And there is little we can do. Li waved his hand, signaling Prince Xian to refrain from continuing. In truth, everyone shared the same sentiment. Liu's thoughts are quite similar to those of Wang Zixuan. However, Rose remains with the Bulls, and Van Gundy is still present as well. Now that Liu has also secured a maximum contract, there is no need for any further gossip that might bring discomfort to others. At least for now. Everyone continues to treat one another with mutual respect. Wang Zixuan and the others have expressed that it is of no concern. Liu remarked that the nature of the situation was indeed different. Wang Zixuan, after a moment of contemplation, grasped Liu's meaning. It is quite rare for those who have made a name for themselves in large corporations to be mere fools. On the contrary, most are exceptionally astute individuals. At a young age, Wang Zixuan had already earned the right to co-host NBA games alongside esteemed veterans like Yang Baoluo and Su Ju-yang, thus proving himself to be an outstanding and empathetic individual. With a chuckle, Wang Zixuan shifted the subject. Li Gu, you are truly remarkable. With a team like that, you led them to victory. Moreover, you achieved a decisive 4-0 triumph over the starting lineup led by Derrick Rose. Li Gu, you are truly impressive. I must raise a glass in your honor. As he spoke, Wang Zixuan gave Liu 2 thumbs up, stood up, filled his glass with beer, and downed it in one gulp. Liu did not expect Wang Zixuan to be so straightforward. Just as Liu was about to speak, Wang Zixuan quickly waved his hand. Brotherly, you need not accompany me. I understand that athletes like you have different standards, particularly when it comes to food and drink. It is already a great honor for me to toast you, as many do not have such an opportunity. Observing Wang Zixuan's earnest demeanor, Liu found himself at a loss for words. He could only rise to his feet, pouring a cup of tea to reciprocate Wang Zixuan's gesture. Fortunately, the restaurant had provided tea from the outset. Otherwise, Liu would have been at a loss for how to respond. Having abstained from beverages for several years, he was uncertain whether indulging in a drink might lead to undesirable repercussions in future competitions. The adversary's intent to undermine him remained ever present, and he could not afford to be the slightest bit careless. Observing Liu's decisive return of the favor, Duan Ran's eyes sparkled with intrigue. When Wang Zixuan had stood, he had instinctively followed suit. Thus, he felt compelled to toast Li Gu as well. As a privileged heir, Duan Ran was not particularly inclined to flatter Liu. Yet the latter's actions resonated with him profoundly. This toast was a testament to recognizing and honoring true talent. Seeing Duan Ran join the fray added to the lively atmosphere. Liu was utterly bemused. It seemed that before she had even had a meal, her stomach was already being filled with tea. Duan Ran was also remarkably swift, promptly filling a cup and downing it in one go. Liu Gong intended to pour tea, but Duan Ran promptly restrained his hand, conveying a resolute sentiment. Liu sensed the firmness in Duan Ran's grip. Brotherly, with so many of us here, if each person were to offer you a toast, You would hardly have time for a meal today. What matters is the sentiment behind it. There is no need to adhere to formalities. We all understand the kind of person you are. Liu found it unnecessary to say anything further. Since Duan was so understanding, Liu truly did not wish to continue this tea gathering. Liu poured himself half a cup and drank it in one go, demonstrating his respect for Duan. The gathering was intended for forging friendships, devoid of any sycophancy, emphasizing mutual respect instead. Observing this exchange, the others were encouraged to raise their glasses as well. However, learning from the earlier example, they opted for moderation, ensuring that Liu's stomach was not entirely filled with tea. Let us not just drink. Let us enjoy the food, he urged. Noticing that everyone was hesitant to pick up their chopsticks, Liu took the initiative. Wang Yuan, seeing how everyone is so reserved and unwilling to eat, perhaps you should set an example. As Liu shifted the focus onto her, a smile graced Wang Yuan's face. As one of the co-hosts, she had felt notably overlooked today. Liu certainly deserves a mention. She should be included in this gathering. Today, I must express my gratitude to you, for without you, I would not have met so many wonderful friends. I raise my cup in your honor, substituting tea for wine. The attendees, astute as they are, immediately grasped Liu's sentiment. Although everyone had acquainted themselves with Liu and exchanged contact information, it was evident that Wang Yuan held a special closeness to her. If anyone sought exclusive news regarding Liu in the future, it would likely have to pass through Wang Yuan. Consequently, the atmosphere around Wang Yuan became lively. Others recognized that they had somewhat neglected her earlier and now exhibited great enthusiasm. Initially, their instinctive desire to forge a connection with Liu had overshadowed their consideration for Wang Yuan, leaving them feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Had it not been for Wang Yuan, they would not have had the opportunity to meet this NBA superstar, let alone exchange contact details. Wang Yuan maintained her composure, her demeanor unruffled as she graciously responded to those who approached her. As someone seasoned in navigating the complexities of social interactions over the years, she was well acquainted with such scenarios. However, today, she truly came to appreciate Liu's character. This charming individual possessed a certain allure. Chapter 57. A sense of security. As the group engaged in conversation and enjoyed their meal, time swiftly flew by. However, a thought struck. Why had Wang Yuan taken so long in the restroom? It had nearly been 10 minutes. Surely, nothing was amiss? Liu suddenly realized that Wang Yuan had been in the restroom for quite a while and had yet to return. A sense of concern began to creep in. This beautiful country was far from safe. Its law enforcement was notoriously chaotic, with sporadic incidents of gun violence, and instances of individuals engaging in theft were not uncommon, especially targeting stores owned by those of Chinese descent. Indeed, it seemed Wang Yuan had been gone for an extended period. Perhaps I should go and check on her? Suggested a female reporter who had been sitting beside Wang Yuan. Li remembers her name is Zhou Linen, a name that is quite melodious, and she possesses a gentle demeanor. According to Wang Yuan, Zhou Linen is an outstanding student from Harvard University's journalism department, boasting an impressive command of the English language. However, if Wang Yuan is occupied, her petite frame may not be of much assistance. I shall go. You all enjoy your meal first. Liu quickly waved his hand, halting Zhou Linen's movement to rise. I also need to visit the restroom. I've had a bit too much to drink, he chuckled. Upon hearing Liu's words, everyone shared a knowing laugh. Very well. Brotherly, make haste and return. We have numerous NBA inquiries we wish to present to you. Duan and Wang Zixuan also stood, addressing Liu. No problem. Feel free to ask anything when I return. Liu stepped out of the private room, feeling somewhat reserved in the company of strangers, even if they were fellow compatriots. However, he found Prince Xin and Duan to be quite agreeable, and the others were equally amiable. As the renowned actor Huang once wisely remarked, when you achieve success, you will discover that the people surrounding you are all kind-hearted, with none possessing a malevolent nature. Li is uncertain whether their current relationship is truly pure. However, it is a matter of actions rather than intentions. Liu does not intend to delve deeply into the matter. There is no necessity for it. As everyone seeks their own interests, to be an NBA player, it is imperative for the media to have their own representatives. Otherwise, who would cultivate the momentum for various awards? Your prowess and ability to secure accolades, in addition to the performances expected on the court, require the media's assistance in promoting your name, familiarizing fans with your presence. There are those who, despite being undeserving, are lauded as the greatest of all time, while Liu would merely categorize them as the media's version of a GOAT. Conversely, there are individuals with exceptional talent who remain obscure, perpetually estranged from accolades. Such circumstances underscore the significance of the media. In the climactic battle of the finals, when the team leader scored 37 points with an average of 10 points in the fourth quarter and a finals average of 26 points, surpassing the winner of the finals MVP by a considerable margin, such a performance was unjustly overshadowed by the media, resulting in the loss of the MVP title. Liuka did not wish for a future burdened by such worries. Even if the one who took away her beloved FMVN was Ross, Liu would not permit his possessions to be easily taken by others. To refrain from harming others is the trait of an ordinary person, while to remain unscathed by others' malice is the mark of the strong. Given the choice, anyone would opt to be strong. Without dwelling too much on these thoughts, Liu made his way toward the restroom in the restaurant. Li scanned the entire venue, failing to spot Wang Yuan's figure. Could it be that she is still in the restroom? As Li Yuzhen contemplated inquiring about the dashing young man, an irate voice resonated from the entrance of the restaurant. What are you trying to do? Does the land of the free have no laws? It was Wang Yuan's voice. From the tone, Li understood that Wang Yuan was indeed in distress. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned his trip to the restroom and strode purposefully towards the entrance. Upon stepping outside, he beheld Wang Yuan ensnared in a circle of 4 burly Caucasian men, her expression one of utter helplessness. While those around them turned a blind eye to the unfolding scene, Liu was exceedingly furious, for he witnessed several individuals of Chinese descent merely glance and then walk away without uttering a single sound. However, his ire was primarily directed at their lack of resolve. It was the 2 Caucasian ruffians that truly incited his wrath. He observed, with growing indignation, as these 2 scoundrels extended their hands, attempting to seize Wang Yuan. Liu felt a surge of anger rise within him. With a swift and determined stride, he charged forward, unleashing a powerful haymaker upon the 2 miscreants. The man on the left was instantly knocked to the ground, his eyes glazed over, as he began to succumb to unconsciousness. Before the man on the right could even comprehend the situation, Liu's colossal fist had already struck his face with resounding impact. The brute crumpled to the floor, just like his companion. The 2 onlookers, witnessing Liu's ferocity as he dispatched their friends, hastily recoiled in fear. It was evident that they were trembling, their legs quaking with trepidation. Ignoring the fallen men, Liu fixed his gaze on the 2 would-be escapees. As they contemplated fleeing, their legs seemed paralyzed, ensnared by the ferocity of Liu's glare, leaving them feeling as if they were prey caught in the gaze of a ravenous tiger, their senses dulled by sheer terror. Liu did not extend any courtesy to such a scoundrel. Although the 2 had not engaged in physical confrontation moments ago, it was evident that they were accomplices. A wolf's companion is undoubtedly another wolf. Had he not intervened, Wang Yuan would have been subjected to untold indignities. Liu felt his inner fury blaze more intensely as he unleashed a powerful sweeping kick toward the 2 individuals. They had not anticipated that their fate would be far worse than that of their 2 fallen companions. Liu's foot, a size 45, struck them directly in the face, and as he executed the kick, they emitted a chilling scream, their bodies soaring through the air. As they collapsed to the ground, it appeared that several white objects also fell to the earth. Lying motionless, it was evident that they had lost consciousness in mere moments. Liu effortlessly subdued 4 imposing figures, each towering at 6 feet tall. In an instant, everyone began to distance themselves from the scene, regarding Liu with a gaze filled with profound awe, as if he were a ferocious dinosaur. At that moment, Wang Yuan finally grasped the situation, her initial anger transforming into sheer astonishment. She had never anticipated such a swift turn of events just moments ago. She had felt powerless as the 4 menacing figures surrounded her, and now, Liu had rushed in, swiftly neutralizing the threat with remarkable agility. Could this be the quintessential act of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? Wang Yuan pondered, her heart racing. What girl has not dreamed of her beloved arriving on a colorful cloud to rescue her? She felt as though she were caught in a surreal dream. The rapid unfolding of events exceeded her emotional capacity, leaving her somewhat dazed. Observing her bewildered expression, Liu felt an unexplainable pang of compassion. Such a fine young woman, unjustly tormented in broad daylight. She must have been terribly frightened just moments ago. Li approached Wang Yuan, enveloping her in a gentle embrace. He softly patted her back, devoid of any trace of desire. Liu sensed a tremor run through Wang Yuan's body moments ago. Ah, these despicable individuals, how infuriating. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Liu gently inquired, Wang Yuan, are you all right? Is everything okay? It's fine now. It's fine now. With me around, I won't let anyone bully you. Upon hearing his words, Wang Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Her emotions gradually began to stabilize. She remained silent, merely holding Liu tightly. The sense of security was overwhelming, making it difficult for the startled Wang Yuan to resist. Chapter 58, Mori. Let's consider renaming our grandson. After a considerable pause, Wang Yuan suddenly realized, pulling away from Liu. Though his embrace was incredibly warm, their relationship was merely that of ordinary friends. And such prolonged closeness felt inappropriate. Surely, Liu wouldn't misunderstand my intentions. I am not a frivolous girl. Wang Yuan felt a surge of frustration. As someone raised under the traditional values of Huaxia, she found the length of their embrace to be somewhat indiscreet. Her head dropped momentarily, overwhelmed by shyness. At that moment, her cheeks were flushed, rendering her particularly enchanting. Liu was utterly astonished, her heart racing uncontrollably. Li reluctantly averted her gaze, reflecting on the impoliteness of such scrutiny towards a young lady. Oh, old Li, how have you become this kind of person? Yet, she is undeniably beautiful. Unable to resist the temptation within, Liu lowered his gaze towards Wang Yuan's delicate visage. At that precise moment, Wang Yuan also lifted her head. Their eyes met, as if a spark of electricity coursed between them. Both quickly averted their gazes. To any observer, the atmosphere surrounding these two was thick with an enchanting allure. Make way! Make way! Who is causing a commotion in the streets? A loud, untimely shout shattered the enchanting tension. The police had arrived. Liu turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, revealing two white-skinned policemen, who dared to assault someone in broad daylight. These rabid dogs are adept at inflicting harm. With this, they have unjustly condemned me. How dare they? At this moment, the four white thugs had regained their senses. Lying on the ground moaning like swine, yet they were still unable to rise. Liu still stands here, as a Caucasian approaches, attempting to lift them up. Yet, under the piercing gaze of Liu, they too retreat. Li does not permit anyone to raise these hybrids. This muck from beneath the earth ought to remain in the ground, consorting with the dust. While this world is not devoid of fearless warriors, no one would willingly sacrifice themselves for four ruffians. Liu had just struck one white man with a punch and another with a kick. The scene was vividly etched in the minds of those nearby. As the white police officer shouted, Liu's anger intensified. The police station was less than 100 meters away. When Wang Yuan had been bullied moments ago, these scoundrels had turned a blind eye. Yet now that Liu stood up to punish these vile creatures, they immediately began to bark like dogs. Truly, they were all of a piece. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Liu's eyes. He was eager to observe how these miscreants would resolve the situation. As the white police officers approached, Wang Yuan regained her composure. Hello, are you police officers? I am an overseas correspondent for a certain media outlet from Huaxia, and here is my press credential. Wang Yuan spoke with a dignified demeanor, her expression markedly different from before. This was the true Wang Yuan. A remarkable young woman like her could hardly be easily intimidated. It seemed I had overthought the matter. Nevertheless, the current Wang Yuan possessed a captivating charm. Since Wang Yuan had taken the initiative to step forward, Liu felt no need to vie for attention. He preferred to quietly admire the beauty before him. Upon examining Wang Yuan's press credential, the two white police officers noticeably adopted a more serious demeanor. The current situation in Huaxia was no longer what it used to be. As a semi-official representative, Wang Yuan was not someone the officers wished to offend. After presenting her credentials, Wang Yuan continued, Today, while I was entertaining friends at the Yao restaurant, these four individuals suddenly surrounded me during my leisurely stroll, claiming they were performing a street act and wished to film a kiss with me for their blog, suggesting that it would make me famous. At this point, Wang Yuan fixed her gaze upon the white police officer before her. Sir, do you believe I should acquiesce to this? The white officer hesitated momentarily. Well, it's not entirely out of the question. It should be consensual, after all. Wang Yuan retorted. Does my earlier demeanor suggest that it was consensual, officer? Her gaze pierced through the officer, compelling him to avert his eyes. Feeling the intensity of her stare, his tone softened. I apologize, ma'am. It was a lapse in our duties. Please forgive us. Officer, Wang Yuan pressed. If it were your daughter being harassed here, would you still consider it a mere oversight? Li unexpectedly intervened. The white police officer was instantly enraged. Sir, you just assaulted someone. Please accompany us. Oh, I assaulted someone and you want me to go with you? What do you intend to do about these individuals bullying others on the street? Li cast a cold glance at the white police officer and inquired in a frigid tone. They do not fall under our jurisdiction. They have yet to commit any offense. The white officer's demeanor carried a facade of authority, yet it was evidently hollow. As he spoke, the two officers prepared to place handcuffs on Li. Li Yuzhen was incensed, glaring at the two white police officers. "Hey, old Smith, old Adam. What are you doing?" The dashing young man from Yao Restaurant stepped forward. "Do you know who he is? You intend to apprehend him?" Clearly, the young man was not an ordinary individual. His words carried an imposing aura. Upon seeing him, the two officers halted their actions. "Hey, old Smith, old Adam. Do you two scoundrels intend to indiscriminately bully a good person? I have witnessed the entire incident." An elderly white gentleman approached. "I can attest that Li from Huaxia acted heroically. It was these four ruffians who first harassed this Huaxia girl." "Old Clifton, do you know this Huaxia individual?" The two officers were perplexed. Old Clifton had known them for quite some time. However, from their observations, it seemed that Old Clifton and the Huaxia man were not particularly close, merely unopposed to one another. Why, then, was he speaking up for this Huaxia man today? Could he perhaps be a distant relative? "You two scoundrels don't even know Li from Huaxia? You are utterly out of touch." With that, Old Clifton turned to Li Yu. "Marvelously, are you here to participate in the All-Star event?" Li gently nodded. Old Clifton turned his gaze towards Wang Yuan. "Li, is this your girlfriend? She is truly beautiful, and your taste is impeccable." Upon hearing Old Clifton's words, Wang Yuan's face instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Li Yu hesitated, uncertain of how to respond. Before he could utter a word, Old Clifton addressed the two white police officers. "Li from Huaxia is a player invited by NBA President Adam to participate in the All-Star game. Are you still planning to apprehend him?" The two officers found themselves in a predicament. They now recognized who Li Yu was. Standing at around 2 meters tall and invited to the All-Star game by none other than President Adam, it was clear that he was the remarkable player from the Bulls. "Li Yu." Just as the officers were at a loss for what to do, Old Clifton interjected once more. "Old Adam, old Smith. I see these little fellows lying on the ground are quite injured. Shouldn't you take them to the hospital?" Yes, Old Clifton, you are right. We will take them to the hospital immediately." With Clifton's intervention, the officers regained their composure. Before leaving, they approached Li Yu and Wang Yuan. "We apologize, Mr. Li Yu. We assure you that we will keep a close watch on these individuals. Once they recover, we will ensure they are incarcerated and receive the punishment they deserve." "We sincerely apologize, Ms. Wang Yuan. We guarantee that such an incident will not occur again." Li Yu remained non-committal, while Wang Yuan displayed an impassive demeanor. Apologies are easily uttered, yet the essence of sincerity is elusive. After exchanging their apologies, the two of them ushered the four ruffians into a vehicle and departed. Whether their destination was a hospital or a prison had ceased to pique Li Yu's interest. "Mr. Li, my grandson and I are both ardent fans of Maury. Could I trouble you for an autograph?" Maury? Sharing the same name as that infamous dog. Not the most favorable moniker, I must say. "Very well. I am at your service." Li Yu acquiesced with alacrity, promptly signing for the elderly Clifton and even posing for a photograph. "Old Clifton, the name Maury does leave much to be desired. Perhaps we should consider renaming our grandson?" As they prepared to part ways, Li Yu gestured earnestly to Old Clifton. The latter felt a sense of disquiet, clutching Li Yu's autograph and the photograph as he made his way back, engulfed by an inexplicable sensation. Chapter 59. A treat from Yo. "Thank you, handsome." Li gently patted the handsome young man's chest. "I haven't done anything deserving of thanks," he replied with a shy smile. "How are you feeling now?" Li turned to Wang Yuan, inquiring with genuine concern. "It's nothing, really. This is a trivial matter. I've previously traveled alone to Africa for interviews." Wang Yuan responded, appearing to have regained her composure. However, from the glimmer in her eyes, Li discerned a hint of disorientation, indicating that she was not as resilient as she outwardly appeared. "What a strong-willed girl," Li thought to himself. "You truly are remarkable. I've never been to Africa. And I've heard it's quite chaotic there," Li remarked sincerely. The more underdeveloped a place is, the more terrifying it becomes, as there is no order. Li most fervently wishes to avoid two places, one being Africa, and the other the territory of the third party. The latter is indeed quite daunting, and he strives to minimize contact. Before Wang Yuan could utter a word, Li Yu continued, "Wang Yuan, your skin appears remarkably flawless. Almost as if it could be effortlessly pierced, certainly not indicative of someone who has spent time in Africa. Do you possess some secret to your skincare?" "Recently, I've been feeling my skin rather parched. Would you mind sharing your tips?" Wang Yuan couldn't help but stifle a laugh. What secret could there be? It's merely a matter of using some simple cosmetics. Is that so? Then it must be a natural gift. Such a talent is truly enviable. When I trained outdoors, I became quite tanned. I truly admire your complexion. Really? Wang Yuan replied with a shy smile. Indeed. Oh, I've noticed that you look even more attractive when you smile. One should not be overly serious. A little laughter is beneficial for both body and soul. You really enjoy making jokes. Wang Yuan playfully feigned reproach as she cast a glance at Li Yu. Little did she know, that glance seemed to peer directly into his heart. Li Yu admitted that he felt a flutter of emotions. All right, let us return. They must be anxiously waiting. Wang Yuan felt her cheeks flush with warmth, fearing that Li Yu might discern her feelings. Without hesitation, she strode into Yao restaurant. Li, wearing a smile, also made his way back. The two were oblivious to the handsome young man lingering behind them. The young man, fully aware of his role as a third wheel, had remained silent throughout. Watching the pair stroll towards the restaurant, he felt a twinge of bemusement. What about me? Have I been completely forgotten? Nevertheless, he couldn't help but notice how well suited they were for each other, a match of beauty and talent. As a handsome gentleman himself, he found himself in favor of this union. He stroked his chin, pondering when he would be invited to the wedding feast. Li Yu finally recalled that it seemed he had forgotten something. Li Yu turned around with a calm demeanor and said, "Hey handsome, hurry up and catch up. We're heading back." This fellow truly had an audacious sense of self. Though the young man harbored his thoughts internally, he knew they had to return to the restaurant. Upon their return to the dining area, a group of people turned their gazes toward Li Yu and Wang Yuan, their expressions laden with intrigue. "Why are you two only just coming back? Were you conspiring behind our backs?" Zhou Linen playfully inquired. Wang Yuan, who had previously composed herself, found her composure shattered, a hint of shyness creeping onto her face. Zhou Linen's eyes widened in astonishment. "Oh my, did I hit the nail on the head? Is my beautiful Wang Yuan about to be snatched away?" "Umph, Li Yu, you seemingly honest man with a cunning heart. How could you resort to such tactics?" Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Li Yu could not help but comprehend their thoughts. Nevertheless, perhaps this was not entirely unfavorable. Yet, upon noticing Wang Yuan's flushed cheeks, he felt compelled to articulate something. "Ahem, there's nothing much to it. It's merely a tale of our grand beauty, Wang, encountering a ravenous wolf, and our hero stepping in to drive the wolf away. Just a simple story like that. The rest, I'll leave to your imaginations." Li Yu's words prompted skepticism among the crowd. However, upon the return of the two, the dining table became even more lively. It wasn't long before everyone had finished their meal. Despite a few minor incidents, Li Yu and Wang Yuan chose to remain silent, leaving the others unaware. With the hosts and guests thoroughly enjoying themselves, they exited the private room, ready to depart. "Excuse me, it's time to settle the bill," Li Yu announced. Upon hearing this, Wang Zishuan and Duan Ran rushed forward, eager to take over the payment. Yet, given their slight frames, Li Yu effortlessly blocked them with a single hand. "You think you can outmaneuver me in settling the bill? Not a chance." Li waved his hand and spoke. "It's quite all right. You all can take your turn next time. This time, allow me to take the lead. No need for formality. We are all friends here. There will be future opportunities, and when that time comes, you must treat me to a grand feast. No backtracking allowed." Observing the unfolding situation, Wang Zishuan and Duan Ran relinquished their claims. "Look at the commotion this has caused. Next time, I shall treat you all. But let it be clear that no one should vie with me for that honor." Duan Ran, slightly inebriated, spoke with a hint of slurring, despite his distinct accent. Everyone comprehended his words. "All right, Brother Duan can take the second turn, and I shall be third. What about us?" Wang Yuan and Zhou Linen gently interjected, their tone laced with a hint of inquiry that did not go unnoticed by the group. "Very well, next time we shall draw lots. Whoever's name is drawn shall treat us. We shall uphold the principle of gender equality." Li Yu spoke directly. Upon hearing his words, Duan Ran and Wang Zishuan swallowed their responses. When a figure of authority speaks, it is best for everyone to simply listen. "Mr. Li Yu, I apologize, but your bill has already been settled by someone else." "Oh?" Li Yu was taken aback. After all, he did not know anyone in New York. The young man smiled. "Brother Yao mentioned that he would cover the bill. Your presence here is the greatest support for him. How could he possibly let you pay? That would be a slap in his face." "Brother Yao." Li Yu's eyes lit up. "Indeed, he also mentioned that when you finish your meal, he would give you a call." "Convenient, indeed." Li Yu felt a surge of excitement. After all, this was Brother Yao, a paragon and idol for all basketball enthusiasts in China. He glanced back at the others present. "Shall you all leave first?" The others shook their heads vigorously, resembling bobblehead dolls. This marked the first warm exchange between two generations of leaders in Chinese men's basketball and as media personnel. They all sensed the tantalizing prospect of a major news story. Observing the expressions of those around him, Liu understood and ceased to persuade further. The call connected, and the young man handed the phone to Liu. "Hello, Brother Yao. This is Liu. It has been quite a while. I hope you are well." Yao Ming replied, Well, have we met before? This fellow certainly seems quite familiar. Shaoli, congratulations. You delivered an extraordinary performance for everyone. How's the new contract? Are you not interested in joining the Rockets? Our owner has inquired about you." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they concluded the call. Liu undoubtedly declined Yao Ming's invitation. He would only attend if it were the Rockets, known for their lackluster performance. However, regarding Yao Ming's offer to host a gathering, Liu graciously accepted. Although Liu has signed a substantial contract, he has yet to receive a single paycheck. His wealth pales in comparison to that of prominent figures like Brother Yao. Moreover, when the elder brother insists on treating, Liu cannot very well refuse, can he? Chapter 60, The Shooting Star. Li originally intended to attend the All-Star Rookie Challenge that evening. However, upon reflection, he dismissed the idea. Considering the mere rookies and unworthy of his time, he opted instead to return home and rest. The following day, with his participation in the All-Star three-point contest looming, Li engaged in a brief 6-hour training session and arrived at the venue promptly at 5 o'clock local time. Upon arriving at the venue, Liu encountered a Caucasian man who approached him. "Mr. Li, I wonder if you would be interested in participating in the three-point contest?" The man appeared respectful, yet Liu was unfamiliar with him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. "Hello, may I inquire who you are?" "Oh, I must have been forgetful, my apologies," the man remarked, patting his head. "My name is Alan Smith, and I am the event coordinator for this All-Star weekend. You may call me Alan." "Mr. Allen, could you please clarify the situation? Why am I suddenly being asked to join the three-point contest when I was specifically invited to the All-Star three-point competition? The original participant for the contest, Davis, has sustained an injury. Given your remarkable shooting prowess that everyone has witnessed, I was hoping to see if you might be willing to showcase your extraordinary talent during the All-Star weekend." Lee thoughtfully stroked his chin and, after a moment's reflection, accepted Alan Smith's invitation. Since he was here to enjoy himself, he decided to fully immerse in the experience. Soon enough, it was time for the competition to commence. The Shooting Star Challenge was the first event of the evening. There were 4 teams, each consisting of an active NBA player, a retired NBA legend, and a female player from the WNBA. Liu's teammates are Scottie Pippen and a female player named Dawn. "Hello, Liu. The moment I laid eyes on you, I felt as if we were old friends from decades past. This time, we shall rely on you for the three-point contest." Pippen addressed Liu with considerable courtesy. Dawn nodded in agreement. In recent days, videos of Liu's performances have been circulating widely. When Dawn first saw them, she could hardly believe her eyes. Even Stephen Curry's shooting range pales in comparison to Liu's remarkable prowess. Initially, with Davis as her teammate, Dawn had extinguished her hopes for victory. But upon discovering that Liu would be joining her, even in the face of 2-time champion Chris Bosh, she felt a renewed sense of confidence. According to the order of appearance, the first team to take the stage was Bosch's team, the reigning champions. Following them was Curry's team, noteworthy for featuring a father-son duo. Stephen and Del Curry, both formidable contenders for the title. The third team to perform was Westbrook's, whose shooting skills were somewhat lacking, making them the least favored team before the competition. Finally, it was time for Liu's team to make their grand entrance. Upon seeing Liu, the entire audience erupted in cheers. "Liu, Liu, Liu, the extraordinary young talent, Liu." The fervor of the applause surpassed even that for Curry, who couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. "This kid just played one good game, and already the cheers are louder than mine. Unbelievable, that little rascal." Liu Tsai was indifferent to the emotions of those who had performed before him. After enduring years of frustration, he felt it was finally time to revel in the moment. With a wave to the audience, Liu made his way onto the competition stage. Wasn't he participating in the three-point contest? How had he transformed into a shooting star? Thankfully, I had not emerged at the same time as others. Otherwise, I would have missed witnessing Li's inaugural appearance in the All-Star game. How's the NBA organized? My brother Li was set to participate in the Shooting Star event, and I nearly overlooked it. Upon seeing Liu's entrance, the fans from Huaxiao in the live stream were filled with astonishment. I must quickly inform that fool Lao Lu. He is probably still asleep and will only awaken to watch the three-point contest later. Hello, Lao Lu, wake up. What is going on? I was sleeping. Don't disturb me before Huaxia's Lao Li takes the stage. The voice from the other end was still somewhat groggy, clearly indicating that Lao Lu had not yet fully roused. Of course, I wouldn't call you if Lao Li wasn't coming out. He is participating in the Shooting Star event. Wait, isn't at the All-Star 3-point contest? Regardless, Liu has already made his appearance. Whether you choose to watch or not is up to you. Of course I want to watch. I could hear the rustling sounds of Lao Lu hurriedly getting out of bed, a slight smile gracing his friend's face, though he inwardly scoffed. This fellow. It seems that Lao Li possesses the remarkable ability to rouse even the laziest of individuals. As the competition commenced, Team Bosch was the first to take the stage for their shots. The reigning champions lived up to their title, completing 6 shots in a mere 56.9 seconds. The pressure on the Liu's team was now immense. The Shooting Star contest was divided into Eastern and Western conferences, with 2 teams competing to determine the victor before proceeding to the next round. Liu and Bosch emerged from the Eastern Conference, only to confront the formidable opponent. Liu's muscles began to tense. A time of 56.9 seconds, in previous years, could have contended for the championship. Bosch's team achieved an impressive 56.9 seconds. Could they be on the cusp of yet another title defense? The announcement resonated throughout the venue, proclaiming Bosch's team's remarkable performance. To my astonishment, Bosch has now secured back-to-back championships, and a third seems inevitable. 56.9 seconds. Bosch continues to demonstrate his extraordinary prowess, completing the half-court shot in merely 2 attempts. In the future, it may be best to exclude Bosch from the Shooting Star competition, as it renders the event devoid of suspense. Has Liu even taken his turn yet? Perhaps his team will achieve an even quicker time. Alas, I hardly believe it myself. Liu, give it your all. Losing to Bosch is no disgrace. He was born for this competition. Come on. After sinking the half-court shot in just 2 attempts, Bosch radiated excitement, shouting exuberantly to the audience. After his triumphant cheer, he approached Liu with a smile, joyfully declaring, "Hi, Liu, this match is mine to win." Upon observing Bosch's demeanor, Liu discerned that this fellow believed himself to be secure in his position. Do not be so complacent. The smile gracing Liu's face was laden with meaning. A time of 56.9 seconds, an admirable achievement. However, I shall not concede, Chris. Prepare yourself for my performance. With a gentle pat on Bosch's shoulder, Liu strode towards the court. In witnessing Liu's confident smile, Bosch felt a fleeting sense of unease. After all, everyone had witnessed Liu's extraordinary prowess. I acknowledge your skill, Liu, but when it comes to half-court shots, I fear no one, Bosch thought, dismissing the slight disquiet within. Approaching the sidelines, he fixed his gaze intently on the timer. I am eager to see whether Liu's team can accomplish the half-court shot in less time than we did. Bosch harbored great confidence, having triumphed twice before. He firmly believed that this third occasion would also culminate in victory. Chapter 61, a tribute to my cousin. I shall take the first shot. Although Liu spoke in an interrogative tone, his initial remarks clearly conveyed his stance. Pippin and Dorn both nodded in agreement, recognizing that within this group, Liu is indeed the linchpin of victory. Then I shall go second, Pippin declared. Very well, I will take the third position, Dorn acknowledged with a nod. Among the 2 active players, Liu's shooting skills placed him at the forefront, while Dorn's commendable performance secured him the second position. Pippin, having been retired for many years and without the assurance of consistent training, naturally found himself positioned in the middle. Lee estimated that there are a total of 6 points, with the most challenging being the one at half-court. If things do not go smoothly, it may require more time than it took to successfully hit all the previous points combined. For the 3 individuals, it is anticipated that they will miss the first 5 points 2 to 3 times, with a maximum of no more than 4 misses. Liu, taking the lead, aimed to establish a victorious tone for this opening. As the moment to shoot approached, Liu positioned himself at the first spot. Pope, you shall take the second position, he directed, noticing Pippin following closely behind him. Lee possesses unwavering confidence in himself. The Shooting Star event consists of 6 designated points, and players from each team take turns shooting. They can only advance to the next point upon successfully scoring at the previous one. The team that completes all 6 points in the shortest time will emerge victorious. Hence, the allocation of roles is of paramount importance. Hey, Dorn, position yourself beside Pippin. If Pippin fails to score, I shall take responsibility for retrieving the ball for you, Lee instructed. Dorn nodded in agreement. Pippin's expression twitched slightly, yet he ultimately chose to remain silent. With the sound of the whistle, the timer commenced officially. Lee swiftly took action, living up to expectations. and directly sank a three-pointer from the right side. The venerable Pippen, however, did not meet expectations, as his first attempt ended in a clank. Fortunately, Lee had already dashed to the basket, seizing the rebound with determination. Observing the position Doan, Lee skillfully delivered the ball to her. Doan received it with ease, perfectly in tune with her rhythm. From the left side of the three-point line, Doan, too, did not disappoint, effortlessly making the shot. Liu swiftly positioned himself at the arc without waiting for Dawn to make a move. As Dawn's three-pointer swished through the net, Pippen passed the ball to Liu, who promptly made another successful shot. Remarkably, only 15 seconds had elapsed, outpacing Bosch's team by 2 seconds. Bosch fixated on the timer, a twinge of anxiety regarding the outcome of the match creeping into his mind. My goodness, Liu is indeed exceptional. His shooting is both precise and rapid. Within a mere 15 seconds, he had scored 3 points, providing a glimmer of hope for victory. Unexpectedly, during the shooting star competition, Liu showcased his passing prowess. Leaving everyone in laughter, his skill set is truly extensive. However, suspense lingers, for the first 3 points in the shooting star contest are the simplest. The latter 3 will prove more challenging. Indeed, the initial 3 points are all within the court, merely beyond the three-point line, while the final 3 points require shots from outside the court itself, presenting a significantly heightened level of difficulty. The 4th and 5th points are manageable, qualifying as long-range threes and still within Liu's range. However, the 6th point is daunting, set at half-court, a feat that likely no NBA player can confidently achieve. Even the half-court king, Bosch, required 2 attempts at this point. One can only speculate how much time Liu's team may need. Amidst the spectators' chatter, Liu's team encountered difficulties on the court. At the right baseline, Pippen and Dawn consecutively missed their shots, and by the time Liu scored, a full 30 seconds had passed. This meant that for the remaining 2 points, including the notoriously difficult half-court shot, Liu's team had to complete them in under 26.9 seconds. This truly poses a significant challenge. The baseline is typically a sweet spot for shooters, yet for players of different styles, it can be somewhat troublesome due to the lack of a backboard for reference, making spatial awareness and distance perception difficult to gauge. Just as I was beginning to believe that Liu's team had a chance against Bosch's, they suffered a consecutive pair of misses. How unfortunate. The fans who had previously held faith in Liu's team to triumph in the Eastern Showdown now began to doubt their prospects. If Liu fails to score this next shot, defeat is all but assured, and they now trail Bosch's team by 5 seconds. As those words hung in the air, the tension was palpable. Liu once again sank a three-pointer from the right sideline. Truly, Liu is remarkable. His reliability is simply astounding. Shooting three-pointers from such a distance appears as effortless to him as drinking water. I find myself eagerly anticipating Curry's performance when he steps onto the court in the West. He has already made 200 three-pointers this season, and I am very much looking forward to his display. However, dear friend, it might be wise not to set your expectations too high for the All-Star Curry. Upon landing, Liu glanced at the timer. Fortunately, as long as I can strike swiftly, even if I am the sole one to hit, victory is assured. There are still 2 points remaining. It is not a cause for concern. The more anxious Lee became, the more relaxed his hands felt. He effortlessly made the shot. Unfortunately, Pippen was having an off day, missing yet another three-pointer. Mrs. Pippen is truly formidable, squeezing every ounce of talent from the elder Pippen. Liu could only sigh inwardly. It was hard to believe that the once formidable figure who conquered the entire American music scene, the legendary Madonna, had now transformed into such a decrepit old man. Unable to even enter a blue building, Liu felt a pang of sorrow. Indeed, time is a relentless blade that softens even the most steadfast of spirits. Even the iron-willed Pierre has grown tender. While he jested about Pippen in his heart, Liu did not neglect his duties, delivering the ball smoothly to Dawn. Without hesitation, Dawn caught the ball and took the shot. Fortunately, this time it did not miss. Indeed, this lady is far more reliable than Pierre. Lee swiftly arrived at the three-point line in the half-court. Liu took a deep breath. Come on, cousin, it's noon. With the support of Damian Lillard's three-point logo shot, who is Liu's idol in the league? To him, players like Rose, James, and Curry could all fit that role. However, if one were to ask who Liu admires most in the league, there is but a singular answer: cousin Damian Lillard. In terms of skill, he may only be considered a superstar. Regarding his historical stature, he hovers on the periphery of the top 75. Yet, he is undeniably a man of immense charisma. This allure does not stem from being the sole representative of a city, but rather from his explosively refreshing worldview. When it comes to pressure, Those who are homeless or unsure where their next meal will come from bear a far greater burden. Single mothers fretting over rent each month encounter more substantial stress. Meanwhile, we merely need to play a game to earn a considerable sum of money. Indeed, the NBA presents numerous challenges. But to label them as pressure is a grave insult to the common person. This was Lillard's response to a reporter's inquiry about pressure. It reminds me of those pretentious actors who earn millions from a single production. Will you perish without meat? Such boldness, such a lofty stance, is utterly nauseating. Chapter 62. I am Lillard's idol, waving to the fans in attendance. Liu gently tapped his wrist, receiving a pass from Pippen before leaping into a jump shot. My goodness, a jump shot from half court, how astonishing. The entire audience was left in awe. It was utterly unbelievable that someone would choose to attempt a jump shot from half court. Liu's shot truly transcended my comprehension. I had never witnessed anyone execute such a feat in reality. Yes, I recall a video of LeBron making a half-court jump shot that caused quite a stir online. But later it was confirmed to be merely part of an advertisement. At that moment, I nearly believed it. And now, Liu has actually done it. Brother. I find myself questioning whether this is even real. Not only were the fans in the stands incredulous, but even the commentators, Smith and Charles Barkley, were rendered speechless. Hey, Charles Barkley, after all your years in the game, have you ever seen a player like Liu attempt a half-court shot? Smith, momentarily stunned, finally regained his composure and posed the question to Barkley. Although Smith had been commentating for many years, he was not a retired superstar, and sometimes his words lacked credibility. However, bringing Barkley into the conversation changed everything. He was the king of rebounds in the NBA and had led teams to the finals. After a long pause without a response, Smith turned to Barkley, only to see his mouth agape, eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Just as Smith was about to say something, Barkley exclaimed, "Incredible," springing to his feet. It was then that Barkley noticed Smith staring at him in bewilderment. Yet this did not dampen his enthusiasm. "Hey, Smith, do you realize what you just missed?" Hearing Barkley's words, Smith's forehead knitted into a question mark, his expression one of utter confusion. Hey, Smith, are you watching the game? Why are you looking at me?" Barkley gestured towards the court. "Look at the game. Liu just made a three-pointer from half court with a jump shot." At that moment, Smith heard the thunderous cheers erupting from the crowd. And only then did he comprehend what he had missed. My heavens, Liu made that shot on his very first attempt. It was simply unbelievable. Smith had initially thought it would take Liu at least 3 or 4 attempts to score from that distance before turning to engage Barkley in conversation. After all, ESPN was paying him to talk. Now, however, Smith was filled with regret. He could hardly imagine what kind of person could be so extraordinary. Cradling his head in his hands, Smith turned to face the direction of the court. Liu Yuzheng stood at the center of the court, arms outstretched, as if declaring dominion over the entire arena. "Is this a divine manifestation?" Smith murmured softly. Despite the hushed tone, Barkley, standing less than a meter away, could not have missed it. A deity? Perhaps. Perhaps Liu was indeed a celestial being sent to astonish us mere mortals. Barkley, well aware that the Eastern Huaxiao people do not believe in a singular god, but rather in deities, pondered the limits of this man. Gazing at Liu, even the supremely proud Sir Barkley felt a twinge of inadequacy. Smith glanced toward the timer, where the crimson digits displayed 46. 6 seconds. Under Liu's guidance, he had astonishingly completed all 6 shots in just 46. 6 seconds. It was utterly incredible. This time surpassed Bosch's team by more than 10 seconds. Was such a feat truly achievable by a human? Smith found himself once again in awe. 46, 6 seconds. This benchmark, in any contest among shooting stars, was beyond belief. Undoubtedly, Liu's team triumphed over Bosch's, securing their place in the East's advancement. One could only imagine that if Liu's team were to replicate such a phenomenal performance, the championship would be an absolute certainty. Liu, Liu, Liu. The crowd erupted in cheers as Liu, basking in the adulation, approached the timer and the still-dazed Bosch. Flashing a brilliant smile, Liu remarked, "My apologies, Bosch. Today my shooting touch is exceptional. It seems you'll have to wait for another opportunity to claim the championship." As Liu spoke, Bosch's initially vacant eyes began to regain their spark. Yet, confronted with Liu's radiant smile, Bosch felt a peculiar discomfort. "Hey, Liu, be honest with me. Did you secretly practice half-court threes? How did you suddenly make them all? I once thought this point was my forte, but I needed 2 attempts to make a single shot. You, on the other hand, opted for a jump shot and succeeded with ease. Your performance is nothing short of a crime against me." You've seriously dampened my spirits. I swear, if you show up next time, I might just sit it out. As Bosch jested, Liu found himself at a loss for words. Should he claim that his prowess stemmed from borrowing the skills of others? This is the real world. Who would ever believe such things? What system? What golden finger? Only a rational person would dismiss these notions, having read enough novels. Before the television, Lillard, upon witnessing Liu's wrist gesture, couldn't help but smile knowingly. Everyone in the league recognizes this as Damian Lillard's signature move. This gesture signifies that it is Lillard's time to shine, pointing to the watch on his wrist, indicating that the hour has struck. Liu, this young man, is quite intriguing. I must have a chat with him when time allows. In an instant, Lillard found himself utterly captivated by Liu. The young man's shooting skills are indeed impressive, qualifying him for a dialogue with me. Oh, my. Upon observing Liu's half-court three-point shot, even Lillard, known for his audacious demeanor, couldn't refrain from exclaiming in astonishment. Is such a feat truly possible? Lillard felt as though he had encountered an entirely new realm. Liu was unaware that his influence had caused Lillard's extraordinary long-distance shots to emerge earlier than in Liu's original world. Let us extend our congratulations to Team Liu, who effortlessly triumphed over Team Bosch, setting a record for the shortest time in the All-Star Shooting Stars competition. The voice of the DJ resonated through the venue, officially announcing Team Liu's victory. As the announcement concluded, Liu began to make his way off the court, only to find his hand being grasped. Turning around, he saw it was the DJ. Liu, may I conduct a brief interview on behalf of the audience? The DJ appeared quite exhilarated at that moment. However, if you were present, witnessing a player sink a half-court three-pointer from the mid-court position, you would likely share in his excitement as well. Liu smiled faintly, gently nodding her head. Did you practice your half-court shot beforehand? Everyone observed, as she executed an unexpected jump shot for the half-court throw. May I inquire why you opted for such an exaggerated technique? It is widely acknowledged that a jump shot is certainly not the optimal choice for a half-court attempt. DJ spoke rapidly, his curiosity palpable. He was genuinely astonished that someone would choose a jump shot for a half-court throw. It still feels unbelievable. Lee pondered briefly. I did not undergo any specific training. I simply felt capable and acted accordingly. After all, it was a three-pointer from half-court. DJ's expression was clearly one of astonishment. Lee shrugged with a smile and replied, I know. His response was succinct, yet it left a significant impact on both the audience present and the interviewing DJ. It took the DJ a moment to regain composure. As Li Yugong was about to depart, he was halted by the DJ. Liu, allow me to pose one final question. Sure, go ahead. We all noticed the subtle wrist movement you executed during your mid-court shot. Does it hold any particular significance? Well, Liu pondered for a moment before speaking. There is no particular significance. Everyone is aware that this is Damian Lillard's signature move. I performed this gesture primarily to pay tribute to Damian Lillard. Hey, Damian, are you watching on television? This is for you. As he spoke, Liu pointed towards the camera. Upon hearing his words, DJ furrowed his brow, feeling an awkwardness in the air. It seemed that Liu's remarks were somewhat out of place, and DJ couldn't quite pinpoint the appropriate context for such statements. It simply felt peculiar. Hey, Damian. I am your idol. I hope we can play together someday. Liu, did you just say you were Damian Lillard's idol? DJ leaned in slightly, whispering. Indeed. I am an admirer of Damian Lillard. Liu replied without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing DJ's questioning tone, Liu felt somewhat perplexed. Oh. Am I the idol of Damian Lillard? Cough, cough. Finally, Liu grasped the situation and cleared his throat twice to alleviate his embarrassment. Indeed. When faced with awkwardness, one often behaves similarly. It appears Liu is no exception. Observing that Liu had finally comprehended his words, DJ mercilessly scoffed inwardly. Cough, cough. Liu playfully reclaimed the microphone from DJ, reversing their earlier tug-of-war. A subtle thrill of revenge coursed through him. Allow me to clarify, dear audience and friends. I apologize for the earlier slip of the tongue. Hey, Damian, Liu claims you are his idol. Do you concede? Chuckled C.J. McCullum, seated beside Damian Lillard. However, Lillard's demeanor remained rather serious. Hey, Damian, are you upset? You're not typically like this. No. I simply believe Liu is right. He indeed is my idol. Initially, that was not the case, but after witnessing Liu's mid-court shot today, Lillard was utterly convinced. He had finally discerned the path to improvement. As a guard standing just over 6 feet tall, shooting range was of utmost importance. I was to you aware you had such an idol. Are we not familiar enough, Damien? Observing McCullum's skeptical expression, Lillard burst into hearty laughter. Yes, we're not familiar. Please don't stand so close, my friend. Chapter 63. The champion of shooting stars. The fervor brought by Liu has yet to wane. And now Curry is poised to take the stage. Curry. The discussions surrounding Liu have been completely overshadowed, as the chants for Curry create a palpable wave of excitement. If one were to compare Liu to Curry at this moment, it is likely that the majority of fans would still opt for Curry. Although Liu's current performance suggests boundless potential for his future, this season has seen Curry rise to prominence, leading the Warriors to the pinnacle of the league. He has been named the Western Conference Player of the Month for 3 consecutive months, firmly securing his position at the top of the MVN rankings, absent any unforeseen circumstances. Curry is on the verge of claiming his first MVN award, alongside achieving his inaugural All-NBA first-team selection in his illustrious career. In the eyes of fans, Liu remains a newcomer, while Curry has already established himself as a formidable contender for the title of the league's premier player, a heavyweight figure in the NBA. Liu's cheers naturally could not compete with Curry's. However, he thought to himself, Minku, even though your cheers are loud, you still can't make the shots. Haha. Liu was aware that Curry's team had been eliminated, and Curry's performance had been rather lackluster. It seemed as though the All-Star Curry was under a curse, as he would consistently miss shots during the All-Star game, a trend that persisted until he gradually found his rhythm after turning 30. Taking a deep breath, Curry stepped onto the court. The competition between Curry's team and Westbrook's team commenced with Curry's team taking the first shot. Initially, Curry approached the game with a casual attitude, but Liu's performance ignited his competitive spirit. I must win. Liu, wait for me. I will join you. In three-point shooting, Curry would not concede to anyone, not even to Liu. Turning his gaze towards Liu, he wondered what the fellow was smiling about. It felt oddly connected to him. Curry had intended to share a moment of fierce rivalry with Liu over three-point shooting, but now he found himself lacking the enthusiasm. Positioning himself at the first spot, Curry naturally claimed the position, asserting his dominance without question. Liu proactively positioned himself at the first point, and Curry, who was secretly competing with him, was certainly not one to lag behind. However, Curry's team placed the WNBA female player in the second position, while the elder Curry was relegated to the last. This arrangement did not raise any objections. After all, the Curry family is renowned for their shooting prowess in the NBA. The elder Curry, being the all-time leading scorer for the Hornets, despite his age, remains a sharpshooter, his capabilities beyond question. As the whistle blew, the game commenced. Unfortunately, Curry faltered on his initial attempt. The moment he took the shot, he sensed something amiss. Rebound, he bellowed, startling the elder Curry beneath the basket, nearly causing the rebound to slip from his grasp. Curry missed his first three-pointer, leaving everyone astonished, including the WNBA player, who momentarily lost focus. By the time she positioned herself for her first three-pointer and succeeded, only 10 seconds had elapsed, marking a dismal start for Curry's team. It is worth noting that Liu's team had completed their first 3 points in a mere 15 seconds, while the already eliminated Bosch team had taken only 17 seconds. Everyone understood that Curry's team was facing a formidable challenge. As anticipated, the game proved to be quite unfavorable for Curry's team by the time they attempted all 6 points. The clock read 1 minute and 35 seconds. This result essentially signaled their elimination. Observing the timer, Curry shook his head, a shy smile of embarrassment adorning his face. He lamented internally, "Why am I so off today? How utterly humiliating." Although he typically regarded such matters lightly, Liu's impressive performance ignited Curry's competitive spirit, and he was reluctant to tarnish his reputation. Yet, fate was clearly not in Curry's favor today. Out of 6 attempts, he managed to score only once, leaving the audience in disbelief. He crept to Curry's face as he felt as though he had slapped himself, with no justification to defend his performance. Meeting Liu? Never mind, let him play alone. He waved to the frenzied crowd and stepped down. The on-site DJ, sensing Curry's mood, refrained from pulling him for an interview. It was astonishing that Curry had performed so poorly. With 1 minute and 35 seconds on the clock, he would likely be unable to face Liu. Such a shocking turn of events. The typically reliable Curry had delivered such a lackluster performance, dragging the team down in a way that was hard to fathom. It seemed that Liu had no rival left. Let us extend our early congratulations to him for the championship, Liu remarked. Since Curry is proving to be so unreliable, I shall have to seize the crown with tears in my eyes. Ha ha ha, my friend, You are indeed amusing. Although Curry's team took a long time, his opponent is none other than Westbrook. I perceive your thoughts. However, while Westbrook's shooting may often be unremarkable, one can never predict when he might unleash his explosive prowess. Do not underestimate him. His scoring bursts can rival even that of Curry. Many fans remain unaware of this fact. As we embark on this year, the disparity between the two players is bound to widen. This year stands as a significant watershed for both, marking a transformative shift in their respective roles. Previously, Curry played the part of the pursuer, but from this year onwards, he shall take the lead, surpassing others. This year, Curry will claim the MVP title, solidifying his status as an unequivocal superstar in the NBA. Though Westbrook made commendable efforts to close the gap, particularly after Durant departed from the Thunder to join the Warriors, leading the team to an impressive season with an average of over 30 points and triple-doubles, even achieving the remarkable feat of 3 consecutive seasons with such averages. The gap between him and Curry, who, alongside Durant, secured 2 consecutive championships, has become an insurmountable chasm. Regardless of how their fortunes may shift in the future, returning to the game, Westbrook's team has taken their positions, with Westbrook asserting himself as the primary shooter. Soon, Westbrook's team completed 6 shots in record time. To everyone's surprise, Westbrook's accuracy today was exceptional, missing only one half-court three-pointer. With his formidable performance, Westbrook's team finished their 6 shots in just 1 minute and 5 seconds. Naturally, they triumphed over Curry's team, earning the opportunity to challenge Liu. One might question why it is regarded as Westbrook's team that secured the chance to challenge Liu when both teams ostensibly had equal opportunities. When your shooting time exceeds that of your opponent by nearly half, it is only natural to find oneself in the underdog position, a sentiment shared by many fans. It is not due to a lack of effort on the part of the national team. Rather, it is the formidable strength of the opposing team. Faced with someone as formidable as Liu, even the proud Russell Westbrook must feel a twinge of trepidation. Casting a glance in Liu's direction, Westbrook refrained from any provocative gestures. While true warriors often confront challenges head-on, the vast disparity in skill renders such bravado foolish. The audience may well label you a fool for your bravado. If, by misfortune, the gap in performance is glaring, the bold words spoken before the game could easily become a source of ridicule, ultimately affecting his teammates as well. Provoking Liu holds little purpose or significance. In any case, the truth will soon reveal itself. We shall soon discover whether he is a thoroughbred or merely a mule. Westbrook, after a moment of contemplation, decided to relinquish his position. The game swiftly resumed, but this time, it was Westbrook's team that took the first shot, while Liu's team remained to follow. The order of appearance is a matter of debate. If the opposing team performs exceptionally well, it can impose considerable pressure, adversely affecting one's own performance. Conversely, if the adversaries falter, it allows for a significantly more relaxed shooting experience. As players in the NBA and WNBA typically perform with remarkable steadiness under low-pressure conditions, due to Liu's team having consumed the least time in the previous round. Liu was initially granted the option to choose whether to shoot first or last. Liu chose to enter the competition later, for he possessed unwavering confidence. Russell Westbrook commenced his shooting. Perhaps it was due to the immense pressure exerted by Liu's team that Westbrook's potential was fully unleashed. The first 3 shots by Westbrook's team were executed with remarkable synergy and precision, completing them in a mere 13 seconds, 2 seconds faster than Liu's record during the same period. Goodness, has Westbrook taken something today? How can he shoot with such accuracy? One exclaimed. Hey, don't disparage my guy. Another retorted. You better watch out. Calling Russell Westbrook such names could land you in trouble. How about we just call him West the Great? I think that name truly embodies his formidable presence. This nickname is quite fitting, although it bears a somewhat villainous connotation. I believe Westbrook would appreciate it. While Westbrook's team executed their initial 3 shots flawlessly, they encountered difficulties with the 4th and 5th shots, each requiring 2 attempts. And the mid-range three-pointer took 5 tries. By the time they completed 6 shots, over a minute had elapsed, reaching 1 minute and 10 seconds. Shooting is no easy task, sighed the observer, reflecting on the challenges faced. Westbrook internally lamented the outcome, recognizing that this score would essentially be a gift for Liu's team. Ignoring the crowd's cheers, Westbrook, like Chris Bosh before him, approached the timer with steely focus, fixated on the numbers displayed. Unfortunately, no new insights were gleaned from his gaze. When Liu once again executed his decisive shot from midcourt, the clock read 52.1 seconds. Although this took longer than his previous round, it remained the second fastest time of the evening. Undoubtedly, Liu's team had secured the title of shooting star champion. Westbrook gently shook his head and strode directly towards Liu. Liu was surveying the crowd, responding to the cheers of the fans, when he suddenly noticed Russell Westbrook approaching him, nearly startling him. It was unavoidable. Westbrook bore an uncanny resemblance to the turtles from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And who wouldn't be bewildered by a turtle coming their way? Nevertheless, Liu held a certain admiration for Westbrook. He was a true man. Before Westbrook could make a move, Liu took the initiative and embraced him. Russell, your performance tonight was remarkable. It far surpassed mine. A hint of bittersweetness lingered in Westbrook's tone. Yet, he quickly reverted to a calm demeanor, saying, "Congratulations, Liu, you are a true champion." Westbrook, who could deny that he is a dignified warrior? Chapter 64. This time, I shall prevail over you with the conclusion of the shooting star event. The fervor of the audience was ignited by Liu's astonishing performance, heightening their anticipation for the upcoming competitions. Following the shooting star, the night was left with 3 remaining contests: the skills challenge, the all-star 3-point contest, and the shooting contest. The next event to unfold was the all-star skills challenge. The skills challenge comprised 3 rounds. In the first round, 4 pairs of contestants faced off to determine the victors who would advance to the second round. The second round featured further pairings to establish the finalists, and the third round culminated in the championship showdown. Ultimately, Patrick Beverley and Brandon Knight emerged victorious after 2 rounds of competition, securing their places on the final stage, with Beverley claiming the championship title. Frankly, the skills challenge lacked excitement due to the absence of prominent stars. The lineup felt somewhat lackluster, diminishing the audience's enthusiasm. Originally, all-star caliber players such as Eastern Conference's top point guard John Wall and the Bulls' second star Jimmy Butler were slated to participate, but injuries led to their replacements, casting a shadow over the competition's roster. With the skills challenge concluded, attention shifted to the all-star 3-point contest, which was, in fact, the most eagerly anticipated event of the night, even surpassing the main event itself. The participant list was indeed illustrious, featuring the likes of Curry, Thompson, Korver, Harden, and Irving, each a participant in the All-Star game, with Curry, Thompson, and Harden being starters, and Curry even reigning as the top vote-getter, surpassing LeBron James. Additionally, the recently celebrated Liu was invited as a special contestant, adding to the star-studded lineup. As the contest commenced, Thompson set an imposing standard, scoring an impressive 24 points, a mark that essentially guaranteed him a spot in the finals. The All-Star 3-point contest was structured into 2 rounds, with 8 competitors initially. However, with Liu's inclusion, the roster expanded to 9. The rules dictated that contestants would shoot in succession during the first round, with the top 3 scores advancing to the finals. In the event of a tie for third place, a tiebreaker would determine who advances. Thompson's remarkable performance placed considerable pressure on the subsequent contestants. True to form, the second contestant, Harden, shocked the audience, finishing with a mere 14 points, failing to even reach half of the total score. The crowd responded with a chorus of boos as Harden, with a wry smile, shook his head and exited the stage. Observing Harden's lackluster showing, the remaining competitors found solace. After all, 14 points were insufficient to advance in the prestigious NBA All-Star 3-point contest. Next up, Kyle Korver's performance could only be described as disappointing, scoring 18 points, which also left little hope for advancement. The audience's expectations for Korver were significantly higher, as many had anticipated he might challenge Thompson's 24 points. However, such aspirations now seemed futile. Korver, too, descended the stage with a look of frustration, with Korver achieving 18 points and Harden only 14. The following contestants felt a sense of relief, reassured that they would not fall below Harden's score. As a shooter, one must possess such confidence. After all, even Harden faltered. However, there are still Curry and Irving to consider. They certainly won't falter like Harden did. How many points can I score? Lee found himself in a quandary. It is worth noting that the legendary Jordan was the record holder for the All-Star 3-point contest, yet he achieved a high score, while he himself holds the record for the lowest score, having managed only 6 points, if I recall correctly. Although Liu is not currently utilizing a character card, he still fears the influence of some unseen force. If a group of Chinese basketball fans has waited anxiously in front of the television only to find that he scored even fewer points than Harden, not only would it be embarrassing, but how could he face the expectations of everyone? The third participant, Korver, scored 18 points, while the fourth, Matthews, followed suit with 22 points. For the others, this was decidedly perilous. Matthews is likely to be one of the two advancing to the second round, with Thompson leading at 24 points. "Hey, Stephen, how many points are you planning to score?" Liu inquired softly, tapping Curry as he observed Irving preparing to shoot. "Who knows? Let's see how it feels on the court. Perhaps I'll only manage 14 points." Curry replied with a mischievous grin. "Damn." Harden feigned anger and playfully punched Curry. "Stephen, maybe you'll score just one more than I do." They all erupted in laughter. Harden truly was amusing. "Shouldn't he have said, perhaps you'll score even less than I do?" Nevertheless, the trio quickly ceased their playful banter. This was because Irving was performing as if under some magical influence, hitting all 10 of his shots in the first 2 rounds flawlessly. Thompson's heart raced in tandem with Irving's release. If Irving maintained this level of performance, Thompson's 24 points might soon fall to second place. Although this wouldn't affect their advancement, Thompson's competitive spirit compelled him to pay attention. It seemed that even the Buddha was not entirely indifferent. Out of the corner of his eye, Liu noticed Thompson, intensely focused, and it startled him momentarily. By the time he regained his composure, Irving was left with only 5 shots remaining. At that point, Irving had already amassed 20 points. If he made all his remaining shots, he would achieve an impressive score of 26, surpassing Thompson and claiming the top spot in the 3-point preliminary round. Tension permeated the venue as the audience held their breath, the vast arena echoing only with the sound of faint inhalations. Unfortunately, Irving ultimately missed 2 shots, one of which was a crucial 2-point free throw, finishing with 23 points and securing the second position in the preliminaries. As the crowd sighed collectively upon witnessing Irving's final miss, Liu caught a glimpse of Thompson, visibly relieved as he relaxed. The ever-composed Splash brother also has moments of unease. Liu nearly chuckled. Next up was Stephen Curry, followed by J.J. Redick, and finally, Liu himself. Curry had already stood up, gazing down at Liu with the excitement of a schoolboy. Lifting his chin, Curry declared, "Liu, this time, I intend to win against you." Chapter 65. Curry's extraordinary performance. As Stephen Curry stepped onto the court, the fervent cheers of the fans grew increasingly enthusiastic. "Stephen Curry! Stephen Curry! Stephen Curry! I want to bear your child." Ahem. Some behaviors of individual fans should not be generalized to the group. Now entering the arena is Stephen Curry. What kind of performance will he deliver? Let us await in anticipation. The voice of the DJ resonated powerfully, and the fans became even more engrossed. Noticing Curry positioned at the first 3-point mark, many fans rose to their feet. "Hey, Charles Barkley, how many shots do you think Curry will make? How many points will he score?" Smith inquired directly. "Currently, the highest score is Thompson's 24 points. I believe Curry's score will not be less than that." Barkley replied without hesitation. "Care for a wager?" Smith asked earnestly. "Ahem, perhaps not," Barkley responded. Ever since he lost a bet on Yao Ming failing to score in double digits, he had developed a reluctance towards gambling. It took him quite some time to recover from that experience. Yet, in a moment of reckless bravado, he had wagered that Li wouldn't score over 10 points. Putting down a hefty 100,000, Barkley felt like slapping himself. Gambling is a perilous endeavor. Barkley finally grasped the profound truth of this saying. "Hey, Charles. Did you settle your debt with Lee from last time? Don't think you can evade it. Everyone is watching you." Smith showed no mercy. Okay. Once the game concludes, I'll pay up right then. I'm not short on cash, all right." Now, as Curry prepared to shoot, let us divert our attention back to the game. Barkley, clearly struggling to withstand Smith's sharp inquiries, conceded. With a clang, Curry's first shot misfired, hitting the rim. "Damn. I placed my bet on Curry to win this 3-point contest. He can't be eliminated this early. Rest assured, Curry won't falter like Harden. I have complete faith in him. It's merely the first shot. There's no need to panic. Let us continue watching." For a shooter of Curry's caliber, scoring 20 points in a 3-point contest is akin to slicing through vegetables with ease. "I believe he will adjust," someone remarked. Perhaps Curry sensed the fans' fervent call, as his second shot sailed smoothly through the net, barely disturbing the mesh. Not only that, but he also succeeded in making the next 3 shots at the first mark, accumulating 5 points right from the outset. If he can maintain such accuracy, by the end of the contest, he could amass at least 25 points, surpassing his longtime partner Klay Thompson by a single point and securing the top spot in the preliminaries. Will Curry indeed achieve this? All fans are contemplating this matter. Perhaps Curry was inspired by Thompson, or perhaps his determination to win tonight is exceedingly strong. In the subsequent second shooting spot, Curry made all 5 shots. accumulating 11 points after 2 spots. At the next shooting location at the top of the arc, Curry chose to place the money ball here. Everyone knows that if Curry hits all his shots from this spot again, there will be no doubt. He will surpass Thompson's current 24 points and may even exceed the historical highest score of 25 points in the NBA three-point contest. In that moment, many fans held their breath. Is Curry about to create another miracle? If anyone is destined to shatter this three-point record, it would be him. Come on, Curry. Just 14 points to tie and 15 to set a new record. The three-point contest has a perfect score of 34 points, with 2 points for each money ball and 1 point for each regular shot. There are 5 shooting spots, each with 5 shots, with 1 spot designated for the money ball at the player's discretion, while the remaining 4 spots consist of regular basketballs, culminating in a total of 14 regular balls and 9 money balls, summing up to 34 points. With his current 2 spots, Curry has already scored 12 points, having amassed 11 points thus far. At this scoring rate, he could potentially exceed 30 points. If Curry manages to achieve such a score, it could be said that the future upper limit of the three-point contest has been defined. Though challenging, many fans believe in his capability. After all, this is Stephen Curry. If anyone can accomplish such feats, it is undoubtedly him. Living up to expectations, Curry swiftly made 3 consecutive shots from the money ball spot, rewarding the faith of his fans. As of now, he has reached 17 points. Korver was left astonished. I scored only 18 points after finishing all my shots. And Curry has already garnered 17 after just halfway through? Is this even human? This is the essence of three-point shooting. Korver disliked this feeling. Yet he understood that his heart had been conquered by Curry. 13 shots for 17 points. That means with 12 shots, he has already surpassed Harden's 14 points. What do you think of Curry's extraordinary performance, Brother Dang? Liu silently grumbled to himself, were it not for the fear of retribution. He would have boldly posed this pointed question directly to James Harden. Turning his head, Liu discovered that Harden's eyes were wide with disbelief, his face reflecting an expression of incredulity, as if to say, is this something a human can actually accomplish? Li could hardly suppress a laugh. This little chubby fellow was rather amusing. Sigh. Lost in thought, Li Yuzhen was suddenly awakened by a collective sigh from the audience. Redirecting his attention back to the court, he realized that Curry had finally missed a shot. The 4th shot from the designated spot had failed to find the net, as did the 5th. Perhaps the overwhelming presence of the spectators had affected him. The audible sighs permeated the arena, and if Li Yuzhen could hear them, surely Curry, at the center of it all, felt the weight of their expectations. However, true to his nature, Curry quickly regained his composure, successfully sinking all shots at the 4th point. With 4 shots completed, he had already amassed an impressive score of 23 points. Just 2 more standard shots or 1 trick shot would allow him to surpass Klay Thompson's 24 points and claim the top spot in the preliminaries. Many fans were already on their feet. The historical record for the NBA All-Star three-point contest stood at 25 points, and given Curry's current scorching form, shattering that record seemed all but certain. The audience collectively held their breath, anticipating the moment when Curry would etch his name into history. At the 5th shooting point, Curry took his first shot and scored, bringing his total to 24 points. Unfortunately, his second attempt fell short, leaving him still at 24. The tension mounted as he missed a 3rd shot, leaving the audience and viewers at home on edge. Could it be that Curry would falter at the critical moment? Fortunately, time was still ticking away, and the game had not paused, alleviating any concerns that the audience might hold their breath for too long. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Curry took his shot. The 4th attempt, being the penultimate one, was crucial. Thankfully, he did not disappoint. The three-pointer swished through the net. With 25 points, Curry had tied the historical record for the NBA All-Star three-point contest. If he succeeded with his final shot, he would set a new record. At that moment, even Curry felt a twinge of nervousness. Checking the time, he noted there were only 3 seconds remaining. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the ball, released it, and watched as it sailed through the air. The ball went in, and time expired. Everything aligned perfectly. Curry finished with 27 points, establishing a new historical record. Thunderous applause erupted, the audience spontaneously applauding in celebration of Stephen Curry's remarkable performance. His display of skill undoubtedly deserved the fervor of the fans. Oh my goodness, Stephen Curry has scored 27 points, breaking the historical record for the NBA three-point contest. He's truly astonishing. The voice of the live host broke through the cheers of the fans. Let us congratulate Curry and look forward to the forthcoming players bringing their own thrilling performances. Stephen is indeed an extraordinary talent. I am in awe. Barkley has never been particularly fond of the Warriors, yet at this moment, he cannot help but commend Curry's performance. Stephen, an unprecedented player, evokes the image of a perimeter Shaquille O'Neal in my mind. Such exquisite three-point shooting leaves no doubt that Stephen Curry is indeed a transformative athlete. Barkley shakes his head, his expression grave. He understands that with Curry's astonishing long-range shots, an era is on the verge of transformation. The league he once knew is destined for a monumental shift. I must acknowledge Stephen Curry's remarkable prowess beyond the arc. I am beginning to believe that the Warriors will achieve something significant in this year's playoffs. The typically obstinate Smith is equally awestruck. Hey, Charles Barkley, if your team faced an opponent like Stephen Curry, how would you choose to defend him? Defend? No. I would simply raise my hands and surrender. His performance is utterly insane. In my era, there was no player of his caliber. And I truly do not know how to defend against him. Perhaps I would double-team him as soon as he crosses half-court, forcing him to pass the ball. I would choose to allow others to take the shots, while I would assign 2 defenders to Curry, preventing him from shooting at will, Barkley proclaimed, shaking his head loudly. Hey, Charles Barkley, is that really you? Did you not once assert that the players of your era were the strongest? Great players possess their own eras. There is no doubt that Curry is one such player. Of course, I am also one of those players, Barkley replied with a touch of pride. Is that so? Mr. Barkley, you claim Curry is a game-changing player, yet he has not won a championship. If I recall correctly, you, Sir Charles, who dominated an era, also never secured a championship, did you? Smith countered, clearly uncooperative, swiftly undermining Barkley's stance. You do not understand the intricacies of being a player. You have never played the game. How could you possibly know? Barkley retorted with a laugh. 3-point king Stephen Curry. 3-point king Stephen Curry. 3-point king Stephen Curry. As Curry set a new record in the All-Star 3-point contest, the entire arena erupted in celebration. In the eyes of the fans, it was already determined that Stephen Curry would be the champion of this contest, despite the second round still to come. However, given Curry's current form, one could confidently proclaim that he would vanquish all challengers. Everyone believes and is convinced that Stephen Curry shall effortlessly claim the title of 3-point contest champion. Is there a predetermined outcome? I, Old Lee, certainly won't agree. Amidst the resounding cheers of the audience, Liu felt a surge of exhilaration. Curry's remarkable performance ignited a fervor within him, leaving him yearning to be the next to take the stage. Alas, fate had other plans. The next player to enter was the renowned sharpshooter, J.J. Redick of the Clippers. Liu must wait a little longer. Observing Curry's performance, he has already discerned who his rival is for the evening. In Liu's eyes, everyone else has faded into insignificance. Even Klay Thompson, who scored 24 points, is relegated to the sidelines. For after Stephen Curry made his shot, he turned to Liu and approached him. Well done, Stephen. Congratulations on setting a new scoring record in the All-Star 3-point contest. Although Liu's heart was surging with emotions, his face remained exceptionally calm. Curry smiled softly, lowered his head to lean closer to Liu's ear, and whispered, Liu, this time, it is I who have triumphed. Liu gently shook his head. Stephen, I am not here to settle for second place. The outcome remains uncertain. Do not rush. Time will unveil the answers swiftly. Observing the hushed exchange between Lee and Curry, Redick felt a sense of discomfort. Shouldn't I be the one taking the next shot? If Stephen has something to say, it ought to be directed at me. Not at Lee. Am I unworthy? Despite the turmoil brewing within, Redick knew he must set it aside. The moment to shoot was approaching, and it would be rather embarrassing to emerge without even 20 points. Redick firmly believed that in terms of three-pointers, he could rival anyone in the league. Witnessing Curry's astounding performance, Redick felt a surge of confidence. If Curry could achieve it, then surely I can too. Our Clippers will not be outdone by the Warriors, and I will not fall short against Thompson. If Thompson can score 24 points and Curry can net 27, then naturally, I can as well. Bolstered by this self-encouragement, Redick positioned himself at the right corner of the three-point line, opting to commence his shot from this vantage point. Hey, Stephen, what do you think of Redick's three-pointer? Liu wore a mischievous smile. Curry glanced at Liu's expression, feeling utterly perplexed. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, comparing ourselves to the two of us. I suppose he might not quite measure up, would he? Indeed, I share that sentiment. I initially anticipated you might utter some insincere flattery, yet here we are. Surprised by my candor, aren't you? Curry smiled slightly, understanding the unspoken words that lingered in the air. Liu, individuals like us are simply different. In front of others, I might engage in pleasantries, yet between us, indulging in falsehoods seems rather futile. I recognize your tenacity. I await your performance. Chapter 67. I will ascend step by step to the pinnacle. Perhaps overwhelmed by emotion, Reddick's performance could only be deemed average, falling far short of the anticipated brilliance associated with Curry. He missed 3 shots right from the outset. Although he regained his rhythm later on, it was somewhat too late. Ultimately, Reddick scored 22 points. In previous competitions, such a score might have granted him a chance at victory. Yet this time, the competition was fierce. Even advancing was a challenge. The current leading scorers are Stephen Curry with 27 points, Klay Thompson with 24, and Kyrie Irving with 23. Unless an unforeseen event occurs, it appears that this final will feature these 3, with Curry poised to claim the championship of this 3-point contest. However, how could life unfold without surprises? Such a script is one Liu would never accept, observing the audience engrossed in their discussions, seemingly oblivious to his presence. A faint smile graced Liu's visage. To be overlooked is the fate of every unproven stronghold. Just wait and see, esteemed audience. My performance shall undoubtedly leave you mesmerized. Liu rose from his seat, preparing to stride toward the court. Suddenly, he turned his head, casting a downward glance at Stephen Curry. Stephen, it's my time to shine now. Please relish the exhilarating performance I am about to deliver. Curry noticed a glint of madness in Liu's eyes. This guy truly resembles a villain, Curry thought to himself involuntarily. At that moment, Curry stood before the audience like a leading man. Yet it was evident that Liu had no desire to play a supporting role. He aspired to become an unparalleled antagonist. LeBron James should win. Stephen Curry should win. My apologies to the 2 protagonists, but I, Liu, am determined to rewrite the script of the world. I want the title of 3-point king and the championship. I shall ascend step by step to the pinnacle. I aim to become the deity of basketball. My sincerest apologies, Stephen. I will seize everything you were destined to possess, whether it be this year's 3-point title or the championship. In life, there is no second choice. There is no turning back. Between you and me, I will always choose myself. Standing beyond the 3-point line, Liu's resolve was unwavering. When someone rises, there will always be someone else to serve as a stepping stone. However, having a stepping stone like Stephen Curry, a true warrior, filled Liu with a sense of honor. Oh, I nearly forgot. Liu hasn't shot yet. I initially thought Curry had the championship secured, but now it seems uncertain. Indeed, I saw Curry engage in conversation with Liu immediately after leaving the court. It appears they share a mutual respect. As the saying goes, a hero recognizes another hero, so their admiration for one another is hardly surprising. To be honest, I am now somewhat eager to witness Liu's performance. This guy has sunk 14 3-pointers in a single game, scored 38 points in a quarter, and amassed a total of 81 points. Initially, after witnessing Curry's performance, I thought no one could rival him. But as soon as Liu took the stage, I realized I was profoundly mistaken. I would not be surprised by any miracle this extraordinary individual might create. No. I still believe Stephen Curry is stronger. The Warriors are at the top of the league this season, and Curry himself has surpassed 200 3-pointers, all testaments to his prowess. As for Liu, he has yet to genuinely prove his capabilities. A single game cannot determine whether fortune or skill is at play. Hey, Charles, your debtor Liu has emerged. Aren't you going to say something? Smith remarked with a knowing grin. Oh, I almost forgot about Liu. If it's Liu. Hey, Stephen. Don't assume you're safe. Liu is a remarkable character. Prepare yourself for his challenge. Curry, even if you, the rotund fool, insist otherwise. Liu brazenly issued a challenge to me right to my face. Regardless of how others perceive him, whether in belief or skepticism, Liu remains unfazed. Liu understood that his battle for validation was still a long and arduous journey. Even if he were to claim the title of the top scorer, lead the Bulls to victory in this season's championship, or even secure consecutive championships, be it 2, 3, or 4, doubt would always linger. However, that was of little consequence. Such voices would gradually diminish. If one possesses sufficient strength, the instant someone attempts to belittle them, their words will falter. For a person of integrity cannot abide speaking with a guilty conscience. Even if they lack a conscience, there will always be those with a moral compass ready to remind them of their egregious errors. Thus, Liu remained undaunted by the skepticism of others. If I can achieve it, then it matters not. If I cannot, it remains inconsequential. Let the facts speak for themselves. The strong do not need to defend themselves, for their deeds will attest to their prowess. Liu wore a stoic expression, awaiting the referee's whistle. At last, the moment arrived. with a graceful extension of his arms. He seized the basketball with one hand, leaping into the air as he released the shot, which swished through the net. The execution was as smooth and precise as ever. To the spectators, Liu appeared to be dancing. So effortlessly did he move, as if he and the ball were seamlessly intertwined. His grip on the ball was unwavering and robust. With a gentle clasp, he cradled it as if it were an intrinsic part of his being, seemingly impervious to the possibility of it slipping away. How could this be? What a state he was in. As he shot with such abandon, Curry's astonishment was palpable. Just yesterday, their shooting was comparable. How could he have elevated his game so drastically in a mere day? Curry immediately recognized that Liu's shooting had transcended the limits of mere mortals, placing him in a realm where even he could not aspire to follow. This was an entirely different echelon. Only those who have reached Curry's level could fathom the sheer magnitude of Liu's abilities. Liu, do you truly possess any limits? In that moment, Curry found himself lost in a daze. Before long, Liu completed his first shooting point. Without a doubt, he had not missed a single shot. Moving on to the second point, his execution remained remarkably stable and fluid, almost unbelievable. Once again, he achieved 5 consecutive hits. Curry had scored 11 points in his first 2 attempts, while Liu surpassed him with 12. Could it be that the 3-point record recently set by Stephen Curry would change hands in less than 5 minutes? The record had barely settled in his pocket, and this felt somewhat cruel. Liu, when will you cease to astonish us? I find myself irresistibly drawn to you. Liu felt as though he had entered an entirely different realm. His world had been reduced to the basketball before him. Unable to resist, he grasped the ball and launched it. As he watched it gracefully glide through the hoop, a profound sense of joy welled up within him. Could this be the seamless of Ryoma Ekizan? In Liu's heart, a faint answer began to emerge. It turned out that everything depicted in anime was indeed real. After all, if a system could exist, it was quite ordinary for the realms portrayed in anime to also be a reality. Furthermore, I still had the ability to make a shot. Liu's world seemed to be isolated, filled only with a succession of spheres. Yet, as all things must reach their conclusion, when Liu reached out once more to grasp a ball, he unexpectedly found his hand grasping at nothingness. At that moment, Liu awakened, enveloped in a profound emptiness. The world resumed its course. Liu, Liu, Liu. The cacophony of voices echoed incessantly. Liu felt as though he was submerged in a sea of cheers. This was an unprecedented and resounding ovation. What had transpired? Li gazed around with a look of bewilderment. First, his eyes were drawn to the towering timer, its display frozen at 8 seconds. 8 seconds? Liu has finally regained full consciousness. Can it be that I still have 8 seconds left after completing my throw? What on earth was the state of Mr. Xiao to achieve such a record of just 5 points? Liu was filled with curiosity and pride. For this version of Michael Jordan had finally surpassed the original in one remarkable skill. To his astonishment, Liu achieved a miraculous score of 34 points in the 3-point contest. An incredible feat that marked the first perfect score in the history of the NBA All-Star 3-point contest. Truly, there seemed to be no words worthy of such an unprecedented achievement. Unbelievable, simply astonishing. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to Liu. The exuberance of the host was palpable, his face flushed with excitement, as if he had just emerged victorious from a fierce battle. His entire demeanor radiated high spirits, and his voice reached a crescendo that resonated throughout the venue. With the amplification of the sound system, every fan present could sense the exhilaration coursing through him. Liu, Liu, the divine Liu, the divine Liu. Liu, I want to have your children. Liu, so do I. Liu, you are my idol. Upon hearing these declarations, Liu felt his cheeks flush with heat, particularly around his ears, which seemed ready for grilling. This was quite excessive. Idolizing someone to such an extreme seemed futile, he mused with a sigh. Though many of these fans were merely expressing their enthusiasm, some had indeed become so infatuated that they jeopardized their own lives. Liu wished for no one to sacrifice their well-being for his sake. After all, one's own life is of utmost importance, dear friends. Li, feeling bashful, silently prayed that she would not have any obsessive fans. Liu was lost in thought when, unexpectedly, he felt someone bump into him. Li looked up and saw Derrick Rose. Hey, Derrick, when did you arrive? Upon catching sight of Ross, Liu was filled with a sense of exhilaration, having discovered a friend with whom he could converse. It was impossible not to feel delighted. He had initially feared that boredom would be his only companion. Now, with Ross by his side, he had found a playmate. Ross's face mirrored his excitement. I just arrived, And here you are already stirring things up. You are truly remarkable, surpassing all my expectations. In the All-Star three-point contest, with 5 points from 25 shots, you scored 34 points without missing a single one. Do you realize that the historical record in the NBA was merely 25 points? Unbelievable. Ross appeared utterly flabbergasted. Wait, that can't be right. Liu quickly objected. What do you mean, not right? Ross was bewildered, questioning what Liu was implying. The historical record in the NBA isn't 25 points. Just moments ago, Stephen Curry scored 27 points, setting a new record. You mean Ross's expression was one of intrigue? Curry has just established a new record of 27 points, and before it has even settled, you've already eclipsed it. Hearing this, Liu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Nevertheless, he had not anticipated achieving such an extraordinary result. Stephen, I didn't mean to do it. Please don't hold it against me. Liu silently apologized to Curry, feeling somewhat ungracious. As fate would have it. Just when Liu was internally expressing his apologies to Ross, Curry approached. Liu, you are simply incredible. Congratulations on breaking the record in the three-point contest. Liu raised his head and was met with Curry's incredulous expression, a blend of disbelief and a hint of bitterness. For a moment, Liu found himself at a loss for words. As Curry spoke, shaking his head, it was evident that while his congratulations were heartfelt, a profound sense of disappointment lingered within him. Stephen, I can do it, and I believe you can too. Let's give it another shot next year. Liu's sincerity brought a sense of ease to Curry, lightening his spirit. Sincerity is indeed a potent weapon. The competition was fair, and Liu emerged victorious with grace, leaving Curry without a retort. You should sit out next year. Otherwise, I suspect you might achieve a three-peat in the three-point contest like Bird. Leave us some opportunities. Curry's irritable response left Old Lee at a loss for words, only able to pat his dog's head in consolation. Had Liu scored 27, 29, or even 30 points, Curry would not have felt such despair. A perfect score. What could I do? Curry had confidence in his abilities, believing he could surpass 30 points when in form, yet achieving a perfect score seemed miraculous, something he felt incapable of. After the first round, Liu led with 34 points, followed by Curry with 27 and Thompson with 24, all three advancing to the final round. Irving, with his 23 points, was edged out of the finals. Had it not been for Liu, Curry's 27 points would have set a new record, granting Irving a chance at the three-point championship. Liu truly was a formidable opponent, many spectators mused. Everyone understood that although the second round had yet to commence, Liu had already secured the title of three-point champion in their hearts. Even if he faltered in the finals, he would still be regarded as the champion. Perhaps the shock of Liu's performance had overwhelmed Curry and Thompson, as both underperformed in the second round. Thompson managed a mere 17 points, while Curry only garnered 21. Unsurprisingly, Liu calmly clinched the three-point championship once more. Although not as frenzied as in the first round, he still achieved an impressive 31 points, solidifying his victory. Should Liu choose to compete again next year, it seemed inevitable that the championship would again be his. Truly, he was a formidable titan, a thought shared by all players on the court. After tonight, no player would willingly participate in the same three-point contest as Liu, Barkley mused to himself. Chapter 69. Liu and Levine following the individual competitions. Beverly claimed the Skills Challenge title, Liu the three-point championship, and Levine the slam dunk contest crown. Levine dazzled the audience with multiple free throw line dunks, including a one-handed windmill dunk and an under-the-legs dunk from the free throw line, showcasing moves rarely seen in NBA history that left spectators in awe. What a spectacular display it had been, one not witnessed in many years. In recent years, the quality of the slam dunk contest has regrettably declined, resulting in a growing disinterest among the audience. However, Zach LaVine's spectacular performance reignited the passion for this event. With an effortless display of 4 perfect scores, LaVine triumphed over Victor Oladipo to claim the championship. It has been years since such an extraordinary exhibition graced the contest, leaving the audience in a frenzy. Yet, when it comes to leaving an indelible impression on fans throughout the entire event, it was undoubtedly Liu who shone the brightest. With an unprecedented perfect score and an unmatched 34 points, Liu has now established himself as the unequivocal benchmark in the three-point contest. During the post-event interview segment, the host randomly engaged the audience in a poll, asking which all-star performance left the most lasting impression. 80% of the audience voted for Liu's flawless three-point display. Meanwhile, a mere 3% opted for Stephen Curry, claiming it was the greatest three-point performance ever witnessed on Earth. while Li Yu was likened to an extraterrestrial talent. Aside from Li Yu and Curry, the remaining votes largely favored Levine, whose dunking exhibition was hailed as one of the best in 2 decades, undoubtedly earning him numerous admirers. Yet, it was unfortunate for Levine that his rival was Li Yu. One audience member exclaimed, "Oh my, this is an incredibly difficult choice," when Curry scored 27 points, setting a new record for the three-point contest. I thought to myself how fortunate I was to witness the greatest performance of the night. But then Li Yu came out with an unparalleled display. Frankly, I believe no one can achieve what Li Yu accomplished. You know, I was beside myself with disbelief, struggling to trust my eyes. I even doubted whether I had missed something, as it seemed impossible for anyone to score a perfect mark in the three-point contest. It wasn't just me. Many fans around me shared the same look of incredulity. As the first audience member reminisced about Li Yu's astonishing performance, a wave of excitement surged within him, causing his face to flush once more. This was nothing short of divine. I am utterly captivated by Li Yu. From this day forward, I shall be his devoted fan, attending every one of his games. Hey, Li Yu, you remarkable individual, I am utterly enamored with you. If you happen to see this message, please send me your signed jersey. With a playful seriousness, the audience member pointed at the camera, adding, "I hope you appreciate my enthusiasm, haha. All right, Li Yu, this is my humble request. I hope you can grant me this wish." And what about Levine? That was a free throw line dunk. Not to mention Levine's creativity, his free throw line windmill dunk, and the under-the-legs switch. Oh my, how could you overlook such a performance from Levine? This was a rare spectacle in the history of the All-Star Slam dunk contest. I imagine that the fans currently watching the interview are growing increasingly exasperated with your disregard for Levine. Allow me to extend another opportunity. What do you consider to be the most spectacular performance of the night? Levine, my apologies for not mentioning you earlier. This does not reflect a lack of admiration for your performance. Quite the opposite. I am utterly captivated by your dunks. In my esteem, you rank just below Carter. I simply did not have the chance to mention it before, so please do not take offense. Now, do you intend to cast your vote for Levine? No. I must still vote for my idol, Li Yu. What is your reasoning? Levine's performance can be regarded as one of the best in NBA All-Star history over the past 20 years, and it could even contend for the title of the greatest dunk performance ever. However, in my view, when it comes to dunks, I cannot place anyone above Vince Carter. Not even Levine. You are aware, aren't you, host, that Vince Carter is unparalleled in the realm of dunking? The host nods. Vince is indeed one of a kind, though Levine is also exceptional. You see, our opinions align. Levine's performance is remarkable, truly remarkable, but it falls short of being the greatest, at least not without question. But what about Li Yu? Let us examine what he accomplished. In the All-Star three-point contest, 5 shooting spots, 9 money balls, and 16 regular basketballs. A total of 25 shots, Li Yu did not miss a single one. Now let us consider Curry. He scored 27 points, setting a new three-point record. But he did miss a few shots. 1 at the first spot, none at the second, 2 money balls at the third, none at the fourth, and 2 regular balls at the fifth. Out of 25 shots, Curry missed 5, achieving an 80% success rate. But look at Li Yu. He performed as if he were cheating. Not a single shot missed, whether it be money balls, colored balls, or regular balls. He did not let a single point slip away. In the annals of NBA history, no one has accomplished such a feat before Steven set the new record. The three-point contest record stood at merely 25 points. Steven elevated it to 27 points. But Li Yu? He achieved a staggering 34 points. For the perfect score is indeed 34. Future contenders can only look up to him. None can stand beside him. He will be the best of the decade. The best of the century. This era belongs to LeBron, to Steven, and to Li Yu. I once believed Ray Allen was the god of three-pointers, but upon encountering Curry, I revised my opinion, thinking no one would shoot threes like him again. Then I witnessed Li Yu, and I found myself compelled to change my view once more. I apologize, Steven. At this moment, Li Yu is my new faith. This time, I will stand firm until the end. I believe in Li Yu. He has many more great achievements ahead, so stay tuned. Li Yu. I extend my gratitude to this enthusiastic fan for their response. Let us now observe the choices that others might make. As the first audience member seemed poised to continue speaking, the host swiftly interjected. Any further discourse would inevitably turn into a personal interview. Reluctantly, the first audience member departed, casting lingering glances toward the host, clearly with much more to articulate. Yet alas, the host offered no further attention. Chapter 70, Confronting Wade during the All-Star Weekend. Liu acquainted himself with numerous individuals, exchanged contact information, and engaged in mutual followings with several admirers on social media. However, he found himself increasingly bored. The All-Star game resembled a child's play, devoid of any intensity. Liu nearly drifted off to sleep watching it. After the match concluded, he retained no vivid memories, save for the fact that the Western Conference seemingly triumphed, and the combined score appeared to have set a new record. With no defense to speak of, it was merely a scoring spree, naturally leading to such a record-breaking outcome. Given such a lackluster intensity, even Shaquille O'Neal's grandmother could outpace them with ease. Post-match, Liu felt utterly disenchanted, nostalgically reminiscing about the genuine NBA games. Following 2 days of rigorous training, the time for rest swiftly passed, and the NBA was once again ablaze with competition. The Bulls were set to battle the Miami Heat on the evening of February 19th. Sasha, I'm on my way, Chris Bosh. Are you ready to be overwhelmed by my drive? Seated on the plane, Liu was already envisioning the upcoming match. Damn Klaus, with our towering physiques. You only booked us business class? Does your conscience not ache? He felt the discomfort of his body being contorted by the cramped airplane seat. Lee is utterly speechless. Next time, I shall not subject myself to this wretched economy class. Liu had resolutely decided to seek out Klaus for a conversation immediately upon disembarking from the plane. He was indifferent to others, as he certainly did not intend to endure the miseries of that wretched economy class. Prior to the commencement of the game, ESPN reporter Jackman interviewed the legendary Dwayne Wade, the first in the history of the Miami Heat. Dwayne, what are your thoughts on the Chicago Bulls as they prepare for this away game? Everyone is aware that the Bulls are a formidable team, having frequently occupied the top position in the Eastern Conference over the past few years. They are undeniably powerful. However, they were eliminated by your team in the playoffs. Were they not? They are indeed strong. Without a doubt, it is simply that we are stronger. Jackman chuckled and shook his head. Wade was, after all, the master of bravado, effortlessly showcasing his confidence. Well, it is now evident that the four-time champion, Mr. Dwayne Wade, regards the Bulls as a strong team. Dwayne, are there any particular players on the Bulls you are eager to face? Wade replied, listen, I won't claim that I wish to compete against every player on the Bulls. I hold great respect for them. However, in my view, only Derrick Rose and Liu warrant special attention. It is well known that Derrick Rose is the youngest MVP in NBA history. We have faced each other numerous times, and each encounter compels me to exert my utmost effort. He is certainly the type of player deserving of my full dedication. And what about Liu? How do you know that name? Wade shrugged and remarked, is there anyone who does not know Liu at this point? If someone claims they are unaware, they must not be following basketball. As long as you pay attention to the sport, you cannot possibly be oblivious to Liu. Surely you don't think I would be like Kobe, only realizing who someone is after they score 38 points against me. I am not that old-timer Kobe. Liu is not Jeremy Lin. How many points did Liu score in the last game? 81 points? I certainly do not wish to provoke him. While I am not afraid of him, you understand. I hold him in high regard. I do not wish to find myself in a situation like LeBron's, getting scored on 5 times in a row. Haha. The two shared a knowing smile. It seemed that Dwayne still harbored some discontent regarding LeBron's departure. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned him during the pre-game interview. Nevertheless, LeBron's abrupt exit was indeed rather inconsiderate, especially considering that Dwayne had taken a pay cut without prior knowledge, which was rather unfair to his old brother. As the game commenced, Wade came out firing on all cylinders, clearly intent on imparting a lesson to the young Liu. While he expressed respect verbally, he was determined to dominate on the court. Wade truly lived up to his reputation. He faced Rose and sank a mid-range shot, then proceeded to drive past Liu for a layup, single-handedly putting the Bulls in a 6-0 deficit. Defense. Van Gundy shouted from the sidelines. Liu, get the ball. Rose, Liu, work together. Liu glanced at Van Gundy and gave a slight nod. Observing Liu's reaction, Van Gundy fell into a contemplative silence. He was confident that Liu would not allow Wade to act with impunity. Liu's defense against Rose during the scrimmage, as well as his previous matchups against Irving and Wiggins, and his formidable defense against LeBron, all attested to his status as an elite perimeter defender. Lee let out a sigh. Relying solely on himself was insufficient. His reaction time and physique lagged considerably behind Wade's. It appeared that resorting to underhanded tactics was the only option. Initially, he had wished to interact with them as an ordinary person, but now he would no longer pretend. He laid his cards on the table. He was the god of basketball. With a mere thought, he activated the Jordan character card, and thus he transformed. Liu felt a twinge of embarrassment for his own brazen shamelessness. The competition continued. Liu no longer concealed his brilliance. He deftly brushed aside Wade, and, upon receiving a pass from Rose, launched a three-point shot. The score stood at 6-3, and Liu resolved to initiate a counteroffensive against the Heat. Subsequently, he adhered closely to Wade, denying him any opportunity to gain momentum. Even when Wade attempted to shoot, he found no favorable openings. Under Liu's relentless defense, Wade experienced an unprecedented sense of pressure. Time and again, he attempted to penetrate the paint, only to be thwarted by Liu's imposing presence. Every time he looked up, he was met with Liu's large hand and stern visage, pushing Wade to the brink of frustration. Ultimately, he was forced to take a desperate mid-range shot, which clanged off the rim. After Gasol secured the rebound, he swiftly passed to Rose, who charged into the Heat's interior for a score. In the ensuing gameplay, Liu continued to stifle Wade's efforts. And despite Wade's persistence in challenging him with 5 consecutive attempts, his success rate was dismal, managing to score only once. As the first quarter concluded, the Bulls had turned the tide, finishing the period ahead with a score of 31-23 under Liu's leadership. In the second quarter, Wade finally abandoned his stubborn approach, feigning reception of the ball to distract Liu, thereby creating an offensive opportunity for Bosch inside, who sought to overpower the aging Gasol. Unfortunately, despite Bosch's improved shooting from the perimeter over his 4 years in Miami, his post skills had significantly declined, rendering him incapable of scoring against Gasol and even struggling to secure rebounds from the veteran. By halftime, the score was 60-45, with the Bulls enjoying a 15-point lead. A shocking turn of events that left many Heat fans in disbelief, some even demanding refunds. In the third quarter, the Heat failed to devise an effective strategy to counter the Bulls' relentless assault, and by the end of the period, the deficit had ballooned to 23 points. In the fourth quarter, the Heat deployed their entire bench. The Bulls, in turn, rested both Liu and Gasol. Over the course of 3 quarters, Liu had effortlessly amassed 35 points. Chapter 71. A comparison of talent following the All-Star break. The schedule proved exceptionally favorable for the Bulls. Their upcoming opponents were all positioned in the lower half of the playoff bracket or on the fringes. It was predictable that the Bulls, bolstered by Liu, would embark on a winning streak. After triumphing over the Heat, the Bulls' next adversary was the Celtics, led by Rajon Rondo. This season, Rondo was in stellar form, averaging 11.3 assists per game, outpacing the second-place Paul by a remarkable 2 assists. Under the current NBA rules, even if he were to sit out the remaining games, Rondo had already claimed the title of assist leader. However, facing Liu's relentless pursuit, Rondo felt a sense reminiscent of his encounters with Kobe. The suffocating pressure made it exceedingly difficult for him to orchestrate the offense. Moreover, with no other teammates stepping up, the Celtics were arguably at their weakest in 2 decades. Having lost their 3 superstars, leaving only Rondo, who barely maintained all-star caliber. Even without Liu, the Celtics might struggle against the Bulls. But with Liu seamlessly controlling Rondo, the Celtics were utterly helpless against the Bulls' onslaught and could only surrender early in the contest. Liu scored 43 points in just 3 quarters, clocking out yet again. After the game, Van Gundy approached him privately. "Liu, I have a few suggestions for you. As for whether you choose to heed them, that is entirely up to you." Hearing Van Gundy's tone, Liu felt a twinge of anxiety. "Coach, please. Just say what you need to say. Your manner has me quite unsettled. Feel free to express yourself, as long as it's not an introduction to your daughter. I'm all ears. You are the brain of our team, the one who orchestrates everything for the Bulls. Well, introducing my daughter is not out of the question. But let us focus on the matter at hand." Realizing that Van Gundy was playing along, Liu hurriedly interjected, relieved that Van Gundy quickly circled back to the topic. "Coach, just get to the point. I'm open to any basketball-related advice you have." Seeing Liu's straightforwardness, Van Gundy nodded with satisfaction. Many superstars in the league prefer to dictate their own game plans, but Liu clearly respected authority. This young man truly understands the value of respect. With that in mind, Van Gundy decided to share his thoughts. "Liu, your performance has been nothing short of spectacular. After scoring 81 points against the Cavaliers, you amassed 35 points in 3 quarters against the Heat, and once again, in the game against the Celtics, you delivered 43 points in just 3 quarters. Your displays are truly astonishing." Upon hearing Van Gundy's praise, Liu felt a sense of disquiet. "Coach, what do you mean?" He probed cautiously. "Am I shooting too much?" Van Gundy chuckled awkwardly, patting his belly. No, Liu, that is not what I meant. You have led us to a 3-game winning streak. How could I ever think you shoot too much? Ah, so that's what it was about, Liu mused, relieved to understand the context. Li instantly comprehended the situation. Van Gundy had always been a coach who prioritized teamwork, and Li's style of play was undoubtedly testing his limits. After enduring this for several days, he could no longer restrain himself and sought out Li for a discussion. Coach, I will be more mindful of my shot selection moving forward. I understand that the team always supersedes the individual. Rest assured, I will contribute to creating more advantageous offensive opportunities for everyone. Li earnestly nodded at Van Gundy. Upon witnessing Li's unequivocal commitment, Van Gundy appeared momentarily taken aback. He initially believed it would require considerable effort to persuade Li. After all, newcomers often exhibit an intense enthusiasm for statistics, viewing them as the paramount reference for winning accolades and securing lucrative contracts. To his surprise, Li was remarkably amenable, displaying an elevated perspective and, at such a young age, having already relinquished his pursuit of mere numbers. Liu, I've signed the major contract, so it no longer matters to me. Liu, how do you perceive our team's roster in comparison to the Cavaliers? Coach, do you wish to hear the truth or a falsehood? Liu's expression turned serious as he spoke. Ah, Liu knows what I am about to say. It seems he too has recognized the considerable disparity between our team and the Cavaliers, Van Gundy thought to himself, naturally, maintaining a composed demeanor. Van Gundy replied in a light tone. Of course, the truth. Do you have any objections? Coach, if you desire the truth, I believe we are evenly matched with the Cavaliers. He must assert that we have a significant talent gap with the Cavaliers, allowing me to steer the conversation towards his playing style, persuading him to embrace teamwork willingly. Lacking talent, we must compensate with tactical execution. Our team's training regimen is already robust, yet we now lack a superstar like Liu to invigorate everyone. This kid is formidable, but his current style is still somewhat too individualistic. Van Gundy had mentally envisioned the next steps, yet he was utterly unprepared for Liu's response, which was completely contrary to his expectations. Evenly matched? Upon hearing Liu's reply, Van Gundy found himself questioning his own ears. Indeed, evenly matched. Liu's response came without the slightest hesitation, clearly reflecting his genuine thoughts. Van Gundy felt a wave of disbelief. Evenly matched? What nonsense! You cannot play basketball as if you were using cheats. What grounds do you have for claiming an even match? This is the Cavaliers we are discussing, 3 All-Stars, 2 of whom are starters, and last year, 2 were among the top 10 in MVP voting. In the preseason rankings provided by ESPN, 3 players made the top 20, with 2 in the top 10. Setting aside LeBron James, an extraordinary talent, even Kevin Love, the new king of the Wolves, and the Cavaliers' former star scorer Kyrie Irving, are already beyond the capabilities of the Bulls. It is important to note that Rose is now but a shadow of his former self, no longer the MVP chasing the wind. As for Gasol, he is merely in the twilight of his career, serving as a mentor for the Bulls. And Butler? His talent is hardly noteworthy, his draft position was low, and his current performance is already exceeding expectations. After some contemplation, Van Gundy cleared his throat. Liu, I feel you might be exaggerating a bit. Coach, not at all. This is genuinely how I perceive it. Coach, setting aside Rose, the youngest MVP in NBA history, we still have Jimmy Butler. Van Gundy furrowed his brow. Butler has fully realized his potential. This is his peak, and he is merely a decent scorer at best. No, Coach. Butler's ceiling is far beyond that. Chapter 72. I can do it. Li shook his head, observing that Van Gundy still bore an expression of skepticism. Liu smiled faintly and spoke. Coach, let us wager. I bet that Butler will be selected for the All-Star team within 3 seasons. Van Gundy hesitated momentarily before responding. Very well. I trust your judgment. Even if Butler reaches All-Star caliber in the next 2 years, that alone may not suffice. Have you perhaps forgotten someone? Li remarked, moving his head in various directions with a sigh. Van Gundy continued, Liu, I concede your talent is unparalleled, yet our adversary is none other than LeBron James, who led the Heat to a 4-peat. Although he has formidable allies, his opponents are equally fierce. Players like Dirk Nowitzki and Tim Duncan represent the pinnacle of strength, not to mention superstars like Kevin Durant. Regardless of how formidable the opposition, he emerged victorious. This is a 4-peat, a dynasty created under his leadership. You have indeed demonstrated capabilities that rival anyone, but basketball is not merely a one-on-one contest. Individual prowess alone is insufficient. You must rally your teammates like LeBron. for only then do we stand a chance against the Cavaliers. Do you understand? You are already impressive, but the Bulls are not yet formidable enough. Your individual brilliance is not enough. After a moment of silence, Liu spoke again. Rest assured, Coach, I comprehend your message. I will lead everyone towards improvement. The Cavaliers are not insurmountable. I have faith in our team. With myself, Rose, Butler, and Gasol, should we meet again, we will emerge victorious, I can assure you. Very well, I believe in you. Since you are aware, I shall take my leave. Make sure to rest early. While Coach Van Gundy's words were grounded in reality, they held merit and warranted consideration. Gasol, being of a certain age, could allow Damian Jackson more playing time, and Stephen Brownie certainly deserves increased minutes as well. Butler was still recuperating, and discussions about improvement could wait until his return. That fellow certainly does not require motivation to train rigorously. It appears that only Rose requires a conversation. With this thought in mind, Liu swiftly took action. He approached Rose's room, where he found Rose wearing a smile. Hi, Derek. What are you up to? Why the cheerful demeanor? Upon seeing Liu, Rose removed his headphones, turned off his phone, placed it in his bag, and stood up. You must have something on your mind, Liu. Please, take a seat. As he spoke, Rose opened a bottle of Gatorade for Liu. Here, have a drink. Seeing Rose's warm reception lifted Liu's spirits. Derek, I came to discuss our strategy against the Cavaliers. Against the Cavaliers? Ross was utterly unprepared for Liu to pose such a question. Hadn't our encounters with the Cavaliers this season already concluded? Truth be told, were it not for your spectacular scoring performance, we would have faced a sweep at the hands of the Cavaliers. Thank you for that. Liu shook his head. I am not referring to the regular season, but the playoffs. The playoffs? Rose appeared momentarily taken aback. Isn't it a bit early for that? Come on, my friend. That's the Cavaliers we're talking about. We must prepare well in advance. After a moment of hesitation, Rose finally spoke. There's no guarantee we'll even face the Cavaliers this season. No, we will, Liu asserted firmly, locking his gaze onto Rose. The intensity in Liu's eyes compelled Rose to adopt a serious demeanor. He understood that Liu was earnest, not merely jesting. As he regarded Liu, a newfound confidence blossomed within Rose. Indeed, they had Liu, an extraordinary talent whose prowess was unparalleled. While the Cavaliers boasted LeBron James, Liu, though perhaps lacking in transcendent passing skills, possessed a resilience in scoring that could rival LeBron's. In the crucial moments of a game, Liu was undoubtedly more reliable than LeBron James. Basketball is a game of scoring, and Liu was, without doubt, the king of points. With Liu on their side, they could face any team with unwavering determination. Rose had endured numerous defeats, not only against LeBron but also against others. Particularly after two significant injuries, the Bulls had lost their capacity to contend in the Eastern Conference. The pride that once resided in Rose's heart had gradually yielded to reality. Yet now, Liu had reignited the competitive flame within him. Liu, as we prepare for the playoffs, is there anything you need me to do? For victory, for the championship, I am willing to do anything. Just let me know your suggestions, and I shall endeavor to fulfill them. Having discerned the underlying bitterness in Rose's tone, Liu chose not to offer him solace. Strong individuals do not require pity. Such sentiments are an affront to their dignity, and Liu could not bring himself to express such condescension, especially towards someone he once idolized, Rose. Derek, I had a discussion with the coach. He believes your offensive approach is somewhat one-dimensional. He suggests you should not rely solely on driving to the basket, but rather diversify your skills by practicing your shooting, including three-pointers, free throws, and near the paint. You might also consider simpler finishing techniques, such as floaters, which could reduce your physical toll and extend your career. After a moment of silent contemplation, Rose finally spoke with an impassive expression. Liu, what are your thoughts? Do you think I'm incapable? No, Derek, Liu responded. I believe you sense it too. If you continue down this path, injury is imminent. We truly need you. Without you, we are powerless. Thus, for the sake of the Bulls and for your own future, I believe a transformation is necessary. Liu's gaze remained fixed on Rose for even a fleeting moment, and he sensed the sincerity emanating from him. However, we cannot afford to falter at this juncture. We have yet to secure our place in the playoffs. At this point, every team is fighting desperately for playoff spots and improved seeding. I genuinely fear that a hasty adjustment in strategy could jeopardize the collective efforts of the entire season. I believe I can endure. Perhaps we should defer this discussion for later. Rose resembled a wounded soldier reluctant to leave the battlefield, evoking both sympathy and admiration. Rest assured, I am here for you. Observing Rose's expression, Liu feigned a carefree smile. You can confidently shift your strategy, I assure you. I will not allow the Bulls to fall out of playoff contention. Do you trust me? Liu posed a probing question to Rose. I do. Rose's response was soft yet unmistakably clear. Throughout this journey, he had placed his trust in Liu, even more than in himself. Very well, you should take a rest. I shall return as well. Liu and Ross exchanged a fist bump before stepping out the door. I can do this. They both thought simultaneously. Chapter 73. An unfavorable start in the subsequent 5 matches, the Bulls faced opponents of modest strength, yet they encountered considerable difficulties. Firstly, in the game against the Mavericks. The team had not yet adopted the name Mavericks and had not welcomed their new prodigy, Dong Chi-Chi. The aging Dirk Nowitzki, though advanced in years, remained formidable, leading the Mavericks to secure a playoff spot with unwavering determination. It was widely understood that the playoff requirements in the Eastern Conference differed vastly from those in the Western Conference. In 2007, the young king, LeBron James, guided the Cavaliers to a commendable 4th place in the East, propelling them all the way to the finals, despite a crushing defeat to the historically dominant Spurs. His prowess heightened anticipation for his future, particularly showcased during the Eastern Conference Finals against the traditional powerhouse, the Pistons. In the final quarter and overtime of that match, James scored an astonishing 25 points, ultimately leading his team to victory and claiming the Eastern Championship. However, had the Cavaliers possessed a similar record in the West, they would have been positioned 7th, facing the formidable Spurs in the first round of the playoffs. Thus, LeBron's spectacular performances would have been swiftly curtailed. Everyone was acutely aware of the Spurs' intimidating presence in the postseason, particularly for the young king, LeBron James. James' performance in the finals was nothing short of shocking. Not only was he swept, but his individual statistics were dismal. Over 4 games, he averaged 22 points, 7, 0 rebounds, 6, 8 assists, and 5, 8 turnovers, with a shooting percentage of merely 35.6, having made just 32 of 90 attempts. It is noteworthy that after the conclusion of the series, Duncan famously remarked to James in the locker room, "The future is yours." In a certain period, James became the nightmare of James himself. However, the defeat in the finals does not diminish his greatness. LeBron James remains the prodigy he has always been, and the expectations upon him have only intensified. Most successes in this world are not achieved instantaneously. They require a process, and LeBron James's journey is indeed remarkable. Yet, if he were in the Eastern Conference, the narrative could be quite different. Being swept in the first round of the playoffs, with averages of 22 points, 7 rebounds, 6, 8 assists, and 5, 8 turnovers, shooting 32 out of 90 attempts and hitting only 8 out of 22, 5 attempts, resulting in a shooting percentage of merely 35.6. Such a performance would undoubtedly invite criticism. People tend to evaluate an individual based on their moments of brilliance. However, had the Cavaliers been in the Western Conference, LeBron's mystique might not have appeared as extraordinary. The same circumstances, the same teammates, the same opponents, yet a different stage alters everything. To encapsulate it all, there are no weak teams in the West. Qualifying for the playoffs, especially with consistency, is no simple feat. The Bulls face the Mavericks, who have managed to achieve this for over a decade in the fiercely competitive Western Conference. While it was anticipated that the Mavericks would not easily surrender, the intensity of their resistance exceeded the expectations of the Bulls players. Right from the start, the Mavericks launched an offensive. Brandon Knight hit 3 consecutive 3-pointers, propelling the Mavericks to a 12-0 run, transforming the score from 4-3 to 16-3, widening the gap to 13 points, leaving Van Gundy visibly fuming. Many may not recognize Brandon Knight, but he has 2 notable moments that surely resonate. One was during an All-Star rookie game where he faced off against Irving. Although both scored, Knight was left reeling after being outmaneuvered by Irving, who executed a flawless shot, forever marking Knight as a mere backdrop in Irving's highlight reel. The second moment occurred during a crucial game when Knight intercepted the opponent. With no one in front of him and the score tied, he only needed to make an easy layup to win the game. A teammate, injured and seated on the bench, could hardly contain his excitement for the impending triumph. With mere seconds remaining, this layup would mean a game-winning shot. Unfortunately, under the scrutiny of the audience, Knight missed the layup, leaving everyone in disbelief. The near miss sent a chilling wave through the Mavericks fans, extinguishing their fervor. The rebound was secured by the opposing team, leading the match into overtime. Ultimately, they did emerge victorious. But such dramatic displays are rare. Knight, in overtime, hit a 3-pointer to seal the game, yet this did not overshadow his infamous miss. forever etched in the annals of NBA history as one of the most cringeworthy moments. Just 3.5 minutes into the game, Van Gundy called for a timeout. Upon resuming, he sternly instructed Liu, "Lock down Brandon Knight. Can you manage that?" Lee nodded without the slightest hesitation. "Rest assured, coach, in the forthcoming match, I shall keep a vigilant watch on Brandon Knight." Liu deliberately restrained his urge to act, understanding that if he were to commit, he could not retreat at the first sign of difficulty. He resolved to persist, however, he would not hold back on defense. Habits are akin to a double-edged sword. The moment one relaxes, maintaining focus on defense becomes a formidable challenge. Many stars initially exert themselves defensively, yet after their first lapse, their defensive efforts gradually diminish. Returning to the court, under Liu's vigilant guard, Brandon Knight indeed fell silent. Yet, Monta Ellis stepped up, proving himself to be the true leader of the Mavericks. This once self-proclaimed scoring maestro, known for his prowess as a shooting guard, was not merely boasting. Under Ellis's guidance, the Mavericks concluded the first quarter with a significant 18-point lead, the score standing at 37-19 in favor of the Bulls, who found themselves in a dire predicament. As the Bulls players returned to the bench, their expressions were grave. Everyone recognized the trouble they faced. If the second quarter did not reverse their downward spiral, the Bulls would surely forfeit the match. All eyes turned towards Liu, including that of Rose. During the first quarter, Rose's performance was underwhelming. Although he had notably improved his shooting since his injury, relying predominantly on his shooting game, his accuracy still left much to be desired. In the first quarter, Rose managed a mere 1 out of 2 on drives and hit only 1 of 5 shots, amassing a total of 4 points. Chapter 74. I fear I cannot be without him. Liu nodded expressionlessly. Upon witnessing Liu's affirmation, the Bulls players felt a weight lifted from their hearts, unknowingly. Liu had become their pillar of support. Van Gundy tapped the tactical board, drawing everyone's attention. "It's all right, we are down by 18 points. With 3 quarters left in the game, we can make a comeback. Let's all give our best effort. Everyone on the court must defend fiercely. I believe we can win. Just as we usually do, let us continue executing the right plays. I trust we will turn this around. There is still ample time." Van Gundy paused. "Don't force any shots. If you find yourself in a difficult situation, hand the ball over to Liu. And also to Rose." Unbeknownst to him, Van Gundy had already placed Liu as the primary option for the team, a role that should have belonged to Rose. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt it was somewhat unjust to Rose, who had supported the team for so many years. It seemed rather cruel, so he quickly added Rose's name. "They will lead us to victory." As the timeout concluded, everyone returned to the court. At that moment, Rose began to waver. Having led the team to an 18-point deficit in the first quarter, he questioned the necessity of this transformation. "Hey, Rose, cheer up. We will win, trust me. Let us continue." Liu leaned close to Ross's ear, his whispered words stirring a tumult within Ross's heart. Is this fellow a worm in my gut? Ross understood that Liu harbored concerns and wished to ease his mind. "Very well, you chose this path. Do not come seeking trouble from me should you falter in the competition." Although he mocked Liu internally, Ross undeniably felt a sense of relief. Upon returning to the court, Liu's performance was in stark contrast to that of the first quarter. In the initial period, he had deliberately restrained his shooting, managing only 3 points with 1 out of 2 attempts. However, as the second quarter commenced, Liu unleashed his full potential, hitting 4 out of 5 shots and sinking all 4 of his free throws. Within a mere 4 minutes of the second quarter, he amassed 14 points, leading the Bulls on a remarkable 23-8 surge, narrowing the score from 37-19 to 45-42. In just 4 minutes, the Mavericks' 18-point lead had vanished. Mavericks coach Carlisle was compelled to call a timeout. Although the Mavericks still held a 3-point advantage, the momentum of the game had decidedly shifted in favor of the Bulls. Liu has come to a profound realization. If he refrains from taking shots on the court, should he expect his teammates to bear the burden of scoring while he merely collects the easy rebounds? Such an approach is utterly unnecessary. It is imperative for him to demonstrate his own threat, thereby drawing the attention of the opposing defenders and altering the defensive strategies of the Mavericks. Only then can he create more opportunities for his teammates. The better he performs, the more defensive pressure he will attract from the Mavericks, consequently alleviating the defensive burden on his comrades. This dynamic will afford them numerous easy scoring chances, bolstering their confidence, enhancing their performance, and gradually elevating their skill levels. It is a virtuous cycle. Many elite teams possess vibrant bench players, beyond the individual talents of the athletes. The atmosphere and collective strength of the team play significant roles as well. Superstars established the tone of the game, entrusting challenging tasks to the leaders while assigning simpler responsibilities to others, allowing each member to fulfill their role effectively. This synergy results in a more fluid operation of the entire team. Occasionally, when a star player is absent, the team may have already forged a positive cycle which can persist for a limited time when the others can no longer sustain it. The superstar returns to provide support once more. The potential and prowess of such a team are truly unfathomable. Everyone recognizes the Spurs as a prime example of this phenomenon. Yet the Mavericks also stand as one among them. In the first quarter, Liu contributed to his teammates by setting screens and deliberately positioning himself at a distance to create space. With Liu's formidable presence, the Mavericks were compelled to defend against him. However, Liu consistently restrained his desire to shoot, managing to only draw the attention of one defender. Given the current strength of the Bulls, combined with Rose's transformation, and against the tactically astute Mavericks, the Bulls indeed appeared insufficient. Under Liu's powerful influence, Rose's performance improved significantly. During a span of 4 minutes, he scored 3 out of 4 shots, accumulating 6 points and bringing his total to 10, marking his return to double digits. While 10 points may not seem substantial, it is noteworthy that Rose has averaged just over 20 points this season. Scoring 10 points in a game and a half proves that Rose's transformation is feasible, as long as Liu continues to perform strongly. Rose possesses the capability to capitalize on the weakening defenses of the opposing team with his shooting. Despite enduring 2 major injuries, Rose remains the same explosive player. Previously, he was the primary figure of the team, and under intense defensive pressure from opponents, securing easy shot opportunities was exceedingly difficult. To propel his team forward, Rose finds himself exhausting his legs, aggressively driving into the paint, launching himself into the air, all while risking further injury. This is not a choice Rose relishes. He feels compelled to deliver his best for the team and its supporters. Yet, the very weapon he wields most effectively has also caused him the deepest wounds. The burden of responsibility is not shared by his teammates, and while regret often surfaces in hindsight, during the heat of the moment, decisions are made without hesitation. Rose cannot transfer this heavy responsibility to others, as it is simply too significant. However, the situation has changed with Liu's arrival. Rose can finally alleviate some of the weight on his shoulders and come to terms with his own expectations without further exhausting himself. Although Rose initially hesitated, Liu proactively engaged him in conversation, offered to shoulder this burden, and suggested a transformation, leaving Rose with no reason to resist. Yet, transformation is inherently challenging. When one deliberately conceals their sharpest tools, both they and their opponents, particularly fans, may struggle to adjust. Support may come with successful outcomes, but failure would undoubtedly be met with disappointment. At the onset of the game, the Bulls found themselves trailing by 18 points, and Rose's performance was lackluster, hitting only 2 of 5 shots, while 1 out of 4 from the field felt particularly awkward, prompting him to question the wisdom of his transformation. Thankfully, Liu stepped up, reversing the team's downward trend, and with the U.S. momentum, Rose experienced a resurgence. Observing Liu's calm demeanor, Rose reflected, "This guy makes playing alongside him so effortless. I fear I may become reliant on him." Chapter 75. Victory. The pause was brief, and the game resumed. Upon their return, the Mavericks were relentless. As soon as Liu possessed the ball, 2 defenders would leap upon him, determined to deny him any opportunity for an unchallenged one-on-one. For Liu, such defensive pressure was akin to an invitation to score. The Mavericks, emboldened by their tenacity, resolved to thwart him at all costs. If one defender proved inadequate, they would send another, dismissing the notion that there existed players who could not be contained, insisting that Liu was no Kobe Bryant. They seldom encountered a player of Liu's caliber. For most NBA athletes, the mere presence of a player who could instill such dread upon receiving the ball was none other than the Black Mamba himself, Kobe Bryant. Nevertheless, Liu remained undeterred in his pursuit of the ball. The more fiercely the adversaries resisted, the more exhilarated he became, his body responding with greater fluidity. The dual defense was not an insurmountable barrier for Liu. Rather, it elevated the challenge from an A level to an S level. Given the Mavericks' defensive resources and capabilities, the notion that they could completely stifle Liu was sheer folly. In the paint, the formidable Tyson Chandler, known as the baddest man on the planet, stood guard. Though age had tempered his prowess, he was not to be underestimated. Many superstars boasted high success rates against defenses. Yet even they harbored a modicum of trepidation when faced with Chandler's formidable presence. However, the Mavericks' perimeter defense was woefully inadequate. Both Brandon Knight and Monta Ellis were known for their offensive strengths, but were glaringly lacking in defensive prowess. To contain a player of Liu's caliber, who seemed to embody the spirit of basketball legend Michael Jordan, was clearly beyond their abilities. Moreover, the current defensive regulations differed significantly from the past. Defenders could no longer employ hand-checking, which had dramatically increased the difficulty for offensive players. Kobe's extraordinary performances, such as his 81-point game against the Raptors and his 62 points and 3/4 against the Mavericks, occurred during a time when hand checks were still permissible. In the season following the prohibition of this tactic, Kobe's scoring average surged from 27.6 to 35 for points per game. Notably, Allen Iverson, who ranked second in scoring that season with an average of 33 points, achieved his career high, while LeBron James, with an average of 31 for points, also reached his peak. In stark contrast, Michael Jordan had averaged an astounding 37 points per game under the old rules, a feat that overshadowed even Wilt Chamberlain's legendary average of 50 points. While Chamberlain was impressive during the regular season, his playoff performances were markedly less dominant, securing only 3 championships compared to his rivals' 11. Jordan, on the other hand, consistently elevated his game in the playoffs, averaging more points in postseason play than in the regular season and excelling further in the finals. His achievements transcended mere statistics. They represented his unparalleled dominance, illustrated by his 2 three-peats, signifying a supremacy that existed beyond numerical values. Returning to the present, it was evident that, under the current defensive parameters and with the Mavericks' defensive resources, they were destined to be unable to contain Liu's remarkable performance. Liu effortlessly maneuvered past the defensive duo of Ellis and Knight, penetrating the lane to assist Rose with a mid-range jumper. He then, with the same ease, launched a three-pointer over the dual defense of Ellis and Knight, effortlessly sinking the shot. Do not be misled into thinking that the Divine cannot shoot from beyond the arc. Although Jordan managed a mere 5 points in the three-point contest, the lowest in history, his three-point prowess can adapt to any era when he desires it, especially when his team requires it. This realization dawned upon Liu in recent days, particularly after he activated his character card and practiced, discovering an even greater command over his three-point shooting. Thus, Liu found no need to supplement his skills with Curry's three-point card. His existing abilities sufficed for typical matches, conserving his energy. Considering Liu's current stamina, if he were to employ both cards, despite his considerable improvements, the time frame would still be too short for substantial enhancement, allowing only 20 minutes of support. However, utilizing solely Jordan's skill card, combined with Liu's remarkable stamina recovery, sustaining 35 minutes per game, posed no challenge. Subsequently, from the right side of the free throw line, Liu held the ball with one hand, faking Knight before executing another successful jump shot. Knight was left bewildered, wondering where the ball had vanished. As he regained his composure and beheld Liu, frustration surged within him. Am I destined to be merely a backdrop? Again, it's me, Knight lamented, fully aware that his recent humiliation would soon become fodder for media outlets worldwide, and soon, everyone would know that he had been outwitted once more. Knight inwardly shouted, I truly do not wish to be a mere background player. Not just Knight, but all the Mavericks players tasked with defending Liu were in disarray. Even Tyson Chandler was not spared. During a rebounding contest, he too fell victim to Liu's prowess, as Liu soared above him to seize the rebound and execute a thunderous dunk. In that moment, Chandler felt as if he could wither away from embarrassment. Unlike the previous incident, which was merely a light-hearted exchange on the streets, this was an NBA game, with tens of thousands of spectators present, and millions more watching from home or their mobile devices. Soon, the entire world would learn of Chandler's ignominious dunk. Knight, witnessing Chandler's plight, felt his eyes nearly bulge from their sockets. That is Tyson Chandler, he exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that someone would dare to challenge him so brazenly. Yet, a sudden thought struck Knight. Perhaps this isn't so bad after all. Experiencing the role of the background player has its own peculiar charm. His spirits inexplicably lifted as he found solace in the shared experience, chuckling to himself. As the match progressed, a small faction of Mavericks fans shifted their allegiance, rallying in support of Liu. After all, witnessing greatness firsthand is a profoundly different experience from merely hearing about it through the media. Despite the recent circulation of Liu's highlights, which evoked admiration and curiosity, nothing compares to the live spectacle. His performance was nothing short of magnificent and awe-inspiring, making it difficult not to be captivated. While their support for the Mavericks remained, the player they championed had unequivocally changed to Liu. At the conclusion of the game, Amidst a chorus of cheers, Liu honored Paul by scoring an impressive 58 points, securing victory for his team. Among his teammates, Rose contributed 25 points, 8 assists, and 5 rebounds, while Pau Gasol delivered a commendable double-double with 21 points and 13 rebounds. Under Liu's leadership, the Bulls overcame an 18-point deficit to triumph in this contest. Chapter 76. A long road ahead with Liu at the helm. The Bulls embarked on a winning streak. Following their victory over the Mavericks, they subsequently triumphed over the Eastern Conference's struggling Hornets and the Western Conference's underperforming Timberwolves. Coupled with their previous 4 consecutive victories, the Bulls had achieved an impressive 6-game winning streak. The Hornets, having long been absent from the playoffs and consistently ranked among the bottom teams, lacked a winning culture or the genetic disposition for success. Their late establishment and absence of standout players throughout their history rendered them powerless against Liu's onslaught. Ultimately, the Bulls defeated the Hornets with a commanding score of 125-96, a result that starkly illustrated the vast disparity between the two teams. Liu delivered an impressive performance in this match, recording 45 points, 8 rebounds, and 5 assists. Had the game not progressed so swiftly, resulting in Liu remaining on the bench for the entirety of the fourth quarter, his statistics might have been even more astonishing. Rose also showcased a commendable display, contributing 21 points, 9 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks to the game. While transitioning can be quite challenging, this initial phase appears promising. Gasol's performance was equally remarkable, as he achieved yet another double-double with 18 points and 15 rebounds, astonishing given his age. As for the Timberwolves, in the years following the departure of their king, Garnett, they have consistently been strong contenders for the top draft pick. After finally acquiring a new star in the double-double phenomenon, Kevin Love, he was traded to the Cavaliers. This season, the Timberwolves undoubtedly stand as frontrunners for the top draft pick, and they are certainly no match for the Bulls. Liu once again achieved a remarkable score of 51 points in the game, leading the Bulls to a resounding victory over the Timberwolves with a score of 122-101. However, Rose's performance in this match was rather lackluster, as he managed to sink only 6 of his 19 attempts, accumulating a mere 15 points. Of those successful shots, 4 were layups, while the remaining 2 were three-pointers. When his shooting falters, Rose instinctively relies on his ability to drive to the basket. Nevertheless, Liu harbors no grievances regarding this. Such ingrained habits from years of competition cannot be altered overnight and require time to be reshaped. Liu firmly believes that Rose will eventually find the right balance. However, as the saying goes, nothing lasts forever. Following a streak of 6 consecutive victories, the Bulls are set to face the formidable San Antonio Spurs in their 7th match. This team has proven to be exceptionally resilient. Since the arrival of the legendary Tim Duncan, the Spurs have never recorded a season with fewer than 50 wins. Given their current winning percentage, it is highly likely they will surpass this threshold once again this year, with a potential push towards 60 wins. For many, the concept of 50 wins may seem abstract, but consider the current Cavaliers, boasting a trio of superstars who are projected to finish the season with just over 50 wins, securing the 2nd position in the Eastern Conference. This is not a fleeting achievement. It is the result of over a decade of sustained excellence. The Spurs have experienced both peaks and troughs, yet they have consistently maintained a regular season record of no fewer than 50 victories. This is the remarkable legacy of coach Greg Popovich, showcasing the profound impact of Tim Duncan on the team's success. At the age of 39, Duncan continues to exhibit a diligent defensive presence on the court, excelling in rebounding and shot blocking, despite a notable decline in statistical output. Those who understand the game recognize that the current state of the Spurs is a testament to his skill and character. Among the Spurs' dynamic trio, French speedster Tony Parker was selected 28th overall in the first round of the 2001 draft, while the other brilliant player, Manu Ginobili, was chosen 28th in the 2nd round. In terms of talent, both had the potential to become remarkable players alongside Duncan, who is often regarded as one of the top 10, if not top 5, players in NBA history. Their successes are a reflection not only of their own hard work, but also of the sacrifices and support provided by Duncan, who has fostered a nurturing environment for their growth. The development of players invariably requires time and opportunities. It is Duncan's unwavering support that has allowed both Parker and Ginobili to flourish, offering them both the freedom to make mistakes and the chance to learn from them, while simultaneously establishing an exemplary standard for them to aspire to. In turn, they have reciprocated Duncan's mentorship, collectively securing 4 championships. This is indeed a remarkable feat. especially when one considers that even LeBron James has only achieved 4 titles. The Spurs dynasty is inextricably linked to Duncan's foundational role and the contributions of his fellow teammates. This team epitomizes true basketball teamwork, where mutual support has led to monumental success, collectively crafting the illustrious legacy of the Spurs. Liu has a profound admiration for Duncan and a deep affection for the Spurs, as the atmosphere of this team is truly remarkable. Liu learned this vital lesson from the San Antonio Spurs, to cultivate team members and to trust one another. The strength of a team, under the guidance of a selfless leader, truly knows no bounds. However, Liu held great admiration for the Spurs on the court. He was determined to give his all against them. Only through unwavering effort can one demonstrate the utmost respect. And striving for victory is the singular creed in the arena of competition. From the outset of the match, Liu was the focus of the Spurs' defense. Not only was he closely guarded by the Spurs' future star, the stoic assassin Kawhi Leonard, but other players were also quick to provide assistance, making Liu's task exceedingly arduous. Leonard's defensive prowess is legendary. Merely hearing his name signals impending trouble, while Liu possessed the technical skills reminiscent of Jordan. His cognitive awareness and instincts were still lacking, leaving him feeling beleaguered. Although Leonard could not completely contain Liu, his defense significantly hindered Liu's shooting opportunities. After finally eluding Leonard, the Spurs players swiftly rotated to counter him once more. After a brief respite, Leonard was right back on his trail. This targeted defense caused Liu's shooting percentage to plummet to 50%, a stark decline of 15% from his previous 65% in earlier games. As the game concluded, Liu had made 15 of 30 attempts, scoring 38 points, a performance deemed somewhat satisfactory. Nevertheless, the Bulls fell to the Spurs with a score of 105-113, suffering a sobering defeat after their 6-game winning streak. In this match, Rose's performance was also quite lackluster, achieving a mere 35% shooting accuracy with 7 of 20 attempts, totaling 16 points, 5 assists, and 1 steal. Pau Gasol, too, showed signs of wear, struggling under Duncan's defense to record only 13 points, 8 rebounds, and a single block. This game served as a cold splash of reality for both Liu and the Bulls, reminding them that they had yet to attain the level of excellence required to claim the throne. A long journey lay ahead. Chapter 1. The Champion's Declaration. After the defeat in San Antonio, Liu felt a sense of relief. There remained abundant room for improvement within the team. His extraordinary performance had sparked a 6-game winning streak, yet it had also intensified the team's reliance on him. While depending on a superstar is not inherently detrimental, if it leads to the loss of individual initiative among the Bulls players, the consequences could be dire. A formidable team cannot hinge solely on one individual. Every member must contribute. Should players become blindly obedient, the creativity and vitality needed in matches would diminish. If a superstar falters unexpectedly, the team would struggle immensely. Thus, such a team would find it exceedingly challenging to reach the heights of historical greatness. In this game, Liu's 50% shooting accuracy, yielding 38 points, underscored the reality to his teammates. He, too, was merely human and could not consistently score 50 points. To secure victories, particularly against the top-tier teams in the NBA, they would need to rely on collective strength. This realization fostered a renewed sense of purpose and motivation among his teammates, especially Rose and Gasol, as they witnessed Liu facing restrictions. Although they too had been limited, seeing Liu contend with such challenges clarified their significance within the team. No one aspired to be a mere ornament. Every individual sought to emerge as a genuine champion. Upon returning to the locker room, the atmosphere was tinged with disappointment. After such an arduous journey to achieve a 6-game winning streak, the team had harbored hopes for a 7th. The outcome shattered those expectations, creating a palpable sense of letdown. However, given that their opponents were the Spurs, acceptance of the defeat came more easily. In the realm of basketball, no team could confidently assert superiority over the Spurs. In a single game, no team could guarantee victory against them. Conversely, half of the NBA teams strategically prepared to concede when facing the Spurs. Thus, amidst their disappointment, a flicker of anticipation emerged. If even the Spurs found it so challenging to defeat them, the Bulls were no longer the team they once were. Everyone is convinced that the Bulls possess the prowess to disrupt the Eastern Conference, and a quiet thought has blossomed in their hearts. Perhaps this season, we might contend for the championship. Yet, upon further reflection, they wonder, what are we thinking? The Cavaliers' formidable trio still stands in our way. Who has bested the Cavaliers? The men who have triumphed in 4 consecutive finals and secured 4 consecutive championships? Despite the prevailing belief that the Bulls cannot surpass the Cavaliers, The seed of ambition for the championship has silently taken root, inspiring a determined pursuit of this lofty goal. With a resounding clap, Liu forcefully struck his hands together, drawing the attention of everyone around him. Liu stood in the center of the locker room, casting his gaze upon the silent circle of teammates surrounding him. The others, including Coach Van Gundy, who had just entered intending to speak, turned their attention to Liu. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to have your attention," Liu said, pausing to clap his hands fervently, directing his words towards the Bulls players. "I commend each of you for your hard work in today's match. Every individual performed exceptionally well. Although we faced defeat, I firmly believe that in the next game, we shall reclaim our strength. This is merely a minor episode in the course of this season. I assure you, when we confront the Spurs again, I will lead us to victory." Prior to this match, we achieved an impressive 6-game winning streak. Brothers, you have been truly remarkable. It is your dedication that has shaped this team into what it is today. Have we not made significant progress? While we may have lost this game, we will undoubtedly continue to improve, will we not? In the wake of this match, let us relish this moment of defeat before the next game. For our future holds countless victories. Soon, the sensation of losing will be a novelty for you. Trust me, for I am indeed a visionary. Due to everyone's relentless effort, the Bulls will triumph in innumerable contests ahead, not merely 6, 7, or 8 consecutive wins, but our ultimate aim is the championship. The championship? The words of Liu left all the players in the room in a state of astonishment. A championship? Was this something the Bulls could truly aspire to? While the desire for the title burned within their hearts, the reality of their capabilities rendered such aspirations seemingly unattainable. Especially before Liu's emergence, the Bulls had merely scraped together a playoff berth. Even with Liu's presence, the confidence among the rest of the team in competing for the championship was non-existent. Out of 30 teams, only one can claim the title. And the magnitude of that challenge is all too evident. Liu has only led this team for 6 or 7 games, and altering the long-held perceptions of everyone is an arduous task. The astonishment among all present was palpable when Liu boldly declared his championship aspirations. Such audacity seemed clearly beyond the realm of the Bulls. Could it be that Liu was merely boasting? Most of the Bulls players harbored this sentiment, with one notable exception, Rose. From the moment Liu sought him out, Rose understood that Liu's ambitions extended far beyond mere playoff appearances or semifinals. His sights were firmly set on the championship at the pinnacle of the sport. Geniuses often defy rationale. It was only upon witnessing Liu's performance that Rose truly grasped the essence of this adage. In his inaugural start, Liu scored an astonishing 81 points, leading the Bulls to triumph over the heavily favored Cavaliers, who boasted a formidable trio. Subsequently, he effortlessly racked up scores of 40 and 50 points as if they were mere sustenance. In just 7 games, even Rose's own illustrious career, spanning 7 to 8 years, paled in comparison to such brilliance. A player of Liu's caliber cannot be constrained by the mundane laws of the ordinary. A championship? The excitement on Rose's face was unmistakable. "Liu, I have been awaiting your declaration." From that fateful game against the Cavaliers, the flame of Rose's championship aspirations was ignited. And at this moment, it blazed brightly. The thought of a championship stirred profound waves within Pau Gasol as well. Was Liu's audacity truly unparalleled? The sheer magnitude of his ambition seemed to eclipse even that of his former partner, Kobe Bryant, renowned as one of the most tenacious competitors in NBA history. Liu's fervor appeared to surpass even that of Bryant, suggesting that he was destined for greatness. However, perhaps it was a tad premature to harbor such lofty ambitions. The Bulls still felt somewhat lacking in strength, and with Rose's injury concerns, the road ahead appeared daunting. Yet, why did the mere mention of Liu's championship aspirations fill Rose with such uncontainable excitement? As a seasoned veteran who has navigated the NBA for over a decade, Gasol felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Liu's words. Chapter 2. The aristocrats observing the reactions around him, Liu discerned that some individuals still harbored ambitions, such as the veterans Gasol and Rose, along with the newcomers Damian Jackson and Stephen Bronny. Upon hearing Liu declare that the Chicago Bulls aimed for the championship, a glimmer of fervor ignited in their eyes. The instinctive response of a person cannot be deceived. Their undeniable yearning for the championship was palpable. However, in this world, some believe in dreams while others remain indifferent. Hinrich and Dunleavy displayed a more composed demeanor, revealing their lack of faith in the Bulls' championship prospects. Snell was not faring much better. Ever since Liu ascended as the new leader of the Bulls, his circumstances had drastically changed. The grievances he previously harbored against Liu had been laid bare, and although Liu had not specifically targeted him, a degree of isolation from others had ensued. Consequently, Snell found little motivation in the prospect of the Bulls winning the championship and had begun seeking a trade. Liu, with an unruffled demeanor, observed the expressions of everyone present, including Coach Van Gundy. Though his face appeared remarkably calm, Liu discerned a flicker of brilliance in his eyes moments ago. It seemed that none within the Bulls harbored aspirations for championship glory, not even the team's steward, Van Gundy. However, Liu could empathize with them. Prior to his arrival, the Bulls could merely be deemed a playoff-caliber team, with aspirations limited to reaching the second round. Yet now, it was imperative for their thoughts and ambitions to undergo a transformation. One's objectives must align with their abilities, if one's prowess advances while their goals remain stagnant. It breeds neither challenge nor motivation. After these recent matches, Liu believed it was time to propose a new, formidable objective. In the NBA, there exists no greater challenge than the pursuit of the championship. Everyone, he declared, I understand that winning the championship is an arduous endeavor. Yet I genuinely believe we possess the opportunity to achieve it, do we not? What significance lies in pursuing that which is easily attainable? We must strive for monumental achievements that astonish the world. I am confident that with our collective efforts, we can accomplish extraordinary feats. As his gaze swept across the room, Liu noted that many on the Bulls bore contemplative expressions, indicating that they were indeed stirred. After all, who could resist the allure of an NBA championship? Despite the fact that these individuals were millionaires, there remain numerous treasures that money cannot procure, with the NBA championship being among them. Observing the reactions of his teammates, Liu felt an increased sense of assurance within himself. Liu continued to speak. I am aware that our current capabilities certainly exhibit a certain discrepancy from this objective. However, I believe that, if we are willing, this gap is not an insurmountable chasm. With collective effort and unity, it is indeed achievable. I understand that everyone is quite curious about my sudden outburst, and to that, I wish to convey a single thought. When one exerts sufficient effort, data becomes an effortlessly attainable resource. Upon acquiring the data, substantial contracts naturally follow. Are you aware that several NBA teams sought my signature during my recruitment? To be candid, numerous franchises approached me, including prestigious teams like the Celtics and the Lakers. Yet, without a trace of hesitation, I declined their offers. My friends, what was my motivation? Liu cast a sweeping glance over the entire gathering before pausing his discourse. Observing Liu's reaction, the members of the Bulls collectively held their breath. What could Liu's expression signify? Was he implying that it was for their sake? A cacophony of doubts swirled within each individual, to be candid. They found it hard to believe. The bond among teammates is often tenuous, easily dissolving without warning. Yet, meeting the hopeful gazes of his companions, Liu refrained from further embellishments and spoke candidly from the heart. They were a prestigious team. Could the Bulls not aspire to the same heights? After all, we all share the same human experience, and if others can achieve it, so too can we. In Liu's eyes, there is a profound determination. He genuinely harbors such aspirations. The Celtics may be a prestigious franchise, and the Lakers undoubtedly are, but why should the Bulls not aspire to the same? Is it not the most fascinating endeavor to forge one's own glory from the ground up? I have every reason to believe that our Bulls can indeed ascend to the ranks of NBA history's elite, for it is because of me, because of you, and due to our collective efforts. Am I not correct, my friends? I firmly believe we can achieve all of this, provided you follow in my footsteps. I assure you that I will lead us to create our own miraculous legacy. I am confident that, in the years to come, the Bulls will stand alongside the Celtics and the Lakers as a formidable franchise. However, this foundation must be laid by us. Success is often arduous, I am aware, especially for those who pave the way, yet does this not render the challenge all the more exhilarating? Such endeavors are indeed what make life intriguing, are they not? Perhaps, in the years to come, when NBA is mentioned, everyone will recognize a prestigious franchise known as the Bulls. And the players of the Bulls may very well become an indelible part of NBA history. Upon hearing Liu's words, a wave of emotion surged within all the players of the Bulls. Is this truly possible? Can such a feat be accomplished? Creating a prestigious franchise is indeed a formidable challenge, especially with nearly a century of NBA history behind us. Yet, if we reflect on the number of elite teams that have emerged throughout this time, perhaps there are only 2 or 3. The Lakers must be counted among them, having secured a total of 17 championships in this less than century-long saga of the NBA. The Los Angeles Lakers are poised to secure their 115th championship, undoubtedly establishing themselves as a premier powerhouse in the realm of basketball. The Lakers are, without question, a distinguished franchise. However, the Boston Celtics, who once boasted a greater number of championships than the Lakers, are equally recognized as a true titan. In their illustrious history, the Celtics achieved an unparalleled 11 consecutive championships in the NBA, and to this day, they have claimed a total of 17 titles, matching the Lakers for the most in NBA history. Undoubtedly, the Celtics stand as the greatest franchise in the annals of the NBA. If the Lakers and Celtics epitomize the depth of heritage among NBA teams, then the Chicago Bulls represent a franchise with a comparatively scant history and lack of tradition. When discussing the Bulls, there is truly little of significance to mention. The most formidable figure in the franchise's history is undoubtedly Derrick Rose. This is a team devoid of the weight of history, having yet to secure a championship since its inception, with their finest achievement being a trip to the Eastern Conference Finals under Rose's leadership. In terms of individual accolades, the Bulls have garnered only a singular MVP award, which was bestowed upon Rose 2 years ago. Thus far, Rose remains the sole MVP in the annals of the Bulls' history, and can be regarded as the very embodiment of this team. The prospect of transforming such a franchise into a powerhouse is enough to quicken the breaths of the Bulls players. Observing the reactions of the team, Liu felt a profound satisfaction, yet he knew it was not sufficient. He had another ace up his sleeve to further ignite the fervor. Liu continued, stating that in pursuit of the championship goal, he intended to initiate an intensive morning training regimen. He expressed his desire to share the secrets behind his remarkable strength, including his training plans and methodologies, with everyone, inviting them to train alongside him and enhance their skills together. Upon hearing that Liu was willing to divulge his training secrets, the eyes of all the Bulls players widened, including Coach Van Gundy. In the NBA, the training regimens of superstars are typically shrouded in secrecy. To learn, one must attend training camps and invest financially, often gaining only a fraction of the coveted knowledge. The most crucial aspects have always remained closely guarded. Van Gundy was profoundly inspired, realizing that with a leader like Liu, the Bulls could only improve by following his lead. Surely, the championship would come naturally in due course. Within 3 seasons, Van Gundy was confident he could guide the Bulls to victory. Observing the enthusiasm of his teammates, Liu felt a sense of relief, knowing that his plan had taken root. He earnestly hoped to see everyone at the training facility the following morning. With a gentle nod, he refrained from further words and exited the locker room. As he departed, a voice echoed from outside. "By the way, my breakfast plan starts at 8 tomorrow. I'll be waiting for everyone at the arena." The sound of footsteps gradually faded, leaving the locker room infused with a spirit of determination. Chapter 3. Winning hearts. The Bulls may not be a powerhouse at present, but who can predict what the future holds? The words of Liu were met with skepticism, yet they had sown a tantalizing seed of ambition within everyone's hearts, the aspiration for victory. The allure of the championship was undeniable, and with Liu's extraordinary performance, it became apparent to all that as long as he remained with the Bulls, a championship within 3 to 5 years was conceivable. However, by that time, the roster may have undergone several changes, leaving uncertainty about the current teammates. Should the Bulls clinch the championship in the next 2 years, it is likely that most of the current players would still be present. In the annals of history, the rookie core has achieved championship glory within 3 years, as exemplified by Wade, while Duncan also secured a title in his second year. It is evident that Liu is on a trajectory to become a historically significant NBA superstar, making such an achievement entirely plausible. Yet, the notion of a dynasty or a powerhouse is far more elusive. Among the multitude of superstars throughout NBA history, only a handful have been recognized as dynasties, and even fewer as true powerhouses. Within the confines of the Bulls, every individual, including the optimistic Rose, harbored doubts about the feasibility of this ambition. Nonetheless, his heart soared in tandem with Liu's words. Perhaps, against all odds, they might actually succeed, though disbelief lingered. An uncontrollable fervor for this dream began to take root in their hearts. Liu did not return to rest. Instead, after freshening up, he proceeded to the gym for his workout. Liu understood that in order to secure the NBA championship, it was imperative not only to hone his basketball skills, but also to maintain peak physical condition. Intense training would enable him to better absorb the myriad techniques of the basketball deity, Michael Jordan. However, nothing could be taken for granted. Even the legendary Jordan required a journey towards success. Early the next morning, Liu arrived at the training facility, undoubtedly the first to do so. As he gazed at the empty gymnasium, a sense of uncertainty lingered in his mind. How many people will show up today? Would veterans such as Rose and Gasol make their appearance? Liu had not yet commenced his solitary training. He merely engaged in a brief warm-up, awaiting the arrival of the first player. Before long, individuals began to approach. To Liu's surprise, the initial arrivals were none other than the young talents Damian Jackson and Stephen Brownie. It was evident that they were somewhat apprehensive, yet their faces radiated excitement. After all, what newcomer would not be thrilled at the prospect of training alongside a superstar? This was undeniably an opportunity, a chance to enhance their skills and to catch the attention of the team's leading figure, potentially earning playing time. The ultimate outcome, however, would depend on their performance. Seeing these two young men eased Liu's earlier anxieties. Whether or not the veterans showed up was of little consequence. Their abilities had long since stabilized, leaving scant room for growth. Moreover, Liu was genuinely concerned that his rigorous training regimen might strain the old limbs of these seasoned players, which would certainly be an unfavorable outcome. Brotherly Weavey arrived. The two young men greeted him warmly. Liu did not cease his warm-up. Only with a thorough warm-up can the likelihood of injury during the forthcoming training be diminished. Quickly organize your belongings and join me for the warm-up, he said with a smile as he glanced back at the two of them. Soon, Rose arrived, followed closely by Damian Jackson and Stephen Brownie within 3 minutes. The trio had arrived half an hour earlier than the time Liu had mentioned. However, upon their arrival, they were nearly at the appointed time, while the others trickled in slowly. Once the time had arrived, only 8 members of the team showed up. Veterans Gasol, Henrich, and Dunleavy were absent, along with Snell. Liu was not particularly surprised by the absence of these individuals. He had already emphasized the demanding nature of this training, and attendance was ultimately a matter of personal choice. Observing those warming up beside him, Liu wondered how many of them would be able to endure, as his training regimen was so rigorous that even the most resilient could find it challenging. It was indeed a grueling routine, yet, if anyone lacked both the requisite ability and a commendable attitude, their playing time would naturally be allotted to those who, even if currently at a similar level or slightly below his, were diligent in their training and striving for improvement. Those who completed the warm-up first would engage in ball drills, and only when everyone had finished warming up would Liu truly commence the training, an authentic trial of endurance. He hoped these individuals could persist a little longer, otherwise he would find himself quite bored. Though Rose would certainly remain, training with just 2 individuals would still be rather dull. He glanced at Stephen Brownie and Damian Jackson, observing their meticulous movements. He hoped these young men could endure for a while longer. Given the current strength of the Bulls, aspiring for a championship appeared genuinely challenging. However, if the young players could continually elevate their performance levels and alleviate some of Liu's pressure, the prospect of the Bulls clinching a title would not be merely a fanciful dream. When the training officially commenced, everyone comprehended that Liu's exceptional prowess was entirely reasonable. They questioned whether such training was indeed feasible for any individual. Little did they know, this was merely a scaled-down version of his training plan. Had it adhered to Liu's original regimen, not a single person would return the following day. Not even Rose could withstand it. Is this truly Liu's training plan? I can't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. As the training regimen progressed, everyone felt utterly exhausted, even Ross, who was renowned for his rigorous training. Although Ross had trained alongside Liu earlier, each participant focused on their own practice. While Liu's training intensity appeared formidable, Ross believed his own efforts were equally commendable. Initially brimming with confidence, Ross began to question his resolve as fatigue set in. Halfway through the session, with the exception of Liu, who remained vibrant, the rest of the team felt utterly drained, drenched in sweat, and their faces paling. Initially skeptical of Liu, attributing his success to talent and luck, the other members of the Bulls were now thoroughly convinced of his prowess. When faced with someone who was not only 100 times more capable but also 100 times more diligent, what more could they say? They could only yield, even if their words did not fully express the sentiment. After the training concluded, the team returned to the locker room resembling lifeless dogs. Yet Liu and Ross continued to push themselves. However, Ross was merely enduring through sheer will. As a member of MVN, he refused to submit. In an effort to support Ross, Liu had to call an early end to their practice, fearing that if Ross, whose complexion had drained of color, continued, he might end up in the hospital. The Bulls needed Ross for their upcoming games. Observing the listless demeanor of his teammates, Liu felt a twinge of concern at how many would show up for training the next day. Chapter 4. The Greatest Good Samaritan. The training persisted, as did the games. Yet everyone noticed a marked transformation among the Bulls players. Hey, Smith, why does it feel like the Bulls have a different spirit about them? During the match between the Bulls and the Hawks, by halftime, the Bulls had surged ahead by 22 points, a result that took everyone by surprise. Since the start of the season, the Hawks had dominated the Eastern Conference standings. In this year's All-Star game, 4 out of the 5 starters from the Hawks had been selected, a remarkable feat considering there were only 12 spots available for Eastern Conference teams. As the season unfolded, it became evident that the Hawks were indeed contenders for the championship, based on their current performance. There was a 90% probability that they would finish the season with over 60 wins, showcasing their exceptional form. Prior to this match, 60 of analysts predicted that the Bulls would falter in Atlanta, yet by halftime, the Bulls led 65-43, a staggering 22-point advantage that rendered the suspense nearly non-existent. Of the 65 points scored by the Bulls, Liu contributed only 18, leaving many casual fans astonished. Was the Hawks' defense truly that formidable? In truth, it is not that Liu is incapable of achieving a higher score. Rather, there is simply no necessity for him to accumulate such an abundance of points. The recent training sessions have seen the Chicago Bulls players' potential reach its limits within a constrained time frame, yielding only modest results. However, the psychological state and demeanor of each player have undergone a remarkable transformation ever since Liu proclaimed the team's season objective to be the championship. The hearts of all players have ignited with fervor, uniting them into a cohesive entity, and the entire squad has rallied together, unleashing an extraordinary force. The power of unity is immense. The strength of a harmonious and united team far surpasses that of any individual. With the collective effort of the team, Liu can finally afford to ease his intensity, whereas previously he needed to exert 120% of his effort to secure victory. He now requires only 80% of his prowess to lead the team to triumph. Barkley has observed that the entire Bulls team appears to be brimming with vitality. Each individual seemingly endowed with inexhaustible energy, fully engaged in both offensive and defensive plays. This is not the first time Barkley has sensed such a change. Since the Bulls' defeat to the Spurs, the entire team has seemed to be reborn. Yet, Barkley remains uncertain whether this is merely a fleeting change or the result of other factors. A rebound following a loss is normal. But this is now the 4th game post-Spurs, and rather than dissipating their vigor, the Bulls have instead ignited an even stronger and more vigorous spirit. Barkley begins to doubt his own perceptions, for it is indeed peculiar for a team to suddenly display renewed energy in the latter half of the season. Upon hearing Barkley's inquiry, Smith cast a disdainful glance at him. For heaven's sake, Sir Barkley, please refrain from posing such superficial questions. After all these years of playing, you are only now noticing the Bulls' transformation? You truly are an ignorant buffoon. From the moment the Bulls suffered defeat against the Spurs, the entire team has played with an invigorated spirit, as if they were possessed by some elixir, seemingly reborn. Indeed, Van Gundy is a knowledgeable strategist and a master of motivation. In just a few games, the Bulls have transformed as if they were an entirely different team. If the earlier matches were solely shouldered by Liu, the current games rely on the collective strength of the entire Bulls roster. Barkley concurred with Smith's assessment, attributing the credit to Van Gundy. After all, matters within the locker room are typically shrouded in secrecy. It is a well-established convention that such affairs should not be divulged unless the team permits. Anyone who dares to leak locker room secrets would face severe backlash. Thus, the outside world remains oblivious to Liu's declaration to the entire team regarding their pursuit of the championship. Were anyone to learn that Liu had openly proclaimed his ambition for the title, the laughter would be relentless. However, Liu remains unfazed. Success is not achieved overnight, and he has long been prepared to accept any outcome. Yet, the declaration must still be made. In the face of such lofty aspirations, the Bulls players have been invigorated. Liu had initially doubted that many would adhere to the breakfast regimen, yet everyone remains committed, with even the veterans joining in. While no one can quite match the intensity of Liu's training, at least they are all striving. If they persist, even if this season does not yield a championship, Liu is confident that within 3 seasons, he will cradle the NBA championship trophy and see the first championship banner rise in the United Center. As the game concluded, the Bulls triumphed over the Hawks with a score of 115-102. Liu secured 31 points, 6 rebounds, and 7 assists, while Rose contributed 25 points and 9 assists. Rose's transformation is beginning to bear fruit. In recent games, he has significantly reduced his drives to the basket, and his shooting efficiency is gradually stabilizing. During the post-game interview, Barkley approached the sidelines. "Hey, Liu, It seems you're now just coasting. Scoring only 31 points in this game. Are you losing your touch? Barkley teased, his expression serious as if discussing a grave matter. You've only held your ground for a few games, and now you've softened. Does that seem appropriate? Liu smiled faintly, dismissing the comment without concern. He understood that Barkley was merely jesting. However, remaining silent in the face of such banter was not in his nature. He found the greatest pleasure in countering every challenge that came his way. Barkley, thank you for your generous gift of $100,000. I have donated it to my hometown. Many have called me a good person, but in truth, you are the true paragon of kindness. Barkley's smile faltered. Taken aback by Liu's clever retort, yet there was little he could do, for he had brought it upon himself with his own words. Liu continued. Those children expressed immense gratitude towards you and me, wishing to repay our kindness. I jokingly told them that the great benefactor has a peculiar fondness for donkeys' rear ends, suggesting that if anyone possesses a donkey, they should generously offer it to him. Upon hearing this, the children resolved to exchange their pigs for donkeys in the future. Casting a sidelong glance at Buckley, Liu stifled a laugh and added, Ah, Sir Buckley, you are in for quite a treat in the days to come. Barkley, unable to endure the words of Liu, walked away with a scowl. Chapter 5. Brotherly, I am Little Ba. As February drew to a close, the Chicago Bulls boasted an impressive record of 10 wins and 3 losses for the month. Liu averaged 41.5 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists, and 3 steals per game. Frankly, he was quite pleased with this performance. Yet, the standards of the NBA are notoriously high. Liu did not secure the Eastern Conference Player of the Month award, which ultimately went to LeBron James. In February, James led the Cavaliers to an 11-2 record while delivering astounding averages of 31 points, 10.5 rebounds, 11, 2 assists, 2, 1 steals, and 1.8 blocks per game, achieving not only a triple-double average but also impressive defensive statistics. Thus, his accolade was well-deserved. Despite not claiming his first Player of the Month title, Liu gained something far more valuable, the trust of his teammates. Over the course of the month, he thoroughly won over the Bulls roster, in the eyes of his teammates. While respect for Derrick Rose remained unwavering, once they stepped onto the court, Liu emerged as the singular king of the Bulls, the primary tactical option, and the first person his teammates looked to in critical moments. Moreover, Liu ignited the championship aspirations deeply rooted within the entire Bulls squad. Although the team lacked absolute confidence in their championship pursuit, witnessing Liu's extraordinary performances rekindled hope for a title. The atmosphere within the team transformed from mere diligence to complete immersion. Every player dedicated themselves to rigorous training, and the team operated with newfound cohesion. Akin to a well-oiled machine, both in practice and during games, in offense and defense alike, driven by a shared goal. The Bulls carried their exceptional performance from February into March, achieving a remarkable 3-game winning streak. Yet, this was not what brought Liu the greatest joy. Nor was it the source of delight for Van Gundy and the entire team. March heralded good news for the Bulls. Their primary scorer, Jimmy Butler, was finally set to return. Initially, his absence was expected to last only a week, but due to Liu's astonishing rise, the urgency for Butler's return diminished. After careful deliberation, and following discussions between Van Gundy and Liu, along with the medical staff's advice, Van Gundy declined Butler's request to return, instructing him to focus on his recovery. He emphasized that the team would need a fully fit Butler for their ambitious aspirations. Butler, with a slight nod, understood that the Bulls, buoyed by Liu, were aiming for the championship. Though a tumult of emotions stirred within him, he composed himself and acquiesced. Despite his reservations towards Liu, believing that no one aside from Rose should lead him, Butler recognized that Van Gundy was articulating the management's directive. To contend with Liu, he would need to deliver an even more stellar performance. Despite Butler's fervent commitment to recovery training and other permissible exercises, as he watched Liu repeatedly score 40 and 50 points, he came to the sobering realization that some disparities are insurmountable, regardless of effort. Even as a mere spectator, witnessing Liu dismantle his opponents sent shivers down Butler's spine. What if he were the one facing Liu? Ultimately, Butler discovered the answer. Against Liu, he too would be at a disadvantage. This man was undeniably formidable. Not only himself, but even the previously unyielding Kawhi Leonard, who had troubled LeBron James in last year's finals, would find himself at a loss against Liu. In a match against the Spurs, despite the Bulls' defeat, Liu still managed to score 38 points, marking it as his lowest tally in recent games. What a remarkable beast he is. As Jimmy Butler sat captivated in front of the television, he pondered deeply. As for LeBron, it was even more remarkable. During the game against the Cavaliers, Lue scored an astonishing 81 points. While such a feat can be attributed to chance in a single match, it undeniably indicated that LeBron's ability to contain Lue was indeed limited. Who on this planet could possibly hinder Lue? After witnessing numerous games, Butler's curiosity grew ever more intense. A question that surely echoed in the minds of all players who had faced Lue. Yet, perhaps, there would never be an answer, Butler mused. In recent matches, Lue had not been scoring with the same ferocity as he did in the early games as a starter. However, as a distinguished player in the NBA, Butler understood that it was not due to Lue's incapacity or lack of skill, but rather that there was no longer a necessity for Lue to perform in such a manner. Lue has become increasingly formidable, seamlessly integrating into the Chicago Bulls. While his essence remains unchanged, the team has grown more powerful. Butler understands that a masterful swordsman who knows how to conceal his brilliance is the most perilous of adversaries. Undoubtedly, Lue has evolved into a more daunting presence, having embraced the virtue of sacrifice and matured in his thinking. A seasoned warrior is capable of ushering in greater victories. Butler recognizes that such a Lue is the ideal leader for the Bulls. Only he can galvanize a team teetering on the brink of the playoffs towards championship glory. Although Butler harbors doubts about whether Lue and the Bulls can achieve this feat this season, he firmly believes that within 3 years, they will certainly prevail. With a mixture of apprehension, Butler officially returns to join the team's practice. He wonders how Lue perceives him. Might he suspect that Butler aims to contest the role of team leader? Once again, it is early training time, and Lue has arrived at the arena ahead of schedule. Who will be the second to arrive for practice? Lue resumes his usual musings about training partners. Will it be Derrick Rose? Or perhaps Pau Gasol? Or could it be the two youngsters, Damian Jackson and Stephen Bronny? Or could it be that guy, Jimmy Butler? Lue was aware that Butler was set to make his official return today. Interestingly, the two had barely communicated, and Lue found himself curious whether this rebellious character would yield to him. If he did not, it would certainly be quite amusing. With this thought in mind, Lue felt a surge of excitement. Life had been too tranquil lately, and he felt compelled to seek out some amusement. Just then, he noticed someone approaching, and upon turning, he was greeted by none other than Jimmy Butler. It was as if fate had summoned him. Lue's eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, noticing the glint of determination in Lue's gaze, a chill ran down Butler's spine as he sensed an undercurrent of danger. He quickened his pace, striding purposefully toward Lue. As Butler approached with urgency, Lue's heart raced with exhilaration. At last, Butler stood before him, and the two, as if destined adversaries, took their positions on opposite sides. Lue's excitement was now uncontainable, her eyes shimmering with a dazzling light. Suddenly, Butler made a move. Lue felt as though his hand was ensnared in a clasp. Glancing down, he realized it was the firm grip of Butler's hands. Brotherly, I am Xiaoba. I look forward to your guidance. Gazing at the radiant smile exposing Butler's pearly whites, Lue found himself momentarily entranced. Chapter 6. The complete Bulls observing the warmth and innocence of Butler's smile, Lue too became lost in thought, albeit briefly. He quickly regained his composure and reciprocated by clasping Butler's hands with both of his, smiling as he introduced himself. Brother Ba, I am Xiaoli. The two exchanged smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. In this world, interactions often adhere to the principle of mutual respect. One extends a hand, and the other returns the favor. Having navigated the complexities of society, Lue understood this truth. Since Butler had lowered himself to this degree of humility, he too felt compelled to reciprocate. Nothing in this realm is taken for granted. Butler had shown him respect, and it was only fitting that he return it. While skills and abilities may vary, in terms of character, all stand equal. It is through mutual respect that a team can endure and thrive. Lue also understood that individuals like Butler, who possess an inflated sense of self-worth, may appear to be self-assured at present, but this confidence stems from their demonstrated capability to lead the team towards championship aspirations. Under his influence, the Bulls have experienced a remarkable surge in performance, propelling them towards a position in the upper echelon of the standings. It is reasonable to anticipate that by the conclusion of the regular season, the Bulls will secure a favorable ranking, thereby enhancing their prospects for a championship pursuit. The allure of a championship is irresistible to any NBA player, or indeed any athlete dedicated to the sport. This profound yearning for victory and the relentless quest for glory is something that a truly ambitious player cannot dismiss. However, One must recognize that instilling fear in others cannot endure indefinitely. It is through virtue that one can achieve lasting respect and loyalty. Liu understood that this season's pursuit of the championship was inextricably linked to Butler. Like Liu, Butler was undoubtedly a devoted individual when it came to the game. He was willing to undertake numerous sacrifices for victory, armed with the undeniable ability to do so. Therefore, out of both respect for Butler and his own principles, Liu could not passively accept Butler's humble deference. Thus, he promptly responded in kind. Soon, other players from the Bulls arrived at the training facility, where they discovered that Liu and Butler were already drenched in sweat from their rigorous practice. The rapport between the two was apparent, leaving onlookers silently anticipating their combined efforts, much to the astonishment of those who had gathered to witness. The competition was far from over. As they were set to face the formidable Eastern Conference team, the Raptors, prior to the match, Liu approached Butler, encouraging him to unleash his full potential in this game, aiming to fine-tune his performance before the playoffs so they could accomplish something significant together. Upon hearing this, Butler reflected that aside from the championship, there seemed to be little else of great consequence in the NBA, and the thought exhilarated him. As the game commenced, however, Butler struggled, missing 3 consecutive shots, the last of which embarrassingly resulted in an air ball. Even for Jimmy Butler, who had been away from the court for some time, finding his rhythm was essential. Upon realizing his misfire, Butler chuckled softly, shook his head, and refocused on his defensive duties. Neither Liu nor Rose uttered a word. Even the recently returned Butler was met with a calm acceptance from Van Gundy. As Butler's shot clanged off the rim, Van Gundy merely smiled and shook his head. He believed that Butler would find his rhythm again. After all, he was a passionate player who could make the necessary adjustments. Indeed, on the very next play, Butler altered his approach, driving into the paint and slicing through the Raptors' defense. As he drew the last defender to him, Butler deftly flicked the ball to the perfectly positioned Derrick Rose, who effortlessly scored with a layup, adding 2 points to the scoreboard. With this basket, Rose remained expressionless. For this was a play they had executed countless times before, devoid of any drama. This fellow certainly possessed remarkable skills. Witnessing Butler's seamless assist to Rose, Liu couldn't help but smile faintly, the corners of his mouth lifting. Although the Bulls were formidable, the Raptors' backcourt duo was equally tenacious, and the exchanges continued with both teams trading blows. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the score stood at 23-21, with the Raptors holding a slender lead of 2 points. In this quarter, Rose shot 3 out of 5 for 7 points. Butler made 2 out of 6 for 4 points and 2 assists, while Liu scored 7 points from 3 attempts. The others had yet to find significant opportunities. As the second quarter commenced, the Bulls regained their composure, no longer forcing Butler to dominate the ball. The basketball returned to Rose's hands, and Liu began to assert himself, scoring repeatedly and guiding the Bulls to gradually turn the tide and take the lead. However, the course of the game is seldom without its challenges. As the Bulls surged ahead, the Raptors refused to be complacent. Witnessing the Bulls' momentum, they retaliated, flipping the score to 38-32. DeRozan, the Raptors' sharpshooter, abandoned the team-oriented play and began to unleash his unstoppable mid-range shots, repeatedly taking on Butler at the free throw line and scoring 6 consecutive points, attempting to ignite a counterattack for his team. Yet, Butler would not concede easily. After all, this was his comeback game, and he could not allow DeRozan to disrupt his return. As the Bulls advanced into the offensive half, Butler initiated a pick-and-roll, feigning a drive. After a deft hesitation, he launched a three-pointer that found its mark. Transitioning back to defense, Butler faced DeRozan once more. The moment DeRozan received the ball, Butler closed in, denying him any opportunity for an easy offensive maneuver. However, the challenge posed to DeRozan was more than mere pressure. If he succumbed to panic under tight defense, he would hardly merit his position as the team's star player. With his back to the basket, DeRozan adjusted his stance before suddenly dribbling left, taking an explosive step, and leaping into the air to release a shot. By then, Butler was already too late to respond. Yet basketball is seldom a solitary endeavor. As the adage goes, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole lurks behind. Liu had long been poised to seize the opportunity. As DeRozan released the ball, Liu sprang into action, swatting it away, sending it soaring across half-court. In an instant, he darted forward like a bolt of lightning, having shaken off all defenders, and executed a powerful windmill dunk, securing 2 points. This play encapsulated the essence of the entire match. With Liu's defensive prowess, the Raptors' backcourt duo was effectively subdued. The remainder of the game unfolded without turbulence, allowing the Bulls to clinch victory effortlessly. Both Liu and Rose shone brightly, and although Jimmy Butler, returning from injury, struggled offensively, he made significant contributions in other areas, aiding the team's triumph. Thus, the Bulls were finally whole, welcoming the final piece of their championship puzzle. Liu believed that with such a lineup, the Bulls were destined to achieve greatness. Chapter 7. The conclusion of the regular season. Time flew swiftly, and before long, the last round of the regular season arrived. In the preceding months, the Bulls had performed admirably under the leadership of Liu and Rose, losing only 3 games, achieving the best record during that period. Their standings had reached 52 wins and 29 losses, placing them third in the Eastern Conference, behind the Hawks with 60 wins and 21 losses, and the Cavaliers, led by LeBron James, with a record of 54 wins and 27 losses. With just 1 game remaining, the Bulls had no further opportunity to ascend the rankings, while the Raptors, in 4th place, had managed only 48 victories, rendering them unable to catch up. In the final round, the Bulls faced the struggling Bobcats. Coach Van Gundy had already informed Rose and Liu that they would rest for the last game, alongside veteran Pau Gasol. In the Bulls' locker room prior to the game, a relaxed atmosphere prevailed. Having secured numerous victories, the players had come to take winning for granted. Jackson and Bronny were already engaged in discussions about potential playoff opponents. Currently, 2 teams were on the Bulls' radar: the Celtics, led by the assist leader, and the Bucks, both ranked 6th and 7th with just a single win separating them. It remained uncertain who would ultimately face the Bulls. But Jackson and Bronny believed that regardless of the adversary, under Liu's guidance, the Bulls were certain to emerge victorious. Nonetheless, they noted that the Bucks rookie Parker had been impressive this season, and as a fellow power forward, Jackson was eager for a matchup to determine who would claim the title of the best rookie in that position. Liu entered, his expression clouded with discontent. As for the notion of resting, how could I, old Lee, entertain such an idea? I am determined to play all 82 games. Yet, after a fervent debate, I ultimately found my arm unable to wrestle with the might of Coach Van Gundy, and thus I had to acquiesce. In this match, Liu would revert to his former role, becoming a master of towel waving. Hey, Liu, why the long face? Congratulations on earning yourself a break. Unlike me who, in this final game, must still take to the court. Truly a stroke of misfortune, Butler remarked, a mischievous grin plastered across his face, clearly reveling in my plight. Liu shot a glare at Butler, his expression filled with irritation. Butler, you better not lose this game. If you do, you shall face the consequences. A pang of anxiety struck Butler's heart upon witnessing Liu's demeanor. Damn, I've poked the tiger. If we lose this match, I'll be in for it. The memories of Liu's grueling training sessions haunted Butler, causing a flutter of unease within him. No, we cannot afford to lose this game. It must be secured. Seeing Butler's expression twist in discomfort, as if he had swallowed a fly, Rose couldn't help but stifle a laugh behind his hands. Liu, in a foul mood due to the absence of a game, was clearly irritable, and poking at that bear was ill-advised. Butler noticed Rose's suppressed laughter, which only deepened his frustration. Turning his gaze, he found Stephen Brownie and Damian Jackson both unable to contain their mirth. I can't handle Rose and Liu, but you two better not think you can escape. If we lose this game, Liu will have us all in extra training, and you won't be spared either. Upon realizing that Butler had caught him laughing, Rose forced himself to suppress the humor, lowering his hands from his face and adopting an air of nonchalance. Had it not been for Butler's keen observation of Rose's trembling abdomen, he might have believed he was mistaken. Yet, the sight of Rose's uncontrollable movements darkened Butler's expression further. As he cast a more menacing glance at Stephen Brownie and Damian Jackson, feeling the icy glare from Butler, the 2 young men suddenly sobered, exchanging meaningful looks that conveyed a resolute understanding. This game must be won. As the match commenced, the Bobcats players erupted in delight upon seeing the Bulls' starting lineup. Liu was absent, Rose was absent, and even Gasol was missing. It appeared that the Bobcats had been granted a generous gift from the Bulls. Although playoff hopes had vanished, each victory was a cause for celebration for the Bobcats. The Bobcats roster, led by Kemba Walker and M.O. Williams, along with notable players like Henderson and Stevenson, had faced a grueling regular season, managing only 30 wins thus far. Facing a fully equipped Bulls team would typically spell doom. Yet upon glimpsing the Bulls lineup and spotting Liu and Rose sitting courtside, casually enjoying popcorn, a wave of victorious anticipation washed over Kemba Walker. He could almost feel triumph beckoning him. However, as the game unfolded, Walker sensed something amiss. Why was Butler glaring at him as if he were a sworn enemy, as though he intended to devour him? Brother, is this really necessary? It's merely a regular season game. The Bobcats initially seized possession, commencing their offensive with Walker at the helm. No sooner had Walker received the ball than Butler closely shadowed him. Butler understood that to secure victory in this match, it was imperative to contain Walker, ensuring he could not find his rhythm. With Liu and Ross absent, the Bulls' offensive capabilities were markedly diminished. Should Walker find his stride, the Bulls might struggle to maintain control. Faced with Butler's relentless defense, Walker found himself at a loss. Under Butler's tenacious guard, opportunities for Walker were scarce. Compounding his frustration, the Bulls boasted more than just Butler in their defensive arsenal. Two promising rookies, recently emerged this season, were equally tenacious in their efforts. After executing a screen to shake off Butler, young Bronny immediately latched onto Walker. Although Bronny's defensive skills did not rival Butler's and he lacked experience, his fervent commitment to defense was palpable, causing Walker to feel apprehensive. Bronny's relentless defense was matched by his vibrant offensive energy. By halftime, Bronny had completed 3 fast breaks and hit 2 three-pointers, amassing 15 points. Butler, on fire, racked up 30 points in the first half, while Walker managed a mere 5 points from 10 attempts, effectively being neutralized on both ends of the court. Though Damian Jackson did not shine offensively like Bronny, he secured 12 rebounds, including 5 offensive boards, equating to the entire Bobcats team's contributions. Furthermore, Jackson recorded 5 blocks, erecting a formidable barrier in the Bulls' interior defense. As the halftime buzzer sounded, the Bulls had decisively outperformed the Bobcats with a score of 64-43. In the second half, the Bobcats failed to mount any significant counterattack, resulting in the Bulls concluding the game with a score of 112-98. At the final whistle, 3 Bulls players exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Chapter 8. It's wonderful to have you sitting on the sidelines and witnessing the Bulls' triumph. Liu experienced an indescribable sensation, akin to unexpectedly realizing that one's child has grown to the same height. Of course, Liu did not equate the Bulls players to children. Rather, he recognized the substantial growth of the team. If the Bulls at the beginning of the season resembled a typical youth, they had now matured into formidable individuals capable of standing their ground. The players had evolved, and the Bulls as a collective had matured. Liu himself had also undergone significant growth, transitioning from solitary endeavors to gradually integrating into this cohesive unit, becoming increasingly formidable in his own right. Regrettably, Liu had yet to revisit the arduous days of yore. Despite mastering the art of towel waving, he was not even included on the game roster, relegating him to the sidelines alongside Ross, who also did not make the lineup, as they cheered for their teammates. It must be said, the aroma of popcorn in the Bulls arena was quite delightful. Liu could only consume 3 large bags, shedding tears as he sought solace for his feelings of frustration and discontent while watching the game from the sidelines. Meanwhile, while the Bulls game was still in progress, the outcomes of the matches between the Bucks and the Celtics had already been determined. Hey, Liu, our playoff opponent has been revealed. It's the Milwaukee Bucks. Ross gently tapped Liu's shoulder and handed his phone to him. Liu waved his phone, indicating that he was already informed. Turning to Rose, he inquired, Derek, what do you think of the Bucks? Do we stand a chance of winning? Rose shot a glance at Liu, internally musing, you, who incessantly clamors for a championship, now question whether we can prevail? Isn't that rather obvious? Nevertheless, Rose responded earnestly, Milwaukee is quite formidable. Their rookies are impressive. Jabari Parker, though young, has limitless potential, and Middleton will undoubtedly emerge as a notable scorer. Then there's that long-named Greek player with exceptional reach. He is truly remarkable. I have a strong feeling he will become a historic player, an unprecedented phenomenon in NBA history. Upon hearing this, Liu's eyes sparkled with realization. The Greek player must be Giannis Antetokounmpo. Indeed, Rose, the youngest MVP in NBA history, possesses remarkable foresight. Giannis could very well capture back-to-back MVPs, joining the ranks of the top 30, even 20, figures in NBA history. It is truly a case of recognizing greatness. Perhaps I, Liu, should recruit him to become our Rodman for the Bulls. If I could indeed bring this young talent aboard, a four-peat would no longer be a mere dream. However, this lad is known for his foot fouls. During this postseason, we must be cautious, ensuring that our old warrior, Rose, remains unscathed amidst the fray. I must remind Rose to take precautions, for it would be too late to lament if he were injured. As Liu's face suddenly broke into a peculiar grin, Rose felt an unsettling chill creep over him, goosebumps rising on his skin. What scheme was Liu concocting now? Clearing his throat, Rose interrupted his thoughts. Derek, when facing the Bucks, do keep an eye on that Greek player. He is adept at tripping opponents. Be mindful when driving to the hoop. Rose was taken aback. This young man appears rather innocent. Is he really that crafty? No, you mustn't slander him without cause. Just heed my warning, better safe than sorry. If he does indeed attempt a foul and you aren't vigilant, what will happen if he gets injured? What will become of the Bulls in this postseason? Liu calmly responded to Ross. Listening to Liu's words, Ross felt a warm sensation in his heart, realizing that Liu genuinely cared for and valued him. However, Ross understood and had long recognized that within this Bulls team, the only player whose absence would be truly detrimental was Liu. As long as Liu remained, the foundation of the Bulls would be secure. In comparison, while Ross acknowledged his own significance, to equate himself with Liu would be a humiliation. Now, with Liu's deliberate reminder, it served as a mark of respect and acknowledgement towards him. A warrior lives for those who understand him, even for Liu's sake. Ross could not afford to be injured. Liu aspired for a championship, and it was a shared ambition among all, not solely his pursuit. With this realization, Ross nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Liu, I will be more cautious. Seeing Ross's serious demeanor, Liu knew that his words had resonated deeply. That was reassuring. Should an injury occur, it would merely be fate's design. For this first championship, Liu wished to strive alongside Ross. The Bucks may be formidable, but with our camaraderie. These young players shall not prevail. Victory will be ours. As Liu spoke, Ross nodded in agreement, observing Liu and Ross whispering to each other at the sidelines. Butler felt an overwhelming sense of isolation. Despite being a trio, one felt nameless. Cursed be the Bobcats, Butler unleashed a torrent of fury on the court. By the conclusion of the match, Butler had amassed an impressive 51 points. Leaving Kemba Walker in despair as he gazed at his dismal stats, 5 of 18 shooting for a mere 11 points and 3 assists. In stark contrast to Butler's ferocity, Walker silently cursed, "What have I done to deserve this?" Fortunately, the season had come to a close, and the Bobcats would not face the Bulls again. Nonetheless, Walker vowed to himself that he would no longer allow himself to be so easily dominated. He dismissed the off-season, declaring it his time for rigorous training. He resolved to spend the entirety of the break immersed in the gym. Little did Butler realize that his seemingly innocuous performance had inadvertently paved the way for a new Eastern Conference All-Star. As the game concluded, Liu rushed over with a towel in hand. "Well done, old pal. You were magnificent today. It was quite the effort," Liu Bien remarked, while wiping the sweat from Butler's brow. As he listened to Liu's words, Butler was blissfully unaware that a smile had blossomed at the corners of his mouth. "This heartless fellow still recognizes my worth." As Lee diligently wiped the sweat from Butler's brow, he exchanged a knowing glance with Rose. The message was clear. A subtle understanding passed between them, prompting a smile to grace Rose's face. This time, Van Gundy had decided to rest himself and Lee, placing Butler at the helm. It was impossible for Butler not to have any thoughts about this arrangement. Yet after Lee's spirited encouragement, whatever frustration he harbored dissipated. "Oh, Lee, how fortunate we are to have you." Though Rose had long acknowledged Lee's prowess, he could not suppress a sense of delight. Having a teammate and leader like Lee was indeed a blessing. Chapter 9. Pre-game motivation. After a 2-day respite, the playoffs were finally upon them. In the locker room before the game, Van Gundy surveyed his players and spoke with gravitas. "Gentlemen, the time for battle is at hand. Give it your all." Every member of the Bulls, including Lee, nodded solemnly. This was the playoffs, and they were determined to exert every ounce of effort. Was the moment finally here? As Lee contemplated his inaugural playoff game, excitement surged within him. Listening to the rhythm of his own heartbeat, he felt as if he were on the brink of ascension. "Little Giannis, allow me to impart some lessons. It will greatly benefit your future," he mused with a chuckle. Regardless of how formidable the young Bucks may become, the current NBA was not yet theirs to command. A hint of mischief flickered across Liu's face as he observed the somewhat silent Ross walking ahead. With determined strides, Liu approached him, and with a resounding clap, his large hand struck Ross's back. "We must triumph, Ross. We shall win this match." Looking at Liu's earnest demeanor, Ross retorted with a hint of irritation, "Of course, we must win. This is your first playoff game, and I won't allow anyone to ruin it." As Ross spoke, his expression grew increasingly solemn, and his tone turned serious. Although the Bucks were a formidable team brimming with potential and a promising future, they paled in comparison to us. Rest assured, Liu, in your playoff debut, victory is undoubtedly within our grasp. Listening to Ross's words, Liu felt a surge of emotion. Ah, dear friend. Together we shall conquer this game. No top-tier assassin like Middleton, nor any future superstar such as Giannis Antetokounmpo, shall hinder our path. As for the Bulls, if you wish to remain, I will not allow anyone to drive you away. Liu silently vowed. Meanwhile, within the Bucks locker room, the atmosphere was rather tense. Head coach Jason Kidd stood in the center, preparing his team for the impending battle. Facing an opponent like the Bulls, even Kidd, who had led his team to the finals for 2 consecutive years and had experienced the thrill of championship victory, felt a shiver of apprehension. Especially with the emergence of the astonishing Liu, who made scoring 40 or 50 points seem as effortless as breathing, he appeared almost divine. Ever since witnessing Liu's performance, Kidd harbored a thought he dared not voice. Liu's future accomplishments may well eclipse those of Kobe Bryant. And he might even surpass the likes of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Magic Johnson, and Larry Bird. Even LeBron James might find himself relegated to a stepping stone for Liu's ascent. If someone were to fathom Kidd's thoughts, they might wonder if he had indulged in too much counterfeit wine, clouding his judgment. It is essential to recognize that the individuals he has in mind are titans. Ranked among the top 10 in NBA history, figures who will eternally be etched into the annals of not only NBA history, but also the broader spectrum of human sports. They stand at the zenith of mainstream athleticism. Indeed, Kidd himself acknowledges that his musings may seem exceedingly audacious. Yet, with each moment of introspection and subsequent viewing of Liu's games, those once dismissed notions resurface in his mind, echoing repeatedly. Ultimately, Kidd has fortified his beliefs internally, though he hesitates to voice them aloud. To articulate such sentiments, especially for a basketball luminary like Jason Kidd, would invite ridicule, suggesting he has been swayed by a young player who has yet to complete a single season. Returning to the matter at hand, Kidd, with a grave demeanor, commenced his pre-game rallying call. Gentlemen, the true test is upon us. This forthcoming match will ascertain how much progress you have made over the past year. In this genuine battle, you will gain an authentic understanding of your abilities. If you are a warrior, if you are a competitor, then let your performance in this game be a testament to that. Show it to me. Show it to everyone present. I am aware that this match will not be a walk in the park. Our adversaries, the Bulls, currently hold the 3rd position in the Eastern Conference, while we languish at 6th. They are in formidable form, having won the most games since the All-Star break. They boast talents like Rose, Butler, and the scoring machine Liu. Kidd paused, surveying his players with piercing eyes. But what of it? They may have their star players, yet I have you, Antetokounmpo, Middleton, Parker, and everyone seated here. I firmly believe we possess the prowess to triumph in this series, and we rightly deserve to seize this first game. Trust me, gentlemen, we shall emerge victorious. The Bulls are but a paper tiger. Rose, I concede, is an exceptional athlete, yet he is aged. The youngest MVP in NBA history has fallen from grace. Ever since his knee injury, he has not been the same. He is now but a toothless tiger, lacking the ferocity to instill fear. I understand your concerns. Although Rose may have diminished, the Bulls still have Liu and Butler. Just days ago, Butler scored 50 points against the Bobcats. He is in prime form. And Liu can score as effortlessly as quenching one's thirst, racking up 40 or 50 points with seemingly little effort, even without Rose. Facing Liu and Butler will be a formidable challenge. Remember this, gentlemen, the playoffs are an entirely different realm from the regular season. In the postseason, one must not only possess skill but also talent, ample experience, and a resilient spirit. On the grand stage of the playoffs, Butler's talent alone will not suffice. Though he is a commendable player, his reach is simply inadequate. A player of his stature cannot seize the opportunities we present. Haha. Upon hearing this, all the Bucks players erupted into laughter, the previously tense atmosphere significantly easing. As for Liu, he was indeed impressive. Yet it is essential to remember that he is merely a freshman. You are all his seniors. Should you truly feel intimidated by a junior? Kidd quipped with a smirk. Several of the younger players on the Bucks shared a knowing smile. Indeed, no matter how formidable Liu may be, he remains just a rookie, and there is nothing to fear. Kidd's expression turned serious as he continued. The playoffs are an entirely different arena. Liu will no longer score as effortlessly as he did in the regular season. I will not permit such occurrences. Will you allow it? Absolutely not. Antetokounmpo declared with unwavering conviction. Not at all. The entire Bucks team echoed loudly. Chapter 10. The Fearless Calf. Excellent. Listen closely. I expect you to exert every ounce of strength you possess. I will not allow the Bulls a single easy scoring opportunity. Even if they manage to score, I demand they pay dearly for it. Do you understand? Kid's demeanor was grave, his eyes radiating a lethal determination. Understood, coach, the Bucks players responded in unison. All right. I will now outline our defensive strategy. Giannis, during this offensive play, you will position yourself in the backcourt, but when we transition to defense, I need you to take up a spot at the power forward position. When Rose and Lee penetrate the paint, you shall be our last line of defense. A wall in the restricted area. Remember, do not allow the Bulls any easy layup opportunities. Before long, the defensive and offensive assignments were completed, and the Bucks players prepared to take the court for warm-ups. Antetokounmpo, please stay back. I have something to discuss with you. Just as Giannis was about to join his teammates in exiting the locker room, Kid detained him. Once the others had departed, Kid beckoned Giannis to step forward and said, Akun, you are the one I have the most faith in on this team. Play well in this game. If you secure a victory, I will grant you more opportunities next season, but you must deliver. Do you understand? Absolutely, coach. I will give it my all and not disappoint your expectations. Giannis had never anticipated that Kid held such high regard for him. Many in the external world believed Jabari Parker to be the most talented player on the team. As the second overall pick in that draft year, many perceived Parker as the next Carmelo Anthony, destined to become a prolific scorer and a superstar, with numerous individuals already viewing him as the leader and future of the Bucks. However, Giannis found himself seldom mentioned in such conversations. He was not envious, yet he felt a sense of injustice. He believed he was no less capable than anyone else. At this moment, finally receiving recognition from his coach, Giannis felt a profound sense of loyalty, as if he would gladly lay down his life for Kid. Coach, I will not let you down. In his heart, Antetokounmpo silently vowed. Listening to the tremor in Antetokounmpo's voice, Kid felt a sense of satisfaction. He genuinely wanted to offer this young man an opportunity. Yet, it was somewhat amusing, as youth often breeds excitement. Opportunities must be earned, and whether the grand vision he painted for him could materialize depended solely on his own efforts. Raising his hand to pat the young star's shoulder, Kid continued, I understand that the task I am assigning you is rather daunting. You are required to orchestrate the offense while also defending the paint. The weight upon your shoulders may seem burdensome given your age, yet I have faith in you. Only you can accomplish this, so do not hold it against me. I must rely on you. Antetokounmpo was at a loss for words. With such a mentor, he felt that his journey to the NBA had not been in vain. Everything was worthwhile. Speechless, he solemnly nodded. All right, go out and warm up. Antetokounmpo's heart raced with uncontainable passion, eager to dash outside. After hearing Kid's words, he felt on the verge of bursting with excitement. Just as he reached the doorway, Kid called out once more. Hold on, there is one more thing I forgot to mention. Antetokounmpo turned back, his face flushed with exhilaration. Yet knowing he must heed Kid's call, Kid lowered his voice. I know both Lee and Rose are challenging to defend, especially with their drives. Rose possesses remarkable speed, while Lee is both swift and tall. Containing them will not be an easy task for you. Kid raised his gaze, locking eyes with Antetokounmpo. If it becomes truly unmanageable, you might consider employing certain subtle tactics. Antetokounmpo's expression stiffened, his fervor suddenly dousing cold as he tentatively inquired, Coach, are you suggesting that the two players leap high when driving for the basket, and it is always possible for unforeseen incidents to occur upon their descent? Kid, observing the young star's hesitation, continued quietly. However, Antetokounmpo's tone mirrored his internal conflict, leaving his thoughts unvoiced. Yet, they both understood that such occurrences would be unsavory. There is no however. Kid's tone was resolute. I stated it would be an accident. Accidents are beyond control, and no one is to blame. You must navigate the circumstances on the court as you see fit. That is all. Antetokounmpo wished to express more, but Kid waved him off, signaling that he could now leave. Stepping out of the locker room, Antetokounmpo shook his head, feeling a haze clouding his thoughts. Even without unexpected events on the court, victory was still within reach. As he stepped out of the players' tunnel, Antetokounmpo finally reached a decision of his own. Unless absolutely necessary, there was no need to resort to such measures. Antetokounmpo believed that his brothers on the Bucks were not mere pushovers. Even if the Bulls were formidable, they could not easily dominate the Bucks. Taking a deep breath, he buried the recent events deep within, 100,000 kilometers into his heart. This was something he alone needed to know. It could not become known to anyone else, as its revelation would tarnish Kid's reputation significantly. However, should the Bulls prove overwhelmingly strong, with Liu and Rose performing exceptionally, then, for the sake of the coach and his fellow Bucks, what did a little disgrace matter? Casting a glance at the Bulls, who were diligently warming up, Li Yu and Rose meticulously preparing, Antetokounmpo felt a flicker of cold determination in his eyes and joined the warm-up line with his teammates. When the game commenced, the Bulls soon realized they had underestimated the situation. These young bucks demonstrated, through their actions, the essence of youthful audacity. From the onset, the intensity of the game was palpable. As Rose received the ball, Middleton was already on him, and despite Rose's extensive experience, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the ferocity of the Bucks' defense. He nearly exceeded the shot clock while crossing half-court, and only then did Rose fully immerse himself in the game. Yet, he soon discovered that this was merely the beginning. Just as he executed a pick-and-roll with Gasol, intending to drive to the basket, Middleton had already maneuvered around the screen and was right on him. The youth truly exhibited remarkable agility. Ross could only sigh inwardly as he reorganized the offensive strategy. When the Milwaukee Bucks entered their offensive phase, Middleton displayed remarkable decisiveness in his shooting, while Jabari Parker exuded palpable excitement. Butler appeared to have little control over him, and as for Giannis Antetokounmpo, he had already begun to reveal the prowess of a future superstar. Not only did he deliver impressive blocks on defense, but he also frequently penetrated the paint with success on the offensive end. As the first quarter concluded, despite the Bulls playing on their home turf, they found themselves overshadowed by the Bucks, with the score standing at 22-28, placing the Bulls at a disadvantage. Chapter 11. Ambition during the intermission. Van Gundy offered few words, simply urging the Bulls players to maintain their focus and to stick with the current tactics. The Bulls had matured into a cohesive team, and a brief deficit was inconsequential. Van Gundy felt no anger. After all, the game spanned 4 quarters, and temporary leads or losses were of little significance. Confidence in his players was paramount. Upon returning to the court, Lou briefly communicated with Rose and Butler before the game resumed. It was now the Bulls' turn to attack, once again led by Rose as he brought the ball past half-court. Upon reaching the midcourt, Butler circled out to the three-point line to receive the ball, drawing Giannis out with him. Lou then surged from the side, engaging in a give-and-go with Butler. Once Lou secured the ball, he charged towards the paint without hesitation. At this moment, Jabari Parker had rotated over, but for Lou, who had already gathered momentum, Parker was a second too slow. Lou faced Parker, accelerated, and effortlessly left him behind as he barreled towards the basket. As Lou approached the rim, he felt as if a shadow enveloped him. A colossal figure loomed over his right hand, signaling that Giannis had caught up. Sensing the immense pressure from the figure behind him, a smile spread across Lou's face. This guy is truly a beast. I thought I had shaken him off, but to my surprise, he closed the gap so quickly. However, young man, you still have a long way to go. Wow, Giannis is astonishing. He managed to match Lou's speed. It's simply unbelievable. At this moment, in the official NBA live broadcast room, Barkley wore an expression of utter disbelief. As Liu's longtime rival and friend, and the most effective commentator for Liu's games, Barkley was naturally paired with the Bulls match against the Bucks. Thus, he and Kenny Smith were tasked with broadcasting Liu's match. Smith, too, was visibly astonished. When had such a formidable player emerged in the league, one capable of contesting Liu? It was important to note that this was Liu, a player renowned for his lightning speed, remarkable leaping ability, and astute awareness during matches, almost resembling a humanoid machine. Antetokounmpo was so close to inviting Liu to indulge in a steaming hot pot that if he succeeded, it would hold extraordinary significance, not only personally but also for the league itself. Since the Bulls' game against the Cavaliers, Liu had not been blocked even once. Although this was astonishing, in the face of reality, spectators could only watch Liu's game with reverence. Now, just a hair's breadth away, the young Antetokounmpo was on the verge of achieving it. Smith felt his heart leap into his throat, as if his breath had been tightly constricted. Not only Smith and Barkley, but also the Bulls and Bucks fans in the stands were exceedingly tense. Many female fans had covered their mouths, striving to calm their racing hearts, while others found themselves rising involuntarily from their seats. This moment was monumental. It was Liu. If Antetokounmpo truly managed to deliver a resounding block, it would be monumental for the Bucks, potentially boosting their morale to vanquish the Bulls on their home court. In the blink of an eye, Antetokounmpo's large hand grazed the ball in Liu's grasp, only to discover that Liu's hands were immovable and powerful. Unbeknownst to him, Liu had transitioned from one-handed ball handling to a firm two-handed grip. Although Antetokounmpo had reached for the ball, he could not alter its trajectory in the slightest. A wave of helplessness surged within him. Furthermore, Antetokounmpo realized that Liu's head was suddenly towering before him. How could he jump so high? Gazing up at Liu, Antetokounmpo's eyes widened in disbelief. I stand at 2 meters tall with explosive athleticism. How could Liu possibly leap higher than me? In that moment, a profound sense of defeat enveloped Adato Kunbo. With a resounding clang, Liu thrust the ball into the hoop with both hands. My heavens, could I be mistaken? Smith endeavored to maintain an air of tranquility, yet his gaping mouth and wide, astonished eyes betrayed the tumultuous storm raging within him. Beside him, Barkley fared little better. His expression one of utter bewilderment, resembling a novice unaccustomed to the grandeur of the world. Anyone witnessing his current demeanor would find it hard to believe that this naive figure was none other than the illustrious Sir Charles Barkley. A legendary presence in NBA history. Barkley, could it be true? Liu has soared above the rim by a head. Barkley shook his head vigorously, inhaling deeply in an effort to calm his racing heart. Indeed, I too have witnessed it, as have the entire audience. Barkley struggled to keep his tone composed. Yet his uneven breath betrayed his agitation. A wry smile adorned Smith's face. He had anticipated witnessing Liu's downfall, only to be once again astonished by his performance. Meanwhile, many spectators could no longer contain their excitement, leaping from their seats in exuberance. Liu, 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 MV, MV, MV. The cheers surged like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire United Center. Observing Liu suspended from the rim, the Bulls players were ignited with fervor. Damian Jackson and Stephen Brownie flung their towels into the air, embracing one another in jubilation. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a shooting foul by Antetokounmpo, granting Liu an additional free throw. Liu hung beneath the rim, recalling that the closest person to him was Antetokounmpo. He couldn't help but lower his head to assess the safety of the ground beneath him. Liu finally felt at ease. The spot where he landed was pristine, devoid of any dirt or debris. Liu regarded Antetokounmpo with an appreciative gaze, reflecting inwardly. Indeed, it seems this young man has yet to stray from the right path. Moreover, this fellow nearly overwhelmed me. Had he been older and fully developed, I might have been at his mercy. As Liu's admiring look fell upon him, Antetokounmpo felt a flush of embarrassment and irritation. He had initially believed he could impress Liu, but instead of achieving his goal, he found himself committing a foul, inadvertently granting Liu an additional point. Is this the caliber of a superstar? I still have a long way to go. Yet, despite the lesson imparted by Liu, Antetokounmpo's determination burned even brighter within him. One day, I shall attain that level. He understood that although Liu is a daunting target to pursue, once he truly caught up, everything would change. He harbored an unspoken ambition to lead the Milwaukee Bucks to a championship. Chapter 12. Lowering the market value of the letter standing at the free throw line, Liu gently rubbed his weary lower back. It had been a while since he had exerted himself so intensely, leaving him momentarily feeling drained. Antetokounmpo was indeed remarkable, Liu marveled, a contemplative expression flitting across his eyes. No, I cannot allow him to perform too well in this series. Otherwise, how can I bring him to the Bulls? He is a true gem. It appears I must teach this young man a lesson and temper his rising stock. Unbeknownst to Antetokounmpo, what he thought was merely a near miss against Liu would lead to a rigorous test ahead. Due to his earlier exertion, Liu experienced an unusual sensation in his body. A free throw he usually made with ease slipped through his fingers. Undeterred, he clapped his hands lightly and turned to prepare for defense. Antetokounmpo secured the rebound, feeling considerably calmer. Missing the free throw didn't feel like such a loss after all. What an opportunity. Antetokounmpo pushed the ball forward, only to find no one contesting him. Why wait? He surged ahead. With great strides, he accelerated to his maximum speed, swiftly crossing into the Bucks' offensive half, with only Liu standing before him. Upon seeing Liu, a pang of apprehension surged within Antetokounmpo, but he quickly suppressed it. I cannot afford to be afraid. Losing is not the end, but fear is true defeat. Resolutely, Antetokounmpo barreled toward the paint, closing the distance to Liu in a single leap. Casting a glance over his shoulder, Antetokounmpo realized Liu had been left behind, and his anxious heart began to settle. Thankfully, Liu is human. He should not be able to catch up now. Nevertheless, Antetokounmpo dared not relent, propelling himself towards the basket with fervor. As the most sought-after rising star in the NBA, Liu's highlights had reverberated throughout the league, particularly his impressive dunks, which included footage of numerous esteemed players such as Rajon Rondo of the Celtics and the legendary Dwayne Wade of the Heat, figures of undeniable renown in the NBA. Antetokounmpo acknowledged that he had yet to reach such heights. However, his stature surpassed theirs, and his sprinting speed matched theirs, providing him with a distinct advantage. Thus, he boldly pressed on. Yet, Despite having left Liu behind, Antetokounmpo felt a nagging sensation as if a thorn were lodged in his back, his heart racing with trepidation. Unable to settle until the very moment of scoring, he launched into the air, the hoop tantalizingly close. At that moment, all eyes in the arena were riveted back to the court. Could the young Greek giant, who had just suffered a momentary embarrassment, be poised to retaliate against Liu? This palpable tension was the essence of the playoffs. Although Antetokounmpo had not garnered the same expectations, he remained a promising luminary in the league, captivating the attention of many spectators who had nearly succumbed to the allure of their mobile devices. As Antetokounmpo drew nearer to the basket, Charles Barkley seemed to mutter something under his breath. Anyone close enough might have heard him exclaim, "No, no, no. Little monster, you should not challenge Liu. You will regret it." Antetokounmpo, oblivious to Barkley's murmurs, felt himself closing in on the hoop. Just as he was about to exert every ounce of strength to dunk the ball, he found his hand thwarted once more, a sensation all too familiar. As if it had just occurred moments ago, Antetokounmpo's eyes filled with astonishment. How could this be? When did he catch up? I am so much taller than him. I should be able to outmatch him in height and speed. How could this happen? The disbelief in his eyes turned sideways, and there stood Liu. His gaze icy and piercing, as if he could freeze the very essence of existence. Antetokounmpo felt as though Liu were a deity, and he a mere mortal in comparison. With a sharp crack, the basketball flew out of bounds. Ah, indeed. Barkley shook his head, mourning Antetokounmpo's misfortune for a minute. The Greek monster, encountering such a formidable opponent as Liu, truly had drawn the short straw. Upon landing, Antetokounmpo cast a forlorn glance at Liu, feeling as ordinary as any common man, unremarkable and serene. Alas, this fellow is the true monster in his presence. I am but a shadow of what a monster should be. Once again, Antetokounmpo finds himself enveloped in a sense of helplessness. What kind of talent and relentless training could possibly forge such a formidable being, seemingly beyond human capabilities? Is he a divine entity descended from the heavens? If deities indeed exist, then Liu must surely be the god of basketball. Antetokounmpo has been utterly captivated by Liu. He has never encountered a player as powerful and ferocious as him. In the annals of NBA history, Antetokounmpo cannot recall anyone who has left such a profound impact on him. Observing the somewhat dazed Antetokounmpo, Liu may have maintained a stoic expression, yet internally, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Would he inadvertently ruin this exceptionally gifted young man? If his spirit were to be tarnished, the future could be dire. However, after some contemplation, Liu reassured himself that he was overthinking. True strength emerges through adversity. If one were to be easily defeated, it would merely signify a lack of potential, not the kind of ally Liu sought. Reflecting on the future of Antetokounmpo, Liu felt he might indeed be worrying too much. This individual had the audacity to trip Irving, and amidst external condemnation, he had managed to stage a triumphant return in the finals, scoring over 40 points multiple times to help the Bucks overturn a 0-2 deficit against the Suns. Such remarkable composure is a rarity in this world. He would not be so easily vanquished, and Liu held faith in him. As the Bucks prepared to inbound, Antetokounmpo had just received the ball when, before he could make a move, Liu snatched it away with ease. Without allowing Antetokounmpo any time to react, Liu surged ahead, executing a swift layup with finesse. Watching Liu's retreating figure, Antetokounmpo rubbed his head in exasperation, utterly speechless. Kid, observing Antetokounmpo's dazed demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy for him, yet faced with a phenomenon like Liu, what could anyone truly do? Ultimately, out of compassion, Kid decided to substitute Antetokounmpo, allowing him a moment to catch his breath and regain his composure before re-entering the game. Every young athlete must navigate such trials. The NBA has never been lacking in talent, yet the number of individuals who ascend to stardom remains remarkably few. Without an unwavering spirit, one cannot reach the throne, instead becoming merely a member of the masses beneath it. Kid harbors great faith in Antetokounmpo. This young man possesses extraordinary potential and displays an unwavering dedication to training. Likely influenced by his upbringing, he has never squandered a single cent, let alone indulged in reckless behavior. At this juncture, the only limitation he faces is the strength of his resolve. Failure is an inevitable part of the journey, and legends are forged through adversity. Should he successfully overcome this hurdle, his future will indeed be boundless. Chapter 13. The anticipated victory. Throughout the second quarter, the Bulls dominated the game's tempo. With Liu's stellar performance, the Bulls outscored their opponents 32-22 in this quarter, reclaiming a 10-point lead. In this segment, Liu contributed 15 points and exerted himself significantly, while Rose added 5 points and 5 assists, and Butler, despite only hitting 1 three-pointer, secured 6 rebounds. All the stars were contributing to the team's efforts. On the other hand, Antetokounmpo, under Liu's focused defense, managed only a single field goal from active play, along with 2 points from a loose ball recovery, 1 steal, and 1 block, rendering his performance rather lackluster. However, the other young players fared better. Middleton scored 7 points, and Jabari Parker excelled with 11 points in the same quarter, keeping the Bucks within striking distance. Truly, he lived up to his status as the second overall pick in a highly publicized draft. Despite Kidd's disappointment with Antetokounmpo's performance, he could not help but feel a sense of joy witnessing Jabari Parker shine in the playoffs. It is no exaggeration to predict that within 2 or 3 years, the Bucks will undoubtedly produce a new all-star, and Kidd is filled with confidence in this young man. As the halftime interval approached, the broadcast returned to Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith. Sir Charles, what are your thoughts on the matchup between the Bulls and the Bucks? Smith, as a premier host, understood the importance of directing professional inquiries to those with expertise, and Barkley was undoubtedly the right choice for such analysis. Unfortunately, Barkley sighed, the Bucks are simply too young. There remains a significant disparity in talent compared to the Bulls, especially in the high-intensity environment of the playoffs. While they possess immense potential, it does not compensate for their lack of immediate impact and experience in competition. Young players are filled with boundless enthusiasm and vigor, and while they may thrive in favorable conditions, they risk losing control when faced with significant challenges, becoming like headless flies. Their performance in the first quarter was commendable, but as the second quarter commenced, Liu stepped up and delivered a wake-up call to these youngsters. It can be said that Liu dominated both offensively and defensively against them, and in the face of an opponent like Liu, I can only express deep sympathy for these young players. Even standing face-to-face with Liu, I, despite my youth, could not conceive of a method to defeat him. Barkley shook his head, a visage of resignation upon his face. However, I believe it is beneficial for these young individuals to grasp the brutal reality of the playoffs early on, to reflect upon themselves in the face of formidable opponents, and to seek self-improvement. Even in defeat, these losses will serve as nourishment for their growth. With a benchmark like Liu, I am confident that these young talents will forever be imbued with motivation. I largely concur with Charles' sentiment. Facing the Bulls will undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for these youngsters. Now, let us proceed to the next inquiry. What are your expectations or predictions for the second half of the game? Smith continued his questioning. Without hesitation, Barkley replied, I foresee a widening of the score in the third quarter, as the Bulls will firmly establish the tone for this match. Listen, I do not speak without reason. It is well known that the Bulls possess the best record since the All-Star break, having lost only 3 games, and their form is indeed at its zenith. Notably, they remain undefeated at home, having triumphed over formidable opponents such as the Eastern Conference leading Hawks and the top 3 teams from the West, the Clippers and the Thunder. I believe that the Bucks do not yet pose a comparable challenge to the Bulls. Of course, I do not intend to belittle the Bucks. They boast a fine cadre of young talents, brimming with potential, with the sky as possibly their only limit. Yet, at this juncture, they still exhibit a degree of immaturity, insufficient to secure the coveted victory on the Bulls' home court. All right, let us await the outcome and see whether Sir Charles is indeed correct. During halftime, Kidd offered some motivational words to the young players, encouraging them, though strategic matters are not his forte. Faced with an opponent like the Bulls, he had no viable tactics and could only rely on the youthful talents to improvise. Although the score remained close, Kidd had already discerned the likely outcome of the match. The probability of defeat stood at 98%. For the Bucks to emerge victorious, they would likely need to return to their home ground. There was no alternative but to encourage these young players to give their utmost. As the third quarter commenced, the Bulls did not betray Barkley's trust, maintaining the rhythm of the game as in the second quarter, flourishing across multiple fronts to win the quarter by 10 points. The score for the quarter read 30-20, bringing the total to 84-70, with the gap now at 14 points, diminishing the suspense of the match. In the fourth quarter, although both teams exchanged blows, the differential never fell below 10 points. The game concluded with the Bucks succumbing to the Bulls 91-103, tasting the bitter draft of their first defeat. Yet, such a score instilled hope within the hearts of the young Bucks, for they believe in their potential. As long as they return to their home court, the Milwaukee Bucks still have a chance to triumph over the Chicago Bulls. In this match, the Bulls star player, Lee scored 31 points, while Rose contributed with a double-double of 23 points and 11 assists. Butler also delivered a commendable performance with 21 points, 4 steals, and 8 rebounds. On the Bucks side, Jabari Parker led the offensive charge with 25 points, while the once promising rookie, McCaw, amassed 15 points along with 8 assists and 8 rebounds, nearly achieving a triple-double. However, the situation was dire for Antetokounmpo, who had a dismal outing, hitting only 3 of 13 attempts for a mere 6 points. Under Lee's relentless pursuit, Antetokounmpo also committed a staggering 5 turnovers. This match was undoubtedly a humbling experience for him, as he was benched by Kidd in the final 4 minutes of the fourth quarter, sitting on the sidelines in a daze. Interestingly, Lee did not continue to target him. It was evident that Antetokounmpo had become a nervous wreck, hastily losing possession of the ball on several occasions. For Antetokounmpo, this day was exceedingly arduous, revealing to him the unexpected length of a game. Although the Bulls emerged victorious, their players quickly returned to composure after a brief celebration. Their ultimate goal remains the championship, and such a victory does little to satiate their yearning. If they cannot secure a win against a Bucks team primarily composed of young talent while playing at home, how can they dare to dream of a championship? Chapter 14. Butler's Flame. Just 2 days later, the second game of the playoffs commenced. This match was still hosted at the Bulls' home court, but the next game would see the Bulls venturing into enemy territory in Milwaukee. As the game began, Kidd deliberately staggered the playing time of Antetokounmpo and Lee, opting to have him come off the bench, while the Bulls maintained their starting lineup from the previous game. With Kidd's strategy in play, Lee found himself at a disadvantage. It was inconceivable for him to accept a bench role merely to suppress Antetokounmpo's performance, and Van Gundy would never acquiesce to such an absurd request. In the first quarter, perhaps liberated from the pressure of winning or losing, all Bucks players seemed to shed their burdens, charging onto the court like wild stallions, executing swift offensive and defensive maneuvers. Although Lee scored 10 points on 3 of 5 shooting in the first quarter, the Bucks led the score at 30-21, with Antetokounmpo dazzling on the court. Scoring 11 points in the quarter, Lee was genuinely pleased with Antetokounmpo's performance. This young man was indeed worthy of his admiration, demonstrating remarkable talent. Liu's mood was relatively stable, but Van Gundy's expression was far from pleasant. In the first quarter of 2 consecutive games, the Bulls found themselves in a deficit. They trailed by 10 points in the previous match and improved slightly in this one, only falling behind by 9. However, such a solitary point held little significance for Van Gundy. Observing the icy demeanor of their coach, the Bulls players were notably subdued, wary of incurring his wrath. Let me reiterate, I do not wish to see a scenario where we fall behind by 10 points in the first quarter again, Van Gundy stated gravely, to which the players could only nod in compliance. Upon returning to the court, the Bulls players exhibited an invigorated spirit, executing screens and picks with fervor, determined to deny the Bucks any easy points. The offensive strategy was resolute, with a commitment to both shooting and attacking the rim, and a more judicious approach to organizing their plays. The forced shots that characterized the first quarter were largely eradicated, replaced by an abundance of ball sharing. Through this concerted effort in both offense and defense, the Bulls regained control of the game. It was no longer reliant solely on Liu, but rather on the collective performance of the team. They had been roused from their stupor by Van Gundy's reprimands. One might say they were frightened awake, though typically amiable. Van Gundy was formidable when angered, and none dared provoke his ire. The starters often overlapped in their play. Upon Liu's entry, Giannis Antetokounmpo faced significant challenges, struggling in the second quarter with missed shots and frequent turnovers. McCallum fared no better, contending with Butler's defense while Liu stealthily emerged to intercept. The game proved arduous for McCallum as the 2 key players for the Bucks were effectively stifled, leaving them to resort to incessant isolation plays. By the end of the first half, despite Jabari Parker's commendable performance with 18 points, the Bulls managed to reclaim the lead. Though Antetokounmpo struggled offensively, his defensive prowess remained formidable, recording 3 blocks and 3 steals by halftime. The future of Dunny had begun to take shape as his talents started to shine. If the Bucks management possessed any discernment, they would undoubtedly recognize Antetokounmpo as a cornerstone of their franchise and an untouchable asset. However, this posed a dilemma for the Bulls, as they lacked the substantial assets necessary to secure a trade for Antetokounmpo. Liu pondered for an extended period, his gaze drifting towards Snell on the bench. This fellow seemed eager to depart from the Bulls, yet it was unlikely he could exchange himself for Antetokounmpo. The Bucks management was not naive. Gasol, Gibson, they hardly seemed sufficient. Ultimately, Liu's attention shifted to the team's third-in-command, the second-best player, Jimmy Butler. As for Rose, in Liu's mind, he was an untouchable asset. Regardless of the season's outcome, Liu would never part with a single point of Rose's contribution, for he intended to witness Rose retire as a Bull. Jimmy Butler, however, was a man of great ambition, unlikely to accept a subordinate role. Perhaps a gesture of goodwill could be made, sending him to the Bucks to take the lead? Yet, the time was not ripe for such decisions. Once the season concluded, discussions could commence. If Butler desired to remain, they could strive together towards a shared goal. If discontent lingered in his heart, then perhaps it would be best to send him elsewhere to reign supreme. Regardless, elevating his market value is always prudent. For preparation is the mother of foresight. As halftime concluded, the Bulls managed to equalize the score. Statistically, Butler had only garnered 7 points, while Liu and Rose had contributed 15 and 13 points, respectively. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Butler suddenly noticed a looming shadow before him. Liu stood directly in front of him. "Hey, Butler, don't be lazy. You seem off your game today." Upon hearing Liu's words, a flame ignited within Butler. "Damn it. You and Rose have taken all the touches. What more do you expect from me?" Butler promptly rose to his feet, locking his gaze onto Liu's eyes. Okay, the third quarter is about to begin. So keep your eyes wide open and witness my performance." Liu smiled lightly and said, "All right, I look forward to your performance." With that, he turned and walked back to his position, leaving Butler in a state of confusion and frustration. What did Liu mean by that? Was this some sort of provocation? Was it truly necessary? I haven't even taken a shot on the court. Although Butler couldn't quite comprehend Liu's intentions, a fire ignited within him. Since his return from injury, having trained and played alongside Liu, witnessing his formidable prowess firsthand, Butler had relegated himself to a supporting role. The flame within him had gradually dimmed, for he understood that Liu was not Rose. He would never have the opportunity to ascend to the role of the Bulls' leader. It was only in Liu's absence that he could fully unleash himself, as he did in the final regular season match against the Bobcats, where he erupted with 51 points. While he remained uncertain of Liu's motives, the fire in Butler's heart was poised to blaze forth. As the third quarter commenced, Butler hesitated no longer. He seized every opportunity with unwavering resolve. Witnessing Butler's proactive approach, Liu willingly facilitated his plays. By the end of the third quarter, Butler had scored 14 points, propelling the Bulls to a 12-point lead over the Bucks. In the fourth quarter, Butler's fervor continued to thrive, netting another 10 points, leading the Bulls to a victory of 91-82 against the Bucks. In this match, Butler amassed a total of 31 points, setting a personal record for postseason scoring. The Bulls also defended their home court, achieving 2 consecutive victories and taking a commanding 2-0 lead in the series against the Bucks. Nonetheless, the Bulls did not celebrate exuberantly, for they understood that the next game would present the true challenge. Playing on the road was always daunting, and even more so in the playoffs. Chapter 15. The Angry Van Gundy. On April 24th, 3 days after the second match of the Bulls and Bucks series, the third game arrived as scheduled. Before the game, Van Gundy specifically reminded the entire Bulls team that the same mistakes could not be repeated for a third time. From the very start of the match, they needed to immerse themselves fully, avoiding the early onslaughts that had plagued the previous 2 games. Now they found themselves in the Bucks arena, and if they allowed a repeat of past performances, the Bulls could find themselves in peril. Although the Bulls players heeded Van Gundy's words, reality seldom bends to one's will. Without painful lessons, habits remain unchanged. The power of habit is often more formidable than one can imagine. Having won the first 2 games, the Bulls players were reluctant to repeat the scenario of falling behind by 10 points in the first quarter, yet they failed to effect any real change. Once again, the Bulls were overwhelmed in the first quarter, trailing by a significant margin. Van Gundy stood on the sidelines, his face ashen, his gaze as piercing as eternal ice. During the intermission, he said nothing, merely surveying all the Bulls players with his icy stare. Liu had not anticipated that the Bulls would once again be overwhelmed by the Bucks in the first quarter. Despite the coach's incessant admonitions, confronted by Van Gundy's icy glare, Liu could only avert his gaze. It was not the moment to challenge the old man. The coach's authority deserved respect, even from star players. One could hardly blame the Bulls players. Losing by 10 points at home was one thing, but now in the opposition's territory, these young athletes were brimming with excitement. Even though the Bulls had shown greater focus than in the previous game, the advantage of playing at home was no trivial matter. Maintaining the same point differential as in the first 2 games was commendable. Sighing deeply, Liu reflected on how intimidating the old man could be when angered. He could not allow these young players to act recklessly any longer. If they continued to frolic, it would soon become untenable. Unfortunately, the course of the game was never determined by mere will. 3 minutes later, the Bulls found themselves trailing by 18 points, a perilous margin. If they did not devise a strategy soon, this match would slip away prematurely. Lee adjusted his neck, and his gaze grew sharp and resolute. As Ross advanced the ball past half-court, Lee circled around, feigning a call for Damian Jackson to set a screen. Yet, in an unexpected surge, he darted past his defender, Middleton, driving fiercely towards the basket. Confronted by Plumlee's defensive intervention, Lee and Plumlee collided violently in midair, causing Plumlee to lose his balance and tumble backwards, while Lee's body also leaned backward in the ensuing chaos. Lee focused intently on the hoop, and although his body tilted backward, it did not impede his shot. With a swish, the basketball gracefully sailed through the net. Followed by the referee's whistle, Plumlee had committed a foul. Lee's shot counted, and he was awarded a free throw. With unwavering composure, he sank the free throw, heralding the Bulls' resurgence. As the Bucks launched their offensive, Lee not only kept a keen eye on his direct opponent, Middleton, but also remained vigilant of the other players on the court, ready to assist defensively at a moment's notice. Under Lee's leadership, the Bulls gradually narrowed the score gap, and by the end of the second quarter, the teams were separated by a mere 3 points. The balance of the game had shifted, and it was clear that the Bulls had seized the momentum, setting the stage for a thrilling second half. In the third quarter, the Bulls began to turn the tide, yet they found themselves in the Bucks' home arena, where these young competitors would not easily concede defeat. The Bulls steadily widened their lead, but the Bucks retaliated, closing the gap. The intensity on the court escalated, with the score hovering around a 5-point difference, akin to a gripping tug-of-war, where any sign of fatigue could spell disaster for either team. As the third quarter concluded, the Bulls maintained a slender lead of just 3 points. With anticipation hanging in the air, the game entered its final quarter. Throughout the fourth, the Bulls controlled the dynamics of the game. In the final 2 minutes, they led by 8 points, and the players began to relax. However, such premature relaxation can lead to dire consequences. Lee, a moment too late, allowed Middleton to create an opportunity for a three-pointer. Following that, a similar scenario unfolded. After Lee was momentarily blocked, Rose failed to switch defenses in time, and Middleton struck again with consecutive three-pointers, erasing the 8-point lead in an instant and plunging the court into chaos. Inspired by Middleton's performance, the other Bucks players rose to the occasion. As the game neared its conclusion with just 13 seconds remaining, Jabari Parker scored, putting the Bucks ahead by a point. If the Bulls failed to score on their next possession, this shot would seal their fate, allowing the Bucks to defend their home court and complicate the series outcome. The visiting Bulls fans fell into a hushed silence, witnessing their team, which had led for most of the second half, falter in the final moments. The emotional roller coaster had proven to be a significant strain on their hearts. It appeared that the Bulls were destined to lose this match. Frustration boiled over among the Bulls supporters, who had traveled far only to watch their beloved team falter at a crucial moment, a bitter pill to swallow. Van Gundy, upon seeing Rose cross half-court, immediately called for a timeout. Jabari Parker's shot was of paramount importance. This young man truly possessed a heart of steel. As Jabari Parker sank the pivotal shot, Barkley could not help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, this basket could very well seal the fate of the game, leaving the Bulls in a precarious situation. With merely 13 seconds remaining, should this offensive possession fail, their chances of victory would dwindle significantly. Time was running out for the Bulls. Smith echoed this sentiment, adding, "Barkley, who do you believe will take the final shot for the Bulls?" Barkley responded without hesitation, "There is no doubt in my mind. The final shot will undoubtedly be in the hands of Liu. In critical moments, it is the stage for the superstars. Do you think Liu can deliver and conclude this game?" Smith inquired. Barkley hesitated briefly before replying, "Game-winning shots are invariably challenging, regardless of whether one is a nameless player or a superstar. More often than not, the final shot that determines the outcome of the game ends in failure. The pressure, especially in an opponent's arena, is indescribably immense. Were it anyone else taking the shot, I would not hold much hope. However, with Liu, I cannot so readily dismiss the possibility. Barkley, it appears Liu has cast a considerable shadow over you. That $100,000 must still sting." Chapter 16. The obstacle on the Bulls bench. Van Gundy had already formed a plan in his mind. He gazed calmly at Liu and said, "Liu, I entrust this moment to you. Do you possess the confidence to handle it?" Liu nodded solemnly. as a player with the ambition to establish a grand dynasty. He would not permit himself an ounce of timidity or retreat. In critical moments, it is imperative to possess a formidable heart. All right, everyone, listen closely. Liu will initiate the serve, and Ross will receive the ball. Upon receiving the ball, Ross will feign organizing an attack. Liu, you will promptly move to retrieve the ball and drive towards the basket. Should you find the opportunity lacking, feel free to take a shot. If you notice others in a favorable position, you may also pass the ball. I entrust you with the authority to orchestrate this offensive play. Manage it as you see fit on the court. Liu nodded expressionlessly, his mental fortitude sharpened under immense pressure, feeling a notable uplift in his spirit. As the pause concluded, he returned to the court. When Barkley noticed Liu stepping beyond the sidelines, he appeared momentarily taken aback. Was this ball not intended for Liu? What scheme was Van Gundy concocting? Smith also exhibited a flicker of surprise, but it quickly faded, replaced by a teasing smile as he remarked, Barkley, it seems you have miscalculated once again. Could it be that I truly erred in my predictions? It seems unreasonable. Even if I were a coach of lackluster ability, I would not neglect such an undeniable asset like Liu at this critical juncture. Barkley remained silent, yet his mind was clouded with confusion. Perhaps Van Gundy had devised a superior strategy. The atmosphere on the court was palpably tense, with everyone's hearts suspended in anxiety. Any minor mistake could jeopardize the culmination of 48 minutes of hard work. If a personal error were to lead to defeat, even if forgiven by teammates, one's own conscience would be burdened. Gasol's screen-setting prowess created immediate space for Rose, who accelerated beyond the three-point line. Liu decisively passed the ball to Rose. Upon receiving it, Rose was suddenly confronted by both McCaw and Middleton, aiming for a double team to force a turnover. However, Rose's reactions were evidently swifter. He had noticed Liu had entered the court and swiftly positioned himself advantageously, prompting Rose to pass the ball to him without hesitation. Upon receiving the ball, Liu surged towards the basket, as the Bucks players were drawn into Rose's deception, unaware that Rose was merely a decoy. And Liu was the true executor of the final play. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Liu became an unstoppable force. Yet, Dudley, standing in his path, brutally shoved Liu aside. The Bucks committed a foul, granting Liu 2 free throws. It was a rather egregious foul, and the atmosphere on the sidelines erupted. Numerous Bulls fans began to voice their outrage, while Van Gundy protested vehemently. At that moment, Liu had already been thrown to the ground, colliding with the basket support. Bulls players swiftly converged, pushing Dudley away from Liu's side. Liu lay on the ground, his head still buzzing, taking a moment to regain his composure. What a surprise, how ruthless. The saying goes that while one can easily evade a direct assault, a hidden strike is much harder to defend against. Despite his vigilance, Liu had still been caught off guard. After sitting on the ground for a while, he finally stood up, noticing Dudley approaching with an outstretched hand. Liu dismissed him with a wave, signaling him to keep his distance. Butler promptly intervened, preventing Dudley from coming any closer to Liu. The referee approached to inquire if Liu could continue the match, while Van Gundy looked on with concern. At that moment, if Liu were injured, it would likely spell the end of the Bulls' season. Liu shook his head, signaling that he was fine and could continue the match. Although he felt slightly dazed after being propelled into the air, his youthful physique, coupled with the support of the system, endowed him with a recovery capacity that far exceeded that of an ordinary person. The referee upheld the original decision, deeming the foul to be a standard infraction, granting Liu 2 free throw opportunities. Liu shook off his hands and, after receiving the ball, dribbled it twice on the floor. Feeling reassured, he relaxed. With his first free throw, he scored, bringing the Bulls level in the game, ensuring at least an undefeated status in regulation time. As he prepared for his second free throw, many fans had already turned away, too anxious to watch, while others stood, craning their necks, eager to leap to the sidelines. Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Liu took his second shot and scored once more, allowing the Bulls to take the lead. At this moment, only 5 seconds remained in the game, and time was slipping away for the Bucks. The circumstances for both teams had shifted dramatically. The Bucks found themselves teetering on the edge of defeat. If they failed to secure a last-second shot, the series would tilt to a daunting 3-0, a situation from which no team had ever recovered. The players of the Bucks were acutely aware of the immense pressure they faced. In the end, under such strain, their final attempt did not even get off a shot before the clock expired. Ultimately, it was the Bulls who emerged triumphant, extending the score to 3-0. And the Bucks had effectively conceded their elimination. In the fourth game, the Bucks finally secured a victory. But due to Liu being knocked down by Dudley in the previous match, Van Gundy opted to let him rest for precautionary reasons. Liu's presence on the court was a clear signal to everyone. It indicated that the Bulls were determined to conclude this series decisively on their home ground. In the fifth game of the series, Liu donned his gear once again and took to the starting lineup. From the very outset, the Bulls exuded an aura of aggression that caught the media off guard, who had speculated that the Bulls might dig themselves into a hole during the first quarter. Instead, they delivered a resounding blow to the Bucks, leading by 18 points at the end of the first quarter. The Bucks were left dazed, and as the game progressed, they began to experience the depths of despair, with the halftime score reflecting a staggering 32-point deficit. By the end of the first half, the outcome of the match had already lost its suspense. The Bucks trudged into the locker room in a state of numbness, emerging with vacant expressions. In the third quarter, if one were to disregard the score, the exchanges between the two teams appeared relatively balanced. Yet, a glance at the scoreboard revealed that it had devolved into mere garbage time. The Bulls ended the quarter with a modest 7-point advantage in that period. But the overall gap had widened to 39 points, rendering the fourth quarter entirely inconsequential. As the game concluded, the Bucks left the court in a state of despondence, with the Bulls triumphantly securing a 4-1 victory over them in the series. Post-match, the Bulls celebrated briefly. Aware that their true test was yet to come, the formidable Cavaliers were now standing in their path. Chapter 17. The mighty Cavaliers in the first round of the Eastern Conference playoffs. The Cavaliers dispatched the Celtics with a clean sweep, winning 4-0. Akin to autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Prior to the Bulls' victory over the Bucks, the Cavaliers had already advanced to the Eastern Conference semifinals, while the Bulls were still engaged in a fierce battle on the court. As the Bulls fought valiantly, the Cavaliers were already in preparation mode. Given the Cavaliers' superior record, they held a higher ranking than the Bulls. Consequently, the upcoming matches were set to commence at the Cavaliers' home arena, the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, with the Bulls facing 2 consecutive away games in Cleveland. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers would be well-rested, anticipating the Bulls' challenge. The following day, Van Gundy gathered the Bulls players to review footage of the Cavaliers' games. As they watched highlights of the Cavaliers' performances, an air of silence enveloped the room. The Celtics were not a weak team. They possessed a rich history and a hard-nosed style of play. However, against the Cavaliers, they demonstrated little to no resistance, with the Cavaliers maintaining control of the game for the vast majority of the time, although only one game saw a margin exceeding 10 points. Anyone who had witnessed the matches knew the Celtics had no real chances. The Cavaliers exhibited a subtle yet formidable dominance. They did not rely on brutal beatdowns, but rather showcased their ability to control the game. This level of mastery was something the Bulls found difficult to aspire to, despite their considerable playoff experience. Facing LeBron James, a player whose qualifications, experiences, capabilities, and prowess have reached the zenith of basketball, presented a monumental challenge. Over the past 4 years, he had led the Miami Heat to an astonishing 4 consecutive championships, establishing a dynasty that belonged to both him and the franchise. In the face of such an adversary, no one dared to claim they could defeat him. Yet, the Cavaliers were not solely reliant on LeBron James. They also boasted Kevin Love, last season's double-double king, who had earned a spot on the All-NBA second team and participated in the Western Conference All-Star Game. In pre-game analyses, official media ranked him 10th among all players, underscoring his formidable prowess. Although Love's statistics had significantly declined in the current regular season, it was widely acknowledged that this was due to the presence of both LeBron James and Kyrie Irving, necessitating sacrifices from all players. When discussing the Cavaliers, one cannot overlook Kyrie Irving. This team was initially meant to be his, and had LeBron James not returned, it is likely that no other player could have commanded his respect in the same manner. As the Cavaliers' own first overall pick, Irving had made substantial progress over the past 2 years, gradually transforming into a burgeoning superstar. Last season, he had made the NBA All-Star roster and delivered an outstanding performance, ultimately securing the MVP title of the All-Star game. Notably, during the trophy presentation, Irving lacked experience, and LeBron James had even guided him. It now seemed that his return was a significant factor in LeBron's decision to come back to the Cavaliers. In this season's regular games, Irving started in 75 matches, averaging 21, 7 points, 5, 2 assists, and 5 steals, a comprehensive stat line. It is worth noting that back then, those figures did not reflect the explosive scoring of the present. Nonetheless, 7 points positioned him 9th on the league's scoring leaderboard, showcasing his innate talent and frightening capability to the entire league. As the announcement of this year's All-NBA teams approached, rumors emerged that Irving had secured a place on the All-NBA third team. Remarkably, LeBron James was named to the All-NBA first team, making the Cavaliers the team with the most players selected to the All-NBA teams in the Eastern Conference. In stark contrast, the Bulls had no players chosen for the All-NBA teams and none represented in the Eastern Conference All-Star lineup, with only Liu making a brief appearance at the All-Star game, merely to be seen. Although Liu's performance has been explosive, his insufficient playing time renders him unqualified for selection to the All-Star team. Even as the highest scorer in the regular season, he has not had the opportunity to appear on the scoring leaderboard. While many outsiders express sympathy for Liu, he accepts the situation with remarkable composure, understanding that what is meant for him will eventually be his, and what is not, should not be forced. The rules have existed long before and are not directed solely at him, despite not having earned significant accolades this season aside from a few Player of the Week titles. Liu remains confident that as long as he maintains his health and continues to play, he will eventually claim the title of scoring champion and MVP. Everything that is deserved will come in due time. However, the immediate focus must be on how to overcome the formidable opponent, the Cavaliers. Who is the most favored team this season? Who stands as the greatest contender for the championship? Who is the strongest player in the NBA? The answers to all these inquiries are intertwined with the Cavaliers. In the face of such an adversary, there is no alternative but to fight with all one's might. The expressions of the Bulls players are heavy with gravity. After the video analysis concluded, observing the somber faces around him, Liu stepped forward and declared, "Everyone, follow me. I will lead us to victory." With that, he exited, and within moments, his silhouette appeared in the Bulls training facility. In anticipation of the Eastern Conference semifinals, the NBA has enlisted numerous renowned media outlets, authoritative sports journalists, and special commentators to predict the outcomes of the matches. In the Eastern matchups, the expert votes have heavily favored one side. For the Hawks versus the Raptors, 70% of experts predict victory for the Hawks, whose record this season is second only to the Warriors, making them the top team in the East. For Hawks players were featured in the All-Star game this season, showcasing their formidable strength and a playing style that embodies a refreshing current in today's NBA. As for the matchup between the Cavaliers and the Bulls, the disparity is even more pronounced. After interviewing over 30 experts and journalists, only Paul George and Charles Barkley sided with the Bulls, garnering less than 1% of support. Smith, who had once wavered, ultimately chose rationality over emotion, aligning with the majority in favor of the Cavaliers. Liu is indeed exceptional, and the Bulls are undeniably strong. However, their opponents are the Cavaliers and LeBron James. Considering Liu is merely a rookie, it may still be too early for him to attempt to topple the towering presence of James. In truth, Smith is not an individual, but rather a representation of the collective sentiment. Although Li's performance in the initial round has been commendable, and they hold him in high regard, believing he is poised to dominate the league, the time has yet to arrive. He still requires further development. The future belongs to him, however, for now. The realm remains under the dominion of LeBron James, who continues to reign from his throne, surveying all beneath him. Chapter 18. Pre-game interview prior to the game. The media conducted a brief interview with the Cavaliers leaders, LeBron James, Kevin Love, and Kyrie Irving. LeBron, the Cavaliers are about to face the Bulls. In previous regular season encounters, the Cavaliers suffered a significant defeat at the hands of the Bulls. Is the team determined to seek vengeance this time? James shook his head. I don't believe that's the appropriate perspective. Regular season outcomes do not fully encapsulate the essence of our teams. There is no genuine animosity between the Cavaliers and the Bulls. The results of one regular season game cannot define the capabilities of either team. Naturally, the Bulls are a formidable squad, but I am confident that the Cavaliers will emerge victorious in the end. Very well, LeBron. Do you have any strategies to counter the Bulls? Or more specifically, where do you perceive their strengths lie, and how do you plan to address them? James pondered for a moment, stroking his chin before responding. The Bulls are an exceptionally cohesive team, exhibiting remarkable strength, particularly in the latter half of the regular season, where their performance has been unparalleled. Their prowess does not stem from any single individual, but rather from their collective effort. However, as you know, the Bulls also boast outstanding players. Lee, for instance, is an exceptional talent, possessing immense strength and the potential to take control of the game at any moment. We must devise a strategy to contain him, though its efficacy remains uncertain. After all, we have indeed suffered at his hands. And his subsequent performances have been nothing short of remarkable. He is truly a unique and unstoppable force. As he spoke, James smiled, though a hint of bitterness lingered, revealing that the shock of Lee's impact during that regular season match had not entirely faded. Next, Kyrie Irving took his turn in the interview. Kyrie, who do you consider to be the most threatening player on the Bulls? Upon hearing the question, Irving furrowed his brow, displaying visible skepticism toward the intelligence of the questioner. Are you joking, brother? Everyone knows who the most threatening player on the Bulls is. Are you oblivious to that? How long has it been since you stepped outside? Is the signal in your village that poor? As Kyrie Irving delivered his unfiltered retort, the reporter's expression shifted, revealing discomfort and a sense of bewilderment. Before the questioner could respond, Kyrie continued, the Bulls are a strong team, and we will bring our utmost focus to the upcoming series. Furthermore, I wish to challenge Liu here. The last time the Cavaliers faced the Bulls, we suffered a defeat, and my performance was overshadowed by Liu. I have been eagerly anticipating our next encounter with the Bulls. However, upon reviewing the schedule, I was disheartened to discover that our teams have concluded their regular season matchups. This season, it seems I may not have the opportunity to face the Bulls or Liu again. Nonetheless, I firmly believe that in the playoffs, our teams will meet once more, and I am resolute in this conviction. I simply did not anticipate that we would cross paths in the Eastern Conference semifinals. In my mind, a meeting in the finals would have been the grandest stage, the finest battlefield for us. Nevertheless, since the Cavaliers and Bulls are set to clash in the semifinals, it is time for us to prove our mettle. Only a true victor can emerge from this series, potentially advancing beyond the East to claim the championship. Come on, Liu, let us engage in a fierce contest. The winner of this series shall be the true champion. After interviewing Irving, the attending reporters could feel his unparalleled determination, heightening their anticipation for the impending battle. Finally, it was Kevin Love's turn. Kevin, do you recall Liu's armpit? A rather unfriendly journalist posed a provocative question. The interview room erupted in laughter. Love chuckled and shook his head, aware that such inquiries were inevitable. Next question, he said. LeBron directly took the microphone, urging the atmosphere to settle. Upon hearing LeBron speak, the reporters reined in their laughter. In this league, one may disregard anyone else's dignity, but LeBron's presence demands respect. This is a tribute to a great player, particularly when that player is the current GOAT. Even the media holds him in boundless esteem. Love turned to LeBron, giving him a thumbs up before continuing, "Thank you, my brother LeBron, for your support. I do not feel disappointed with that play's outcome. It serves as a badge of honor for my diligent defense. Liu is indeed an exceptional player, and witnessing a part of his greatness is worthy of a toast. I believe everyone is curious about my perspective on the upcoming series. In my view, regardless of Liu's strength or the Bulls' prowess, no matter how convoluted the path to victory may be, the Cavaliers will ultimately emerge as the triumphant team. When you open your eyes to see two players before you, one being a historically skilled scorer, proficient in various offensive techniques, a multiple-time All-Star and MVP, and the other, the cornerstone of a dynasty, a king of the court who led his team to 4 consecutive championships, there is no doubt that these players are among the most dominant in NBA history. With such teammates, one cannot harbor even the slightest doubt about victory. We shall prevail, of that I can assure you. Upon the conclusion of the interview, it became evident that the three Titans had elevated Liu to a formidable status, with Liu having supplanted Rose as the emblem of the Bulls. Shortly thereafter, the interview reached the Bulls camp. Liu, Love expressed his elation at being a witness to your greatness. What are your thoughts on this? Love is indeed an exceptional player, and I am delighted to have his endorsement. Love stated his firm belief that the Cavaliers will emerge victorious in the end. How do you perceive this? I understand that the Cavaliers' objective is the finals, and coincidentally, that is also our aspiration, thus we shall triumph. We have Rose, Butler, and Gasol, alongside a united team. We shall emerge victorious. Liu's response left the reporters quite satisfied. The palpable tension and the invisible sin of rivalry were precisely what every journalist yearned for. True to the saying that a spectacle is never too great a trouble, many reporters approached Rose. Derek, what are your thoughts on the Cavaliers? You are about to face them. Do you have confidence in securing victory? Rose smiled slightly. We will win. We have Liu. With that, he walked away. Chapter 19. Double standards. The game was about to commence. In the Chicago Bulls locker room, Liu compelled himself to calm down. Yet his excitement for the impending match was overwhelming. Particularly, facing an opponent like LeBron James was exhilarating. How should one describe it? Despite the controversies surrounding him, such as forming super teams, announcing decisions live on television, and enjoying favorable treatment from referees, one cannot deny his unparalleled status in the globally adored sport of basketball. Over the past 4 seasons, he led the Miami Heat to a remarkable 4 consecutive championships, marking the first dynasty since the Lakers' three-peat with the Showtime duo. No one anticipated that in this era someone could surpass the OK Trio's three-peat to achieve such an astonishing 4-peat, especially considering that those were 2 teams composed of players among the top 10 in NBA history. Now, with LeBron at the helm, the Heat had reached unprecedented heights. The stronger the opponent, the more thrilling the competition becomes. Sports strive for excellence, higher, faster, stronger. It is far more gratifying to lose to a formidable adversary than to rejoice in victories over weaker foes. In this match, Liu positioned himself as the challenger. Indeed, while he had acquired abilities akin to Jordan.S, he was, after all, not Jordan. Jordan.'s journey to the championship was marked by perseverance, shaped not only by 7 years of setbacks in the NBA, but also by his ascent beginning in college. Before his journey, Liu had perused the autobiography penned by young Master Zheng about Jordan, which detailed how Jordan was a training fanatic in college, sweating profusely almost every day, with his perspiration amounting to thousands of pounds. Although Liu held considerable skepticism towards this account, he believed that success is never guaranteed. Despite his extraordinary talents, he was not Jordan. He had not endured the same mental fortitude nor achieved the unparalleled success of 2 three-peats that Jordan did, and naturally, he could not possess the innate regal aura that Jordan exuded. Thus, Liu regarded himself as the challenger, facing an enhanced version of LeBron while he was merely a shadow of Jordan. However, Liu shared one commonality with Jordan, an insatiable thirst for victory. Only those who ardently desire triumph can truly reach the pinnacle. Regardless of the match's outcome, Liu was resolute in his belief that he would ultimately emerge victorious. Bring it on, LeBron. Let me experience the majesty of this era-esque king. Liu's resolute gaze swept across the arena, met with unwavering determination from every member of the Bulls. As Liu's aggressive stare fell upon him, Derrick Rose nodded firmly, observing the collective resolve etched upon everyone's faces. Liu smiled. Their hands came together, and he felt his body and spirit igniting with fervor. Following his heart, Liu bellowed, "Let us go." The entire Bulls team, infused with an indomitable will to triumph, took to the court. As the game commenced, the Bulls starting lineup featured 3 guards, Liu, Derrick Rose, and Jimmy Butler. Notably, both Liu and Butler were capable of switching to the small forward position, blurring the lines of traditional roles. Leading the front court was the seasoned Paul Gasol, partnered with Taj Gibson. On the opposing side, the Cavaliers were spearheaded by LeBron James, who was accompanied by Kyrie Irving, Kevin Love, Tristan Thompson, and J.R. Smith. This formidable lineup, boasting 3 All-Stars alongside a stellar 6th man and an adept offensive rebounder, struck fear into the hearts of their rivals. With both team starters poised on the court, the jump ball was imminent. LeBron James regarded Liu, seeing a reflection of his younger self. His first championship had been claimed over the legendary Dirk Nowitzki, followed by victories against the then rising star, now superstar Kevin Durant, and his close friend Russell Westbrook. Back then, they were also accompanied by the equally youthful and talented James Harden, who had transitioned from the Thunder's best 6th man to a highly sought-after force in the league, making his All-Star starting debut this year amidst a constellation of stars in the West. Reflecting on these memories, LeBron felt a twinge of nostalgia. Time indeed flies. The league perpetually births exceptional young talents, relentlessly pursuing the pinnacle of NBA glory. He had weathered the trials of the world and emerged stronger, navigating through the relentless challenges posed by both formidable veterans and vibrant youth to attain his current stature. Yet, the young man before him exuded an overwhelming intensity. Would he be able to withstand such a force? Gazing at Liu's youthful visage, LeBron found himself momentarily entranced. This young man was truly extraordinary. Even if Kevin Durant were to stand before him once more, LeBron James remains resolute in his belief that he would triumph over him again. Yet, Liu is an entirely different entity. James has never encountered a player so adept at both offense and defense, one so remarkably talented. On the offensive front, Liu is even more formidable than the 2-time NBA scoring champion Durant, not only due to his relentless output, but also his unparalleled scoring explosiveness, a sensation that James has personally experienced and finds impossible to forget. More alarming is Liu's ability to maintain an intimidating presence on the defensive end, a feat that Durant cannot hope to match. It is truly perplexing how this young man possesses such exquisite offensive skills, especially considering he is merely a rookie, having entered the league just a year ago. Even more astonishing is his seemingly boundless energy. On offense, he demands whatever he desires, yet on defense, he permits no one to take advantage of him. Remarkably, he has succeeded in this. This double-standard individual is exceedingly irksome, gazing into Li Yu's inscrutable, profound eyes. LeBron James, for the first time, senses the ominous presence of fate, a decidedly unsettling feeling. The transition of generations is an immutable law of historical progression, and LeBron James has a foreboding premonition that this once dominant wave is about to face an unprecedented challenge. Suddenly, LeBron James smiled, but in an instant, his expression turned cold and fierce. His eyes radiated a sense of impending doom, reminiscent of that fateful night in Boston in 2012. No, I shall not permit anyone to usurp my throne. Li Yu, the young king, the future belongs to you, but for now, it remains mine. James's gaze was resolutely steadfast, embodying the confidence of a true king. It was this very self-assurance that propelled him to his current stature. Today, he aimed to demonstrate to Li Yu that he alone was the sovereign of this league. Chapter 20. Increased belief from the outset of the match. James allowed both teammates and adversaries to witness his unwavering determination for victory. First, he overpowered Jimmy Butler, asserting his dominance with a powerful drive that secured the team's initial score. He then intercepted a pass intended for Rose, swiftly transitioning to find Kevin Love stationed at the three-point arc, assisting him in netting a crucial three-pointer. In the subsequent play, he applied intense defensive pressure on Rose, forcing him to miss a newly developed mid-range shot. As the Cavaliers seized possession, James once again penetrated the defense, delivering a precise pass to Kyrie Irving, who capitalized by sinking another three-pointer. The Cavaliers surged ahead, establishing an 8-0 lead against the Bulls, prompting astonishment at their formidable prowess. Indeed, the Cavaliers' home court proved to be a daunting arena, and the Bulls found themselves in increasingly precarious circumstances. On the sidelines, Van Gundy's expression turned pale. If the Cavaliers were allowed to play freely, the Bulls would be in grave danger. The Cavaliers' home advantage was already formidable, and should they unleash their full potential, the situation could become dire. Though Van Gundy contemplated calling a timeout, he hesitated, aware that only a minute had elapsed since the game's inception. If he were to halt the game so early, he feared an absence of timeouts